Ooh, how about this one? Let's see. 469. Not me. Let's see. Single post on Facebook. I'm screaming, "Go Rangers!" I never quit on them. I never stop believing, especially after 2023. Go Rangers! Let's see. The 817 says, "I'm driving for Uber right now." 972. I'm just getting off of my overnight job. And the 251 says, rocking with the fan with CA and Jake. That's from Tolo Mitchell, 251, Mobile, Alabama.
Good stuff there. Good stuff. And CA, you might have to help me with this one. From the 214, happy opening day of dove season, boys. So there you go. That's like hunting, right?
Yeah, I actually went dove hunting myself once upon a time.
Of course you did. I knew you would have.
This is the craziest thing.
Hunting. Of course.
I went dove hunting in Mexico, and I am now an outlaw in Mexico. You know why? I got to share this story. When there's another CA story confidential. Yeah, right. I'm down there dove hunting with some buddies. One of my friends was getting married. That was his bachelor party.
Okay.
Go to Mexico and go dove hunt. So I said, okay, he's a friend of mine. I'll go dove hunt. I'm not a dove hunter. I'm not a hunter.
Yeah, same.
But I said, okay, what the hell? I'm doing it. Go down there, and what they do is these doves are all in these trees. And you got these runners and you got dogs. And the runners and the dogs scare the doves, and the doves fly out of the tree.
Okay, all right, I can picture it.
How come? So everybody, pop, 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 pop. So you shoot these doves as they fly out of the trees.
Right.
Well, at one point, I already shot some doves. At one point, I'm shooting because the doves fly out. An owl flew out. And I accidentally shot and killed the owl.
No, I was just about to say you can't shoot an owl.
Not only that, it's like against the law in Mexico. It's like you can't shoot an owl. Well, the owl is dead. So we had to hide the body.
Oh my God.
We threw the owl in the river. And it was like, man, everybody like, man, if they find out, if somebody tells on you, they're going to take you to jail in Mexico. So I spent the rest of that weekend stressed out. And by the way, the doves were great. What they do is they put jalapeno in them. Oh yeah, wrap them up in some bacon.
There you go.
That's some good eating right there.
Yeah, bacon, jalapeno. You can't go wrong with that.
But yeah, I'm an outlaw in Mexico.
Yeah, the statute of limitations. What is that? 5 years?
Yeah, I'm good now.
You're good now. You're good to share it on the air.
I can go down to Cancun now if I want to.
I love it. We got a couple more texts to get into at 877-881-1053. Jake Riepma, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, in for the guys on Sean and RJ this morning. Morning, fellas, is from the 817. Enjoy the day, Jake. Good seeing you Saturday. That's from Sean. Yeah, I got to meet Tolo Sean out at Fan University on Saturday.
Yeah, Frisco.
That was awesome. From the 214, ooh-wee, no days off. Headed to the BUMC to work my shift. No days off for nurses. That's right. That's appreciate you. That's the hospital. And by the way, another shout out to the 903 going to the water park today. Hoping for some beautiful scenery. I bet you are. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And then he's cooking out. Got you down. It's a holiday weekend. It's the last barbecue holiday weekend of the summer. James in Greenville says, hey. Oh, that was from James in Greenville. All right, James, shouting you out. Let's see. 254 says, doves are considered invasive species in Mexico and South America. That's right. Again, I was an outlaw. I was a freaking outlaw. I was like, I did not have any rest the rest of that trip. Let's see, another 940 says, Texas high school football has no days off. Headed to practice for the Plano East Panthers. Got you down. Yeah, high school football is in effect. Shout out to all the teams that had some big wins over the weekend, and the ones that lost, it's just the first week. That's right. Plenty of time. And speaking, that's a perfect segue into, hey, opening week loss. You got to bounce back because the biggest college football game, all eyes of the college football world, were in Columbus for the Longhorns and Buckeyes.
Woo.
Arch Manning.
Off any other time, there we go. Now just a knee, and that's your ball game. That's it. A defensive gem, but in the end, the national champions prevail. 14-7. Ohio State defeats Texas.
Hey, I wasn't expecting them to win. I was hoping they would win. I did not expect it. I'm not hating on UT, even though I went to OU. But in my mind, there's all this unreasonable expectations on Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Let me say this real quick, and then you go ahead and run with it, because, again, college football is your main thing as one of the big hosts at Fan University. Arch Manning, and I said this yesterday, I felt like Sark held him back, and I understand why. That was his first significant start. All this expectations, Heisman Trophy favorite, number 1 team in the nation, in a hostile environment against the defending national champion, a hostile crowd. So Sark's like, you know what? I'm going to simplify this thing, and I'm going to not put all this pressure on him. But I felt like, and Sark even said this after the game, I should have let him run the ball a little bit more so he can get comfortable, get hit, and get back. That's, to me, in my mind, Sark playing conservative with him held him back. And I don't think this is who he is. I think everybody's, he's all the hype. No. I think you saw a young guy getting his nerves together and in a hostile environment.
For sure. You got to give Texas, and the crazy part is looking at some of the stats of this game, it was such a defensive struggle because it's not like Julian Saiyan for Ohio State, lit the world.
Super Saiyan.
Yeah, right. But
that's his nickname.
I like that, yeah. And I saw someone said they should have named him Just. So
Just saying.
Great NIL
Justin,
deal.
that's his first name. Or is it Julian?
Julian, yeah. Close. But, both defense, you saw the amount of talent both defenses had. It really was a defensive struggle. And to your point, I felt Sark held Arch back a little bit as well, which was the exact opposite of what I thought was going to happen. So you talked about Fan University. Here I am thinking, Sark will have a brilliant game plan, and Arch will really show that he's arrived and he's ready to go. And unfortunately, Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, was the one with the brilliant game plan. But, that was what I enjoy of watching that game, and I know the results. If you're a Texas fan, you are looking for different results. But the level of college football athletically and at the upper echelon of the best teams on the field at one time was so fun to watch. And just guys flying around, making plays. And the opening week of college football to have Texas versus Ohio State, you had Florida State, Alabama pulling the upset, and then the nightcap, LSU, Clemson.
LSU won again.
Yeah.
I'll put it like this. They won for the first time opening that in a long time.
Oh, yeah. They hadn't won an opening game since pre-COVID.
So what you had is the major matchups you wish you could get early in the year as opposed to directional university.
Right.
And so let me say this again for those, we're talking about the weekend. You had a big game last night. The U hosting Notre Dame. That was by the way, Notre Dame has not beaten Miami in Miami or on a neutral field since 1977. I'm just saying. Notre Dame got handled up 27-24 on the sidelines at the U. You had Michael Irvin. You had Ray Lewis. Jimmy Johnson was there. Do we have that audio? Jimmy Johnson with the
Jimmy Johnson was doing the siren. I know Jimmy Johnson was there.
They put it like this. If we don't have it now, keep listening. We'll play a little bit later. Bottom line is you have the matchups, and you did not have the matchups back in the day because teams were afraid to lose a game. Well, guess what? Now that the college football playoff is expanded, you can afford to lose a game and get the matchups fans dream of.
Right. And there's still more tonight, CA. You got TCU and North Carolina.
In Carolina.
That's right. And the debut of Bill Belichick coaching college football.
Is his girlfriend going to be in the silence? I'm just saying.
I had to laugh this weekend. I said, I haven't bought in on Bill Belichick quite yet. He doesn't seem like the guy that can relate to college kids, and he's this old school coach. And my brother of all people texted me and said, I think he can relate just fine to young people. Look at his girlfriend. And I'm like, of course.
Or is she relating to him?
Yeah.
That's what everybody's wondering about. Bottom line is this. TCU they should beat North Carolina. And the only reason I say this is because Belichick, just like you just mentioned, he's not a college coach. He is a pro football coach, and it wasn't like when he was in the NFL. He wasn't shoddy. Shoddy is the guy that everybody's like, wow, he's all about the culture. He relates to the players, the coach. That was not Belichick. Belichick was isolated. He had a hoodie.
Yeah.
And he demonized the quarterback to make an example out of it.
Or on to Cleveland.
Yeah. So all of a sudden he's going to college?
Yeah.
Again, TCU Horned Frogs, whoop his ass.
That's what I think we're going to see.
Bring him down to earth for everybody thinking North Carolina's going to win the national championship. And by the way, I always put this in my mind because, here in Texas, you know who he's following? The footsteps he's following in North Carolina? Who's replaced?
Mac Brown.
Who used to be the head coach of Texas, got the national championship with Vince Young. Mac Brown got fired because Well, guess what? You hadn't won a national championship in 6 years. Guess what? He said, I ain't through coaching yet. Went back to North Carolina, had a nice program. He's older now. He's okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
and
they turned out some really talented players. Yeah, Drake May.
Yes. That's the connection. New England. This is so funny. He goes to New England after Belichick. The crazy part about it is, I think tonight on Monday Night Football, you got TCU versus North Carolina, and you so have more college football going because the NFL doesn't start until Thursday.
Right. And I was saying this all weekend. College football, especially this weekend, felt like they really owned Labor Day weekend, and because from here on out, you got your Saturdays college football, okay, but then you got your Sunday. The NFL owns Sunday, obviously.
Of course.
I'm
just like high school owns Friday nights,
right? As it should be, and that's why you're seeing more and more college football on Friday nights, and I don't like that. I like Saturday for college football.
Mm-hmm.
Although I remember Thursday nights used to have pretty big-time college football matchups.
Yeah, especially on Thanksgiving weekend.
Yes. Now on Thursday nights, of course, you got NFL action. But speaking of NFL, we are off and running on a Labor Day morning. Woo-hoo. Let's go inside the Star next. Plenty to talk about, including a brand new deal. That's next on Sean and RJ. Jake Riepma and Chris Arnold filling in this morning on 105.3 The Fan.
Disagree with the boys? Who hasn't? Let them know by using our Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code DFW the Fan. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Tolos, are you always tired and ready to do something about getting your energy back, but you just don't have the time? Well, now Synergen X and Low T Center have the solution. New at-home TRT, personalized to you and delivered straight to your door. Getting started is quick and easy. Drop into one of our centers for a quick test and get set up on the program. Save even more time with our new mobile app. It's like being at the provider's office without the hassle. Don't wait. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com and tell them Sean for the Fan sent you to the Low T Center.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
It's has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Sometimes you just feel good before we go into the star. We go inside the star. How about this from the 254? Jake and CA, this is going to be a great hour drive to work. That's the kind of positivity we love on a Monday morning.
And another 972 says, going to work for Encore, no days off here either. Appreciate you, Encore, keeping the power on.
That's right. No days off. Let's go inside the star, talk a little Dallas Cowboys, because CA, not only is it game week, but it is an accelerated timeline process, everything else. We got a game on Thursday.
Exactly. So I was out of the star yesterday because yesterday would be like a Wednesday for the Cowboys.
That's a really good way to put it, because my tiny little brain thinking, all right, Thursday game, what is that? And I think a lot of athletes are creatures of habit.
Yeah, the schedule.
The routine is so important. So you're kicking off a game on Thursday, the first game of the NFL season, and all of a sudden, yes, it's Labor Day and everything, but this would be like a Thursday.
If this would be a
Wednesday, sorry.
Yeah, yesterday was like a Cowboys Wednesday. Today would be like a Cowboys Thursday. Tomorrow, which is Tuesday, would be like a Cowboys Friday. Wednesday, you fly off to the city, which would be like a Cowboys Saturday, because the next morning when you wake up, you got a game that day or that night. So that's the way the plan is. So they're flying out on Wednesday out to Philadelphia. With that being said, a lot of stuff going on at the Star. And where you want to go with this?
Well, we got a lot to get into.
I was out there for all of it.
All right, I'll start with just the headlines that we want to first establish. Deron Bland, brand new 4-year deal, $92 million contract extension. It includes $50 million in guaranteed money, average annual salary of $23 million. So Deron Bland gets paid.
Yes, he does, and deservedly so. A lot of people are in shock about that, but let me tell you something. This is how Jerry does business. When there's some bad news, so to speak, to the fans, he creates another. He turns the page. You follow what I'm saying? He gives you something else to talk about. In other words, some guy talked about this a long time ago. He said he just throws the stick and everybody chases it. So that's what he did. He said Deron Bland was rewarded with his contract before the season started. He is a great guy, by the way. And by the way, he's my Dallas Cowboys pregame show player profile interview. So if you want to hear how he feels about his new deal and why he got it and how he preps for games and what role he's going to play, you're going to hear that on Thursday in the pregame show with Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. Meanwhile, the reason he got that money is because, like I said, Mike is in Green Bay. They already had money under the cap. By the way, there's still $40 million under the cap. Okay? It's not like, oh, they're up against the cap. They are never up against the cap. Last year, they were still under the cap by $20 million. With that being said, back to DaRon Bland, where's he going to play? He can play slot, which he's going to probably be needed against in Tampa Bay, but he also plays, the sidelines, the edges, and therefore he's a weapon as well. People forget in 2023, he made NFL history not only with 9 picks, but he ran 5 of them back for pick sixes. Nobody's ever done that in history.
Stat.
When Trayvon Diggs is healthy, which Trayvon says he'll be back maybe week 2 ahead of schedule, he still might need to be ramped up. But when they're both back there together, he'll go back to the outside. Elam will be the slot corner. And again, his versatility is why you pay him. Where people say, wait, he overpaid him. Probably. But guess what? Jerry wanted to turn the page. He reaped the benefit of the bad news of Micah leaving, and therefore they got the deal done ahead of time. And also he deserves it because he's a hell of a nice guy. A quiet guy in the locker room. Everybody absolutely loves him. Shotty loves him. Everybody loves DaRon Bland. So he and his family, everybody's happy for him. Also, he welcomed a little child this past summer as well.
Oh, what? Well, how about that? I mean, that's a heck of a couple of months.
And he was a 5th-round pick from Fresno State.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a hell of a story from rags to riches, so to speak. But in other words, this is not going to go to his head.
Yeah, that's really neat to hear. I love that you're always able to provide like a little bit additional context.
Little background.
Yeah, a little background.
There.
And
so, yeah.
I think in that cornerback room, we've talked at length in the offseason about the need for some stability and some guys.
Right.
Some of it is injury.
Most of it is injuries.
Yeah, but you lose Jordan Lewis in the offseason.
That's huge.
That's a leader that you'll need to replace. And I think a move like this is obviously a big step in the right direction. And yeah, I mean,
by the way, Trayvon Diggs, $97 million contract. So you got 92 and 97.
So they're being paid. They're being paid. That's for sure. All right, what else from your time at the Star yesterday?
Dak spoke to the media. This will be the day he would speak to the media. And he basically said they've turned the page. And back, this is what I also noticed. Nobody at the Star is hanging their head about Micah Parsons. And when I said Dak turned the page, he said, he felt like he thought it might get resolved, but he's not surprised it didn't. He said, as everybody knows, got personal at the end there. So that's why he's not totally surprised by it, but it's happy for everybody because everybody seems to have moved on. Micah can take care of his family with all the money he's making. And, he said the Cowboys themselves have to prove that they could still win without Micah. They had to do that whether they had Micah or not.
Yeah,
I'm just summarizing what he said.
Right. I thought that was a really good point.
If he had still been on this roster, you still got to prove it.
Right. And
that's the way everybody saw. I spent a lot of time with CeeDee Lamb yesterday, and he was saying the same thing. He wanted to talk basketball more importantly, but he did go like, oh yeah, we just get to prove everybody what he said they love being in the underdog position.
Right. He almost like as a competitor, and Dak at the very top is, I think his competitiveness is one of his best traits. But and Michael Jordan used to talk about this on The Last Dance. You had to have something motivating you between the years, and
Jordan always would create.
Even if
the disrespect,
artificially,
the chip on his shoulder.
Right.
By the way, Dak, I think it's not Dak. One of the players had a tattoo of a chip on his shoulder. I'm serious. Dak has his motivation. He's got a tattoo of where he was drafted overall in the 4th round.
Yeah.
And just looks at that.
There's a lot of guys that do that. But the quote that Nick Harris put on Twitter, Nick Harris, of course, does such a tremendous job for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. This is the quote from Dak. I don't know if there was necessarily a team meeting or things needed to be said or handled or had. It's just good to be past it in regards to the Micah trade, of course. And he went on to say, as I said, both parties are happy.
Yeah, he said they didn't need a non-signed up. In other words, if Micah did not get a deal done, they did not have that into the season. And all the reporters, when is they going to sign Micah? Whether he's physically there or not, when are they going to sign Michael? He said, so they don't need that distraction. They got enough distractions as it is being America's team.
That's That's my last point to kind of bring it home here is exactly what you segued into there, that it feels like the closure and it's there to be had. The T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. Let's roll up our sleeves and go play football. And this is Shotty's team. This is the future of the Dallas Cowboys. And it might not necessarily be pretty early on. There's some shortcomings on the roster on paper, but there's at least something to be said about these are our guys. This is who we're rolling with. This is who we came with, and this is Shoddy's team.
It's definitely Shoddy's team. We're going to find out if they're built properly. I'm talking about built to go somewhere in the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that this year. We're going to find out. But I do know this. They do have edge rushers, and people are sleeping on one guy in particular. I say sleeping on it. They got a guy on the roster that used to be on the team that came back. Last year, he had 10.5 sacks. That's 10.5 sacks. And I bet most fans can't even name whom I'm talking about. He's there right now. He's in his prime. He had 10.5 sacks for Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders. He was a Dallas Cowboy with Dan Quinn. His name is Dante Fowler. Now, I'm not saying he's the end-all, be-all, but that's 10.5 sacks. In other words, he's going to be a problem for somebody. And they got other guys they can rotate in. I'm not saying all these guys are as good as Micah Parsons by himself, but you got 3 or 4 guys who could probably give you some of that same productivity.
Look, and I'd also be lying if I didn't admit that watching college football this weekend, specifically the quarterback play, thinking, okay, maybe, and I saw Wooly Bully tweeted this out, maybe with some of those first-round picks later on that you received in the Micah Parsons trade, that maybe not this year, maybe it's down the road when that might be, but there's still maybe the chance that you make that type of pick.
I'm going to wake you up and shake you. The Cowboys have never, ever moved up with picks. They don't do that.
You're telling me
Steven doesn't do that. Will McClay doesn't do that. Jerry doesn't do that.
Let me dream a little bit, CA.
You can do that, and you can tank for Tua. Yeah. And how did that work for Miami?
Not so good.
And I'm not saying that Arch isn't a talented quarterback. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't have to be Arch specifically. I mean, Garrett Nussmeier. My goodness.
Sam Darnold? I mean, I'm just going to name names that don't work out sometimes.
There's
Tua? I could go on and on and on.
There's plenty of names. I'm just
again, I understand your passion.
I love it.
But this is the reality. People put too much into a rookie quarterback, assuming that's the savior. Right. And sometimes they actually need to sit on a bench a year. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Again, you don't know. But everybody knows that's the most important position in sports. But just because you're talented in college doesn't mean you make that trend. Don't tell me about Anthony Richardson. They were the Google guy over him over combine work.
No, don't put me in that category.
But I'm just giving you an example of a quarterback where everybody shoves all the chips in and say, Joe Milton is the guy. He's got the measurables. All we need to do is work with him a little while. Calm the F down, y'all. I'm just saying.
I love it. It's 6:34 this morning on a Labor Day.
Notice I said shake you and wake you up because it's just a dream.
I love it. I got my Dan Campbell coffee this morning though, so I am as awake as. That's right, ready to go, and we are ready to go in the 6 a.m. club, talking a little Inside the Star, brand new deal for Deron Bland. It's game week. Cowboys on the road against the Eagles. They'll do their little Super Bowl rings ceremony and everything.
Before this Micah stuff that was going down, I was truly thinking that this would be a game that the Cowboys could surprise the Eagles and upset them because they're caught up in the pomp and pageantry of getting their rings and distracted, and Philadelphia kind of starts slow sometimes. I'm like, nope. I don't think so. Not this year. We'll find out, though.
We absolutely will find out. And, of course, you can hear that game right here on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3. Real quick from the Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. And the 910 agrees with me. Garrett Nussmeier. Again, we're just
sure dream.
Yeah,
it's okay. Have another sip of courage. Yeah. It's a holiday.
Yeah, at least this is dark coffee with espresso. That's my courage right there.
Right. Well, let me also say this because, like I said, Tolos are texting and we appreciate y'all telling us what you got going on a Labor Day. Some people still working. 469 said, I'm loading up a petting zoo for the Dallas Arboretum over there by White Rock Lake. Says it's going to be a good day. Yes, it is. And by the way, that's pretty cool and different, especially on a Labor Day. And then we got Tolo says, should this Deron Bland deal be seen as the end of the Trayvon Diggs Cowboy era? In a way, not necessarily. They would love to keep both of them. And Trayvon's trying to prove them wrong. Remember, they were mad at him. He didn't work out in the offseason in town at the Star, cost him $500,000, $50,000 of practice. So it's like, okay, he's not that kind of guy. He's not Stevens kind of guy. Jerry don't care. If you produce, he don't care what kind. Ask Charles Haley. If you produce, he don't care.
He's very bottom line oriented.
Steven is like, we don't need Dez. I can go down the list. of guys Steven doesn't like. So Trayvon is that category, but if Trayvon is very productive and he doesn't do anything that make anybody unhappy about anything, he's there. Bland ain't going nowhere. He wasn't going anywhere anyway.
No, I agree.
But they don't have to worry about it now.
Right. And again, that's how I look at it. It's some really good closure leading into the season. And now let's just talk ball, which you absolutely love. We'll continue talking ball because right around the corner, it was the opening weekend of college football. How concerned should Longhorn fans be? And we've got all that and more on the college football kegger on Sean and RJ, Jake Riepma, Chris Arnold filling in on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation off Monday. Tuesday, I have the Rangers Player Show for you.
tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations, 23 and 24.
Good morning, 6 a.m. Club. Good morning, DFW. Good morning, Metroplex. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
It is a Labor Day, and we are fired up to be with you right now. It's time to roll up the sleeves and dive into some college football. The opening weekend, well, week one, we had the week 0 and everything. But week 1 in college football, not quite in the books because we've got one more tonight. TCU, the Horned Frogs, led by Sonny Dykes, taking on Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels. That's right, I did not stutter. Bill Belichick coaching college, his first college game.
Will his girlfriend be on the sideline?
I'm sure. She'll be a distraction. She is a distraction. Don't even get my football guy, Jake, going on that. I just can't stand that.
They got they get the rights to the word gold digger?
Yes,
for their
they're
merchandise?
filing for trademark. Although I do like Chapel Bill. That one's good.
Yes, Chapel Bill and Chapel Hill. That's where the game's going to be played.
That's right. They filed for that one. But so much to get into on a college football kegger here on Sean and RJ on Labor Day morning. How about we begin with the biggest story? Number 1, the Texas Longhorns falling to number 3, Ohio State. There's a lot of history in this game because it was the first time, CA, in the history of college football, the preseason number 1 team was an underdog in their opening game.
Yep. And again, it's the national champions, and you're playing on their field up in Ohio. And at the same time, you've met in the college football playoff where Ohio State beat Texas. Texas may be number 1 in the starting out the season, but guess what? You still got to play the games. And I don't think this loss is the end of the world for the Longhorns.
No, absolutely not. 14-7 the final, a low-scoring game, a defensive struggle. The Longhorns at one point, and if you're a diehard Longhorn fan, would love to hear from you at 877-881-1053. But down 7-0 going in, the Longhorns on a 4th and goal tried the push-tush, the tush-push. And Arch just wasn't able to move the pile like you see Jalen Hurts.
Well, Jalen Hurts got a squat of your body.
yes, he absolutely does.
If you're long and lanky, it don't work that well.
Correct. But for me, and I was talking with a Longhorn fan about this, Sark's play calling inside the 5-yard line, because remember that Cotton Bowl game? That's what cost them last year, too. And my brother, who's an offensive coordinator at the college level, and I, love to, and he'll be the first to tell you, everybody's an expert, and our joke with him is, why don't you just call the plays that work? Just call the good ones, And my sister-in-law, his wife, will say, why don't you just call the right plays? It's that easy.
Sometimes they overthink it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, the defense knows what we're going to do, so we're going to do something different.
Yeah,
and then it doesn't really work.
Yeah, I thought that was one of several important turning points in that game.
It's so funny you mentioned Sark. Matt Patricia, you talked about this a little earlier in the hour, 6 o'clock club. Matt Patricia calling the defense for Ohio State. He won 3 Super Bowls with Belichick with Notre Dame. He might have that pencil behind his ear, but he's a really sharp defensive guy. And one thing about Texas, they had damn near all of the starters on offensive line were new.
Yeah.
So even Arch Manning may have been sitting on the bench most of the year last year and got a couple of starts here and there, he's working with a line that's it's not like a line that's been there together, playing together for years. No. They're like a senior line. So I'm not giving excuses. I'm just saying that's why they're not the favorite.
Yeah,
they're playing at home against the defending national champion, even though they lost some players themselves.
And for week 1 in football, in college football too, there's not a ramp up. And I know the NFL preseason, you don't see the starters play very, very much, but you have an opportunity to take live reps before you're in week 1, and you just don't have that at the collegiate level. But what we've been saying about Arch Manning, obviously the pedigree, the family history and everything, he's been around the block enough to have a good head on his shoulders, and I thought his post-game comments were reflective of that. Here's what Arch had to say post-game after the loss.
It seemed like you settled in as the game went on. How would you assess your play and kind of the growth that you got from this experience?
Yeah, ultimately not good enough. Obviously, you don't want to start off the season 0-1. They're a good team, but I thought we beat ourselves a lot, and that starts with me, and I got to play better for us to win. Can't wait till the second half to kind of get things going.
I'm going to say this. As soon as they named him the preseason Heisman favorite, he's not going to win the Heisman. The Heisman never goes to the guy who's like the favorite going into the season and the first part of the year. It's always somebody out of the blue. Wow, he turned out to be really good. Oh, wow, he's having a great year. Peyton didn't win the Heisman Trophy. You know why? Some guy in Michigan plays defense, cornerback. He started making picks and doing the Heisman pose.
Yeah, that's right. And I also add at least it was kind of bizarre because
Woodson.
Yes, Charles Woodson. I had a Charles Woodson jersey as a kid. You know my jersey story. I had all the jerseys, but he was the number 2 jersey was one that I loved. Although Carter Freeman, who's one of my co-hosts on Fan University, we got into a big debate over this, and we're talking about the Heisman Trophy. Travis Hunter won it last year because I made the point that Jeremiah Smith, one of the best wide receivers for Ohio State, could be, a Heisman Trophy dark horse, and we haven't seen a wide receiver win the Heisman Trophy since Devontae Smith for Alabama. And he said, no, Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy last year. I said, Travis Hunter is a defensive back and a wide receiver. He's an athlete.
He's Ohtani.
Yeah, exactly. No, that counts as a wide receiver winning the Heisman. I was like, it kind of does, but not fully, Carter. So we had a good boxing match and debate over that.
That's funny.
Yeah, I was like, Devontae Smith was the last pure wide receiver to win the Heisman Trophy. But continuing on, and we've gotten a lot of fan text at 877-881-1053 about this, and I promise you it was on the show prep page before the text. CA can attest to it, but we got to give some love to the Tarleton State Texans. 2-0 with a victory over Army over the weekend, and in upset fashion, the FCS team going on the road to get the win, and they're also paid, I don't know the exact figure, but when you have a FCS team going to play an FBS team, that helps their budget. So Army paid them a little cash. They came and played, and they got the dub. So shout out to Tarleton State.
They effed around and found out. They said, Tarleton State, we never heard of them. We can beat them. 817 says, as a former Army football player in Tolo, got to tip the cap to Tarleton. They made the trip to West Point and balled out. Congratulations to those Texans and beat Navy.
There you go. Yeah. Well, that's the great thing about some of these rivalry matchups that you have in college football. You can always save your season with that one game. Well, we might have gone 1-9, but we beat Navy, so it was a good year. Now, I'm not saying Army's going to go 1-9, but lots of college football action over the weekend. Last night, I know we're jumping all over the place, but last night you had a great game in Miami and Notre Dame. Miami pulls it out at the last minute. Back and forth game down the stretch. You had a really impressive touchdown drive from Notre Dame to make it to tie the game. And then Miami comes back and kicks the field goal. But how about the pregame? A familiar face, getting the Hurricanes pumped up and ready to go.
How about them Canes?
How about them Canes? Jimmy Johnson was in there to ring the siren. Yeah, the Hurricane siren.
And Canes legend Jimmy Johnson getting the crowd even more fired up. Miami trying to win its 18th straight home opener. They've never lost the season opening game.
And they did, and Michael Irvin was on the sideline pumping up everybody. I was like, Mike, what were you talking about in the commercial break? Michael got all this energy. Yeah. He was all like him and Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis did everything but the Ray Lewis dance. That would have hyped him up even more.
Right.
But yeah, this is what they did. They've got a new quarterback named Carson Beck. Sound familiar? Yeah, Georgia. Guess what? He was poised. And this is what I noticed about him compared to Arch Manning. I said this earlier. Arch Manning, Sark kind of tried to dumb it down for him so he wouldn't get overwhelmed with the crowd and being on the road and all the hype and pressure. And to me, that's kind of like a disservice to him. He even said I should have let him run the ball more. Carson Beck, you could tell he's been in big games before because nothing about that game faced him. He looked calm, collected. He did everything you'd want a starting quarterback to do. The portal was good to him.
No doubt about that. And real quick on the Notre Dame side, just like you said with Texas, an early loss, I don't think...
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Sinks their ship. And that story, C.J. Carr, their quarterback, is the grandson of former Michigan coach Lloyd Carr. And if you know anything about his story, really inspirational. He's overcome a lot. His brother, unfortunately, passed away as a kid from leukemia, and he talked about how that's an inspiration for him. And instead of going to Michigan and following in his footsteps, he wanted to blaze his own path. And although Notre Dame came up short yesterday, I think there's a bright future for not only C.J. Carr, but Notre Dame as well. And then
Freeman's a great coach.
No doubt. We also touched on the Tarleton State winning. I wanted to add in SMU, Texas Tech, A&M all won big. They were heavy favorites. A&M against UTSA, so that was a in-state matchup there, but all of them winning big. Texas Tech, expectations sky high there with all the money they've spent.
Oh yeah, they got money up there, enough money to even pay the softball girls. With that being said, back to SMU, they had a couple of injuries in that game, but they got a big game against Baylor coming up. So SMU, get ready. It's going to be tough because Baylor lost their game.
Yeah, that's right.
Down there in Waco.
Good point. And this, when you're recapping the entire weekend, you got to rack your brain. Okay, Baylor lost to Auburn. That was back on Friday. We even had big games on Thursday as it relates to the Big 12. You had Nebraska beating Cincinnati in a neutral site. But and as I've mentioned, one more game tonight with TCU in North Carolina.
Let me slide in a couple of things to keep getting an eye on because this is Big 12 country still. Utah is legit. They blew out UCLA with Nico, the kid used to be at Tennessee, the quarterback. And then also, quiet as it's kept, Iowa State 2-0. Iowa State's already played 2 games like Tarleton State. They beat Kansas State, and then they just beat
South Dakota.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, South Dakota is not a big name, but guess what? Iowa State looks legit again. It's not like they're a sleeper and they're having to rebuild. No. Watch out for Iowa State and watch out for Utah.
100%. And
Arizona State still over on the side, too.
Oh, yeah. Arizona State's game, the coverage from ESPN Plus blacked out for a lengthy amount of time. Their AD issued this whole statement. And a lot of Sun Devil fans, if ASU Reed's listening, and my fiance and all my future in-laws, diehard Sun Devils, they're texting me, why can't we watch the game? I'm like, hey, I got nothing to do with it, guys. Relax. But college football is so back, and we cannot wait to be with you all season long.
Shout out to OU, too.
And, no doubt. OU Michigan is where College Game Day is going to be this weekend. And I know you and Carter Fremont are excited for that. That is for sure. But let's keep it rolling. We are ready to go and move on to a little baseball talk. Let's go around the diamond. The Rangers are hot. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It is Sean and RJ on Labor Day. Jake Rietma and Chris Arnold in for the boys on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sport.
Like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
In football. It's a quality we share, and that fuels every single order of our hand-battered chicken fingers. Wherever there's football, there's Raising Cane's. One love. Go Cowboys.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, and thanks for spending your Labor Day with us. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Jake Rietma. Larry Flores, keeping us on the air on the ones and twos and fighting off those Gators in the Pim Cup.
What have you done with Sean and RJ and Peyton?
They will be back tomorrow.
You sure?
Can also confirm that Sean Sharif threw one heck of a station barbecue. That's going to be coming up at the best and worst of the weekend. And a little teaser, it is not part of the worst of the weekend for me. I had to be careful there. Like, yeah, we're going to talk about this great party in the worst of the weekend. No, it was absolutely in the best. But that's coming up in the Expressway. All kinds of stuff to get to as well later on.
I left out somebody. I said Sean, RJ, and Peyton. Bobby.
Oh, that's right, Bobby.
We saw him Saturday.
Bobby Belt. He's going to talk some smack to me, and rightfully so, because we were going back and forth during that Clemson. No. My team in beer pong was 1-0, and this is a sign of wisdom and age.
You and who?
Me and the lovely, beautiful Mrs. Chiafalo. Okay. So Eric Chiafalo's lovely wife, Marianne, and we took down the youngsters on the beer pong table, Khaki Kev and Ross Levinsky. You know, I told those guys, listen, you guys should be way better than us. We were like, I wouldn't say it was a 16 over a 1 seed, but it was certainly like a 12 over 5. You know,
they weren't ready for that.
Yeah. It was an upset, but more on that in the best and worst of the weekend. Right now, it's time to give a little love to those Texas Rangers who have won 5 in a row. Look out.
8 out of 9.
Scoring a ton of runs. And don't look now, CA, but 2.5 back of the wild card, which it always does in baseball, where it starts to get so intriguing down the stretch because it's always a logjam for those last couple of wild card spots. And I love the new format where you have an additional wild card team. I shouldn't say new, it's been around a little bit longer, but I'm glad that they eliminated the single elimination one essentially a play-in game. Make it a series.
Make it
a series.
Put it like this: the math is still mathing, and for those who don't know, they swept the A's in Sacramento over the weekend. The first sweep of any team this Rangers team has done this year. And at the same time, guess who got the win? Jacob deGrom, who hadn't got the win since the All-Star break. Put it like this: he looked solid. The bullpen kept the lead for him, basically. And the Rangers, the bats were swinging. So guess what? All cylinders are working, and this is in spite of the last 2 weeks. You lose Marcus Semien for the year. You lose Nathan Eovaldi for the year, basically, unless there's a World Series date on the schedule. And then you also have lost Corey Seager for how long that appendix holds up, because he's had to have that emergency appendix operation. This is in spite of all of this. For some reason, when they're supposed to not have a chance, they're just playing better.
And I got to give some love to Jock Peterson because he had a whale of a game yesterday. He had the home run early on and then an RBI double later in the game, which, by the way, 9-6 final, very deceiving. This was an 8-0 game.
Exactly.
And after 8 innings, DeGrom was really good, as you mentioned. The Rangers were in complete control. The A's just decided to score 5 runs in the 8th inning after trailing. So I guess it did eventually got down to a closer game than it needed to be. But Jock Peterson, not just yesterday, but for the month of August, has really come into his own and been the guy that you thought you were getting when he became a Texas Ranger. And I don't want to say, it all is forgiven, but better late than never. And you're starting to see that production, to your point, with all the injuries, when they need him the most.
Not only that, give a shout out to Josh Young. It's Josh Young and Josh Smith. Josh Smith started the whole game off with getting on base on years. Josh Smith isn't having the incredible year that he had last year, where he should have been an all-star, but he's been solid nonetheless, and he's going to have to be a solid contributor because Corey Seager's out. But Josh Young, after what he's been going through all season long, he's in his groove right now too. And Adolis Garcia is back in his groove again. So these guys are getting the little things done. And by the way, Robert Garcia hasn't messed up anything. I'm not saying he's pitching like he did in July, but he's pitching better than he was most of August.
For sure. And here are the teams you need to pay attention to as it relates to
here's the math.
The wild card. I mean, honestly, I'll get a little greedy for a second because the Rangers are 4.5 back from the division, and you've got 26 games remaining,
and 6 of them against the Astros.
That was exactly where I was going. You're going to play the Astros here. The Rangers will be in Phoenix for a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks beginning tonight, followed by an off day on Thursday, and then back home to play the Astros for a 3-game series this coming weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A golden opportunity to make things really, really interesting.
This is how it can get real interesting. You knock off the Astros, not that you're going to win the division, but then you hand the division to Seattle and you pass the Astros to get the wild card. You can still play Cleveland a couple more games and get them out of the wild card picture too. The math is mathing still.
Yeah, if we're, like I said, teams to pay attention to, the Kansas City Royals out of the American League Central, they just lost 2 of 3 this weekend to the Tigers.
You want them out of there because they own you. They cannot seem to beat the Royals this year.
Yeah, that is true. The Royals are an interesting.
Bobby Witt Jr.
a case study because they have a negative run differential, yet somehow are still in the mix.
By the way, the Rangers run differential over these last 9 games, plus 50, which is best in Major League Baseball. That's how well they've been playing.
Yep. They've been playing really well. And baseball, one of those sports where you just hope water finds its level, because looking at these wild card standings, the Rangers, Mariners, Red Sox, and Yankees all have at least a positive run differential, whereas the Royals, Guardians, and Angels are pretty well out of it at 8.5 back. We can go ahead and draw that line of demarcation.
But thank you, Angels, for messing with the Astros. They did. They knocked them out a couple times.
Yeah, and the Astros haven't been playing great. They're 6-4 in their last 10. However, they hit a little bit of a rough patch following the All-Star break, and they've been banged up. And listen, you could look at the Rangers team and say the exact same thing. They've been banged up, and at the end of the day, it becomes about winning series, stockpiling wins. And at this juncture in the season, you are going to need some help. That's just the position that they're in. But it's not like it's outside the realm of possibilities by any means.
Exactly. So just know that the math is still mathing. The Rangers are still alive. They're playing well enough to be alive. It's not like, oh, these other teams are falling apart. But guess what? You want to count on that as well. And that's one of the reasons why it was kind of frustrating in early August when the Rangers weren't playing well. And it was like, it's over. Well, it wasn't over because the math was still mathing. And then you always have to keep this in mind. There's always the chance that those teams that are ahead of you, they could struggle down the road too. People just assume, casuals just assume, well, they're going to keep on winning and you just are losing ground. No, they can. The other teams in front of you, they could lose 4 games in a row one day.
For sure.
One day. How about one part of the season?
Yeah. And part of it is just the way baseball works from a schedule.
Are you saying that's how baseball goes?
Yeah.
We'll watch this.
Yes, exactly. I'll watch that. But the Mariners and Astros have to play each other still remaining this season. So
yes, and again, you want the Mariners to win the whole division so that you can pass the Astros, because that helps you control your destiny.
For sure. He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Reitmo. We are in for the guys on Sean and RJ, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Appreciate everybody chiming in this collaborative environment on a Monday morning.
It's foggy.
That's what
I wonder if planes are going to take off. Anybody at the airport? Let us know. 877-881-1053. If you're headed to the airport, if you work at the airport, DFW, Lions, Love Field, just let us know what you got going on. That's the Franklin Injury Attorney's text line.
Well, I was telling CA when we were in this morning, I haven't done a show when it's dark out in a while. And we were both saying it should be getting a little bit lighter.
Yeah, it's still summertime.
Yeah, and now
this is not winter. It looks like winter out there.
Winter is coming. Winter is coming.
The fog of night.
But Rangers and Diamondbacks coming up later tonight, and you can, of course, catch that game right here on your home for the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
469 says, love hearing the live show while I'm in the gym on this holiday. Really appreciate you guys. Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day to you guys, too. Another Tolo texted in a little bit earlier. Says, Godfather and Jake. Morning, gents. Thank you for laboring and keeping us engaged on Labor Day. For the Horns, if Arch plays well, we easily beat OSU. So I'm sure, let's see. So the hope is still high. He'll figure it out, and we'll still win the SEC and be a playoff-bound team. Hook 'em Horns. That's from Adam in Arlington.
There you go. It's not a conference loss. So
one other note from a Tolo from the 214. Good morning, CA and Jake. I'm headed to work the trash man run on every day, even on a holiday. You guys have fun today. We sure will, and we appreciate you laboring on a Labor Day.
That's right. And one more note on Rangers, Diamondbacks, your projected starters. You got Patrick Corbin going tonight for the Rangers. He's 7-9 with 4.33 ERA. Has not been great lately, so going to need him to step up. Rangers have not named a starter for the second game of the series, and then Jack Leiter.
Could be a bullpen game.
Yeah, could be a bullpen day. Jack Leiter will go in game number 3 there. But hey, I for one, and I've admitted this many times on the air. The bandwidth.
Only so much you can keep up with.
Exactly. The brain power is not very strong, and people
for
say,
everybody.
Yeah. You went to Northwestern. No. That's a common misconception. I got lucky. My mom went to Northwestern. That helped, and I was able to use that as. I'm not saying that's the only reason I got in, but I'm not some brainiac whiz that can remember stats and numbers, and I'm a vibes guy, CA. I'm a big-time vibes guy. But I admittedly now all of a sudden am re-engaged with Rangers baseball, 2.5 back.
Exactly, because again, it just wasn't making sense. It was not making sense most of the season, but now you can do the math. I keep bringing up the math. There's 26 games left, and you can see a path as opposed to we don't know what's going to happen. It's 162 games. They're playing good, or everybody's hurt, or they're playing bad. The bats aren't swinging. They got some pitchers if they can just get to the playoffs. I mean, it's been crazy.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel, that's for sure. We'll hope the same for the 469 here. I'm not as optimistic with this text at 877-881-1053. Golfing in an hour. Wish us luck. You're going to need more than luck, I think.
Yeah, you might want to go Topgolf. I'm just saying you'll stay dry.
Yeah, exactly. Or one of those indoor simulators or pretty much anywhere besides the course.
This is going to be
that's
nice.
for sure.
It's not supposed to last. It's not supposed to be like, threatening and, tornado winds. It's just going to be kind of gloomy.
From the 601, Fred is going to be getting that Rangers tattoo when they make the playoffs.
Yeah, Fred just wants another tattoo. He talked about this yesterday. He was saying at the beginning of the season, the Rangers go to the playoffs, the World Series, I think, not win the World Series. If they go to the World Series, you get a tattoo. It's not like he doesn't have any tattoos. He's damn near sleeved up on both arms.
Yeah, it's got to be large enough to where I got to be careful. This is going to be marked. I'm talking about Fred and it being large enough and everything else. The tattoo,
mark that, Larry.
Yeah, exactly. The tattoo has to be prominent enough to where it really makes an impact. So I
like the way you changed prominent for large. Gotta be large. Because you will wind up with Alec Medford on the KNC Masterpiece of the Week.
That's for sure. I know
out of context.
I know how it works around here. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. I stay off of KNC's Masterpiece of the Week,
G-Bag of the
Day, and everything else. And just, although it is kind of like a rite of passage once you're on that, you just got to rip the Band-Aid off, and it's
that simple.
You're a part of the fan forever in that way. But all kinds of fun stuff planned for the rest of the show. We've got the Expressway, the commercial-free Expressway coming up next. A little Micah Parsons story, and we got the best and worst of the weekend. Can't wait for that. We're just getting started on a Labor Day morning. Jake Rietma and Chris Arnold in for Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean Sharif here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel and Frankel first.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Dallas tax attorney Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath. I've helped hundreds of people just like you find solutions. Wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, unfiled returns. No matter how tough it looks, there is a legal way forward. Call our Dallas, Fort Worth, or Frisco office for a free confidential consultation at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Dukes and Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
This is the Dukes Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Dukes Mayonnaise. Get Dukes Mayo in store. It's got twang.
It's 105.3 The Fan on a Labor Day. Thanks for waking up early with us. The best Tolos out there. We appreciate it. My name is Jake Rietma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. It's time for a little commercial-free expressway, so buckle up and dial it in. If you didn't hear, or maybe you were living under a rock, or whatever it might have been, Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer. And CA, there is nobody better to talk about how a deal went down and how it all unfolded.
Unraveled?
That's another way to put it, yes. But
let's say this first. Micah's a Green Bay Packer. He will now be no longer a number 11. So if you get those Cowboys number 11 jerseys, those collector's items, he's going to be number 1 in Green Bay. No one has worn number 1 in Green Bay since 1926 when Curly Lambeau wore number 1.
I love that history. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, number 1 for a edge rusher already is unique.
Well, 11 was unique too. That's quarterback number.
You're right.
A wide receiver.
But I think the legacy or the reputation of Micah Parsons now just becomes a very, very complex discussion as it relates to a Dallas Cowboys legacy, because the all-world talent, yes, the podcasting, he was very much a representation of today's star athlete in the sense that it wasn't always all about football. There was the tumultuous contract extension talk that led to where we are now. And for Cowboy fans, it's very complicated when you think of Micah Parsons.
It's very complicated because he wasn't the complete guy. He didn't win the Defensive Player of the Year. He was always in the conversation. He was always putting up incredible stats. But, of course, in the playoffs, he didn't have any stats. It's just like you say, wait a minute, if he's a great quarterback, how come he ain't winning playoff games? Well, Micah Parsons, I don't know if he ran out of gas second half of the season, but he never really had any playoff stats, and I don't know if they were able to neutralize him or not, but it's not like, okay, he's got the same legacy in Dallas that Lawrence Taylor had at the Giants or even Charles Haley had in Dallas. So you're going to be hearing all kinds of, well, that podcast, and it was the distraction. The Cowboys are a distraction. There are tours going on. I was at the Cowboys Star yesterday doing the locker room interviews, and there was a tour going on then on a Sunday before Labor Day. There's always a distraction that goes with the territory. He wasn't more of a distraction, and he always played well. There are people that say, well, you can just run at him. That goes for a lot of edge rushers. He's just a one-trick pony. Here's the deal. When he goes to Green Bay, they're already a complete team. They're young. They have a great chance to win a Super Bowl. He has added value. It's kind of like adding Charles Haley to the Dallas Cowboys when they were a young, good team already, and that's the last part they needed.
And I'm a huge odds guy.
And again, I don't think he's as good as Charles Haley yet. Let him have a long career.
And he's 26 years old. There's the script is absolutely still being written, but the odds, the Green Bay Packers, and we know the NFC North is arguably, and in my opinion, it's not really much of an argument, the best division in football. But the Lions, a 15-win team last year, the Vikings, a 14-win team last year, Kevin O'Connell, the coach of the year, add in the Green Bay Packers, and with the addition of Micah Parsons, some sports books, and it depends on where you're doing your shopping, and odds always subject to change and everything else, but some sports books giving the Packers that much of a lift to where they are now the favorite over the Lions, over the Vikings, of course, over the Bears. Sorry, Will Chambers and all the other, and Jacob Ray and the other Bears fans. You guys are still many years away from competing, I think. But point being, Micah Parsons is obviously a huge lift to the Green Bay Packers.
He's a difference maker. And again, those teams in their division, what do they all have in common? They have a quarterback, right? JJ, the new quarterback, the rookie quarterback with Minnesota, he's going to cause problems for him. Caleb Williams, he's going to cause problems with him for the Bears. Even what's his name with the Lions?
Oh, Jared Goff.
He's going to cause problems for him.
Jared Goff is one of the few true, and when I say true, I mean he might carry the ball once over the course of a 17 game season. He's a true pocket passer. So if there's anybody that pressure, and Goff's numbers under pressure when he has to move his feet and evade the rush are not good.
It's real simple. He's going to cause problems. Of course, Detroit lost both of their coordinators. The Bears have a new head coach. Minnesota, like I said, they have a new quarterback. And that's why Green Bay, they've got a young team that's solid. He is not the missing piece, all they need, but he's a huge piece of the defense. The defense is already better than the Cowboys' defense right now. Okay, it might have been their defense right now might be on par of that first ever Cowboys Dan Quinn defense. So just add Micah to that. There you go. So where I was going to go with this Micah thing, and I was talking about this yesterday. Every time I see the headline that the Cowboys traded Micah to Green Bay, that is not what happened. And I'm telling everybody to stop listening to what Jerry is saying and the Cowboys brass are saying and watch what they did. The story was broken. You know, they always give it to an insider, Adam Schefter. And what did he write? He wrote, the Green Bay Packers have traded for Micah Parsons. He didn't say the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to Green Bay. And you're like, that's just semantics. No. And even Jerry said this in one chunk of his press conference. If I can play the tape, I'll play a little bit later. But here's what the deal was. David Mulligetta kicked Jerry's ass. It's just plain and simple. The Cowboys, when people say, well, how can you trade him to an arch rival? You don't trade him to Philadelphia. You don't trade him to Washington. You don't trade him to Detroit. You don't trade him to Green Bay, especially the Green Bay Packers who've knocked you out of the playoffs 3 or 4 times when you had your best teams this past decade. How do you do that? The bottom line is they had no intentions of trading him. When people say it got personal, this is what happened. Jerry Jones blinked. He blinked. He didn't think that David Mulligetta, Micah's agent, was going to be able to maneuver around him. Jerry kept saying over and over again, we got 3 years to work this thing. Micah Parsons got 1 year left on his deal, his original rookie deal, and he's got 2 more years where we can do a franchise tag. I'm going to remind everybody and ask you this question. A lot of people don't remember this. This deal happened because David Mulligetta and Micah said, nothing's happening. Jerry's trying to pit Cowboys and Jerry versus your agent. Who do you want to side with, Micah? Me and the Cowboys, or you and your agent? Thinking that Micah Parsons loves football so much. And by the way, the money was never the issue. The issue was something else. I'm going to ask you this real quick. Do you know why the Cowboys wound up franchise tagging Dak Prescott at the end of his rookie year? His rookie deal.
My initial inclination is to say to buy some time to work and strategically plan for his big deal, but
no.
I'm reading the body language. I know that's the wrong answer.
It's real simple. Dak Prescott's agent, Todd France, who David Mulligetta worked with back in those days, they were in the same agency. Mulligetta, Todd France know each other very well. And you know Dak won the negotiation there too, right? Mm-hmm. Dak and Todd France. Dak's agent, Todd France, said, we want a 4-year deal. Cowboys wanted 5 or 6. If you're a baseball person, you understand the terms I'm talking about here. For the Cowboys and different teams, they want control of a superstar because you have more options. You can trade that superstar to another team if it's not working out for you. You have control. You can control the money. Todd France said, we want 4 years because when that streaming rights deal comes down, $115 billion turned out to be $117 billion. By the time you finishing controlling Dak, which is 7 years, it's not 5 years, because you got 2 years of franchise tags you could threaten. Dak would be severely underpaid because they're talking about $30 million back then, $31 million. You see he's making 60 now.
Right, he reset the market.
Exactly. Todd France won that deal. By the way, Dak Prescott to this day has no franchise tags, no trade clause. See where I'm going with this?
It's good to be Dak.
So when Micah and Jerry, quote unquote, this is where Micah made his mistake. He talked numbers with Jerry. You don't ever do that. By the way, Tyler Smith, the next big contract the Cowboys have to negotiate, his agent is Todd France. You're not going to see Tyler Smith talking to Jerry Jones. You see what I'm saying? Here's the other thing. David Mulligetta's Cowboy client right now is George Pickens. George Pickens ain't signed with the Cowboys when the season's up. So once again, a lot of fans don't understand about the year thing. Micah wanted, and David Mulligetta wanted 4 years. 4 years. And that's where Jerry's like, no, because he offered Micah that same money for 5 years. And it's not about 41 million versus 47. Yeah, he's getting 47 with Green Bay, but guess what? When you got a shorter contract, you can go back to the well again quicker, and especially if you're a young guy and going to be in your prime.
Exactly.
It's like, why would I tie myself up to $200 million, even that's a whole lot of money, when I know I can come back again? It's like Dak saying, why would I sign for $30 million, $35 million when at the end of my deal, I can come back and get 60? And it's not about the value. It's about, is this guy still a superstar? Is it his turn? And fans don't understand that because they're so busy looking at, he's not that good or finding a flaw.
And
I understand that too, but I'm just saying that's what broke it down. And so guess what? David Mulligetta talked to Green Bay, got all the details of the contract done, and then told the Cowboys, bet you can't beat that. And they couldn't. There's no other team that could give the Cowboys those 2 first-round picks and pay Micah the money he wanted to get. So, in other words, you couldn't get him to Carolina. You couldn't get him to the AFC, especially at the last minute. So, in other words, they could have traded him and before the draft where they would have got value had they wanted to trade him. They never wanted to trade him.
100%.
They did not have a plan B. If they had a plan B, it wouldn't have come down to that.
So this would chalk up to be a complete victory for Micah's camp and David Mulligetta.
Yes. Did you see the video? This, like I said, believe your eyes, not your ears. Did you see the video? First of all, when Green Bay announced it, not the Cowboys, Green Bay announced that they have traded for Micah Parsons. And here are the details. It wasn't the Cowboys announcing that. It was Green Bay. And within that hour, 4 in the afternoon, within that hour, Micah has a prepared statement on social media. How did that happen? And then you look at Micah Parsons, the video of him dancing around in his house. You think he's unhappy and shocked? I cannot believe the Cowboys. He knew. Jerry blinked. And you can say, well, Jerry didn't really want him if you let him go. He blinked. If he didn't really want him, he would have had a plan B. He would not have traded him or he would not have let his arch rival make the trade.
That's what.
And by the way, here's the icing on the cake. Do you know who the GM for the Green Bay Packers? First of all, Green Bay Packers don't have an owner. You know that.
I was just going to say that. Everybody's
so
the
therefore,
owner.
Mulligetta didn't have to deal with an owner who's on Jerry. You know, Jerry's the big and powerful owner. He didn't have to deal with one of Jerry's friends like Wellington Mara or Mark Davis with the Raiders. I don't want to go behind Jerry's back. Mm-hmm. They don't have an owner. They have a board of directors. And then
owned by the people.
Yeah. The GM is a guy named Policy. Does that sound familiar to you? Well, let me refresh Cowboy fans' memory, especially old heads. Carmen Policy was the longtime general manager of the 49ers. Back in the day, Jerry Jones whooped Carmen Policy by getting Charles Haley and Deion Sanders from him. So how about Mulligetta goes up to Carmen Policy's son, says, you know what? Your dad got whooped by Jerry. You want to whoop Jerry?
You think that factored into it?
It had to. It made it easier.
Yeah, that's human nature,
I'm just saying it just made it easier. All I'm saying is this. Jerry lost the negotiation. The reason Micah's on a contender, one of the Cowboys' arch rivals, is not that Jerry didn't want him. He didn't have any choice. That was the best offer on the table.
To me, it seems like when Jerry is backed into a corner, or really the Cowboys front office is backed into a corner, it gets very reactionary versus proactive.
Exactly. So again, he does. I said this yesterday. I've said it for a long time. Jerry and Steven negotiate like it's the 20th century. They feel like the Cowboy brand is their leverage. And Jerry likes to say deadlines make deals. That doesn't apply in the 21st century when the longer you wait, the more money you lose. Because the price, and that's because the salary cap goes up in chunks. It doesn't go up incrementally. It goes up in major chunks because of the credit card swipe of streaming rights.
Yeah, I kind of felt that watching the Gambler and his Cowboys, where it took me back to that era.
Yeah, that's the way it used to be done.
Right. It personified the stark differences between that time frame versus now, and you can clearly look at certain instances and say Jerry in the front is still thinking that way. They're still stuck in that time frame.
Right. So we got a total text in and it said $47 million in Wisconsin is $43 million in after-state income taxes, which Texas doesn't have. That's a fact. But like I said, you're missing the point. Fans keep missing the point on the years thing. It's called control. Owners want control. Teams want control like baseball. You can trade a player away if you got control. Nobody's going to trade for a player that's not going to be around.
Right, rentals. You use that term all the time, or you hear that term all the time.
So here's the deal. They want to get quarterbacks under 5-year deals and 2 more years of control with the threat of a franchise tag. Players and their agents want shorter terms so they can go back to the well again. Everybody keeps forgetting that part. He wanted 4 years. Jerry's like, I don't want to talk to the agent because the agent wants 4 years. He didn't say that part out loud. And the part I said, he actually said the truth in the press conference. Somebody asked him, when did you decide to trade him to the Packers? He said, well, first of all, you got to understand something. It had to happen like this. The Packers had to want him. Check. That's Mulligata. Packers had to make a deal with him. Check. That's Mulligata. And then we had to agree to trade him. That's exactly what happened. But it went over everybody's heads. Because that's the only way. It's like this. If a superstar is going to get traded to a team he wants to go to, the agent has to work back doors. And is he allowed? Did they give him permission? Did the NFLPA give Jerry permission to talk to a player without his agent? That's against the rules too. So both of them went against the rules. Don't let me tell the truth on the radio.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
No, they don't pay me big bucks.
That's why you're the 3-time Hall of Famer.
I don't know about that either. All I'm saying is watch what they do, not just what they say. And by the way, hey, fans, like I said, not all of them are saying, get him out of here. We're tired of him. There are some fans whose hearts got broken.
No, that's exactly. Look at that. That's the segue, folks. That is exactly why he's a 3-time Hall of Famer. My goodness, because the reaction might be split. Micah Parsons traded. You feel a certain type of way. But I guarantee you this young fella reminded us all of why we love sports so much. This young guy, his
How
reaction.
old is he, about 7 or 8 years old?
I would say definitely younger than 10. Like, I mean, I watched this video and
I did too.
The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, getting goosebumps because it's just a reminder of why we love sports, man.
What? Micah Parsons got traded to Green Bay.
You're lying.
I'm being serious.
Stop lying. No. What?
Why are you crying? Chuck, it's okay. Baby, okay? It's okay.
That's not even wearing.
Why are you crying?
Oh man, my heart, the poor fella. And if you could just see the look in his eyes of the sheer sadness and shock, and you can hear it escalate from, he says, stop lying. And then when the reality sets in, he's just so heartbroken. But say what you will about Micah Parsons, the second part to this story is pretty cool because
this is the kicker.
Yeah, when Micah Parsons got word of this, he found a way to make it right. This is pretty awesome.
Yo, my dog.
What's up, Micah?
What's up, man?
We need to turn on the.
Video, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, bro, I hope you know just that in life, things happen that you can't control, but you just gotta keep going. So look, man, I know you're a big fan, so I'm gonna hook you up with the new #1 jersey. I'm gonna send that to you. Make sure you get right. And you know, even though you're a big Cowboys fan, I hope that you still follow me in my career, because that's what it's all about. Bro. I love seeing passionate fans. So that just meant a lot to me, man. I hope you know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, and make sure you get good grades in school, too.
Okay.
I'm going to tell your mom to take the jersey and not give it to you.
That's good. That's awesome. They had a FaceTime set up, and he's going to send him a jersey. But, I mean, Micah, he probably just took a Cowboys fan and made him a Packers fan with that.
But like he said, he told the kid, you can still be a Cowboy fan, but I hope you still become a Micah fan, or you still stay a Micah fan. And that happens nowadays. Like, LeBron started. He leaves Cleveland, goes to Miami, then he goes to the Lakers. It's like people will follow superstars, and they can still have that one home team that they like. One other quick note on Mike, and then we can turn the page, because the Cowboys have turned the page. Fans are turning the page. The Tolo texted in, well, how come if Jerry didn't want him to go to the Packers, he just didn't trade him to the Packers? Because Micah was not going to play. He's going to say his back was sore, it was tight, until he got that 4-year deal from whomever. And the reason I say this is because David Mulligetta's clients have done that. Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback, he missed the first 3 games of the season with Jacksonville because they were at a contract impasse because his back was tight. The Jacksonville Jaguars would not give him the contract. Mulligetta worked out a deal with the Rams. They traded him to the Rams. He stays there. First game, he was ready to play. And then guess what? Won a Super Bowl next year.
It'd be like that.
It'd be like that. That's called business. And again, the Cowboys didn't have the leverage. Jerry blinked. They could have said, nope, we're going to. And guess what? They would have said, we're not going to pay you while your back is tight. Well, all he had to do was get a friendly doctor and an MRI outside of the star to say, guess what? There's some inflammation. It's not about a bone fracture in his back. It's like his back is tight. A back you can't explain. I'm just saying, that's how business go.
It'd be like that sometimes. He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Riepma, in for Sean and RJ on this Labor Day morning. The clouds starting to break a little bit, ish. And
it's going to be all right the rest of the day.
Yeah, we did have a Tolo text in saying they drive the shuttle to all the different airports with the pilots and the flight attendants and everything else. So it says 24/7, 365. That's the type of business.
Got to be ready.
Yeah, we know it's a gig economy, but time to turn the page because, oh boy, it wasn't just any normal weekend. It was, in fact, Labor Day weekend, and it is time for Best and Worst of the Weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Here we go. Best and worst of the weekend. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney text line. What went well? What didn't go so well?
Yeah.
And CA, I'll lead it off because, listen, we live in the greatest country in the world. That's like where me and Choppy are on the same page. I love America. And celebrating a long weekend with college football, with friends, with colleagues, coworkers. Barbecue, man. Listen, hand up. I had an absolute blast at Sean Sharif's pool party.
That was
extravaganza.
Fun.
You were there. The whole crew was there. I mean, we had pool basketball going. You mentioned the barbecue.
Girlfriends and wives were there.
Oh, 100%. And it was, for me, selfishly, it was so fun to just see everybody outside.
Food was delicious.
Yes, the food was amazing. But outside of the normal confines of work. Right. And we all got into this business because we love sports. We love telling stories. And it's funny, like, what we have in common, yes, it's what we do for a living, but it's also what we're passionate about. And I had the chance, to not just see people in passing, but to actually hang out. And I planned on saying this from the very beginning, but shout out to Sean Sharif and his awesome wife, Amanda, to have everybody over like that, open up their home for the day.
Even Spittle and Tim were there.
The whole, that's what I mean, the whole crew and producers and everybody on up, full-time, part-time, whatever it was. It was so fun to just get after it on a Saturday afternoon, watch football, eat barbecue, maybe partake in a few adult beverages, hand up a few pops, if you will, and just have a good time. That was unequivocally my best of the weekend.
Good. I had fun over there, too.
That's all? That's all?
What?
You had the frozen margaritas going.
Right.
I had a couple of those. I had a few frozen margaritas. We did pool basketball at cow, which
horse.
That was new to me. So we always played horse growing up, and if we were doing a shortened game, it was pig, 3 letters. But here it's cow.
I give Ruben credit for the header off the glass swish.
Yes.
There's a lot of different things going on. A lot of fun. Again, everybody enjoyed the activities. I really enjoyed Sean's barbecue. His wife Amanda said Sean spent 2 days and nights getting that barbecue together, and it was perfect. He had brisket, he had pulled pork, he had sausages, he had everything. They had the nacho cheese thing going. He had
a little
the
queso
sides.
action. Yeah. Shout out to Ruben, did it right with he had the pulled pork mixed in with the queso and the chips as the base for a huge plate of nachos. I had to go back and get. Listen, I don't want to admit how many plates I had, but it was more than 2. I'll just say that.
I just grazed.
Yeah,
I just kept going back and back and forth. Love the barbecue.
But let us know your best and worst of the weekend as well. 877-881-1053. Another part I want to add, we had the beer pong going on the table, and I mentioned this earlier in the show. I need to issue a correction because it was, in fact, me and Eric Chiafalo's better half, his lovely wife, Marion, and we're not, what does Toby Keith say? We're not as good as we once were, but we were good once at the beer pong. So a little bit older. I knew I didn't have a lot of games in me. I knew we were up against it with playing the younger crew. I mentioned it was Khaki Kev, but his partner was Jacob Ray.
Yes.
So it was Khaki Kev and Jacob Ray who...
They actually knocked off Sean and RJ.
Yeah, they won a couple of games in a row, but listen, we were at the right place at the right time. Marion and I just stepped up nice and easy, slow and steady wins the race, and we were able to knock those guys off.
Very nice, very nice.
And then I retired. I don't know if that's an unpopular thing to do, and people say maybe that's cowardly. I just wanted to retire with a 1-0 record in beer pong at the Sharifs.
I think Sean and RJ knocked off Fred and Blake.
Yeah, they had won a couple of games in a row.
It was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
And the crazy part about it, it was raining earlier in the day, but it held off, but it wasn't like sunny and way too hot and all that. So it was like nice conditions.
Very, very good. Okay.
Indoor, outdoor stuff.
From the 214, had a stove fire back in January and couldn't use it. Managed to finally get a new stove Saturday. It'll be delivered tomorrow. Looking forward to cooking again. From the 936, best of the weekend. Still camping since Saturday in Possum Kingdom State Park. All right.
Let me tell you something about Possum Kingdom. If you've never been there before, that is the most spectacular lake in the state of Texas. They call it Possum Kingdom. I found this out a long time ago because I love Possum Kingdom. It looks like Acapulco. Just imagine cliffs and you can dive into the water. They call it Possum Kingdom because they didn't want people to hang out there.
Oh,
it was like a secret.
You were telling me that. How far is that from here?
It's, I don't know, about 70 miles west of Fort Worth. I mean, just straight out on the west side of Fort Worth. It is absolutely gorgeous, spectacular. And, of course, you're not supposed to dive off the cliffs. I dove off a cliff. Just saying. Back in the day, you don't want to do that because the what do you call it? The lake police, they'll come and take you away. Can't do that. I did it.
And
Snuck and did it.
You lived to tell about it, man. My man CA is always
adventurous, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. From the 214, best, watching all the UT fans realize Arch had done nothing in college football and was overhyped. Ooh.
Sounds like somebody from A&M.
Yeah, worse, Hoss Henry broken foot.
Oh, man.
I don't know. The other one from the best and worst of the weekend here at 877-881-1053 from the 817. It's okay to retire as a champion, Jake. Bart Simpson would do it too. There we go. I feel better as well. But yeah, me and the lovely Mrs. Chiafalo, who, that was another one. It was so good to just catch up with guys from the G-Bag Nation, and Corey would be in there.
Yeah, people don't know because we're different shifts. You don't see everybody on the regular.
You hear them all the time.
And they're your friends, but you just don't see them every day or every week.
For sure. One other best of the weekends for me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to tell her to ask the question. 214 says, I have a question. Did Sean have a barbecue or a cookout? Got you down. It was definitely a barbecue. He promised a barbecue, and he provided barbecue. For those who don't know, I love a cookout. But don't tell me you're having a barbecue and all you have is hot dogs and hamburgers. Cooking outside does not count as a barbecue. You actually have to have barbecue. Sean had barbecue.
Oh, and that he did. And he had the sausage as well with the cheddar jalapeno. That was really good. It was one of those things. I ate so much at the beginning that I was full, but I just kept eating.
I told you I was raising myself. It was delicious.
One other best of the weekend for me, we had our very first ever Fan University. And college football show with myself.
Sounded great.
Carter Freeman, and the newest member of our 105.3 The Fan team, Brennan Baxter, who you will hear later on today. He'll be on with Blake. Midday, yeah. And
10 a.m.
I had
for the KNC Masterpiece.
Right. Had the great pleasure of working with him and Carter, and it had been we had done several auditions and practice shows and things of that nature, but to get out on the air and do our first Fan University show, previewing all the college football games, DFW's college football pregame show. You can hear us every Saturday morning. It was an absolute riot. We had some awesome guests live from Columbus, live from Death Valley in Clemson, South Carolina, previewing those big games. So we're going to continue to do that every Saturday morning.
Fantastic. It sounded great. Looking forward to it. We got a text from one of the legends in radio, East Texas. David Smoke. Call him Smokey. He's always at the Cowboys training camp. He is a grill master. He said, hey, listen to the summary on how Jerry blinked. I'm out here working out here in Waco. Listen to you guys. He's Toloing too. So, Smokey, we got you down, man.
We appreciate
He is a legend. He's always taking care of all the media when he breaks out the barbecue out in Oxnard.
I love that.
And he's a legend out here in East Texas.
It's best and worst of the weekend, 877-881-1053. Not seeing a lot of worst of the weekend, which is always a good thing. My unfortunate of the weekend, my grandmother, who's one of my biggest fans and supporters, had a little health scare, so we keeping her in our prayers. Talked to her last night. She's in great spirits, though, and that was an unfortunate part of the weekend, but that it happens. And she is in, like I said, great spirits. And her biggest thing was she was bummed she couldn't go to the Detroit Tigers game later on today. And I said, Grandma, pump the brakes a little bit. Let's focus on you. But she listens all the time, and love her for that. And she's all over. We teaching her how to use the Odyssey app and everything, and she's on it. So she'll tune in and listen from time to time. So love you, Grandma. Thinking about you there. From the 469 last one here, shout out to you guys. I always know it's going to be a good holiday when I hear the three-timer. Garbage pickup never stops, but y'all make it fun. I appreciate that.
Always appreciate the sanitary engineers.
Well, that's right. Halftime. We are 2 hours in the books. We're keeping it rolling here on Sean and RJ. Three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. My name is Jake Riepman. You're home for the Dallas Cowboys. 105.3. We reset next.
Tolos, the Fan and Wild Fork Foods are proud to support the 24th Annual Guns and Hoses of North Texas.
Uber Eats has low-low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
and you're never going to go anywhere else. Enough with the overpriced butchers. Enough with the wholesale memberships. Head on over to Wild Fork and wildforkfoods.com and win our $100 giveaway every week on the station at 105throughthefan.com/contests. 105throughthefan.com/contest to win big at Wild Fork.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. Good morning, and let's get after it on a Labor Day holiday. Happy to be in for the guys. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Larry Flores on the ones and twos, and it is, by the sounds of this, it's party time. It's 8 a.m. Let's get it going. But happy to be filling in for Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, who we got to hang out with all weekend at the Sharif's household, all weekend. On Saturday at the pool party, watched some college football. It was awesome. So if you've got a few more best and worst of the weekend text trickling in at 877-881-1053, that is totally acceptable. But CA, listen, I'm a lot of things, but at the very top of the list, a college football addict. I really am. I felt that like it was the the start, and we had week 0, of course, too, and I was dialed into those games, but the first weekend of college football over Labor Day, I felt like a bear out of hibernation. Just, I can see the lights. You got college football on the television. We launched Fan University, but we got one more game tonight, TCU, North Carolina. We've been talking about it quite a bit this morning, but the Horned Frogs, Sonny Dykes, looking to make a statement against Bill Belichick and the North Carolina Tar Heels and his 24-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah,
lots of storylines.
All three of them, yeah.
But last night's game, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet. Miami beat Notre Dame. It was a great game, back and forth.
Carson Beck looked good.
Jimmy
good. Johnson, Ray the Siren, Michael Irvin, and Ray Lewis on the sidelines for Miami. The U, turnover chain and effect, everything.
It was everything that made college football great, including I think I'm going to go out and declare this week 1. We already have the catch of the year.
36 yards, 12 for 19 total. Under pressure, off his back foot, up for grabs, and caught! C.J. Daniels, a tremendous one-handed catch.
For the Hurricane.
C.J. Daniels goes back. Now, Odell Beckham gets all the credit for essentially establishing this type of catch where you're parallel to the ground. You've got one hand back. And
did it against the Cowboys.
I give Odell credit
Monday
for
Night
that.
Football.
Sure. But this guy, C.J. Daniels, does the exact same thing with the defender, bearing down on him in traffic in a wet, rainy environment, and somehow pins that ball to his body in the outstretched, one-handed way of making probably the best catch you'll see.
Yeah, he didn't see the ball until it got to him. It's crazy because the defender was all in his face, and it was for the touchdown, and Michael Irvin lost his mind. The playmaker saw another playmaker.
It was impressive.
It was.
I mean, and a player for the Florida Gators had a similar one-handed catch, and like I said, all is right in the world because we got college football on the TV. And one other thing I didn't mention in our college football kegger
By the way,
segment.
the U won that game, for those who don't know. Notre Dame lost.
Yes, I did mention that. I want the record to show. But I also spent significant amount of time watching the early game on Sunday, yesterday in college football. South Carolina beating Virginia Tech 24-11. And we got a text about Lenore Sellers, who's the quarterback for South Carolina, and he runs like a running back. And some of his shortcomings are in the passing game, but there's, he's getting better with that and so on and so forth. But man, you look at that South Carolina team, a lot of people were saying, why are they ranked 13th? But
now you know.
Now you know. And they weren't exceptional by any means yesterday. In fact, for a large portion of that game, their offense really struggled. But the head coach for South Carolina, Shane Beamer, is the son of longtime Virginia Tech head coach Frank Beamer.
Who was there forever.
Beamer ball. They play great special teams. And you couldn't, sometimes sports just does this. You can't script it any better because Frank Beamer at Virginia Tech was known for his special teams prowess. And one of the game clinching plays for South Carolina with Shane Beamer coaching was a lengthy punt return on special teams for a touchdown. That's how they ended up winning the game.
Yep.
Good stuff there. But speaking of not being able to script it any better, you got Lee Corso, one of the faces of college
football. Talk about scripted any better.
My man Lee Corso in his last college game day.
Before you say what the perfect thing happened that was scripted, he's doing his last college game day, and everybody's wondering what kind of headgear he's going to wear. And it went full circle, didn't it?
Oh, it absolutely did. He started the very first college game day headgear pick was Brutus the Buckeye in Ohio State. And that's exactly where he was for his last pick on college game day at the shoe. And he said, give me my first love, and put on the Ohio State mascot head and Brutus the Buckeye. And of course,
they won.
And the craziest part, because they pick a lot of the games.
Oh, yeah, it's not the only game.
Right, but that was the headgear pick. And on Lee Corso's final college game day, which, by the way, he is such a face of the sport. He's so impactful. You heard Kirk Herbstreit talk about his relationship with Lee Corso and how he just makes everybody smile. He said he's never had a bad day, and that is such a great way to live. And he had such a keen understanding, or he has such a keen understanding, because, age has taken its toll, but he's still with us and still has that loving way about him, but just such a great reminder. He would always say, it's entertainment, sweetheart. Football is the vehicle. So understanding that his job was to entertain, and yes, we're talking football, but on his final college game day, Lee Corso went a perfect 6 for 6 on picks.
What?
And then you say, oh, yeah, he just picked the favorites. Okay, so Tennessee, they were heavily favored. South Carolina, he had beating Virginia Tech. Now, this is the big one that you circle in red ink of how sometimes guys just know. And Lee Corso was one of those guys that just knew that Florida State was ready to pull the upset over Alabama, because he picked the Florida State Seminoles to beat Alabama, and we all saw what happened.
And wasn't Alabama like a 2-touchdown favorite?
Yes. Heavy favorites, which
every favorite.
I got to give Bobby Belt a lot of credit. He's been saying that for years, that Alabama's overrated, or at least recently with Kalen DeBoer.
But like this, I've decided now Kalen DeBoer is a bridge coach.
Yeah,
Because think about this. He's as great as he was at Washington. Out of nowhere, they hire him to go to the SEC to follow the icon Nick Saban. I'm thinking like this. There's probably a couple of other coaches they were thinking about, and those other coaches, I'm not following Saban. So
That's
you
a
have
really
a
good
bridge
point.
quarterback, bridge coach, until you get the guy that doesn't have to follow Saban.
Now, I will say this.
Because you can't win enough national championships for that fan base.
No, exactly.
They're ridiculous.
Lane Kiffin would talk about this when he was the OC under Saban. Even the nights they won a national championship, they'd be on the phone recruiting. You just never stops. He's a machine, Nick Saban was. But with Kalen DeBoer, it's interesting because he's won everywhere he's been. And he won at Washington, and Michael Penix Jr. helped a lot with that. But when he inherited Alabama, I tried to stress this point multiple times, Nick Saban was vocal about why he got out of coaching college football. The portal, the landscape, and all of the factors associated with college football that were, in my opinion, neutralizing a dynasty like Alabama. And Saban saw it coming and experienced it. After that loss in the Rose Bowl, Saban's final game, loss in the Rose Bowl to Michigan, Saban, takes some time off before he gets back. It was kind of crazy to say that, but when he got back to Alabama, he said the line at his office of guys to talk to him demanding more money, more NIL. And Saban essentially waved the white flag. But what that tells me that there was turmoil within Alabama before Kalen DeBoer got there. Now, Kalen DeBoer is going to be the scapegoat, and I understand he gets paid a lot of money to be that scapegoat, and that's part of coaching college football. But let's not forget the state of the Alabama program.
Yeah, he couldn't keep that thing winning national championships every other year. It wasn't going to happen. And you mentioned, the fact that he said, these fans are insatiable, but you cannot keep these players on the roster. Here's another one. Remember the year Tua won the national championship for them? I was talking about this on the air. I have a buddy that was covering Alabama back then. Remember, he replaced Jalen Hurts at halftime with Tua.
Yeah.
They win the national championship, and everybody's happy and going crazy. My friend was telling me, and it wasn't like a scandal thing. He said, you won't believe. I was like, that was really bold for him to change out Jalen Hurts for Tua. He goes, you don't understand. The wide receivers at halftime, they love Jalen Hurts. By the way, the whole team loved Jalen Hurts. He was one of the captains. They love him. But guess what? They're like, no, we need the ball thrown to us because we want to go in the NFL. And we're going to transfer. If you don't, because we want a national championship. He was trying to keep the receivers. Because he said Jalen Hurts could probably handle the fact that I'm going to bench him. And the reason he benched him was because Jalen Hurts, he loved Jalen Hurts, but he didn't like to throw the ball. I'm talking about Saban. And the week of the bowl game or the championship week, Jalen Hurts had a flu. And they were getting the ball from Tua. Tua's taking all the reps, and all the wide receivers like, oh, yeah, this is what we got to have here.
Because Tua can sling it.
Yes. And so that's why Jalen Hurts transferred to Oklahoma. Loves Saban. So you know what? It's Tua's team now. I'm going to Oklahoma. And Lincoln Riley said, you know what? I'm going to show you how to throw. And now he's got a Super Bowl win, got a national championship win, Super Bowl win with Philadelphia Eagles.
He's doing pretty good.
But Saban knew then.
Yeah.
It was changing.
And I know we derailed a little bit there, diving in, taking a deep dive on Alabama, but some Tolos texting in at 877-881-1053. Well, they appreciate that, so you're welcome. And we wanted to make sure we covered that because working through all of Lee Corso, the legend, who had his last College Game Day, all of his picks, 3 more to get to.
Yeah.
The Miami, he picked Miami, which at home, but they're still an underdog. Miami was ranked number 10, Notre Dame 6.
Exactly.
And the other part about that game, the rain and everything else, I thought both teams handled. It just was a really competitive, compelling football game. That
it was
went
like the
down
rain
the wire.
wasn't affecting it.
Exactly.
Didn't affect the competition.
Corso had that one. And the other game we haven't talked a ton about that was also a top 10 matchup, LSU on the road beating Clemson. Corso picked LSU. I thought Clemson was going to win and even cover the 4.5. I just did not believe in Brian Kelly because of his shortcomings in opening week games.
Right. They had lost, 13, 18?
Oh, a lot.
9 for sure.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Brian Kelly hadn't won his first game at LSU until give him credit though. They go into Clemson.
Tiger on Tiger crime.
Yeah, Death Valley on Death Valley crime. They both call it Death Valley. So I guess LSU will have the bragging rights there for the real
like I said, what's so crazy about that is they were playing at Clemson's Death Valley, so you figured that would be the competitive advantage.
Yeah, right.
If they were playing at LSU at night, I'd have gone with LSU all the way.
Yeah, but Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback for LSU, and there's some good footage of this on Twitter where he made some really impressive reads, and he has already emerged, I would say, as the top quarterback from an NFL perspective because he's making NFL reads, making big-time throws. He's elusive in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield. All of those things that you expect from an NFL quarterback, he's showing that ability already in college.
Mm-hmm.
And last one.
Son of Cowboys' former quarterbacks coach, Nussmeier.
That's right. Right. He's got the family pedigree there. Mm-hmm. And we've talked at length about this
Brian
one.
Broaddus' guy.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense because Broaddus is the Tiger himself. Yep. LSU Tigers. There you go. Last one, Corso also had Ohio State at home over Texas. So a perfect 6 for 6.
Mic drop.
And for Lee Corso as the face of College Game Day, one of the faces of College Game Day, but man, just such a great reminder.
Legend,
and I think
Dick Vitale basketball.
Yes, imitation is the highest form of flattery. I think we can all learn a thing or two from Lee Corso of how he approached life and impacted people in a positive way. So,
somebody said, wait a minute, check this out. See about Corso. 817 says, so in 38 years, 38 seasons, Lee Corso had never picked the national champion correct. He has now picked LSU. So maybe this is his year. Go Tigers, and they spelled it Geaux.
I love it.
That's a Tiger fan.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
The Coach O. Go Tigers. Go Tigers. All right, let's keep it rolling on a Monday morning on a Labor Day. It's about halfway through. So what do you say next? We kick our feet up and we take a little Jake break. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it State Farm Sport?
Call them at 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE. Or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com. D&M, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
105.3 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel and American Can Cars for Kids. Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. You only get paid when you win.
Hold up. Hey.
I love it. I love it. From the... Let me just make sure I got that right. 956. Thank you, gentlemen, for being live today, tuning in from South Texas. We appreciate you. My name is Jake Rima. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Hey. Smoke barbecue every day.
I love it. I love it. It's the last barbecue holiday of the summer.
It really is. People will have their barbecue all year round, but official barbecue summer holidays, it's last one. Last one. There's no more holidays in the summer.
But if I've learned anything about living in Texas, you can always find good barbecue.
Always. 24/7, 365.
But right now, we're about halfway through the program, a little over halfway through the program. And don't forget, later on today for the midday special, little KMC masterpiece, you got Blake Elliott, the Phenom, and our newest on-air host, Brennan Baxter, filling in.
So Brennan is not a fan Phenom winner.
No, Blake Elliott.
No. I'm just saying because we've had the competition.
Oh, right.
There might be some Tolos wondering, is this the new? Did this guy win the fan Phenom? They have not announced who has won the fan Phenom. They had 4 rounds.
That's right, and you hosted the last one. A couple.
Yeah,
right?
I hosted a couple of them. I used to do all of them because it was like then Willie Bully and Chia followed a couple this year with me. But we did the last one on Thursday. Gavin Spittle, it's like the smoke coming out of the Vatican. He will announce this probably by the end of September, I would hope. But it's not Brennan. Brennan was a part of the Fan University, and now he's on board as one of our hosts.
That's right, and I got a little...
And Blake will give up his Fan Phenom belt.
Yeah.
Whenever Spittle makes that announcement.
All kinds of fun things happening at 105.3 The Fan, and I did get a little glimpse because I've worked with Brennan enough now, and I know we just had the One Fan University show, but it's not like it's not like pick up basketball where you roll the basketball out there and let's go play. There was some time, energy, and effort spent preparing for that, and I know one of the potential segments for their show today is Let's Get to Know Brennan, so that'll be a real treat for all the Tolos. But speaking of real treats, it's one of our favorite times here on the program. We kick our feet up. We'll talk about just about anything on the Jake Break.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you. Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
Everybody stay calm. It's the Jake Break here on 105.3 The Fan. Nothing's off limits. As always, we just ask for your participation and collaboration and your opinions at 877-881-1053. And with college football returning this weekend, I keep saying returning, but back and better than ever because we did have the Week 0 appetizer, which was really entertaining. I love seeing college football halfway across the world, across the pond in Ireland in the Week 0 matchup with Kansas State and Iowa State. But we're on to bigger and better things this past weekend with Texas versus Ohio State and so on and so forth. But I'm watching South Carolina and Virginia Tech yesterday, and I'm thinking, I wish this game was at one of the two stadiums, either South Carolina or Virginia Tech.
And I've been to both of those, by the way.
Oh, so you know exactly where I'm going.
I know exactly where you're going with Virginia Tech.
Yes, they have some of the best, both of them, stadium intros and alive and well music within the stadium that just gets you hype. And for Virginia Tech, I love Enter Sandman.
Yes.
So today's topic of the Jake Break of 877-881-1053, the best stadium anthems. What do you love about a good stadium anthem? And bonus points for some specific examples. Because, Larry, I believe we've got some of my favorite already queued up. I mentioned Virginia Tech with Enter Sandman. Let's start
Here we go.
with Enter Sandman.
Dun, 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 dun.
Doesn't this just get you hyped?
Yes.
I love
when
it.
I was there, the student body, they start stomping. And the whole stadium just rocking. I mean, it's like bumping up and down. Boom, 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 boom.
I remember before games, I used to just get so ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
And then you hear
Nothing
this.
like it.
And admittedly, like, some guys would be even crazier, start headbutting you and stuff, and you run out of the tunnel and the smoke's going off, and you're just ready to run through a brick wall. And I'm feeling it. Come on! It's a Jake Break this morning, so this is one of my all-time favorites. But yesterday's neutral site game, and I get it, it's the Aflac kickoff and sponsor this, sponsor that, and money and everything else, but you lose this. I mean, this is what makes college football so great. And the other
You know what? Before you go to the next one, look forward to when the college football playoffs resume, instead of having the higher seeds on the road and get a bye, they get to host.
Yes.
Because guess what? They have a better record, and they can use this to win the game.
100%.
Home field advantage.
College football has so many great cathedrals and the pageantry. That's what makes college football so great. And I was talking with RJ Choppy about this at the Sharif party. Yes. No, that was another neutral site game, Neyland Stadium or the Carrier Dome for Syracuse. Instead,
I've been to Neyland. They got the Vol Navy.
They got Navy, out on the water.
They got a river right by. So they tailgate on the river. I mean, and the Neyland Stadium. First of all, UT in Tennessee, it's on hills. It's rocky. I mean, it's
gorgeous.
It's mountain. That's why Choppy's got those diamond cabs. He had to walk to class. Every building is up a hill.
I love it.
So, yeah, it's amazing over there. And it's 100,000 fans going crazy.
Absolutely electric. So, shout out to the Enter Sandman. That's one of my all-time favorites. Tolo Nasty says, check out Metallica actually playing Enter Sandman at Virginia Tech Stadium.
YouTube. And another one, Tolo, he said, I'm from Tennessee. I'm a Tennessee fan. But, of course, yes, even I know West Virginia, Virginia Tech has the best anthem.
Oh, yeah. And some of the schools in the SEC, they do have some of their specific ones. Alabama has the Dixieland Delight. Tennessee's got the good old Rocky Top. Boom! Yep. And one of the ones, though, that I think this one's universally adopted at just about every single stadium because it's one that gets you hype. It's I don't want to say it's generic, but it fits the mold for a lot of them. This is one of my favorite, Seven Nation Army.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. I mean, just picture being a guy on the kickoff team. They're playing this. You're ready to run down there. Back when you could actually have special teams. Now, the NFL's got to change the rules and everything. But, man, when I was playing, I was on the kickoff team. This song would get going. You start banging the side of your head. You're ready to run down there and make a tackle or bust up the wedge and do it.
Do you know when that became a sports anthem? I looked it up.
When?
They played it at soccer matches in Italy. It's so random. And then it came over here to college football. Isn't that crazy?
That is
crazy. And now
crazy.
they play it like a lot of basketball arenas, the whole 9 yards. But it started off, they were talking about it because like the rock group that did it, they're like, wait a minute, soccer? And all of a sudden it took off in Europe and came over here?
Yeah. I think the Ravens do it quite a bit. The Baltimore Ravens.
They do the Maverick games.
Yeah, yep. This one's coming in from the 510 Thunderstruck when Arizona State stomps the bus and runs onto the field. There you go. Thunderstruck, I equate that a lot.
AC/DC.
Yeah, with the drinking game. We're talking stadium anthems here on the Jake Break. Best, and it doesn't have to be college football.
Some stadiums do Welcome to the Jungle.
Yes, that's a really good one.
Yeah, Guns N' Roses.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome to the jungle.
This one from the 214 Power. Kyle Field Aggie entrance.
Look out.
So shout out to the Aggies.
That's right,
there.
and the Aggies stand most of the game.
They do. Yeah, I had a good friend, a good Tolo, who has had me over for Thanksgiving a couple other times. His son went to Texas A&M, and he said, you got to put it on your bucket list to get to Kyle Field.
Yes,
and his
I've
other
done
son
that
played
a couple of times.
Played at TCU with Cavante Turpin, and I've been out to was it Carter Stadium at TCU?
Yeah, the Carter.
The Carter, yes. And
by the way, down there in A&M, if you go, do not walk on the grass.
Oh, that's right. Yes. I need to know.
Do not walk on the grass.
I love when teams or schools, programs, whatever it is, have things you need to know, like tradition, and I said the pageantry is what makes college football so great. All right, Mo Bamba, that's from the 903. Mo Bamba, yes. I was at Gosh, it would have been the Iron Bowl at Alabama.
And in Auburn?
Yes. It was when they first started doing the light show, so it would have been probably 2022. Maybe that's not when they first started doing the light shows. I should fact check that. But the whole stadium goes dark after the third quarter, and they tell you to put the light on your cell phone. So that lights it up, and then the red laser's going out, and Mo Bamba plays. But Penn State does Mo Bamba as well. But I got an old school one here. It's been around for a while, and it's not as much of a banger per se, but I just equate it with getting hyped and getting pumped up. You can't replace some of the classics like The Eye of the Tiger. Yeah.
Rocky. Yep.
This one is an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, no question.
I also feel like
they play at arenas all the time.
If you're an in-arena DJ and you don't know what to play, you can't go wrong with this one.
Right.
All right, a couple more.
The 214 says, we all think about the Arkansas Sioux pig. Corny or intimidating. I've been at Fayetteville when they do that. It can be intimidating because the whole crowd is going, Sioux. In fact, Jerry Jones, when he first heard me do the ooh-wee, he thought I was doing the Sioux-wee. I said, no, ooh-wee, Jerry. Then Jerry started doing the ooh-wee.
Some really good ones coming in here from the 940 UNT. Will you be my girl? That's a good one. Which we didn't shout UNT out. That's on me.
Yeah,
but
North Texas.
They had a big win, and the quarterback, Mestemir, is playing really well. And he started in the bowl game. It was his first start since high school, and now all of a sudden they've got it going. Another good tradition from the 510, country roads after West Virginia wins. I've heard
Take me home,
yes.
country roads.
I have been there.
Me too.
For a basketball win.
Oh.
I did not see a football win, unfortunately.
Let me say this. I went there. TCU played West Virginia. Them people get drunk. I swear to God, that whole town, they get lit. Oh, another Tolo just texted in, Vikings play the Immigrant Song. The Immigrant Song, of course, Led Zeppelin.
Okay, very good there. From the 832 Kansas State and Crazy Train. Oh, yeah, R.I.P. Ozzy. That's another one you put on the short list of when in doubt, and if you're the stadium anthem DJ guy, just play Crazy Train. That's another one that you can't go wrong with. From the 469 Pitt,
go ahead.
Neil Diamond.
There's another one that people are playing every different stadium. It's DJ Snake and what's his name? Lil Jon. Turn down for what? I swear to God. And the crowd just goes nuts.
Yeah.
Turn down for what?
I love it. The 512.
They even did a Super Bowl halftime with Usher.
Oh, yeah. Yep. You're exactly right. Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
This one gets you going on a third or a fourth down, big play. You got Hell's Bells. I love it. From the 512 Jump Around, Texas Tech.
Yep, Jump Around. That's another one. Jump around.
Oh, yeah, from the 817 Sweet Caroline. At some of these stadiums, they mix the words. Yes, and
so good.
From the 214 Muse Uprising. Yes, the Uprising is good as well. From the 940 RIP to Ozzy, but I've always loved Crazy Train entering the arena. Very, very good. That is the Jake Break, and thank you so much to the Tolos for your participation. We're getting you hype on a Monday morning, on a Labor Day, getting you set for the day that's ahead. We're going to continue going it throughout the course of the day.
We got us a guest on the next call, on the next segment. RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys.
Yes, I love to hear that. RJ is our guy. RJ Ochoa joins us next on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, celebrate Labor Day with Blake and Brennan. They'll be rocking it for us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here from my good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up with that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Right now, it is the Drive into Fall event happening at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Go on their website, check out the inventory, check out the deals, see what you can get. I'm a proud Platinum customer. I found my Ram 1500 online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. I got a used one. Great deal. You should see the selection of both new and used vehicles they've got on the lot, ready to go right now. So whether you're looking at that Ram 1500, Crew Cab, Quad Cab, Lone Star, Bighorn, Laramie Edition, maybe you need a 2500 or a 3500. Whether you're looking at getting a Dodge SUV, they've got them ready to go right now. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com to customize it, or travel a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Tolos, now's the time to call in the pros, my friends, the Vining family at Greystone Roofing.
Our team gives your roof the full inspection workout, spotting damage before it benches your home with costly repairs.
Don't wait for the next storm to blow the whistle. Call Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com and schedule your no-cost inspection. Greystone-roofing.com. Greystone-roofing.com. Let's get that roof game day ready.
Greystone Roofing.
We're built for Texas. Are you?
I was going to pay the IRS eventually, but we had to have enough to live on. Now, the IRS threatens my paycheck and my bank accounts. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Jamie Flores at the law offices of Nick Namath, and these are things we commonly hear from our clients. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and unfiled returns, or even past due taxes, call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0829 or go to myiRSteam.com. We have offices in Dallas and Fort Worth.
With today's U.S. Open update sponsored by the Dallas Open, I'm Dylan Moore. Yesterday, number 4 ranked American Taylor Fritz punched his ticket to the quarterfinals as he defeated Tomas Machac in straight sets. Number 2 ranked Carlos Alcaraz also made his way into the quarters with a win against former A&M Aggie Arthur Rinderknecht, 3-0. And tonight you can catch number 1 ranked Jannik Sinner battle 23 ranked Alexander Bublik at 6. This has been your U.S. Open Report, sponsored by the Dallas Open. I'm Dylan Moore, 105.3 The Fan.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code DFWTheFan. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
Tolos, the Fan and Wild Fork Foods are proud to support the 24th annual Guns and Hoses of North Texas Police vs. Fire boxing event, Saturday evening, September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
Cruising right along on a Labor Day morning. Thanks for hanging out with us and spending some time. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
In for the fellas, Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, of course. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Later today, a real treat on KMC Masterpiece. You got Blake Elliott, the former fan phenom. We'll have a new fan phenom in days, not weeks. Weeks, maybe? We'll see. Soon.
Depends on when the smoke comes out of Spittle's Vatican.
Sooner rather than later. And our newest on-air host from Fan University, Brennan Baxter. So tune in for that. But right now, we have the absolute pleasure talking to one of our all-time favorites, joining us now on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's the managing editor of Blogging the Boys, RJ Ochoa. Good morning, RJ.
Hey.
Thanks for spending a holiday with us. And we do have a question for you right off the bat, because our last segment was Best Stadium Anthems. And I know you're an Arizona State Sun Devil, and you guys got the win this opening week, even though ESPN Plus blacked out and everything else. But what is your favorite stadium anthem? And is it Thunderstruck? Because I know that's big for the Arizona State Sun Devils. Do we have RJ? We might have RJ.
We lost him. Let me get him back.
We lost him. That's all right. That's all right. We will. And the reason I bring up the stadium anthems, because, listen, Arizona State, the Sun Devils, their atmosphere, just like a lot of college football atmospheres, are phenomenal. And the way Kenny Dillingham has that Arizona State Sun Devil team playing, there's a lot to be excited about.
Well,
obviously,
do
defending
they have
Big
a new
12.
Scatterboo? That's what everybody wants to know. They got that running back.
Right. But that being said, we'll talk to RJ about all things
got him.
Cowboys as well. And we got him back. That's because Larry Flores, nobody does it better. RJ, I don't know at what point we lost you, but I was asking, we were talking about our favorite stadium anthems. What's
College
yours?
football.
I'm old school when it comes to the Cowboys. I appreciate when they, I appreciated when they would run out. CA will remember this to Down with the Sickness. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's way back in the day.
That back at Texas Stadium. Yeah, that was amazing.
Ooh, wow. Right, that's the one that has that. I love it.
Yeah.
We think he might do some Arizona State music.
Yeah,
Thunderstruck or something.
Thunderstruck, right? Isn't that big with Arizona State?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm pumped, but Saturday was a little tough, and I know I had a connection issue right now when I joined you guys. I don't know if you saw the entire second half, basically, ESPN Plus, couldn't figure out. So the game kind of doesn't count in a lot of ways, but, a win's a win.
No, RJ joining us on 105.3 The Fan. And that must have been right when we lost you, because I said that because my fiance and all my future in-laws are diehard Sun Devils and Sun Devil alum, and they're texting me with ESPN Plus's issues, and I'm like, guys, I don't have anything to do with the ESPN Plus broadcast, but there was a whole statement and everything with that broadcast going out. But at least it wasn't a huge game. It was Northern Arizona, and the Sun Devils took care of business. But that was kind of wild.
Yeah, the best part about it is that the replay, which ESPN Plus offers as a service, has that version, right? Like, even though they have the version that is clean and pure, they still uploaded the contaminated one. So somebody's doing an amazing job over there.
Yeah, if you don't want to actually see what happened, here's the broadcast for you. But RJ Ochoa joining us on your home for the Dallas Cowboys. Not really much going on with the Cowboys, right, RJ? Pretty quiet week per usual, but not really anything to touch on. Oh, by the way, the Micah Parsons trade, and I know you've been pretty vocal about it, so I'll start there. In some sense, it feels like, hey, at least the dust has settled a little bit, but still, obviously, this is going to be something that is talked about for years. Your reaction to it all, and how do the Cowboys move forward here?
Yeah, I think my reaction was just kind of, I think everyone's, I say this, with all respect, I'm not a Mavericks fan, so like the Luka stuff, didn't affect me personally, but I kind of got it, obviously. And I think that, you mentioned it, the aftermath will be very similar. And I know that there's a lot of, like, at least my Twitter mentions are filled with like, okay, we need to move on. It's like, yo, this was like 5 days ago. Like there were 4 days ago, whatever. Like this kind of matters right now. And everything, whether you think it's fair or wrong or right or whatever, everything will be contextually tied to it for a very long time. Like you simply cannot look at, oh, Deron Bland got an extension and not feel like, okay, well, this is, just the second domino in line. And whether that's some big plan, whether that's just them trying to make lemonade out of the situation, whatever. I agreed with Dak's disposition yesterday in that it's nice that it's over. However it ultimately went. Obviously, the Packers game will be. I know that the Luka game was crazy, but the NFL is king, right? Like I imagine that, and if I recall, that weekend is like massive across college football. It's got the Ryder Cup and everything. So,
end of September.
Yeah, exactly. But so like it will be this, like the whole world will tune in to see how this goes, and it will either be amazing or whatever. But I also understand that, hey, they play a game in 3 days and everyone's kind of ready to start the new chapter. So it is a lot of conflicting emotions, and you kind of don't have time to process any of them. It's a lot of whiplash in a lot of different directions.
Put it like this. They got to move forward. I was out at the Star when they were talking about that. Those guys are like, they were not like, woe is us, no Micah. They're like, hey, we're ready to play some Eagles, and they're having fun playing ping pong, and everybody's in a light mood. They had a nice practice. And RJ, you tell me what you think about this. They got a lot of pass rushers who aren't Micah Parsons, but I think fans are sleeping on Dante Fowler. They got him back.
Yeah, well, he's a Gator, and so am I. I'm doing grad school this year, which is a lot of fun. So I've got them going on along with the Sun Devils. And I agree with you that Dante, is the rising tide that lifts all boats. I know it's easy for us to look at Donovan Ezeraku as like the new toy just because Micah's gone. But I also,
he had double-digit sacks last year.
Right. Well, and he was great for the Cowboys. They've got Marshawn Nealon. Again, everyone's quick to go. I think Donovan and Sam Williams got the biggest bump. Maybe, one of them's going to be on the cover of the program now where they may not have been otherwise. But I would also say that I know he got hurt, but when they signed Peyton Turner, if I give them the benefit of the doubt on anything, it's the journeyman, free agent, veteran pass rushers. Dante was that guy once upon a time. Carl Lawson last year. Obviously, last year was what it was, but it was a productive player for the team. So, look, I don't think any of us would have said trade Micah, but if they had traded someone from any position group, it would have been pass rusher because they have so many. And so, again, I mean, it's hard to not come back to the Micah trade with everything, and I wish they hadn't done it. But I will say I've never had the chance to do this at Blog on the Boys. I'm super excited to track another team, right? Like to track how the Packers are doing and their draft position and things like that. So, I mean, it's again, I would not have done this, but it is at least new and interesting, I suppose.
RJ Ochoa with us on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And RJ, that's probably where I want to go next, just in terms of where you go from here with the Cowboys. You talked about the immediate impact on the field and what it looks like, but the future of this team, there's at least an exciting component to the draft capital that you got in return. Now, I'll be the first to say it. I think you will as well. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that maybe the Cowboys could have gotten a little bit more for trading an all-pro player in the prime of his career than 2 first-round picks. But at the same time, there's significant...
Late first round, get it right.
Yeah, there's significant draft capital. And let's do a little hypothetical best-case scenario. How do you see those picks being utilized? And I know it's so far down the road, but at the same time, to your point, it's contextually tied together forever from this moment forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, next year will mark 18 years since the Cowboys last had multiple first-round picks, and I think a lot of people were upset when they spent the first one on Felix Jones in 2008. So obviously it goes without saying that what they do in free agency, who they retain will impact that, right? Like, I mean, I know, you are a Sun Devil, soon to be by marriage, Jake, but Jordan Tyson's a name, right? Like, is Jordan Tyson someone who you want to go after? Does re-signing George Pickens change that, right? Like, are you going to be in the quarterback market 2 years from now? Are you thinking about if DJ Lagway is a name at that point in time, right, to just kind of stick with my schools? And that's what I saw. Actually, Zach had a great tweet about that over the weekend that said watching these quarterbacks is a little bit more interesting over the weekend, knowing Dallas could be, at that spot in 2027. But I think ultimately, like we can all be real and be honest. Like, we're trying to cope. Like, we could just call it coping, and I'm okay with that. But in that sense, like, I mean, I don't necessarily believe this personally, but a lot of people, feel the NFC North is the most difficult division in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I know, and I know you just said it today, like, these are going to be late first round picks. Like, the Packers were kind of frauds last year. I mean, like, they lost to every major team that they ran into. And couldn't ultimately get anything serious done. And so who's to say that they don't just completely and totally fall apart and this isn't a top 15, top 10 pick? But ultimately what I want, without knowing anything, and context changes at all, I would love for these 2 picks to become way more than these 2 picks. I would love to see Dallas trade down, move back. I mean, I want this to be the lima bean that Dwight turned into all that stuff in that episode of The Office.
I love it. That's why you're the best. I'm sorry we got to cut it a little bit short this morning, but thanks for spending your Labor Day with us, RJ. We appreciate it.
Yes,
you're the man.
do.
Always a good Office reference or something in there to keep you on your toes. Use the man. Have a great one, my friend.
Y'all have something delicious for lunch. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. RJ Ochoa. We'll debrief and break it all down. Lots to get to. Still, final hour coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now on camera, and looking like they just rolled out of bed. See for yourself and subscribe to the Fan's YouTube page. Just search 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Carl Dukes with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The expectations at LSU are simple: championship or bust. And for Brian Kelly, he desperately needed to win the first game of the season. And they did on Saturday night at Clemson, the other Death Valley. So Kelly can now sit back and at least say, me and my family have accomplished something he hadn't been able to do since he got there. I'm Carl Dukes.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, by your friends over at Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, always hooking you up in that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com. That's the website. You can customize that ride, and you got the summer sales event happening right now. Adam Vinci is the GM. He's a Tolo. Tell him I sent you over there. You want that 2025 Ford F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang. 0 down, 0% for 48 months, and 0 payments for 90 days. Maybe you're looking at a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT, $12,000 off MSRP or 2.9% interest for 72 months with approved credit. Adam also told me this. He said, tell your listeners when you go in, mention my name, RJ Choppy, or mention the fan, either one. When you buy that new truck, he's going to throw in a free bedliner. When you buy that SUV, he's going to throw in free window tint. It's a thank you from Platinum Ford. PlatinumFord.com to customize it, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
For the first time ever, you can get all of ESPN in the new ESPN app, along with Disney Plus and Hulu, with one incredible offer. The most live sports, biggest blockbusters, and most talked about shows. Get it all in one bundle for $29.99 a month for 12 months. Visit Disney Plus Hulu ESPNBundle.com for details. Ad-supported plan auto-renews at regular price. Currently $35.99 a month, subject to change. Unless canceled. Ends 1/5/26. Terms apply.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
With the Bosch 18-volt Bulldog rotary hammer, you can conquer your construction needs. And when you can powerfully break through concrete, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Sean and RJ here, excited to bring you Underdog Fantasy. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. We did it last year. We're doing it again this year. You can play in the state of Texas. It is super, super easy. You pick whether that favorite player of yours is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, whatever. It's all available at Underdog. Download the app, promo code TOLO.
So download the app today and sign up with promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money, must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. DFS HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chop here from my good friends over at Zerez. How's that carpet look? Is it clean? Is it environmentally safe and healthy for your home? No, it's not. It's dirty, it's dusty, it's musty. You want to get it cleaned up with the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Right now, special offer. It's football season. Get it cleaned up. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109, and then $75 off your air duct cleaning. You can't beat this offer. Zerez, RJ Choppy Fan Special, 214-37-CLEAN, 214-372-5326, or ZerezDallas.com.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, man.
man, that was the best one of the morning. Saving it for the final hour. That's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. It's fist bumping hour. Everybody's getting it here on a Labor Day morning. Jake Riepma, happy to be with you. As I mentioned, the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. Boy, CA, what a show it's been. We've talked stadium anthems. That got us hyped. We just had the chance to talk to RJ Ochoa about all things Cowboys.
And here comes the sun.
And here comes the sun. Dun, 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 dun. We've done a lot of singing this morning, which would just speak to how excited we are to be with you on a Monday morning.
We can't believe that the Tolos who are out and about, everybody's not off today. Some people are working. We're here for you. Live and local, we got you down.
No doubt about that. And we will pass the baton on to Blake Elliott and Brennan Baxter of Fan University, one of our newest hosts here on 105.3 The Fan, and a little crosstalk with them. Looking forward to that. And we'll also have a little CA. What do we got coming up?
Stories Confidential.
Yeah.
I got one for you about Cowboys coaches.
Look out. Looking forward to that. So still plenty more to do in the final hour of Sean and RJ here. Jake Riepma and CA filling in on Labor Day. But one thing, and again, big thanks to RJ Ochoa for joining us on a holiday. I wish we had more time with him. It is what it is. But unpacking some of the elements of that discussion, which if you missed it, just go back on the Odyssey app or on the Fan Cam. Great stuff as always. But the Cowboys and Packers contextually being tied for the foreseeable future because of this blockbuster deal.
Mm-hmm, exactly. You're going to keep an eye on them. They're going to keep an eye on you.
And especially with, the draft capital in and of itself is a big reason because quite literally you're rooting against the Packers every single game.
You want them to lose so you can have a top 10 pick. It's going to be probably not going to happen because I think in the last umpteen years they've had a pick. They haven't had a pick less than number 23 in the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, they've been a model of consistency. But RJ made a great point that I want to follow up on with the NFC North. Now, I'm a proponent that that's the best division in the National Football League. You got the Green Bay Packers. You've got the Detroit Lions coming off a 15-win season, albeit they stubbed their toe in the playoffs. They ran into a buzzsaw.
They didn't have their pass rusher.
They got Aiden Hutchinson back. That's a great point. And you got the Minnesota Vikings coming off a 14-win season and the coach of the year in Kyle O'Connell. And,
by the way, the only teams they lost to...
I'm sorry, Kevin O'Connell.
The only teams they lost to, talking about the Vikings, how good they were last year, the only teams they lost in the regular season, or period, were the Rams and Detroit. That was it.
Yeah, you're right, because they lost to the Lions twice.
That's it.
Yep.
And that's why Sam Darnold, by the way, is in Seattle because, wait a minute, you can't beat the Rams and Detroit.
Right. And the Bears, the Bears are they're
talented. That's the only thing you can say. They haven't put it together yet.
Yes.
They got Ben Johnson as the new head coach, the coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
I'm so glad you chimed in there because I don't want to pay any compliment to the Bears. And so you did it for me. So thank you. Thank you. But that's where I wanted to go. Let's go around the National Football League with a little splash of the Casino Corner because we're going to look at some division odds. And I've talked about the North, and we love some good odds, right? How about we stay in the NFC East first and foremost, because you got Cowboys Eagles already on Thursday, folks. Thursday night, of course, the pregame show, the game, the postgame show, all of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. But your favorite to win the NFC East, what a shocker, the Philadelphia Eagles at minus 145, but the Commanders at plus 220 in terms of value picks. It's not unheard of. It wouldn't be crazy for the Commanders to overtake the Eagles.
Let me tell you why they will.
Ooh,
no one has won. It's the craziest thing in the NFL. No one has won the NFC East 2 years in a row since 2004 when the Eagles did it with McNabb. It's been that long. Nobody. It just goes back and forth. Philadelphia Giants or Cowboys. Every now and then Washington might get one.
So by that school of logic, which is obviously proven year and year after year after year, it can't be the Eagles.
Can't be.
Cowboys at plus 700.
Over 20 years.
Yeah, and the Giants at plus 1,600. Giants are interesting just from a quarterback standpoint. Do you play the new guy, Jackson Dart, or is it going to be dangerous?
It's going to be dangerous because look what happened to Russ last year. When he runs out of gas, remember Pittsburgh started, what's his name? The young guy. And then Russ came.
Yeah, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Then Russ comes in and he looks great for about a month. Well, that's what's going to happen this time. Russ is going to look great for about a month. Then you put in Jackson Dart. Let him run out of gas.
Who looks great all the time. You know how easy it is to fall in love with the first-round quarterback, the new shiny toy.
There's no reason why they can't Patrick Mahomes him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not like
Let
that.
him rest the first month, the first year, rather.
All right, NFC North that we talked about in great length because of the trade with Micah Parsons. This is actually crazy because depending on what sports book you look at, and right now, these are always subject to change, but the Lions were the favorite. And following the Lions was the Minnesota Vikings. The Packers were the third odds-on favorite to win the division. They are now the favorite, according to some sports books, at plus 170. The Lions right behind them at plus 185. Vikings at plus 350. And the Bears a little bit lower at plus 600. So that
the only thing that changed is they've added Micah.
Yeah.
But Micah goes after quarterbacks.
No doubt. No doubt.
And their defense is already solid. You add the guy that can go after quarterbacks, like adding Haley to the Cowboys, Charles Haley, back to the Cowboys. I'm not saying that Micah is Charles Haley. He's still young. He could become that. But he's definitely a problem for those teams in that division.
And the Packers open with the divisional showdown against the Lions at home. It will be at Lambeau Field. But the Lions, with a new offensive coordinator, maybe a different-looking offense, but the Lions built their formula on a strong offensive line and dynamic running backs. They took Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round. Obviously, David Montgomery has had a lot of success both with the Lions and the Bears. A two-headed attack. They're both healthy, but the Lions lose one of the best centers in the game as Frank Ragnow unexpectedly retired. So it'll be the rookie Tate Ratledge. Graham Glasnow will move to guard or move to center, and Tate Rutledge from Georgia will play offensive line.
That offensive coordinator that they have now, he was from the staff, so is he from within, or they got somebody else?
They got Johnny Morton, who was on the staff, but he made his mark as an offensive coordinator earlier in Denver.
Okay.
So Dan Campbell, that's another thing about Dan Campbell is he gets all the credit for building the culture, rah-rah guy, but he's also an offensive mind.
Yes.
And he's going to be calling plays, so I expect the Lions offense to look very, very similar. But let's move in to the NFC South, where it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers favorite to win that division, minus 105. I don't see any reasons why. Maybe you give the Falcons a little bit of a jump in year number 2 with Michael Penix Jr. and year 2, really 1.5, because Kirk Cousins was the quarterback for the vast majority of the season last year. All I can tell you is the Saints starting Spencer Rattler. I mean, they might as well just give him the number 1 overall pick.
I'm with you. I really believe Kellen Moore's a bridge coach, because that don't make no sense.
No, it sure doesn't. It sure doesn't. All right, real quick, NFC West, so we can have time to get over to the AFC. The Niners, still the favorite in this division, which is a little bit surprising. Not by much, plus 145. The Rams, that's what I thought too, at plus 200. There must still be, the sportsbook's a little bit weary on the health of Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Because the Rams looked good at the end of the year last year.
But
and they got everybody back.
And I know it's preseason football, but the Georgia quarterback, Stetson Bennett, actually looked okay the preseason.
Yeah, for a 30-year-old guy. I'm just kidding.
Now, if you lose Stafford, obviously the Rams are in a world of hurt. Cardinals at plus 400. New look Seattle Seahawks at plus 550.
Don't sleep on them.
Right? You got the Sam Darnold there and a chance to make his
Tank
play.
Lawrence is there too on defense. Now, he's a little older.
Yeah, a little long in the tooth.
And by the way, he said he chose them because, believe it or not, the Cowboys defensive line coach a couple of years ago, this guy from England, he went to Seattle a couple of years ago, and Tank said, I want to reunite with him. His name is Aiden Dirty.
Sometimes a change of scenery and reuniting with guys, like that can be the perfect combination. All right, let's run through the AFC. We're going around the National Football League here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Riepma and Chris Arnold in for the fellas on Sean and RJ. AFC West winner. That's right, the Kansas City Chiefs. They represented the AFC in the Super Bowl. Minus 110. A lot of people are keen on the Broncos at plus 300 with Sean Payton, year 2 for Bo Nix. Saw a lot of promise from him.
Nix looked great last year.
The Chargers, this is another division that's a little bit stacked up without, I think the Chiefs, obviously the clear-cut better team, but from then on down, you got people believing in the Pete Carroll Las Vegas Raiders as well. They still might be a couple years away. They're plus 1,000 to win the division.
Can I mention this about the Raiders? Because everybody's trying to catch up with who's playing where nowadays. Amari Cooper has landed back with the Raiders.
That's right. Good call.
He's back with the Raiders. And who's his quarterback? Geno Smith. And who's the coach? Pete Carroll. And, the run game is legit. Frisco's own Ashton Genty, the rookie. So, again, Amari might get 1,000 yards. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table. And you mentioned Frisco's own Ashton Genty. And seeing and this is another thing, me and Carter Freeman on Fan University got into it a little bit. I think Ashton Genty should have been the Heisman winner.
Quiet as it's kept, I did too. But again, Travis Hunter, he's Otani.
Yeah.
That's what made it work.
And not a pure wide receiver. There it is, Carter. I know you're listening on an early morning here on Labor Day. But Ashton Genty should have been the Heisman Trophy winner. All right. AFC South, the Texans have won that division the last 2 years. They're the favorite again, plus 110. C.J. Stroud in year number 3. DeMeco Ryans seems to have that team firing on all cylinders. Although the Joe Mixon conversation is oddly strange and a bit mysterious. He's on the non-football exempt list with a foot injury that they don't believe happened while playing football. So
they're mad at him about something.
Yeah, but they got Nick Chubb. And now Nick Chubb, another guy.
They just don't want to pay him.
That's another part of it, too. But Nick Chubb, another guy that's...
Yeah, keep an eye on him. He might be a little older, but he can
long
run.
in the tooth, no doubt. The Jags are interesting because you've got first-year coach Duval, Liam Cohen.
Duval County.
Plus 270, and you got Jordan Lewis reuniting Travis Hunter, mentioned first-round pick. So the team, I'll tell you that if I was a fan of the Indianapolis Colts, I'd be looking for a new team to support. I mean, it just seems like a mess.
Know what they're doing.
And it's interesting with Shane Steichen because he had so
much.
Owner
passed away too.
Yeah, that's true. Rest in peace. Why am I blanking on the owner's name? Yeah, Jim Irsay. Thank you.
By the way, he went to SMU and played ball with Craig James and Eric Dickerson.
Look out.
Just saying.
There you go. Titans at the very basement of that division, plus 700, and Cam Ward's year number 1. All right, we're cruising right along the AFC North. A lot of people thought that was the toughest division last year, and by the odds this year, the Ravens, the clear favorite, minus 155. The Bengals needing a bounce-back year with Joe Burrow, plus 240. Steelers falling to plus 550, and the Browns, that's another candidate for the number 1 overall pick. But Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, obviously they're going to be interesting, but the odds not really reflecting a huge bump by having Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, with the Bengals and Ravens still being well ahead in terms of the favorites. And real quick, the AFC East, the Bills have owned that division.
Still do.
And I think the Patriots are with Vrabel as the head coach.
Yeah, Vrabel's great. He's great bringing back home. Used to play there. But they're not ready yet.
Nope.
I like the quarterback, but they're not ready
yet. Dolphins continuing to be Dolphins going to Dolphins. They've got the longest streak without a playoff win, and they are plus 700 to win the division. It seems like there's some turmoil there with...
They don't like the coach.
McDaniel, yeah. He was speaking of shiny new toy, he was the new offensive guru. He was funny in the press conferences.
And Shanahan guy.
Yeah, he would run off the field and race the reporters, and all that's cute and fun, but you don't win games for 3 years, you're in trouble. Tyreek Hill had the end of the year press conference where he said, I'm out and everything. Now he's apologized and everything, but I don't think he and Tua are real connected there. And then, of course, the Jets at the very bottom at plus 1,600. But first-year head coach with the Jets, Aaron Glenn, player's coach for sure.
Yep, and he went to A&M. His wife's family's here from Dallas, and he owns that Williams Chicken over there on 67.
I
67.
love
He
it.
sure does over there, Redbird.
That's your look around the entire National Football League with a little sprinkle on the casino corner with the odds to win each division. My name is Jake Rima. You know him. He's a 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. And up next, we got a CA Stories Confidential. Where are we going?
Shotty's first year. He is the 10th Cowboys head coach. I'm going to tell you about the guy who should have been a head coach, not this year, but a few years ago, and what really went down next to 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
This segment is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com. It's also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW, and thanks for spending your Labor Day with us and for turning it on and leaving it on. My name is Jake Rietma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we will cross-talk with Blake and Brennan coming up a little bit later to close out our portion of the program, and we keep it rolling live and local. But right now, one of the highlights of the program, because I get out my pen and paper and I just start taking notes, because these stories, I tell you what, I always learn something, because right now, CA, it's time for CA Stories Confidential.
Well, the Cowboy season is only 4 days away.
Oh!
Actually, 3. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, if the day's not over with yet, it's 4 days away. It's the new era for Marty Schottenheimer.
Brian Schottenheimer, Marty's father.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking about Marty when I was about to do this CA Stories. So Brian Schottenheimer, Shotty, is now the 10th head coach in Cowboys history. Jerry has run off 9 of them.
Shots.
Yep, Tom Landry, of course, coached the Cowboys forever, 29 years. He was the only coach they ever. There's a statue out front of AT&T Stadium, Tom Landry. And, of course, you saw the Netflix special kind of goes into how Jerry had to tell Tom Landry he wasn't going to buy the team if he didn't have Jimmy Johnson with him. Jimmy Johnson, of course, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So is Tom Landry. So is Bill Parcells. So here are the coaches, and I've had a chance to cover and have great relationships with almost all of them. But I covered all of them. Tom Landry, great relationship. Jimmy Johnson, great relationship. Barry Switzer, great relationship. Chan Gailey, did not have a relationship with him at all. He was just there for a couple of years.
What? Yeah, say he wasn't there long, right? What year? Do you remember?
98 and 99.
Okay.
That was it. And he foolishly said, we're not going to feature Michael Irvin in our offense, which ticked off Troy Aikman. And, of course, it didn't make any sense. Dave Campo, great relationship. Bill Parcells had a good relationship with him. Wade Phillips, good relationship. Jason Garrett, great relationship. Mike McCarthy, just kind of all right, didn't get a chance to know him well. And now Brian Schottenheimer, getting to know him too. Here's what I was going to tell the CA Stories about. Okay, when Bill Parcells retired, this was after the Cowboys game in Seattle, where it was a rainy evening, and they needed to kick a field goal to try to win that game. And the football was slick. They put in a brand new football for that particular play. They were thinking maybe a field goal kicker would make. I'm talking about Seattle sidelines. And now it's illegal to do that. You have to use a game-worn football. There's a brand new football. It was rainy. Tony Romo fumbled it. And he was trying to run it into the end zone because he mishandled. He was a placeholder for the kickers as a quarterback. And Parcells retired. Basically told Jerry on the plane ride back. I was at that game, plane ride. Everybody knew Parcells was gone. So who's going to be the new head coach? It turned out being Wade Phillips, but that's not what was going to happen. This is a story about how some things you think are going to happen, and then it changes because at the last minute it doesn't happen. It's kind of like you think you're going to keep Micah Parsons, they're going to sign him at the last minute, and then something happened, he's a Green Bay Packer. Or you think there's going to be a big-name coach like a Belichick, and all of a sudden you get Brian Schottenheimer. It doesn't happen until it doesn't happen. So who was supposed to be the head coach following Bill Parcells? It was going to be Norv Turner. For those who don't know who Norv Turner is, back in the day, he was the Cowboys offensive coordinator for Jimmy Johnson when they won those first 2 Super Bowls.
I was just saying, I remembered that, but I had the visual on the Netflix series, and it just resonated more oh my gosh, yeah, Norv Turner, of course, he was the OC.
Oh yeah. Norv Turner, Cowboys loved Norv Turner. Jerry loved Norv Turner. No problem with Norv Turner. He's an offensive. Troy Aikman loved Norv Turner. And again, Norv Turner got a chance to be the head coach of the Washington Redskins back in those days. And that's why he left. That is the only reason he left. That is the only reason he left. And he maintained a great relationship with the Cowboys and Jerry Jones. And, of course, Troy Aikman. Everybody, media, it's like, North Turner. Well, he left Washington. He won a lot in Washington, but he just could never beat the Cowboys. He goes to the Raiders. He didn't win that much over there. And when Bill Parcells stepped down, he was available. And I kid you not, because I'm covering the Super Bowl back then. Jerry and North Turner were everywhere together. They were making the rounds. It was like this deal was just about done. To show you how close this deal was done, see, a lot of people remember this part, but they don't know why. Jason Garrett was signed to be the Cowboys' offensive coordinator before they even had a deal with Norv, before Wade Phillips was not even a thought. But they already got Jason Garrett. You know why? Because Jason Garrett also had the great relationship with North Turner, and that was going to be North Turner's right-hand guy. All right. Why was Jason Garrett suddenly a hot coaching prospect, so to speak, as an offense coordinator? Well, he was always really good studying the game and whatnot, backup quarterback, the whole 9 yards, but he was Nick Saban's quarterback coach for the Miami Dolphins. People forget, Nick Saban had a cup of coffee with the Dolphins and went back to college.
Right.
And Jason Garrett was his quarterback's coach. So here we go. Fast forward. North Turner is going to be the new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. They just hadn't closed it all up. One of the reasons why they didn't get the deal done and why they were banding about during Super Bowl week was the guy that North Turner wanted to be his defensive coordinator was still coaching the Chicago Bears. He wasn't the head coach. He was one of the coordinators or something. And Jerry Jones wanted to interview him. And they wanted to try to work that out, but they couldn't because Super Bowl going on. The reason North Turner did not become the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, even though him and Jerry still have a great relationship to this day, is because North Turner said, I've got to hire my own defensive coordinator because I want somebody on defense to have my back. That's where I messed up with Washington. That's where I messed up with Oakland. I kind of got some guys that want my back. I got to have somebody.
Yeah, that continuity.
Right. Well, the guy he wanted ran a 4-3 defense. Jerry, owner / GM, said, you know what? North, we run a 3-4. He said, well, my guy runs a 4-3. And Jerry said, I'm paying big money to these guys to run a 3-4. Parcells run a 3-4. And Norv said, no, I got to have a guy that runs a 4. My guy that I want runs a 4-3. And Jerry's like, we got to get you a guy that runs a 3-4. He goes, no, I'm not going to do that. I got to have my guy. So the thing fell apart. And you're like, well, how did Wade Phillips come up to be the head coach when you already have Jason Garrett as your offensive coordinator? Because Wade Phillips was leaving the San Diego Chargers. He ran a Phillips 3-4. He was known to run a Phillips 3-4. Who was the head coach of San Diego? Marty Schottenheimer. Why was Marty Schottenheimer not there anymore? Because the Chargers were mad at him because they got knocked out by the New England Patriots. It was kind of surprised. This was when LaDainian Tomlinson was running, and they had, I want to say it's Phillip Rivers. If it wasn't Phillip Rivers, it was, what's his name, went to the Saints? Drew Brees. It was one of them. They had a team. Marty Schottenheimer was great. And Marty Schottenheimer, a 1-year extension? Oh, hell no. That wasn't going to work. Wade Phillips was available. He had spent a cup of coffee with Buffalo as their head coach, went to the Super Bowl as a fill-in for like 1 year or something. And he's like, I can coach these guys up. So Jerry's talking to him because he ain't gonna have North. And that's how people are like, how did Wade Phillips, he ran a 3-4, the old Phillips 3-4. And plus Jerry said, you know what? Bill Parcells was a hard, tough coach. And sometimes you got to flip the switch and bring in a coach that's a little bit different so that the players, because the players were tuning out Parcells.
Yep.
And Wade Phillips was having a barbecue but that's how he got the job. And then Jerry also said, you know what? Jason Garrett's going to be my Tom Landry. We're going to groom him on up, and after Wade's ready to retire or leave or I fire him or whatever, then Garrett becomes the new head coach. And that's what happened. That's what happened. Wade Phillips, players they were on fire at first. Then they started tuning out Wade Phillips. There were people saying, Jason Garrett stabbed him in the back. No, it was going to happen one way or the other anyway.
But it all stems from that philosophical difference and disagreement in the 4-3 versus
exactly.
the 3-4. Wow.
Jerry said, I'm tying up too much money on guys that play the 3-4. We're not switching to a 4-3. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And that's because Norv Turner was the perfect fit for not only the Cowboys fans. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Thus, Wade Phillips happens. And then you get Jason Garrett. And the reason Jason Garrett lasted 10 years and they never went better than 8-8 or 9-7 a couple of times, I think they won one playoff game, was because Jerry Jones said, Jason Garrett is a brilliant guy, and he's my Tom Landry. And when Tom Landry was hired with the Cowboys, they didn't win for 10 years. And Clint Murchison said, I'm going to give Tom Landry a 10-year contract so these fans will shut up because he's the coach. He ain't going nowhere. And then that was in the 60s. And in the 70s, they started winning Super Bowls. They went to 5 Super Bowls under Tom Landry, won 2 of them. And like I said, then they ran out of gas in the 80s. And everybody's kind of mad at Tom Landry. He's getting kind of old there. He couldn't remember players' names and stuff. And then that's when Jerry bought the team, and he said, you know what? I'm not going to buy this team if I can't bring in Jimmy Johnson. And Bumbright, the owner at the time, said, I can't stand Tom Landry. Because Tom Landry's I'm an Aggie, and he's a Longhorn, and he won't even shake my hand. I want to fire him for you, Jerry. And Jerry said, no. I want to look him in the eye, and ain't got nothing to do. I respect and admire Tom Landry, but I got to be able to cuss and fuss with the coach as we build a new team, and I can do that with Jimmy. There you go. So Brian Schottenheimer, this is the crazy thing. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach. And by the way, when Norv left, because he wasn't coaching the Cowboys because, the philosophical difference about the defensive coordinator, Norv winds up replacing Marty Schottenheimer in San Diego.
I was just going to say the full circle.
It's just the craziest things about what could have been if not for. So that's the story of how Norv Turner didn't become the head coach of the Cowboys and why Jason Garrett had a contract before Wade Phillips.
I love it.
And I watched it all play out.
I love it. And we've got game number 1 in the Brian Schottenheimer era on Thursday, and it is coming quickly. Woo. It is coming quickly, but also coming up quickly is the conclusion of this morning's edition of the Sean and RJ program. Jake Riepma and CA fill in, and we will crosstalk with Blake Elliott and Brendan Baxter next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation off Monday. Tuesday, I have the Rangers Player Show for you at 3:20 and all the sports here. Starting at 2 on The Fan.
Sean Shreve here for Wild Fork Foods, your new home for all your proteins, all your seafood, all your sides, all your seasonings in DFW. It's not a restaurant. It's a store with 9 DFW locations. If you're listening out of state, you can finally smoke and grill like a Texan. Go to wildforkfoods.com, download the app, and see if they deliver to you. If you're inside the Metroplex, same-day delivery. It's absolutely amazing. I'm talking about all your levels of brisket that's cheaper than anywhere else. All your steaks, all your seafood, and all of your seasonings. Once you go in, you're not going to leave, and you're never going to go anywhere else. Enough with the overpriced butchers. Enough with the wholesale memberships. Head on over to Wild Fork and wildforkfoods.com and win our $100 giveaway every week on the station at 1053thefan.com/contests. 1053thefan.com/contest to win big at Wild Fork.
Amigos, Brett Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We are back on the college gridiron, which means that the season of the numbers nerd is upon us. The Miami Hurricanes allowed multiple rushing TDs in 7 of their 12 games last season with Jeremiah Love, 4 in which he scored multiple rushing TDs. And on Sunday, when the Irish take on the Canes in Miami, Love is a cool plus 240. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off 80% lean ground beef with Prime through September 2nd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make burgers or bolognese with this versatile protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Fight Cancer Facts, brought to you by Texas Oncology. Question: at what age should men get tested for prostate cancer? The answer after this.
When you fight cancer with Texas Oncology, the nation's leading team of cancer experts is yours. Shaped by the collective experience of hundreds of oncologists, surgeons, and support staff. By access to the latest clinical trials, leading-edge technology, and advanced treatment options like precision medicine. And driven by our commitment to innovation. Every patient we've treated plays a part in making us the leader in fighting your cancer. Texas Oncology, for tomorrow's cancer breakthroughs today.
1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. Early detection can lead to a nearly 100% chance of survival after 5 years. Texas Urology Specialists, a part of Texas Oncology, recommends regular PSA tests, a simple blood test for men 50 and older. Visit TexasOncology.com to learn more.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand it's not just our next-door neighbors who inspire us every day. It's our neighbors across the country, across all communities. And while Blue Cross has been your one local and trusted healthcare partner for over 95 years, it's our wide scope of products, services, and technologies that allows us to have a deeper understanding for everyone, everywhere, elevating the highest levels of preventive care and overall wellness, one member at a time. It's that unique Blue Cross service and commitment through all stages of life that connects us hand in hand, ensuring you always have access to quality, affordable healthcare with that personal touch, always finding new ways to deliver on our oldest promise, to keep you at the center of everything we do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I've been telling you guys about Kyle Frazier and the great team at Frazier Roofs and Gutters, but I thought you should hear from the man himself. Kyle, why should the Tolos call y'all when their roof is in need of work?
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Texas homeowners, it's the Wild West out here. People knocking on your door after a storm don't have to be licensed. But at Frazier Roofing, we've been shielding DFW homes from storms for over 50 years. My dad started this mission, and our focus is to continue it for the next 50. Texas weather is unpredictable, but your roofing company doesn't have to be.
And that's why you should check them out at FrazierServices.com. That's FrazierServices.com.
Tolos, the Fan and Wild Fork Foods are proud to support the 24th annual Guns and Hoses of North Texas Police vs. Fire boxing event, Saturday evening, September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 23-24.
Hard to believe it's that time in the program already. If you blinked, you missed it, but not to worry because we're passing the baton on to Blake Elliott and our newest member of 105.3 The Fan. You heard him on Fan University, now making his regularly scheduled programming debut. Brennan Baxter. I'm Jake Riepma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
So with that, we say good morning, fellas. Brennan, how are you? Still on Cloud 9 after Fan University. Ready to go this morning?
Doing great, man. Fan University at Nebraska Furniture Mart was awesome. We had a ton of fun out there. Derek Lively was out there from 12 to 1. It was just a great experience. Happy to be here with you guys this morning.
And listen to those tones, man. You hear, like, that's what we're working with here.
Pipes.
That's right. That's like the guy at the combine that just doesn't even warm up and stretch and just runs like a 4.6. It's just no problem, you know?
Well, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum right now because I can't get my headphones in because
so you can't hear anything.
No, I can hear. I have IEMs and they come with two standard, 2 earbuds. But one of them got cut off. I don't know if I got run over by a truck, eaten by a chihuahua. I don't know what happened to the other cord. So I've only had one for about 5-6 months, right?
Why is that the least surprising Blake Elliott story I've ever heard?
And it usually goes in my left ear, which is no problem. One ear. I like only having one in normal, which is fine. But last 2 days, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because of the IEMs.
I'm blaming Fred. You know why? You know why I'm blaming your partner in crime,
what do you do?
Fred Davis? He's got earphone problems too. He's had it. He put some chocolate in his earbud. Ask him about it.
Oh, I'm gonna ask him why there's chocolate in his ear.
So all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, the Fan After Dark guys are having earphone problems.
So as you can probably tell, looking at me, the problem is this goes in my left ear. And you would say, okay, Blake, just put it in your left ear. What's the problem?
The shape is different.
No, it's fine. My left eardrum.
Mark that. It doesn't go in. The shape's different.
The left one, there's something wrong. If you touch the inside of your eardrum, this top part, it's sore. Right here, this little part, it's sore. It hurts.
Yo, that's a thing. That is 100% a thing.
Like the bottom, fine, completely fine. But as soon as you touch this top part of my eardrum, it's a little sore. And obviously, when I'm not doing anything, it's fine. But the moment you try to put an IEM there, it hits that soreness, doesn't feel great. So I'm just going to either go right. Okay, stop, Jake. I'm either just going to go right ear.
Just doesn't feel right.
I'm either going to go right ear or no ears at all. So we're going to have to wait and see.
Fellas, I got to clear something up for all these Tolos who are trying out for Fan Phenom. We were talking about this about an hour ago. Brennan did not win the Fan Phenom. Blake is about to give up the Fan Phenom belt to somebody, but it's in probably about another month or a couple of weeks. Gavin Spittle's going to name somebody. So when they hear Brendan, they're like, oh, my God, he's the one that won. Oh, man. No, you still have a chance to win this thing, right?
Oh, yeah. No Fan Phenom here, but I can't wait to see who's going to win. Were you out there?
Yeah.
How'd it go? Was it a ton of fun? People show out?
Oh, yeah, as always. And again, we didn't do this for a couple of years. Blake was the last one for like a couple of years holding on to the belt. But every night is like 30-something people trying out.
That's crazy.
And they're all like holding their breaths and waiting. And I was telling them something that Blake learned. You don't know when Spittle's going to announce it because guess what? The Rangers went on a World Series run when Blake won it. He had to wait till after the World Series.
I just sat in the back seat. I assumed
waiting and twisting and win for months.
Wasn't getting hired.
See, now I didn't even know that you'd won Fan Phenom.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
First time meeting Blake today.
I don't know if I'm going to give up the belt, though.
Yeah, right. I was just going to say, that's like at a trophy presentation. Like, do you have to hand it? What happens if you just don't hand it off? Like, they got to earn it a little bit. You've stuck around.
They got to earn it. I got to do a one-on-one interview with them.
Very good.
Why should you hold the belt? If they answer well, I'll hand it over. If they don't,
that's right.
I guess I'll kick them out the door.
That's right.
I guess it's what the
Phenom. So there's a real belt. You've got the belt.
Yes.
You've had it for 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
I wear it around the house.
That's going to be hard to give up.
As you should.
Speaking of giving up the belt, this is going to tie in nicely. I was out at the Star yesterday. The Cowboys have captains. They got 6 captains this year. For the first time in a couple of years, because Mike McCarthy would always have a captain, some captains for each game. So nobody was the captain. We didn't have captains for the whole year under McCarthy. Dak Prescott was talking about how he's glad he's a captain. He gets his C back, the C on his jersey.
Yep.
He said because he's captain for the year. He and CeeDee Lamb are the offensive captains. You guys know who the defensive
I do,
captains?
but
Go ahead and say
Donovan Wilson, Osa.
That's right, those two.
Yep.
And then the special teams captains are
I'll let someone else guess.
You got to be Brandon. It's got to be Brandon Aubrey.
Aubrey and Anger. Anger, the punter, the kicker and the punter. But they also announced, Dak was talking about this yesterday, they will also, Shotty brought back the traditional captains for a year. Usually it's 4, but they decided to have 6 because people are talking about the special guy. I'm sorry, not Brian Anger. It was Aubrey and C.J. Wilson.
C.J. Goodwin.
C.J. Goodwin. Because he is always normally the captain on the special teams anyway.
He went from not making a team to the 53 to a captain.
Exactly, just like that. I think it's a procedural move.
Yeah, they do that.
But they're going to have a captain every week to go along with this. So instead of just like 4 captains, you got 6, and then every week they're going to name a captain for that game to walk out on.
Has
the
the week one already been announced, or is it going to be announced game day?
Announced game day.
Who do we think? Let's put our guesses in. I'm going to go Deron Bland, newest high-paid player.
Yeah.
Hey, why not?
Newest money man on there.
That makes a lot of sense.
Maybe they give the new guy, Kenny Clark, an opportunity to come in and give him.
I don't hate that school of thought. I'm going the exact opposite with Dante Fowler, veteran in a new environment, but a chance to, step up and make an impact.
My sneaky runner-up, Sam Williams. Just when no one sees him coming. Mr. Troublemaker himself. You're a captain.
If I were to flip it to the offense, I would say somebody like Tyler Smith.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like the reverse psychology.
Maybe Brevin Spanford. Give him some love, man. Give him the C on his chest.
Shocker, Mozzie.
Mozzie or Spanford. Maybe a little inspired there. Maybe they'll get out there.
Responsibility. I got to step up.
Dude, if Mozzie got team captain, he might have his best game ever.
Think about what if that happened.
What if it ain't happening, guys?
And this is what Shotty said he's basing it on how well they practice, how well they, for that week going into the game. So maybe, like I said, psychologically, just for that one time.
I'm a steal your brain while you're still here and you were out at the Star. We saw Perion Winfrey had to be helped off by 2 teammates yesterday. Did we get any update on that as far as his ability?
I have not heard. Okay. That doesn't mean that they don't have an update, but I didn't hear.
Okay. I did that as well. I've been, and Brennan won't brag on himself, but I'm going to brag for him. The reason he was brought in, he's a college football addict. He is a college football connoisseur. That's why we started Fan University. Admittedly, that's what I've been diving into all weekend.
Carter is too.
But there's one more game on the schedule, and I'm curious your guys' reaction to this. You got TCU, North Carolina, obviously a big deal. Bill Belichick's first game. But listen to this lineup. And in some sense, this is kind of what college football has turned into. What more about your program and the hype and the sizzle and everything else.
But who's on the sidelines?
The celebrity lineup.
Like from like last night, you had Miami, you had Michael Irvin, Jimmy Johnson,
they were all
Ray Lewis were all there. So what?
This lineup, apparently, of the expected sideline people that will be on the sideline. This is for Pete Thamel.
How many people are we guessing? How many people are there?
Let's do the ones that were noted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 big names.
Do you think we could guess if you give us decent hints?
Yeah, I think there's 3 that you'll absolutely guess.
The girlfriend. No,
Michael Jordan.
Where's my bell? There it is.
There you go.
Michael Jordan.
North Carolina.
Yeah, so think North Carolina legends here.
Okay.
One female I don't think you'll get though.
She's in North Carolina. We mentioned the girlfriend, so it's not her.
You got me out on females.
All right, think
what sport?
Women's soccer.
Oh God, Hope Solo.
Good guess, but go back. You're so young.
Further,
Megan Rapone.
You guys are all way too young. All right, the face of women's soccer.
Mia Hamm.
Mia Hamm. There it is.
Come on.
All right,
there you go.
All right, we'll do this quickly here because now think North Carolina football legends.
Oh, LT.
Boom.
There you go.
Look at us all 3, working together.
Yeah. Who else? Go ahead and name them.
Julius Peppers is the last one. Now, some country music stars, Eric Church and Chase Rice.
Look out.
Right? Chase Rice, country music singer, right?
I wouldn't have known the Chase Rice one.
I knew Eric Church.
I know Eric Church.
Someone on the one of the tolls.
What a name there, Chase Rice.
Chase Rice. Go Chase Rice. And
great
last
fantasy football name.
Yeah. Last but certainly not least, Blake Snell.
Come on, man. Good name.
Yeah.
Good name.
You know who Blake Snell is, right?
Pitcher.
Let's go.
You know what? It would have been cool, but he's working because he's working for the Chargers. If LT would have been on the sideline against the other LT, LaDainian Tomlinson for TCU.
Yeah,
but he's working for the Chargers.
Cool. That's a good point. All right, I know I took up the entire time. That's on me. But what do we got coming up on the show?
We got a fun show. It's Brennan's first one. We even got an expressway from 12:20 to 1. We're talking all college football stuff. Until that, we'll be detailing the Dallas Cowboys. Do we like the Cowboys' new future? We'll talk about that at 10:20. Go through the depth chart as well. Are the Rangers back? They just swept the A's. They can't stop winning. And at 1 o'clock, we'll have our boy Brian Broaddus joining us to talk all things Cowboys, getting you ready for Thursday night's game.
I love it. Keep it right here. Turn it on, leave it on, because Blake Elliott and Brennan Baxter are coming up next. My thanks to Larry Flores and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. My name is Jake Riepma. Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. But as always, you turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first. Turn it on and leave it on. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
I'm Carl Dukes with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alabama, you've got a problem. Kalen DuBois lost to another unranked opponent Saturday night, Florida State. Did you know Nick Saban only lost 4 games to unranked opponents in 17 seasons in Tuscaloosa? That championship moxie is slowly wearing off. And I don't know about you, but they look like they got overpowered by Florida State. Alabama better turn it around and quickly, or it's going to be a long season. I'm Carl Dukes.
Bosch. It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free time.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Monday here on a Labor Day in the DFW. Blake Elliott joined by Brennan Baxter on his first show during the week. We're going to get to know him here in just a second. We got our boy Jet Nelson behind the board. It's been a while since he's been behind the board, so it's a day of firsts. It's a day of new becomings here on a Labor Day here in the DFW. I would say the weather, 75. I don't know. I haven't been outside in a while, so seems like nice weather outside. How are you enjoying your Labor Day? Text into the program, 877-881-1053. That is the best way to get involved with the show. Let us know. Are you going out in the boat today? Keeping it easy, staying inside, just listen to the fan. Maybe you're just watching some college football highlights, getting ready for this TCU North Carolina game tonight, getting your fantasy football lineup set up. What does your Monday look like? And while you text us in, you can tune your eardrums to learn who is Brennan. So first, I will. How do you spell your name for all the people at home that are trying to write down in their notepad? Who is this?
They want to study. It's Brennan. I get called Vernon a lot. I get Brennan with an O. I get Brendan. People call me whatever they want, man. But it is Brennan. If you want to be official with it.
What's your least favorite misspelling or mispronunciation of your name?
It's Vernon. You know, I had a speech impediment up until I was about 12 years old. Couldn't say my R's, so I was a Texas Waynesville fan, a Wedwado fan, that sort of thing. You know, so sometimes I guess it comes out as Vernon, and I mean, that kind of drives me nuts a little bit. So
understandable. But I'll lay the show out for you guys if you weren't tuned in. And Crosstalk on the other side, we'll be talking about, do we like the Dallas Cowboys' new future? They seem to be okay with moving on from Micah Parsons. At 10:40, we'll look at what does that depth chart look like without Micah on the offensive and defensive side, as we got Thursday's game against the Eagles right around the corner, just 3 days away. 11 o'clock, we'll go around the NFL, let you know about all the injuries, what all the lines are looking like for that first week of matchups. At 11:20, don't stop now. The Texas Rangers, they can't stop winning. Me and Fred wrote them off about a week ago. And what do? Go out and sweep the A's. At 11:40, we got your boy Zyler Buchanan coming on, talk a little college football. 12 o'clock, we'll talk about the Dallas Mavericks, kind of reset things. Been a while since we talked about the Mavs. See where they're at in the standings, where we think they will be in that Western Conference that is absolutely loaded. 12:20 UKNC Masterpieces. No, we got the On-Time Experts Expressway. We'll take you all the way up to 1 o'clock, commercial free. We'll talk some college football again, give you guys some headlines. And at 1 o'clock, got the Big Don coming in, Brian Broaddus, to get you ready for that Dallas Cowboys game, giving you all the insiders, what the Perion Winfrey news is looking like, what that cornerback room is looking like with Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, and everything that has to go with that. Then, of course, we'll do top five. And then at 1:40, we'll just ask Brennan how you like the show. So let's get into it, guys. You're listening right now. You have no idea who you're listening to, maybe even Blake. So you can ask
I don't know Blake. I don't know. This is our first time together, man.
You can ask,
first time meeting you.
You can ask me questions, too, because you don't know me. Some of the Tolos, I'm not on during this time, so they don't know me. So this would be a great time for all the Tolos to get to know. They don't even know Jet.
Yeah, Jet's in the back, man. Looking good back there. So,
Jet, how you feeling?
Feeling real good. Good to be back. You know, as Brennan doesn't know, I'm a work in progress as well. So yeah, like you said, this is a little bit of a guinea pig show, but I'm glad to be on it. And and we're getting done on Labor Day around 2 o'clock.
So. Yeah, happy Labor Day, everybody.
Okay, here we go. I got one off the wall question for both of you gentlemen. That maybe I'll ask you like a serious one. I looked these up on ChatGPT. Okay, Brennan, you're stranded on a deserted island with a vending machine that only gives you 3 things forever. And you can't pick your phone. What are you picking?
Oh, man. Well, you got to survive.
You tell me.
I mean, if I'm stranded, I got to have food.
Can't pick money, and you can't pick your phone because those are
if you're stranded and have nothing to do,
it has to fit in a vending machine. Standard.
Gosh, dude. Well, okay. If I'm gonna go like survival mode, spaghetti and meatballs wouldn't come out of a vending machine, would it?
It's your vending machine.
Could that be possible? Probably.
How are you going to heat it up?
Yeah, that's a problem. I'm going to build a fire.
Okay.
I've got resources.
Yeah.
Man, I'll go a protein bar. I'll go, something to give me energy.
So
throughout
one
the
protein
day.
Bar.
Well, it's a vending machine full.
Full of
protein.
these. Okay, heard.
Yeah.
What else you got in there?
Water.
Okay.
And maybe some sports magazines to entertain me throughout the day.
Are we thinking like swimsuit, Sports Illustrated, Kate Upton style? Are we thinking like Body Edition, Saquon Barkley? What are we thinking with these sports magazines?
I can't go Body Edition, Saquon Barkley, and that'd be too tough. Probably some college football, like some old school like memory. Bring me back to the past of what like the glory days before I got stranded, mid 2000s.
Okay,
some Vince Young, like that sort of stuff.
I like it.
Yeah, just to keep me focused on the good times.
Jet, what do you think about that answer, and what would your 3 picks be?
I think he's right on. He stole the protein bar. I would have taken that, but
He stole that off your board.
I'll go with the best snack of all time, the cheddar jalapeno Cheetos. That'll be in my vending machine. If you're on an island, you got to get the best snacks. In addition to that, we'll go the Snickers bar. Can't go wrong there. And to keep me entertained, I like the idea of a magazine, but it's going to take a while for me to get rescued. I'll go like a Harry Potter book. I'll get into it. I'll go like the first book.
Yeah, like a 1,000-page book. That's a good idea.
You can probably put the whole series in there and not finish it before you get picked up. You'd be in good standing if that's the book that you picked. Okay, I'm going to ask a serious question now. Brennan, where'd you come from? For all the people listening that have no idea where you came from or didn't listen to Crosstalk 5 minutes ago.
Dude, born and raised in Dallas.
Okay.
I'm from here, man. I'm a Ranger, Mavs, Cowboys guy.
Which one the most, though? You got to pick.
Mavs.
Mavs. Same.
Yeah. Okay. Just love the Dallas Mavericks.
How do you feel about the Luka trade?
I'm looking forward to 2025.
Okay.
It's time to look ahead.
What were your emotions when he got traded?
It was pure shock. It wasn't even anger, or it was just like I think like a lot of people, the tweet was fake, and just texting friends and seeing like this isn't real to find out it was real. It was like you're calling all your friends like this can't be actually happening, and that felt like that conversation happened for about a month, and then this year it's turned to. You get the shock of number one. You've got Cooper in town. Hopefully, you'll get Kyrie back healthy, and we got the Mavs talk coming up at noon. But it's time to look forward, and be excited about what could happen this year in the Western Conference, which I think the Mavs could make some noise. So,
okay, I cut you off talking about your upbringing. You said grew up in Dallas.
Grew up in Dallas and went to school out in Lubbock at Texas Tech. So
Raiders,
big Red Raider man, and then. Brought on here to host Fan University Saturday mornings at 9 o'clock in the morning. Had our first show at Nebraska Furniture Mart this last weekend. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
So excited to be here too. But yeah, just kind of a local Dallas kid and a Red Raider at heart. So
public school, private school.
I'm a public school guy.
Okay.
Yeah, went to public school in Richardson. So and I know I'm short. Probably 5'7" on a good day, but played basketball in high school.
Okay.
And, so. Those days are behind me now, though.
Were you the most athletic person part of the show on Saturday?
Between Carter and Jake, absolutely.
Ooh, absolutely.
Well, Jake did play Division II football,
and
but he
Carter runs. Carter runs.
Does
marathons.
Carter runs? Yeah, I don't know that about Carter, but Jake. I mean, Jake's definitely got.
Were you just sizing him up? Or were you just looking at him?
I was looking at him. I was measuring them.
Mm-hmm.
Jake doesn't look like he played Division II football anymore. So there's a problem there.
Go ahead and mark that and send that to Jake right now.
I love you, Jake. It's great to be hosting the show with you.
I said the same thing.
I was a little surprised when he said it. But he did show me his huddle highlights.
Yes.
He showed me his huddle highlights, and he had some pretty good hits. He blew by Andrew Wiley, left tackle there in high school. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jake's, but I'm going to take the mantle.
Okay, let's get to Jet Nelson. Jet, would you rather be able to teleport but only to places you've never been? So that's option A. Or read minds but only of pigeons?
I don't know what a pigeon right?
Pigeons know a lot of information, Jet.
That's true. They
know
carry
a lot of
things.
information.
But I can only teleport to a place I've never been?
Correct. So think about it. If, say, you go to Egypt because you've never been there and you want to go, but you can't teleport back home.
I'm stuck over there. Oh. Yeah,
I guess you could technically teleport to like Oklahoma if you haven't been there or something.
then I could get an Uber back or something. Yeah. No, I'll go with what the pigeons have to say. We'll see what they know.
Okay. Brennan, when it comes to here's a great one. Your social life, mom, dad, girlfriend, stay at home, live with a roommate. What's that dynamic for everyone? As much as you want to share, you don't gotta.
I've got a mom and dad.
Okay.
I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I guess technically,
Hey,
married.
embryos.
The embryos, you never know, but the old-fashioned way.
Could be two moms, two dads.
29 years ago, and then married.
29.
29.
Well.
29.
Nugget.
Yes. Okay. So, and then married, coming up on 3 years.
Married.
Yeah.
You
Welcome
and Jet both.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Married at 22, so a lot earlier.
Okay,
but
see,
hey,
I was 20. What was I? I was 26. So, yeah. There's my social life consists of hanging out with my wife and watching sports.
Okay.
And she's actually really depressed right now, man. She went to the University of Alabama.
Ooh.
So their dynasty is coming to a close, it looks like, and it's been hard at home.
Yeah, we're gonna
the last couple days.
We're gonna be getting to that. Hot seats already starting up out there in the Crimson Tide for Alabama and Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
not
looking
the
good.
Start that you wanted over there in Bama. Okay, so married, 29 years old. Are you like a pickleballer?
I'm not a pickleballer, man.
Okay.
I've never gotten into pickleball. I actually rather go suck at tennis, I think, than play pickleball. I'm a purist when it comes to sport, you know. So, golf. I like playing golf. I like hooping when I can. And
when you say playing golf, are you like a member at a club, or you just like go when your friends invite you like once every couple months?
I am a member at a club.
Okay, so you golf often?
Yeah, probably more than I should.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the correct thing is to ask, like, what's your handicap? I'm not a golfer, but.
Man, you never want to be that guy that says their handicap, but it's my first time on air.
What's the correct thing to ask when someone says they play golf? What do you shoot?
Yeah, like what do you shoot?
Okay.
You know, you enjoy playing. I never really ask guys because it's always a thing in golf. Guys love measuring up. You know, it's what we do. But it's like, oh man, I broke 80 once, or I played, I shoot in the 90s, or I'm scratch. That means you're pretty good.
Okay.
You know, so I play around that level.
Scratch?
Around that, yeah.
Okay, Tolos, he has set the tone.
And if you don't believe me, you can look me up on it. The Gin app, I'm on there.
I don't know what that is. Is that like the golf?
It's a USGA official handicap app. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't show it off often, man.
Is that like a subscription based?
It's a subscription based. Yeah.
Wow, it sounds like something you got to be invited to. I don't think you can.
No, if you wanted to download it right now, you could.
I'd just be giving.
We can
free
go
money.
out. We can go hit balls later and
just be giving them free
working.
money.
Yeah.
Just down at the bottom of that. Okay, one last get to know you. Let's ask. I'll ask both of you. Would you snitch if you saw your dog secretly driving your car at nighttime, Jet Nelson?
No, he's got to be doing it for a good reason. I can't imagine. Well, I guess if it's that bad, or if I'm involved, maybe. If I need a plea deal, well, I don't know. I'd be a bad friend then. That's a tough call. I think I'll leave him innocent for now.
Okay. Brennan, would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 50 duck-sized horses?
Ducks, they've got more energy and I think viciousness than you might lead on. I've been attacked by a couple ducks before.
So that's a duck the size of a horse.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the 50 horse-sized ducks.
Yes,
I think I'm gonna go there
because the size is what matters.
The size is what matters.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Here we go. This is good for my college football boys. If you could swap lives for a week with the professional or college mascot, who are you choosing?
A professional or college mascot.
Yeah. Hopefully you pick college.
Oh man, swap lives with them? Like you become the mascot? Or what are we talking about?
I don't know if
here?
you're the real guy when it's not game day.
Am I the guy that's just walking around class and putting on
I guess you got to have the mascot on 24/7, the costume, if you will.
It's got to be the Oregon Duck, right? I mean, like one of the most, I think, well-known. Head did fall off yesterday, but I think probably the most character, I would say. I'll go. Yeah, I would trade lives with the Oregon Duck. He's pretty famous. I mean, you get the clout.
You do get some clout. So, is there a more famous mascot?
In college, I mean, you could go a real animal. Maybe you could go like Bevo. Or like the Georgia Bulldog. Yeah. I like bulldogs a lot. Maybe I become a bulldog. I don't know.
Just become a Longhorn. Jet, your answer?
I'll go with the Penn State Nittany Lion. He always has some crazy stuff. He's doing the push-ups on a board or something, some backflips.
You know which mascot's active? The BYU Cougar. That guy like dances with the Palm Squad and does crazy stunts at the basketball games. He's pretty wild too.
What's the name of the Jacksonville Jaguar? He's wild. He'd be wearing like Speedos out there.
Does he really?
Yeah, he wears Speedos on game days. At least I've seen clips. And
he's like swimming in their pool.
Any question you got for me, and then we'll get out of here. What's something you want to know?
Man,
anything.
If you were stranded on an island, what are the three things? I mean, you've got a.
I'd probably say purifier. So now I have unlimited water supply. I just got a Brita.
That's smart. Out of a vending machine.
Out of a vending machine.
Okay.
With the little water bottle insulated. I would go a machete, and I would go a flare. Those three.
So you're trying to get off the island.
Trying to get off
See,
the island.
I think Jet and I were thinking, we're here, we're chilling. You're thinking, get me out of here. Jet and I are like, we're going to vibe for a while. So, okay, well, I got it.
Give me a machete over a magazine, unfortunately. But if you're going to stay, I think y'all have some great picks. But hopefully you guys stay tuned, because on the other side, the Dallas Cowboys seem to be moving to the other side of their mantra of thinking, moving off of Micah Parsons, and with the new regimen with Kenny Clark, stopping the run. Will they be able to do that on Thursday? And do you like the Cowboys' new way of thinking? Next on the KNC Masterpiece.
With today's U.S. Open update sponsored by the Dallas Open, I'm Dylan Moore. Yesterday, American Jessica Pegula continued to cruise in the U.S. Open, defeating Ann Lee in straight sets to advance to the quarterfinals. She will play Barbara Krejcikova, who battled off 8 match points to advance. And today, number 3 ranked Coco Gauff will play 23rd ranked Naomi Osaka with a trip to the quarterfinals on the line. First service scheduled for 12:30. This has been your U.S. Open report, sponsored by the Dallas Open. I'm Dylan Moore, 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way.
of the white lines. You get a guy like Kenny Clark, not gonna be in the A block of ESPN, not gonna take headlines because Kenny Clark, a defensive tackle, probably the last defensive tackle that people knew really was Aaron Donald, outside of us football knowers. What do you think of the Cowboys' new future and moving off of Micah Parsons and bringing in a guy like Kenny Clark?
Yeah, it's obviously been a really tough week for Cowboys fans. A lot of mixed emotions here. It was Mickey Spagnola actually on KNC last week that I said something that I did not know, that there's never been an NFL team that had the 3 highest paid players at their respective positions. So you'd have had Dak, CD, and Micah.
Yep.
So it's hard to say, okay, no team's ever done that. And here's a guy in Micah that is holding out. Is Jerry just going to go ahead and push that button and make that happen this year? And you've already seen those guys on the same roster, and you haven't come close to winning a Super Bowl. So for me, it was looking at it as in like, okay, if you're going to make a move, you got a guy that's coming off a Pro Bowl year in Kenny Clark, very effective defensive tackle, and the run game has been a problem for the Dallas Cowboys. So I probably don't hate the move as much. Like, this isn't like the Luka Doncic thing to me, in my opinion. This is not, oh my gosh, we're going to miss Micah so much. You know, like this is, the city needs to burn down. We need to boycott outside the stadium. This isn't that for me. I think that this was the right move. I know it sucks to have traded him to Green Bay. I think people have a problem with that. This team has owned you in the playoffs over the last decade. But I do feel like it probably needed to happen. And when you're getting a guy back that is a great defensive tackle, a Pro Bowler that is effective in helping stop the run, which was a pain point for your defense, I can see it working this year. Like, I can see this being an effective move. Does it make the Cowboys better? Does it elevate them to winning the division? No.
Do you think they have a better chance than they did with Micah? Swapping those 2 players.
I do not think
just this year.
If Micah is healthy on the field, he's one of the top 5 defensive players in football. So I don't think they have a better chance, but I think it still kept them competitive on that side of the ball with the player you got in return. It's not like it was this massive downgrade where now all of a sudden you're like, you need to tank. I don't feel that way, but it's a better chance to know.
Yeah, a lot of people have shared their thoughts. A lot of people think the season is over now that Micah's gone. I had them at 9 wins generously with Micah on this team as I gave my predictions a couple weeks ago. I dropped them to 7 wins, moving off of Micah and having Kenny Clark. The more I've slept on it, they do have a more balanced football team because you still got great pass rushers. In thought, Ezra Rocco's a rookie, looked good in the offseason, didn't look good in the preseason. Maybe he's holding some stuff in. We know what Dante Fowler did last year in Washington, having double-digit sacks coming back to Dallas. We all have high aspirations for Marshawn Nealon, Sam Williams, James Houston. But everybody I just named, nobody did that last year for the Cowboys. Nobody on the Cowboys defensive end line was dominant last year. You've got guys that did it in Washington, guys that did it in college, guys that maybe were progressing in a Nealon and a Sam Williams, and then James Houston, obviously being a little bit older of a gentleman. All those guys we have high hopes for, but we have not seen it yet. Obviously, you haven't seen Kenny Clark out there. The really only known quantity on that defensive line is Osa Odigizua. You've got a lot of guessing, new defensive coordinator, new D-line coach, and White Cotton. I think week 1 is going to be ugly. I think this will be the ugliest game of the year. I could definitely think the line's at 7.5. And we all know football games are close at the end of the day. The line seems great, and it's divisional opponents. I don't see it personally being close week 1. Where do you see week 1 trending? Then we'll start talking about the rest of the season.
Yeah, week 1, Philadelphia in Philly. With how much turmoil was going on this offseason with the Micah situation, Dak coming back. But, I mean, this offense is still going to be really good. And the Eagles, obviously, coming off the Super Bowl win, I think 7.5 is fair. I think the Cowboys can keep this game relatively competitive. I don't think it's going to get out of hand quickly. And because the thing is, too, with Schottenheimer, we don't know what we're getting, right? We don't know what the offense is going to look like. They hold it in. He's talked about that throughout the preseason. So I do think that we might see some little gadgets here and there and some different plays. What's George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb? That's a tough wide receiver combination to defend. So it's going to be interesting. I don't necessarily think that we're going to be sitting there Sunday night by 8:30 and be like, this season is over. Yeah, I don't see that.
I I have a little bit different of a thought process. I think a lot of people are going to get discouraged on Thursday. I think Thursday is going to be ugly, and a lot of people are going to jump off of, why did we trade Micah? This team is terrible. I do think they're going to get stomped on Thursday, but I think they're going to pick it back up and be an okay team the rest of the way.
Well, and here's the reason for optimism if you're a Cowboy fan. It is the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got Philly, right? But if you're looking at it, you get the Giants at home. Mm-hmm. You can convince me out of all, you got the Giants, Chicago, and then also on your schedule, and you can tell me if you think the Cowboys are worse or better than these teams, but
I think Chicago will beat them.
Okay, so at Chicago, the Jets.
I think you'll beat the Jets.
Carolina.
Could be a trap game, but you're better than Carolina. But yes, that could be if you gone into that and you only have one win on the board, say the Giant, and it's the Giants game, and Carolina's got 1 or 2 wins. I don't think it's a gimme, but you should win that game.
Okay, you think Washington's probably better than Dallas?
Correct.
Okay, Arizona.
You should win that. You got Clayton Adams over there, but they're no slouch. They beat you.
Las Vegas.
New and improved, man. See, a team like Las Vegas, you would normally just chalk it. That's a W. It's the Raiders. They're no slouch anymore. Geno Smith brings their floor up a lot, and I think we all like Ashton Genty. If any of us have played fantasy football, we all like what he might be able to do. Brock Bowers. Maybe. So you got the most explosive running back coming out of college, the best tight end ranked by all the players in the NFL. Geno Smith raising that floor. I don't really love their defense, but I like Max Crosby. Their defense is a little bit of shambles, so I think you'll put up points on them. But we'll see what this. It all for me. I know. Yeah, I don't know if how much of you've heard me talk about the Cowboys, but it's all in the defense. I believe in the offense. Yeah. I think the offense is going to put up 24, 25 points a game. It's the defense.
And I guess my point with this, but you could convince me the Cowboys could beat the Raiders.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not like then you get the obvious. Then after that game, you do have Philadelphia and Kansas City coming here into AT&T Stadium, but. You get Minnesota at home. I think that's a winnable game. You get the Chargers at home. I think that's a winnable game. Yeah. And then you finish the year at Washington, at Giants. So my point in saying this is I'm looking at the schedule going, you can convince me of 9 wins pretty easily with this schedule. And that's just assuming you lose to Philly twice, you lose to Green Bay, you lose to Washington twice. So there's 5 losses, and you lose to Kansas City and Detroit. That's 7 losses. But you could maybe win. I'm not saying, you could beat Washington at home.
I think that Raiders game's a trap game. So now that you said that out loud, I'm gonna be waiting for that game.
And that game is gonna be November 17th in Las Vegas. But my point is, I don't want, if you're a Cowboys fan and you're out there just feeling like doom and gloom, especially even if you end up losing on Thursday night, there's reason for optimism, in my opinion, based on the schedule at New York Jets, at Carolina. And then I didn't even mention at Denver. I think you could win in Mile High. Denver, obviously, last year with Bo Nix and Sean Payton, had a great year, made the playoffs. A lot of people were thinking they could win the AFC West this year.
That defense, that's and what time of year is that?
That'll be October 26th.
Yeah, that's a loss
in Denver.
To me, that's a loss.
Okay.
That is maybe one of the best defenses you're going to face all year. That's going to be the first time you're facing a DB room that doesn't make CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens look elite. I think they are both elite, but you're going to be going against Jahdae Barron at that point in his rookie year, has got a bunch of reps in, and then the best corner in the game in PS2. That's a game where both of those guys can just lock up those guys. I don't think they're going to have 0 catches, but you're not going to see George and CD go off for 100 yards. I can almost guarantee that. Neither of them is going to have 100 yards that game.
I think one of the biggest questions I have for the Cowboys this year offensively is, you mentioned it, the offense is going to be good, but what does the run game look like? How does the offensive line? Does Tyler Guyton make a step? What does Javonte Williams, can Maffa or Jaden Blue make an impact, as young guys? So I'm really interested to see if the run game is effective, because if it is Dak, if it's essentially a Joe Burrow type year for the Bengals last year, where Dak is just having to throw 40, 50 times and get CD and George just a bunch of touches.
That's what I called Fred about the other day. I said this is not the Broncos. This is the Bengals, but you're not as good as Joe Burrow and Jamar. I'll just cut it straight to you like that. Joe is better than Dak and Jamar is better than CD. Not by huge margins, but both of those guys are
elevated.
Little elevated than that. T. Higgins and George, will call them equal. Some people might say T, some people might say George, whatever. And then a running back, Chase Brown's better than anybody you've got on your roster. Now, the Cowboys do have the better O-line than the Bengals. And the defense, the Bengals is really bad.
Yeah, even with the Trey Hendrickson
defense
extension.
Was
he was there
really
last year
bad.
And they were bad.
I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to have a bottom 10 defense.
Okay.
I said bottom 5 moving off Micah. The more I've slept on it, I like Kenny Clark and I like the balance on that defensive line, and you got a lot of unknown quantities, but I'm feeling good about it. Moving forward as the days go on, I'm okay. I can see myself without Micah. I ask you this though: do you feel better about the Cowboys? Less about week 1 and less about just this season, but overall their thought process to say, hey, Micah, we've had enough with the gimmicks. We've had enough with the games. We're going to be a football team that just likes guys who play football. You saw Kenny Clark when he comes. One of the first things he says is, I just like playing football. And I'll share this quote with you. Dak Prescott was asked about moving on from Micah and if there was a team meeting needed. His response, I mean, I don't know if there was necessary meetings or things needed to be said or handled or had. I mean, it was a very public issue that everybody could look on the internet or ask somebody or ask one of you all and get a lot of intel or feelings about it. Like I said, it's just good to be past it. As I said, both parties are happy.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this from Albert Breer.
The Dak Prescott.
Yeah, and he said that his quote was, Martin, Lamb, and Prescott were very popular in the locker room. Breer wrote, that's not the case with Parsons, who has rankled teammates in different ways, seen by some as egotistical and self-centered. His podcast has created issues that go all the way up to quarterback Dak Prescott. And so, to your point on the locker room, if some guys are feeling this way, it was the right move. You don't want to go into a season with a new head coach, with, you got Pickens and some new trades, with a guy that is just causing... This isn't the new Cowboys documentary when Emmitt Smith held out, they go 0-2, right? This story was... You get Emmitt back and immediately you reel off and go win a Super Bowl. This team's not that 93 team, right? So I think this was the right move. You want all 53 guys bought in week 1. Micah wasn't going to be that. And for that reason, you needed to go get what you could to try to maintain. And Jerry's he's going to say, we got to stay competitive. So he wanted a guy like Kenny Clark, got the 2 first-rounders. For the future, 2026 and beyond, he kind of teased, who says we're going to keep those? I don't see them trading those picks, to get a guy. It sets you up well 2026, 2027 and beyond, I think, more so than having 3 guys locked into huge deals that significantly limits your cap.
What would you want to do with those draft picks? Text into the program, 877-881-1053. But on the other side, we'll be going through the Dallas Cowboys depth chart. We've had a lot of moving around, 53-man roster, trades. What does the depth chart look like so you can make your bets, so you can talk to your friends about who's going to win the game? Cowboys and Eagles next on the KNC Masterpiece. drafted where the Packers were and had that pick and got next year's pick and had all this money to spend in free agency, probably would have been smarter, but I don't think they thought this would get to this point. 972 says 47-6, Philadelphia will win.
Wow.
904, save this. Dallas will be a top 15 defense all year. Okay. 214 is our boy Jagon, known Broncos fan. Adios, Micah. Blake, I'm more worried about the Cowboys offense. Why does anyone expect this offensive explosion? I think people are really high on our boy George Pickens adding to what the Cowboys, because we forget, not last year because Dak was hurt, but the year before that, they were a pretty good offense. Dak Prescott second in MVP. The Giants and the Bears are going to stomp us. I don't know about either team stomping us. I think the Giants could win. It could be a weird one, and I think the the Bears will win. 214. I think Dallas is going to win Thursday, not just keep it close.
All right.
214, I think you might be the first person to text that in.
You've got to have some positivity out there. I mean, we can't all just be here in DFW going, it's over. You've got to go. You don't know until the game's played. Some college teams found that out this weekend. So you don't know.
Sounded like my co-host Fred Davis, Mr. Optimist. 956. I'm happy the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons. He would fit better in a 3-4 defense. His body does not allow him to play defensive end at a high level for 17 games. He's getting paid the highest at his position for just flashy plays. 972. Out of all the teams you named, Carolina's the only win I think we will get. 817. We need to make the Cowboys as much as we need to make the Cowboys as much as Jerry has. I don't know what you're trying to say there. We need to start. Okay, here we go. We need to stop going to the games. That's only been said 100 times. 972. Dak hasn't played a game since last November. Didn't play in the preseason. There is going to be rust, and I expect Philadelphia to win pretty handily. I agree with that sentiment. 956. The Cowboys will win 10 games. Dak Prescott is 76-46 as a starter. As long as he is healthy, this team will be in every game.
Okay,
we got some optimism.
So there's some optimism sneaking in here.
What happened?
Do you think that this is the least excited people have been for a Cowboys season in a while? Like, do you feel like this year is just people are expecting dread? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
I don't know. That coming off of that Green Bay loss, a lot of people were not excited for the Cowboys. They drug out contracts. There was not a lot of high hopes going into this year. Really hasn't been high for the Cowboys in a while because you haven't had a draft pick that really inspired people. Because even Tyler Smith, obviously is an all-pro now, but everybody hated that pick.
Yeah.
A lot of people hated that pick. It was at Tulsa, had all these holding penalties. You've had Tyler Guyton since then, which a lot of people weren't like jumping out of their seat for. You've had Mozzie Smith. A lot of people weren't jumping out of their seat for. So there hasn't, a lot of times it's you get a draft pick people are excited for, or you had a late season crumble. It's like, oh, our team's right there. But the Cowboys haven't had much optimism. So yeah, this season probably isn't much different from the others. There just hasn't been much hype going into the season where Tolos are texting in, this is the Cowboys year. And they genuinely believe it. Like there's a lot of teams in the NFC you can make a case for. The Rams, the Eagles, the Lions, even the Buccaneers, the Packers. Like, we've got a chance. I don't know how many Tolos are going to text right now that say, hey, the Cowboys have a real chance at making noise in the playoffs.
Yeah.
940. The O-line worries me a lot. We're going to get to that here in just a second. We're going to be going through the depth chart for the Dallas Cowboys, and you tell me which position scares you the most. Micah dogged out Dak regularly, so I don't know about that. I always feel like Micah did not like the media hoopla. I mean, he's got a podcast. 469, are you going to be one of those shows that tell people to text but then ignore all the text replies?
No, we're not. Blake's coming in to make sure.
Reading as we speak.
Reading currently.
I'd sell them for a superstar if he gets us a Super Bowl. I think everyone would, but you can't pick it. 214, how do I call in? We're not taking calls right now, but yeah.
Text in,
and we'll read it. Micah is a player, not a deceased family member. Let's stop talking about him and start talking about what we should do after him. Well, stay tuned. We'll be talking about the depth chart. Micah is nowhere dominant as Ray Lewis, Reggie White, or Lawrence Taylor was. He's a pass rush specialist. That's all he ever is. I've talked about that, and that's been a trending topic about him not knowing how to stop the run, but I think that's almost been overcorrected. It's not like Micah was the worst player in the world at stopping the run. I think people just, you got to find something to rag on. Okay, let's get to this Cowboys depth chart. Let's get the easy stuff out of the way. Brennan, I want you to grade how well you feel about it. Being A+, being, if the wide receiver core, whatever you think the best wide receiver core is, that's an A+. F being the worst, and you tell me where the Cowboys fall in this. So you got George Pickens, you got CeeDee Lamb, you got Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, and
Mingo's injured.
Mingo's injured. So right now you've only got 4 guys because you put Ryan Flournoy on your practice squad. So right now you got 4 guys with Mingo being injured that'll suit up, to my knowledge, unless someone gets called up, to my knowledge, on Thursday. Where does this receiver core grade out for you?
Yeah, I mean, the depth seems to be lacking a little bit.
Out of nowhere. You had all these guys.
Yeah. But obviously, CD and George are both A receivers. They're both top 10 receivers in the league.
Oh, wow. You think George Pickens top 10 in the league?
I think George Pickens, if he is focused on football and if he's playing and his head is where it should be on game day, I think that George Pickens has top 10 talent in the league.
Okay.
And so, I mean, CD is clearly, he's
number 3.
Number 3. And so, I'll go A-.
I like it.
Because of CD and George. They elevate the room so much. Questions about the depth of the league. I mean, if one of these guys goes down or I mean, you're really thin here. I like Tolbert. Turpin's kind of is he as good as a Cole Beasley type guy was? No, but tries to fill that role. So I'm going to go A-.
I'll give it a B+. I think obviously the heavy lifting coming from your top 2, CD and George, are both elite, and I think they're going to work really well with each other. CD working the whole field. George Pickens being your deep threat, a big body target in the red zone for Dak Prescott to look at. And then don't sleep on my boy Jake Ferguson. Bounce back year. I think he can make some noise, especially with us only carrying 4 receivers. I think Jake Ferguson will see a lot of targets in week 1. Let's get to the position that everyone is clamoring about, the offensive line. So you got Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, and Terrence Steele. I think we can all agree they're going to start on Thursday. Tyler Guyton, we still don't have a definitive no, so we'll go Tyler Guyton / Nate Thomas. Some other guys there. TJ Bass is a backup. Brock Hoffman is a backup. They brought in Trevor Keegan from Philadelphia as a backup. Hakeem Adeniji as a backup. And AJ Cornelius, or Johnny Cornelius, excuse me. How do you feel about the offensive line group, especially the starters?
I'm going to say serviceable. I feel like they can get the job done. Is this one of the top units in the league? No. Because of that, I'm going to say B-. I don't necessarily think that this group is going to dominate tough, and that's why the Eagles game is a little worrisome with their front 4.
We're going to see it quickly.
And we're going to see. So we're going to find out fast Thursday night. I'll go B-.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to give them a B- as well. I think you have the potential to have a top 5 interior offensive line, with Smith already being a known quantity, Tyler Booker being a first-round pick from Bama. We've only heard good things about him. And then Cooper Beebe only progressing in year 2. And he's getting his boys from K-State over here. We got Clayton Adams here. I like what they're cooking on that tough nose side of the ball, especially with the coaching. So I feel good about it, but I'm a very much known pessimist when it comes to the tackle position at both spots. Terrence Steele, I'm going to see it when it happens. I'm not going to project that he's going to be great. Tyler Guyton / Nate Thomas, I don't feel great about either of those guys. I know we want Guyton to come back, but it's not as if Guyton was this dominant left tackle, last year. So I don't feel great about those. They bring the grade down a lot. But like I said at the beginning, those 3 interior offensive linemen, I think, have a chance to be top 3, top 5 as a group.
And if Tyler Booker is very good, I think you can make a case that he adds a huge new dimension to the offensive line. So I could be convinced this could be a B+ year, depending on Booker's growth through and how quickly he's ready to go.
Quickly, the quarterback room, Dak and Joe Milton. Just how confident are you that if Dak were to get hurt, that if Joe's?
Not based off what I saw in the preseason. I don't think Joe has enough reps at all to lead a team to several wins. And obviously, some of our Tolos that are texting in probably feel the same way based off how they feel with Dak being the quarterback. So Dak's health dependent. I still think Dak, when healthy, 2023, had a very great year, top 5 MVP. I believe that Dak Prescott is a top 10 quarterback still when fully healthy. So because of that, a lot of teams would wish to have that. I'll say B+.
Yep, I'll agree with you. B+. Let's get to the running back position. You've only got 3 guys, and then we'll throw in Hunter Lipke as well. Javonte Williams being your lead back. On the depth chart, on some of them it's got Jaden Blue, on some of them it's got Miles Sanders, but either way, Jaden Blue, Miles Sanders is your backups, and then Hunter Lipke. How do you feel about this room overall? I'm going to give it a C-.
Yeah, not great. Not great. Javonte Williams did not show enough at all to come in and be a lead back when he was in Denver. I mean, injuries. Miles Sanders kind of banged up. Jaden Blue a little bit too. I think he's still questionable going in. Yeah, so not great. That's what I talked about in the previous segment is what does this room really look like and can they bring balance to the offense? If this turns into a 2024 Bengals where Dak is just chunking it up to George and CD and you're having to outscore people through the passing game and become one-dimensional, you're in trouble. So you need this group to be somewhat effective and to bring balance to the offense. And I'm really intrigued to see what Javonte Williams looks like.
Or reading your guys' text, so we weren't able to get to the defense, but text in, what do you think about the Cowboys offense? We just graded all the position groups. On the other side, we're going to go through the defense. What do they look like without Micah Parsons and with Kenny Clark slotted in? Who are the starters? And we got a surprise guy that could be ready for Thursday. Who is that guy, as well as some other NFL notes? We'll give you that at the top of the hour here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Andy Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This weekend, opening weekend of college football, was all about the quarterbacks. Carson Beck, Georgia transfer to Miami. How good will he make that Miami team? Well, they beat Notre Dame last night 27-24, and Carson Beck looked closer to a number 1 pick than a second-round pick. And if that guy plays great, it could mean big things for Miami. I'm Andy Gresh.
when do you think is the age you can no longer change it? Because, like, say if you're like 3 and it's blue, and then when you become like conscious and moving around.
Conscious. Yeah, you're not conscious at 3.
Some kids are.
Yeah, maybe let's go like 10 years old.
10 years old is the cutoff. Whatever you are at 10.
10's the cut. Because you might get, join a new sports team in 5th or 6th grade that's got a sick red or something. Or, it's always been blue. Rangers got blue in them. Mavericks got blue. It was kind of easy. It was an easy color.
What do you think about me? I change every couple years.
Okay.
So, like, it was blue when I grew up. Then it was red. Now it's... Then there was a point where it was like not a lime green, but what is that color of green? It's like a soft green. I don't know what the color palette is, if you will. And then it was lavender, like most of college.
Okay.
Like a light purple.
Is this because you're seeing like a new shirt or a new tee? Or you're just that color.
I wish I could understand my brain of why it does that. And if you ask me right now, my favorite colors, I'd probably say like tan, like a sand tan color, like a military tan.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't change my whole opinion of you. Yeah. It might dock you a little bit, but I understand. People are allowed to have different preferences. That's what we're here for. But I've been a blue guy pretty much my whole life.
Blue guy is. Let's see if you guys are blue on the Dallas Cowboys defense. We were talking about the offense on the other side. Let's give you guys a defense. No Micah Parsons. What does this depth chart look like? How excited or nervous are you when I'm about to read these names? So let's go ahead. We'll save the best for last. We'll save the defensive line. Let's go through the secondary. So right now you got DaRon Bland slated to start at your nickel on our lads. And then at your corner position, right now, it's got our boy Trayvon Diggs and Kyer Elam on there. And you might be asking yourself, Blake, I thought Diggs wasn't ready. But per our boy Clarence Hill, who tweeted this 19 hours ago, Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs said he did everything in practice today. No limitations. He would not commit to being on the field against the Eagles on Thursday. He said it would depend on how he feels, but he did not rule it out, but he feels good. Clarence going back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
His knee is ready, Clarence Hill says. So, Tolos, 877-881-1053. Do you want Trayvon Diggs to play in week 1, even if it's maybe rushing back a little bit? Me personally, you obviously want Trayvon Diggs healthy and you want him out there. I don't think anyone's discussing is Trayvon Diggs better than or worse than anybody that you would play instead of it. But obviously the risk of injury, kind of rushing it back. You're going against it's on Thursday. This is 3 days away against one of the better receiving cores you're going to play. This isn't going to be a slouch preseason warm-up game. You're going to go in full speed against A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. So I'll ask you, Brennan, do you want our boy Trayvon to presumably kind of be rushing back? And maybe he's completely ready. I don't know. I'm not in his head. Do you want him on the field on Thursday?
If he is rushing back and it's a risk of injury against games, you would need him in later as well. I would say no. Do you need him? Absolutely. You need him on the field because your cornerback room is not very strong. Kyer Elam coming over through the trade from the Buffalo Bills. I don't know if you had caught the 2024 AFC Championship game, but the moment he got put in for Christian Benford.
Oh, it was bad.
It was bad. And
a lot of people were calling him the worst corner in football as far as someone who gets reps, and I don't think it was far off if you watch any Bills games.
It was pretty rough, and the Chiefs just kind of picked on him that whole game. And so maybe he's developed over the offseason, but he's not someone I necessarily trust based off what I've seen to go in and stop a Devontae or an A.J. Brown.
This is a great person to ask. I completely forgot now. If you guys don't know, in the break, my boy Brennan shared he's got a little bit of Bills, background.
Got some Bills love, man. Family from Western New York as well. Some family in Western New York. So, also root for the Bills as well. So I'm familiar with the Kyer Elam story a little bit. Yeah.
So talk to me about Kyer Elam. Everybody, media-wise, has loved him in the offseason. He's done no wrong. Has been the standout. Came out of nowhere as a guy we swap late-round picks, and now he's going to be a starter. And no one seems to be that worried about it in comparison to your other corners. And I will mention the other corners, and I'm not going to talk out of turn about Triquez Bridges and Reddy Stewart. I heard Wilchuk likes Reddy Stewart, but I'm not going to talk out of turn, act like I've seen a bunch of reps from these guys. They are guys you traded for, got off the waiver wire, guys that took Kamon Hall's spot, Zion Childress' spot, and those guys either got cut or on the practice squad. So the cornerback room right now, say Trayvon is not healthy, is Kyer Elam, DaRon Bland, Bridges, who you just got from the Chargers, and Reddy Stewart, who you got from Minnesota. And then if you want to throw CJ Goodwin in, who doesn't actually play corner. Those are your corners.
Right. Yeah, and the Bland, look, I'm excited. You know, they were
contract.
able to get the Bland extension done, which I want to, is that timing there? You choose not to extend Micah or give him an extension. You trade him, and then here comes this 4-year. It's kind of Jerry saying, hey, this wasn't me. I felt like that a little bit with the Bland. It was.
I'm sure they would love to get Tyler Smith done too.
Yeah,
this was that money allocated. You want to pay Smith. You want to pay Bland. And here's the funny part: Bland's money doesn't kick in until next year. Obviously, still got the 5th year left. And a lot of people are, man, 23, 24 million seems like a lot for Deron Bland, 6th highest paid corner. And then I looked at it. Trayvon Diggs is making $19 million, and he's off your books next year. And there's been a good amount of speculation that Trayvon Diggs will not be on your team next year. So you're not paying 2 corners $20+ million. You're paying one guy, most likely.
Right.
Most likely this would be projecting. So yeah, it seems a lot if you're going to be paying Diggs and Bland, but they'll never be making $20 million at the same time.
Right.
Diggs is going to have it this year, 19. And then Bland next year will kick in, and maybe Diggs is on the team, maybe he restructures, maybe he's not on the team, whatever. I don't see them both paying Diggs 19 and Bland 24 next year.
So we were doing grades for the offense previously. What do you grade the secondary? Safeties included with the cornerbacks. What's your grade for them?
Safeties in there, Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, their backups. Marquise Bell, who stepped up a lot and kind of got himself back in the ringer. Got our boy Izzy McQuamu cut, in my opinion, the way that he played. And Wanye Thomas, who I'm a big fan of. I do not like your safety room at all. Blake is not a believer in it. I've been very vocal about that. I don't like your cornerback room at all. I think this is the weakest part of your team. I'm going to give it a C-. Okay. I don't think this secondary is good at all.
Yeah. So does a healthy Diggs completely help? You're getting him at his best.
If you're getting him at his best, Pro Bowl level, this jumps you up to like a B-, C+. Like it's a big jump for me. I'll say B-. If Diggs is completely healthy, looks like the dog that he was a couple years ago, yes. But the last time we saw Trayvon Diggs play healthy football, he was scared to tackle, he was beefing with media members, and he was getting lost in coverage. That year, Deron Bland was your best cover corner, and I think he's still your best cover corner. He's your best sticky guy out there. Trayvon Diggs is still a very good corner, not great. Good corner, B-, B corner. Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker, I am very low on. I think their time has come. I think we're getting towards the end of the road with both of these guys. Donovan Wilson being one of your captains, been on the team a while, hard hitter, really good in the box, absolutely horrendous in coverage. Malik Hooker might have had the most dropped interceptions last year. I don't have the numbers on that, but the amount of times he had a ball thrown right to him and it went right through his hands, Blake's just not a believer in it. I will be upfront and honest, I am a pessimist about this Dallas secondary. I think Wanye Thomas should get more reps, and I hope he does step in at some point at that free safety position. We'll have to wait and see, but Blake would give the secondary a C-.
C-. Okay, so if you've got a weak secondary, you need other areas on your defense, defensive front, linebackers to step up. If you're looking, obviously, we've talked about it, Micah's no longer on the team, but you brought over Kenny Clark, Dante Fowler, Samuel Williams. How confident are you in this group? San Micah, that this is now a group that can still be very effective on the front four.
You know what? I might be changing my tune a little bit. If you guys heard me when the Micah news happened, I gave my thoughts, and I think it was on the next day as well, and I was not happy. And I'm still not happy overall, but the more I look at this depth chart in front of me, you got Marshawn Nealon at one side, you got Fowler at the other, you got Kenny Clark and Osa in the middle, you got Ezaraku and Sam Williams and James Houston backing up on the edge. Then you got guys like Jay Toya, Mozzie Smith, Solomon Thomas, and Perrion Winfrey. So you got depth at the defensive tackle now. Like, Mozzie is going to be rotating in with Solomon Thomas. And there was thoughts that those guys would be getting starter reps. You got Jay Toya, who's had his moments, and Perrion Winfrey, who was great in the preseason, backing up those guys. Your edge rushers, I talked about earlier in the show. Lot to prove. I think we feel good. We have a reason to feel good about every edge rusher, whether they're young, did something good on their last team, from college, whatever it is. But none of these guys proved it on the football field in the 17 games last year on a consistent basis. They were either on a different team. I'm saying for the Cowboys. They were either on a different team or in college, whatever. So we're projecting. But the defensive line, I might be on the other side. I'm going to give it like a B+. Okay, I think it's going to be a pretty good defensive line, and I'm not that scared of teams running the ball on us. Now, when you play a really good quarterback, I think it could get a little spooky, like someone that knows what's going on. Hey, they can stop the run. I feel good about the edges. But I think Marshawn Nealon and Fowler are going to step up. I don't think they're going to be Micah. I don't think them two combined are going to be Micah. But Micah didn't get winning a lot of games. So maybe being Micah's not what you need.
And that's kind of my point is, like, you trade a guy that we talk about being a top 5 defensive player in the league.
Kind of in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, but you're still on here saying, dude, you feel good. This could be a top. This could still be a good defensive front. B plus.
I like it.
What does that say about the move? Like, let us know in the text as well, in the text line. But that to me shows like it wasn't necessarily a one-man show with Mike. And this group might have been added a little more depth with the Kenny Clark move as well too. And so I don't know. I'm with you. I think that they have to be a B plus based off what you said on the secondary, and I totally agree with you on the secondary. This group's going to have to be a top 12, 10 unit in the league if the Cowboys defense wants to have a good year.
Well, I think what the Micah thing shows you is, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn right here, the gap from Micah to the other pass rushers is less than Kenny Clark to Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Like, Micah is a 99 overall player if you want to use Madden. He is cream of the crop. Like,
which how we rate our players.
Yes,
through Madden.
he is up there. Marshawn Nealon, Dante Fowler, say they're an 80, a 78, whatever. Like, there is a drop-off. Don't get it twisted. There is a drop-off, and you're not going to have some guy just wrecking games. Like, it is nice having a pass rusher out there that can just, it's 3rd and 8, and you almost feel like he's going to be in the backfield. You don't have that. But I feel a lot worse knowing I got Mozzie Smith right next to Osa, and they can just go, we'll just run at Mozzie and get 6 yards every play. We feel very confident about that. That drop-off and now having Kenny Clark, who I'm not saying it's Micah Parsons or even close to, but is 10 times better than what Mozzie Smith was giving you. And I love Mozzie. Talked to him in the locker room. Great kid. I'm praying for the kid. Hoping he turns out. But it's football. It's a business. I need you to play well. Having him and Solomon Thomas as your backups and having Kenny Clark and Osa, that's a good defensive tackle room. That is no one's going in there going, we'll just run the ball at the Cowboys. I mean, you've got 2 very good defensive tackles now, and you've got 2 right on the dot B, in my opinion, Marshawn Nealon and Dante Fowler. So overall, I give the defense a C+.
Yeah. A
C+, because I think you are going to get exploited by good teams, but bad teams, I feel like you'll be balanced and you'll be able to stay in some games.
So C+ defense. We rated position on offense. What do you rate the offense as a whole?
The offense as a whole, we'll give you this. So the B-. I think that obviously the passing game carries you a lot, but that tackle, not knowing what's going on in tackle, and the running back to me is a huge scare. And you only got 4 receivers, so you're one injury or one guy not showing up. Like, if Kevontae Turpin's not good, and they can just say, hey, you literally have 2 pass catchers, and Jake Ferguson's dealing with injuries, this offense gets very one-dimensional very quick. Okay, CD and George are phenomenal. We're going to drop back in coverage and just let you throw stuff underneath and run the ball. We don't believe in you. So, did I say C+ or B-?
C+, B- offense, C+ defense.
Yeah, that's right.
And you have the Cowboys winning 7 games, so that's probably what that equals out to. Yeah, that's good math right there.
Tolos, text in what you think of the offense and defense. Which one are you higher on? Which one do you have more questions about? I know a question I do not have. The Texas Rangers keep winning ball games. They go and sweep the A's. How do they do it? Who are the standouts? And do they still have a chance to make the playoffs? We'll discuss all of that and next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
Uber Eats has low-fat products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Guys that you wouldn't expect it. You get, in the first two games, Michael Hellman and our boy Dylan Moore stepping up. You get Josh Young, who has been on a tear. I want to say 3 hits in his last 4 games in each of his games. You've had Jock Peterson knocking in dongs, getting some ribbies the other day. Adolis Garcia, since he came back from his IL stint, all of a sudden is making contact with the ball. Josh Smith, who hasn't had hasn't had more than 1 hit in a game. He gets 2 last night along with 3 walks. So everybody on this team with no Corey Seager, no Marcus Semien, who are both presumably out for the year, Evaldi, who we know is out for the year. And all of a sudden, this team just can't stop winning. On the bump last night for your Texas Rangers was DeGrom, who only had to go 5 innings, gives up 2 hits, 6 strikeouts, only allows 1 walk. He was nails. On the other side, our boy Ginn for Oklahoma, our boy JT Ginn did not have the outing. He went 6 innings, gives up 5 runs, gives up 2 dongs. It got scary in that 8th inning. The Rangers give up 5 runs and then give up another one in the 9th. The Rangers were trying their best to blow that game, but 9 runs was enough of a cushion. Brennan, are the Texas Rangers going to make the playoffs?
You know, do I want to go there yet? You're into September. This is where the season really starts. It's why you play 162 games. This is what makes baseball unique and fun. Is you're never really out of it. To put that in perspective, the Detroit Tigers last year made the playoffs. They were 8 games back in the wild card. And they were able to make a run in September and make the playoffs. I do not trust the Seattle Mariners. They are notorious for letdowns at the end of the year. They always seem to be the team on the outside looking in. and I trust Bruce Bochy and the staff and what Bruce is able to do. I'm going to say you got one team to chase, and you're 2.5 back. You could literally be tied for the wild card by the end of the week, potentially. And you also get the Stros at home for a 3-game series this weekend that is going to be huge in Globe Life. I'm going to say yes. Why not be positive on Labor Day, man? People driving, enjoying the holiday. Why should I sit here and say no when you're making a run, you're hot? And baseball is a big momentum sport. Jock Peterson was sleepwalking much of the year. He's woken up. Josh Young, who had to be designated to the minors, is back. He can't stop hitting right now. He can't stop hitting. You mentioned Josh Smith. If Nathan Uvalde and Corey Seager, and I know Simeon as well too, but he was already kind of out. The Uvalde news stings a lot. The Corey with appendicitis really hurts. If those guys were healthy, I would say yes. I would feel very good. The team's playing well. They're playing great baseball, and they're finally hitting. It's like the bats were pretty much silent for a better part of a year and a half, 2024 into much of 2025, and they've woken up. And that's a scary team. If you can go and beat 2 or 3 against the Diamondbacks in Arizona and then come back home and potentially win 2 or 3 or sweep the Astros, you are in a great position to make the playoffs. You're a good series away from being tied for the wild card.
You got Evan Carter, who's also out, Jake Berger that's out. So you've had a bunch of new guys stepping in for you. Like we said, Dylan Moore, who most of you guys probably hadn't heard of. I want to say he came from Seattle. Then you also had our boy Michael Hellman getting some reps, and both of those guys have stepped up to the plate. These guys are not going 0 for 5 at the plate and striking every play, whether they're getting walks. I think they both have a home run as well. They've been getting some ribbies in. So I've been really excited about this team. I don't want to say playing small ball, but just playing inspired baseball. There wasn't an ego before, but there's a little bit of an expectation when you have guys like Seager, Simeon, Evaldi the year he's having. But shout out to the guys not, giving up on the season, saying, hey, we still have a chance. And now you come out of the series sweeping the A's just 2.5 games back with the Diamondbacks on the road, going to Arizona to play them. Today at 7 o'clock, you'll have Patrick Corbin on the bump. Feel pretty good about him.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised about the Rangers not giving up. A Bruce Bochy-led team, he's been there, he's done that. A lot of the guys that were on that World Series team that had to go through adversity, winning on the road in the playoffs there, are still in this locker room. So this is not a shock. There was eventually going to be a regression to the mean. You cannot be that bad for that long. There's too much talent on this roster. I know no one really hits for average anymore, but these guys are starting to finally put some runs together. When runners are in scoring position, they're actually scoring. I feel like I was at several games this year where it's like, man, this game was 2 hours and 5 minutes, and you left like 10 guys on base, or you barely got 10 guys on base. And so it's nice to see this. I don't know if they've got enough with Uvalde out and Seager, but you just never know. You're within striking distance. 4.5 games back in the division when the Astros were coming in is not that much. 2.5 back in the wild card against the Mariners, like we said. You're there. Like, you only have one team to pass in front of you. The Guardians and Royals are close. You are now over them by a game. I thought when the Kansas City series a couple weeks ago happened, I kind of thought you were done at that point. It just didn't seem like you were going to be able to really push through that. But I'm glad I was wrong, and now there's reason to believe. I mean, this team can make the playoffs.
You want to hear how bad my futures bet was for the Rangers?
I would love to hear how bad.
I put this in before the season started, obviously, in the offseason. Feeling really good about this offense. There's so much power. The thing the Rangers sucked at was hitting the fastball. They bring in Jock Peterson. They bring in Jake Berger. We got another year of Wyatt Langford. Adolis is going to bounce back. I'm thinking this team, everybody's going to hit 30 home runs. So this is the bet I put in. Wyatt Langford over 29.5 home runs.
Okay.
Wyatt's sitting at 20 on the season. He was at 15 for like 3 months. Corey Seager, 2.5 multi-home run games. I want to say he has 2 at least. I don't know if he got that third one. I know for a fact he's got 2. Adolis Garcia, over 27.5 home runs. Adolis is sitting at 18.
You gotta have a killer September, man. These guys are gonna have to have legendary Septembers, which I hope they do, for those bets to pay off.
Jake Berger, over 26.5.
Oh my gosh. You were expecting this Ranger team to be the 2010-2011 offense, it looked like.
If you're wondering where Jake Berger is on the home runs, he has 12. Shohei Ohtani, over 39.5.
You didn't bet your rent or your mortgage on this. I mean, you're not sleeping in the studio.
What was my bet?
If this doesn't happen.
This was a $2 entry for $100.
Okay. All right. So You're fine.
Jock Peterson, over 20.5 homers. Is Jock even on the list?
He's at 8, I think, now, after his homers this last week, I believe.
Jock Peterson's at 8 home runs.
8 home runs, yeah.
I feel like I should get some money back because these guys were injured, These guys weren't playing. It's not like,
No, they were pretty bad, too. It's not all injury based, I think.
We're going to blame it all on injuries. The Texas Rangers.
But they're hitting now. Which is what matters.
They're not going to hit for my bets, but they are going to hit for your Rangers. Let's see what you guys are saying on the text line. Don't forget Langford. Someone's saying Corey Seager can come back. I don't know. I'm not an appendicitis expert, so if he comes back, that would be great. What if Bruce Bochy falsely pulled Nathan Eovaldi, Martin, and Corey to give the Rangers batters a false sense of no pressure because the season is probably over? Sometimes that jump starts the bat, so that would make Bruce Bochy a genius. I think maybe. What do you think about that conspiracy theory?
Which one?
About them pulling these guys when they're healthy, just to inspire the bats.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bruce, again, like his Giants, he always seemed to pull the right buttons at the right time. I mean, the dude won what? He won in 2010, 2012, 2014, 2023. I mean, the guy wins World Series, and he knows when to kind of get the best. He's very soft-spoken in the locker room, so it wouldn't shock me at all that Bruce had a little secret sauce when it comes to pulling guys. He's not going to get in there and yell at you, so I do feel like Bruce probably's got stuff up his sleeves that we don't know about. I would say that's a fair conspiracy to buy into.
And people are jumping on the bandwagon on the text line. Bruce Bochy every other year World Series.
Yes, that is I was going to bring that. It's not an odd. He was evens from 2010, 2014. Maybe it's the odds in the 2020. Maybe we're going 25, 27, 29.
Okay, I'll say this. If this team makes the playoffs, then at that point, you maybe can get back a Seager and a Eovaldi if they're back from their injuries. I'm not a doctor. Blake's not going to do any diagnosis here. I'm not 100% sure.
This is why I say if Eovaldi was not hurt, he's arguably the best pitcher in baseball this year, lowest ERA.
Dog!
If you had a 3-game wild card series and your first 2 starters are Eovaldi and DeGrom, you are feeling very good about winning a 2 or 3 in that scenario. Mm-hmm. And if you get to the if you would be in the ALDS at that point, anything can happen, as we've seen. So, like the team that won 2 years ago was the wild card team. They go into Tampa Bay, they smoke them. They go into Baltimore, they smoke them.
They smoked.
They were the
Tampa
road warriors, right?
Those games were not close.
And so it's just like if that's the one thing. It's not even the Semien and Corey Seager, because I love Marcus Semien, and he's a great player, but he has not been hitting that way. He has not been adding as much value as you would hope. Seager's starting to kind of hit more before his appendicitis.
But hey, we got Michael Hellman.
So you got Michael Hellman. But like, if you had Eovaldi, I would be saying, dude, this team is going to make the playoffs. That's the one concern I have more even than the offensive guys when it comes to postseason.
Okay, Tolos, I'm going to read the Texas Rangers schedule coming up, and you tell me, are they making the playoffs? They're out 2.5 games. You've got a chance to make up some of that ground today. You got the Diamondbacks out in Arizona the next 3 games. Then you've got the Stros. Give me your record prediction after those 2 series, Brennan, then we'll move on to the last 2. So you got Diamondbacks for 3 and the Stros for 3 at home.
Okay, I'm going to go 2 of 3 in Arizona.
Okay.
So you'll be 73 and 68 coming into the Astros series. And then I'm here. It's Labor Day. We're sweeping the Astros this week. Give me
sweeping the Astros.
It is my first show here filling in for Kevin and Corey on the KNC Masterpiece. Why am I going to come in here and bring some pessimism into the show? I'm just not going to do that. So you're going to be 76 and 68 by September 8th. And if I'm wrong, I don't have to come back on here ever again.
Don't worry, I'll pick up the bad vibes. I think the Rangers go 2 or 3 in the Diamondbacks, and I think the Astros take care of business for the Rangers and put them out of their misery. I think that's what the season is.
Wow.
Yep, I said it. You can be mad at Blake. Brennan's a nice guy.
You're just gonna say it's over here in a week. We're getting swept? Are you saying?
I'll say this: you're not winning the series, and then even after that, say you do win the series, you play the Brewers right after, the best team in baseball
at home. Still, Rangers have had a good.
Rangers are good at home.
Rangers have had a good home.
Rangers are good at home, but that is a tough. And then you play the Mets. Then put Astros again.
Yeah, no, the schedule in September is brutal. I won't pretend that you're not getting the White Sox and company coming in, very you do have a very difficult September schedule.
Give me some optimism. If you pretty much have to win every series. You don't have to win every game, but I'm pretty sure the math works out. You could maybe lose one series as far as what the other teams are doing around you as well.
Okay.
If the Mariners, if the Astros, if they're all winning, if Tampa Bay, I think if you somehow come out of this and you're winning these series, Rangers win it all.
Well, okay. So now you're going. They're going to win the World Series if they go well.
Because if they make the playoffs, that means they've beat the Brewers. That means they beat the Astros. That means they beat the Astros twice. That means they beat the Mets, beat the Guardians. We got Evo coming back, Seager coming back. They're winning the World Series.
Look,
so it's one of the two things. They're going to lose to the Astros and Brewers and the season's over.
Or they're going all the way.
Or they're going all the dang way. Come on, Tolos. Are you fired up for the Texas Rangers? I am. I'm not going to be a pessimist anymore. I think the Rangers are the best team in baseball. Who we got coming up next?
Zyler Buchanan's joining the show, host of the Broadway Shuffle podcast, Big 12 guru. He'll be coming up next talking college football.
Let's do it.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation off Monday. Tuesday, I have the Rangers Player Show for you at 3:20 and all the sports here. Starting at 2 on the Fan.
If you're 65 years or older or will soon turn 65, look to a Medicare plan that cares back. From Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Get the right plan now for all your big plans ahead. Go to bcbstx.com/Medicare. Over 90 years here in Texas. You have a partner committed to you, providing the peace of mind you deserve and the comfort of always having someone to trust. You've been waiting for retirement. That means a trusted Medicare plan from Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here waiting for you, ready to provide security for your journeys ahead. So if you're 65 years or older, new to Medicare, retiring, or have lost your health coverage, visit bcbstx.com/Medicare and get the guidance you need for your coverage options. Now is the time to go with experience, go with confidence, and go with the benefit of Blue. Through it all. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Why do some AC companies pay their service techs on commission? ABC News did a sting on AC companies. They rigged a house with a simple broken wire, and 6 different companies tried to sell a woman hundreds of dollars of phony repairs. Why does this happen? Well, when they're getting a 15% commission on the total bill, it just breeds dishonesty and huge repair bills. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Our techs don't work on commission, and we don't use shady sales tactics. If you need a new system, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
It's Uber Eats Week. Go to DFWRestaurantWeek.com to see the list of your favorite restaurants offering deals, even BOGOs, on your most loved meals. Download the Uber Eats app and get your most loved meals delivered right to you.
When the Texas thunderstorm hits, your roof is your first and only line of defense.
Wow, it is so quiet in here. I wouldn't know if we were in a thunderstorm unless I was looking outside.
Fraser Roofing really did turn our roof into a shield.
Wonder how the Johnsons are holding up.
I told you we should have called Fraser Roofing when the Smiths were getting their new roof.
I thought you did!
Don't leave your roof unprotected like the Johnsons. Let Fraser Services transform your roof into a shield against the harsh Texas thunderstorms. Visit FraserServices.com.
How's it going? You see that Cowboys game?
Oh, I watched. Been seeing some good things.
Totally. They have some talent.
Yup, some great talent.
And they got some fight.
Hoping this is the year.
Me too. Oh, I'm Cody, by the way.
I'm Travis.
Nice to meet you, Travis. Go Cowboys.
Go Cowboys!
Make a new friend based solely on their shirt choice. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service, guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Tolos, the Fan and Wild Fork
This
Foods
segment of the
are
Fan
proud to
is
support
brought to you
the 24th
by
annual
Classic
Guns N'
Chevrolet. Get the
Moses
Classic
of North
Chevrolet
Texas
in
Police
Grapevine,
versus
back-to-back
Fire
#1
boxing
Chevy
event.
dealership
Saturday
in the
evening,
world. They got
September
more
13th
Chevys than
at the
anyone,
Credit
all
Union
priced
of
to
Texas
sell.
Event Center in
Silverado,
Allen. Watch
Tahoes,
North
Blazers,
Texas Police
Malibus,
and
Equinoxes, and more.
firefighters
Visit
square off in the Battle of
ClassicChevrolet.com.
the Badges,
This is Texas. This
benefiting
is
the
Classic
families
Chevrolet.
of
Together,
fallen
let's
heroes.
drive,
It's an
relax, and enjoy the
awesome
difference
event
based
for
on
the
new
whole
Chevrolet
family.
registrations
Get your
2023
tickets
and
today
2024.
from Ticketmaster.com.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece here. Blake Elliott joined by Brennan Baxter. We're about to go out on the D&M Leasing Hotline here in just a second and talk all things college football. You guys are lighting up the text program. This guy comes in first show, all caps, and says Rangers sweep the Astros. Automatic fan favorite now. They are mad at you for saying Uvalde instead of Evold.
Sorry, man. Speech impediment.
It's okay.
Don't blame me.
They are still fans of Brennan Baxter. I'm a fan of Brennan Baxter. Let's go out to Brennan's friend. Let's go on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Who you got for us, Brennan?
Yeah, Zyler Buchanan joining the show, host of the Broadway Shuffle podcast, Big 12 Guru. Zyler, we got you, man. How you doing today?
Brennan, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. So I want to go to Texas, Ohio State first. The talk of the college football world was centered on Ohio State. Arch Manning, what was he going to do? Was he going to carry on the Heisman hype into Columbus? It turned out to not be the case. What was shocking to you about the Texas-Ohio State game, and how surprised were you to see Arch Manning not do as well as many expected him to week one?
Yeah, I think with Arch, there's obviously going to be some growing pains your first time as a full-time starter, but also going up against the defense of Ohio State's caliber. That is a tough welcome to college football. And I know he's played some games, but that'll be one of the best, if not the best defense he plays all year. You've got a former NFL defensive coordinator who's got plenty of Super Bowls under his belt, throwing a lot of crazy stuff at him. I'm not out on Arch Manning. I think the bigger thing, if you're a Texas fan, maybe to be a little concerned with, is some of the mechanical stuff with Arch was not as crisp as you would hope for from a third-year guy. Just short-arming some stuff. Some of his footwork in the backfield was tricky, but once again, we're not in those coaching huddles. We don't know what they're talking about, what they're telling him to do. Those would be things I'm more concerned with, but it's his first game. You're allowed a couple bad ones, especially on the road at a top 5 team. Not always going to be super smooth sailing in that regard.
Before I ask a question, we do have to address the elephant in the room. We probably have 3 of the coolest names on the radio right now, not including mine. Of course, mine's pretty basic, but we've got Zyler Buchanan on the phone right now. We've got Brennan Baxter across from me, and we've got Jet Nelson. So we got Baxter, Jet, and Zyler.
And Zyler's also got a brother named Jet.
Are you kidding
I'm
me?
not kidding.
Who coincidentally is a pilot, oddly enough. He went after that namesake, but a lot of fun stuff
Well,
there.
our Jet Nelson, I don't know if I'd let him fly a plane, but he is in the
not
Pimp
yet.
Cup. But Zyler, when it comes to that Clemson LSU game, the nightcap the other night, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, a lot of hype going into that, kind of the second most hype game, obviously, behind the Ohio State-Texas game. What did you learn from that game, and is it less about Cade Klubnik and more about the LSU defense, or what was your thoughts and takeaways from that game?
Yeah, and I think we can all get into the situation where we just have our priors and what we thought about a team before the season, and then the week one information. And so we make sweeping assessments of teams, and sometimes inappropriately, and I'm guilty of this myself. I think if you wanted to have some takeaways, the LSU defense does look significantly improved. That was a real struggle for them last year. You knew some of the offensive pieces were good. You'd seen them be good. You'd seen the production be good. The defense was a lot less certain. And so watching them go into a pretty hostile environment and what should be, I think Clemson's probably a little oversold, but probably at worst a top 15, top 20 team going into that road environment week one, no warm-up games, and pretty much holding that offense in check for the vast majority of the game. I thought that was really impressive for LSU. That put them, top 3 in the SEC if they weren't already there for me already. They're going to be a real contender for the playoff, and having that notch on your belt when it comes to playoff selection time and seeding, if they go, 9-3, 10-2 in the SEC, that's going to be a really nice trump card that they have, that top end road win that I think the committee is going to value a lot. So to me, it was more about LSU. I think we know that Clemson is pretty good, and Clemson hung with LSU, but I think the story was LSU, the defense improving, and then going out and showing it week one.
Yeah, Zyler, when you're looking at SEC, I want to kind of get to the Baylor-Auburn game. You're a Big 12 guy. Baylor hosts Auburn on Friday. A lot of expectations on Baylor. Preseason Big 12, co-favorite, top 5 odds to win the Big 12. Cause for concern if you're a Baylor Bear fan, seeing Auburn come in, dominate the run game like they did. Baylor's defense was pretty much a no-show under Dave Aranda calling the plays there. Takeaways from the Baylor-Auburn game. How concerned should you be if you're a Baylor fan coming away from that loss?
Yeah, I think there's several avenues that you could pursue if you're a Baylor fan kind of analyzing that game. The defensive sides are obviously tricky, but you lost your starting safety, Devin Turner, before the season. You lost Kendrick Simpkins was out for the game, and then you lost Jackie Marshall in the first quarter. And those were, probably 3 of the 5 best defensive players, and Jackie Marshall's their best run defender. And so, losing those guys, but especially Jackie early on in the game, I think was tough. The weird thing about Baylor is that you have Aranda at the helm, and the defense just seems to still not be clicking. I didn't think Auburn did anything that impressive, especially not through the air. It was, oh my goodness, I can't believe Jackson Arnold's going to run it again right up the middle. Like, who would have thought? So that's where I would be concerned if I'm a Baylor fan, because if you're in the Big 12, you're going to see quarterbacks that are just as good, if not better, running the ball. You've got Avery Johnson, you've got Devin Dampier, you've got Jalen Daniels, you've got plenty of guys, Sorsby, and I don't remember who's all on Baylor's schedule, but that's not going to be the last running quarterback they faced, and it's probably not going to be the best running quarterback they face. If you're looking at it from an Auburn side, I thought the defense looked fine. I was maybe a little disappointed in what they did against Baylor. Baylor was able to move the ball pretty effectively, and I think Auburn will be good. I think this game was a lot more about Baylor than it was about Auburn in my mind. I didn't see anything that was super impressive from Jackson Arnold through the air. And he's got maybe the best receiving core in the conference, if not the country. I was very disappointed in him throwing the ball. He was an absolutely elite runner, though, and he did what he had to do to win the game. You got to tip your hat to that. Definitely a gamer. Just not necessarily – I'm not much higher on Auburn than I was going into that game.
Zyler Buchanan joining us here on the Dean and Leeson Hotline. Zyler, when it comes to the quarterbacks that had a lot of hype coming into, they're not named Arch Manning. You had Lenore Sellers, Drew Aller. We talked about Cade, John Mateer out of Oklahoma, of course. And then, of course, our boy Garrett Nussmeier. All those guys in thought, who do you think had the best performance and who kind of helped their Heisman stock, if you will, and who hurt their stock the most?
Man, that's tough. I think that the Heisman's become such a narrative award. And so I think Garrett Nussmeier, being on a team that was thought of pretty highly before the season, going in and getting a big win like he did, and he played pretty well. I think he probably did the most. Watching South Carolina, that team does not have the horses to make much noise in the SEC in my mind. They're not going to get the wins that I think Lenoris needs. And I think anytime, I thought the Arch hype was a little overdone too. Him at plus 700 was a really rich price for somebody who'd only started 3 games and didn't beat out Quinn Ewers for the starting job. He still very well could go on and win. They're going to win a lot of games, but I thought Garrett Nussmeier had a great week. He got wins where a lot of quarterbacks didn't. Another sneaky guy that I think may have a chance, and it's just because he's experienced and they may rack up a lot of wins, is Carson Beck. I thought he looked good in that game last night. He's going to have to overcome the Mario Cristobal game management decisions, but I thought he looked good, and experience is something that I've forgotten about going into this season. There's so many quarterbacks that just don't have a ton of reps, and you're getting over the year of, COVID quarterbacks where everybody had an extra year. You had 5th and 6th year guys all over the place. And Beck being older, I think, could really put him in a nice spot to where he's not going to have as many dud games as I think you're going to see some of these Julian Sayin and all of those guys and Ty Simpson, for example. They're going to have some really bad games. I think Beck's floor is higher, and if they win a lot of games, he'll have a shot.
Zyler, we've got TCU, North Carolina tonight. Bill Belichick debut, TCU going on the road. TCU's had some problems with some big-time first games of the year, lost to Colorado 2 years ago. What are you expecting out of the Horned Frogs tonight? And do you think North Carolina could pull off the upset against the Horned Frogs there in Chapel Hill?
Yeah, this game's moved a lot on the betting markets. I think North Carolina opened as a favorite back in the summer. TCU is favored by 3.5. It's the roster discrepancy. They brought in a lot of people with North Carolina, but TCU just clearly has the better roster on paper. There's not a Travis Hunter. There's not a Shadur Sanders on the other side. I'm in on TCU winning this game pretty comfortably. And I say that as somebody that's not the biggest TCU or Sonny Dykes fan in the world, but I think on paper this should be a game TCU wins pretty easily. The big wild card is Bill Belichick. If you had to give me Bill Belichick or Sonny Dykes as a coach, I'm going to take Belichick over just about every college coach in in-game adjustments and planning. He's just got so many skins on the wall. That's something where if it's close late, give me the Tar Heels, but I think the TCU roster is going to be a little bit too much for North Carolina.
Zyler, I'll ask you to project a little bit because none of us have seen it. I'm just going to trust your brain. What kind of offense/game style do you expect Bill Belichick to have for this Chapel Hill?
Man, your guess is going to be as good as mine. I think they're going to, as Bill Belichick is really good at doing, he's going to muck it up. He's going to probably bring some really exotic stuff, especially on the defensive side. That's where I think they're going to have to win the game. I don't envision them winning a high-scoring game. If they can get this game played in the low teens or the low 20s, I think that's the recipe for them winning. I don't envision UNC going out there and scoring a ton of points. I think where Bill Belichick really does a great job is on that defensive side. And so we'll see.
Talk me through your
coordinators want to do. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, talk me through your thought process for the storylines that you're watching going into now week 2. Obviously, we're finishing up week 1. What are you watching throughout the week that'll get you geared up for week 2?
Yeah, the things that I'll be looking for is just what kind of jumps do I see some of these quarterbacks take? The guys that are going to get a lot of attention, the Ty Simpsons, the Sayin at Ohio State, those guys that are kind of getting broken in as a first-year starting quarterback, what do they look like as these weeks progress? They always say the biggest jumps from week 1 to week 2, and if you can see big leaps there, I think that's where you can start to believe in those teams a little bit more as contenders. I don't know that their quarterback play right now and what you've seen through 1 week is going to be good enough for them to be, title contenders, but that's going to be something that I'm watching. And then some of the big non-con matchups, the ones that I'm really excited for, Kansas and Missouri. Kansas has looked really, really good to start the season. Now, granted, it's been against Wagner and Fresno State, which, neither of those teams really scare you, but Kansas has looked much better than I thought they would based on their coordinator hires and what they lost in the offseason. Then going up against Missouri, at Missouri, I think if they get a win there, that is really going to launch them into the spotlight. And then Oklahoma, Michigan is obviously a game with a lot of storylines. That's going to be something that's pretty fun, even if I don't really think too highly of either of those teams. Baylor has a big opportunity against SMU to kind of right the ship. An 11 a.m. kick there in the DFW area. That'll be a fun one. They'll be looking to bounce back. And then Iowa State, another really fun non-con matchup that's going to be pretty heated. those are kind of the 4 games that I'm going to be, tuned into. I don't really think there's anything else on the schedule that really catches my eye. Maybe one that I'll keep a slight eye on is Arizona State, Mississippi State. They're only a 6.5-point favorite in Starkville. They're going to have to find a way to get that done if they want to be a at-large contender in the playoff selection.
Zyler Buchanan joining us on 105.3 The Fan from the Broadway Shuffle podcast. Zyler, last question for you. Going to put you on the spot. Now, after week 1, who you got winning the Big 12?
I'll take out the bias pick. I won't select my beloved Red Raiders. I'm gonna take the Utah Utes. I thought they really, really looked good against UCLA. That's a team that style of ball will travel. They're going to punish you on the ground, and they're going to punish you defensively. Those are things that you don't worry about traveling when you go to some of these Big 12 road environments. I think they're the betting favorite right now, and I don't see any reason for them not to be. That's who I'll take, but that's like a 20% confidence. I think there's still 10 teams that could win that conference.
Fantastic job, Zyler. I'll have to add you to my Rolodex, like a Pokemon card, and we can call on you and have you on again. For the people that are hearing you for the first time, where can they find Zyler's work and social media?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me on Twitter, Zyler Buchanan. There's only one of me. There's not many Zyler Buchanans out there, so it shouldn't be a hard one to find. And then I'm at a show called The Broadway Shuffle. You can find us on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music. We do mainly tech content, but we still do some Big 12 and national stuff as well. It's a lot of fun, and we really enjoy this football season. It's a great time.
Well, fantastic job. We enjoyed having you on. You enjoy the rest of your Labor Day, sir.
Hey, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks,
yes,
Zyler.
Sir. There he goes. Zyler Buchanan joining us, talking all things college football. The only thing we didn't get to ask him was about Alabama, Florida State.
I think we've got 40 minutes coming up on the recap at 12:20 to get into the hot seat that Kalen DeBoer is on at Alabama.
Well, we'll get to that. Before we do that, on the other side, we'll talk about your Dallas Mavericks. We haven't talked about them in a while. Are you hyped for the Cooper Flag season? Are they going to finish first, last, 6th, 7th in the lottery, win in the finals? Me and Brennan will discuss next on the KNC Masterpiece.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Andy Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So has everyone settled in on the new-look Dallas Cowboys? Somehow their run defense is bad, but trading away their best defensive player ends up being good for them. If only Micah Parsons had just done his deal directly with Jerry and without an agent, all of this wouldn't have happened. That sounds crazy, doesn't it? I'm Andy Gresh.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And you can play right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms.
far from October, and
best month of the year, by the way.
Best month of the year, October. Yeah, okay. And
sports, my birthday.
Halloween guy. Oh, when's your birthday?
October 3rd.
Okay, now I know, man.
Sports, all in full swing. Halloween.
So
we're moving offices.
You're moving, new office coming up. It's going to be an exciting time. Look, I understand. It's like if I was growing up and Dirk got traded, I would always hate Donnie Nelson, right? I'd be like, no, like that was Dirk. That was our guy. Luka was the extension of Dirk. I totally understand that. And I loved Luka, and I thought he was great for the city. And by all we know, he wanted to be here, right? It
seems like he wanted to be.
It seems like he wanted to be here, and he liked Dallas, and he was sad leaving Dallas, and so
crying,
very much so. Yes, and we all were, and I understand that. But this team is talented, and this team has an opportunity to do noise. So you will have people like, if it's not Luka, I'm done. I've had multiple people say I could care less about the Mavs, but then
you should hear my mom.
But yeah, and my dad's the same way. And then when you lucked into the number 1 overall pick. That is where I was kind of like, okay. I mean, you're going to get maybe the next generational talent, arguably the best prospect coming out since another guy on your roster, Anthony Davis.
More than Wemby?
Yeah. I think Wemby was a little raw coming in. I think, the lengthy. I mean, Wemby's turned in and looks like he's going to be a world-class player, but I think Cooper Flagg is just so touted coming out of high school and what he brings. But there's reason for optimism. There's reason to be excited. You need Kyrie to come back from his knee injury. But looking at the Western Conference standings last year, you had the Thunder, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves. That kind of rounded out the 6. Then you had the Warriors, Grizzlies, Kings, and Dallas, snuck in there as the 10. The Thunder, obviously coming off the championship, look like the most dominant team in the West, but the Rockets are young. I don't trust the Lakers. They don't really have anything around a 40-year-old LeBron and a Luka. Nuggets kind of seem to be pushing towards the end of that prime. So there's reason for optimism here that the Mavericks, fully healthy, could compete and potentially win the Western Conference.
So for you guys who have not been following the Dallas Mavericks over the offseason, their depth chart kind of reads as follows. You're going to have Kyrie Irving on the shelf until probably January, February. I will say, if you're up on Kyrie updates, follow Kyrie Center on Twitter and Instagram. They do a great job of posting all the stuff with Kyrie. He is getting shots up at a gym, and he's getting some movement in the knee, in the ankle, in the leg. So I'm not saying he looks healthy like he's going to play tomorrow, but he don't look like a guy who's going to be out till March and April. He looks like he's getting back on the court. He's getting shots up. He's doing dribbling drills. He's at different camps for kids, moving around, teaching them. So if there is one person on this team I feel good about attacking an injury, it's Kyrie Irving. I feel like he will do it to the best of his ability. I feel very confident he'll be full strength late January, mid-February. So the depth chart reads as follows. You'll have D'Angelo Russell starting. You'll have, I would assume, this is all me assuming, this isn't official, Cooper Flagg starting, Anthony Davis, and Gafford/Lively, whoever you want to put in there as the 5.
So you would have Cooper Flagg in that situation playing the 2.
The 3. I didn't name the 2 yet, so that's what I was going to get to.
Okay.
Who do you think should be the 2? This has been probably the bigger talking point. You've got 3 names up for consideration. I think the easy pick would be Klay Thompson.
I was going to say, I think you start Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson started last year. He's a veteran. He gives you shooting. Jason Kidd kind of hinted at the idea of maybe P.J. Washington starting. You just gave him the extension. He's going to be staying around in Dallas for a while. And you have the big body of Cooper Flagg and P.J. being your wings out there. You don't have great shooting, but you got maybe the best defensive wings that you could put out there.
Yeah, and you've got Najee Marshall and, some potential. But I really like the idea of bringing PJ off the bench. I think he's an energy guy. He's a defensive guy, and he's not a horrible 3-point shooter. It's not, like I don't feel like starting him and bringing Klay off. It just seems like Klay's still in a position to be the starter. If you're bringing Klay off the bench, it's purely for like, hey, come get some threes and give us 6 minutes a run in a quarter. I like if you gave me the lineup right now of a healthy Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, or /Gafford. That is a top 4 starting lineup in the Western Conference.
That's kind of what I was going to ask you. I think the Dallas Mavericks, outside of, we'll just think about the Western Conference, I would say they are the 3rd deepest team. I think the Thunder still have you cleared, and I would put the Rockets at 2.
Okay, so
and I think there's even an argument that you're deeper on the Rockets, especially when it comes to the bench.
Yeah, and obviously the Rockets with the big Kevin Durant trade. So we have an idea of what they're going to look like, but what does their lineup actually look like?
Reed Shepard's going to have to play a lot more for them. They're going to have a bunch of guys step up. No more Cam Whitmore. He's been shipped off. I think the Mavs, might I say, trying to think, make sure I'm not talking out of turn, other than the Thunder, I think they have the best bench in the league.
Yeah, there's just so much depth here.
I mean, your bench, when you're healthy, is going to be D'Angelo Russell, Max Christie, PJ Washington, Najee Marshall.
And a version of Gafford Lively.
And then that's not even talking about my boy Brandon Williams. I think one of the more underrated players in the entire National Basketball Association. If you don't know his name, you'll know his name this year.
And I thought Christie showed promise.
Now, this is a hot take, and I said this before. I think Max Christie should start.
Okay.
I know everyone's on the Clay, and I'm not mad if Clay actually, I am. You know what? I'm going to stand on business. I am mad if Clay starts. But I'm not surprised if Klay Thompson starts. I think he is, if you were to make a bet today, he should be the betting favorite to be your shooting guard. And I'm not like, what are they doing? Why is Klay Thompson starting? This is so random. Wouldn't be surprised or anything. I think, just using my little basketball brain that I have, I think Max Christie gives you better point of attack defense. He's a quicker on his feet defender, and you're going to have a very bad backcourt defensively with D'Angelo Russell out there to start the season. So you're going to have, and Kyrie. I love Kyrie to death. He's not a good defender. He's good getting steals, but no one's mistaking him for Gary Payton. When you have D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson out there, you are barbecue chicken on defense. And we have to remember, folks, this is not Klay from 5 years ago where he's locking up your best player. Klay is a average defender right now. I'm not gonna go too far and say he's a cone. I'm not gonna exaggerate it. But he is not a very good defender. He's an okay defender. I think Max Christie is a better defender. And they shot, I think, 3% percentage points different from three. Klay is a better shooter. He shoots more threes than Max Christie. He gives you more spacing than Max Christie. But I think you need defense a little bit. You need both. And I think Max can give you better defense and right there shooting. And I think Klay is at the point right now where I would not be mad if he was coming out the bench. And maybe it's something where Klay starts the season starting and then halfway through someone else comes through. I wouldn't be that mad about that either.
And that's another piece of the depth. So we just named 11 guys that could potentially have roles, will have roles on this team.
Mm-hmm.
That's deep.
That is deep.
And health aside, with Kyrie in his 30s, coming back from an ACL injury, I get it.
I feel confident about that. I'm not that scared about that.
I agree. We kind of think like Kyrie's 36, 37 because he's been around so long. He came into the league as an 18-year-old. I think, what is he, 32? I think maybe 30. It's not. I mean, that's only 3 years older than me, man. That can't be that old.
Check Kyrie's
32.
age.
And I think the Mavs.
Kyrie's 33.
33.
Just turned 33 in March.
Okay, so a young 33. The Mavs were also given some favors with their schedule starting off. So why he's out, that October, you get 5 home games to start the year. And those home games are the Spurs, the Wizards, the Raptors, the Thunder, and the Pacers. Pacers don't want
no Tyrese.
No Tyrese.
No Miles Turner.
And then, so you also, and then you get the Pelicans at home, you have the Grizzlies, the Wizards again. So I would expect this team to start hot in October and kind of build up some wins early to have a buffer while Kyrie's gone.
Okay.
You're not playing a huge schedule early on those first, and you have a lot of home games, a ton of home games to start the year.
So talk to me. Where did the Dallas Mavericks finish in the regular season? I think we can all slate Oklahoma City as the 1 seed. I think we feel pretty confident about that. After that, I think it's up for discussion. Where do you think the Dallas Mavericks finish? You got the Rockets, got the Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves, like you said. Golden State didn't do much in the offseason. Memphis is going to be healthier. Sacramento, I don't think anyone believes in them. The Phoenix Suns are going to be terrible. Portland, maybe they're a fun team. San Antonio is obviously very interesting, and then no one's really buying the Pelicans or Jazz stuff.
Yeah, I'm not high on any of the teams that were at the bottom of the West last year.
Other than the Spurs.
The Spurs with a healthy Wemby, De'Aaron Fox, Harper. They do have a lot of young, exciting talent. Are they ready to win? I don't know.
Do they make the playoffs?
The Spurs make the playoffs.
Play in?
No. I think the Spurs. Okay, so if we're gonna play that game, Thunder Rockets, I think, are going to stay 1-2 in the West.
Heard.
I have the Nuggets at 3 and the Mavericks at 4. And I have the Mavs at 4 only if you had Kyrie again. If you started late October with the healthy roster and they stayed healthy, I completely agree with you. I think it's a top 3 team. I think the Warriors are going to drop a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
And the Timberwolves, man, I mean, we're all wanting Anthony Edwards. He's been crowned the future of the league. Not there for me yet, and I expect the Clippers to fall a little bit too. So I'm going to have the Spurs in the top 6. Dallas at 4.
Clippers make the top 6 as well?
I think if I had to pick a team out of the Thunder, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets, and Timberwolves, out of that 6 that kind of fell off, I would have... Actually, I might have the Lakers fall out of the top 6.
Okay. Lakers out of the top 6. You heard it. I feel good about the Clippers having a good postseason. Maybe not a good regular season. Like I could see them being the 7th seed. They got a lot of guys. They got a lot of veterans on there. They could coast through the regular season, all of a sudden upset a Houston or Denver in the first round. It just seems like
they've hit their peak. Like I just don't see the
I'll
Clippers.
never count out my boy James Harden. James Harden sucks in the playoffs, but this guy knows how to put up numbers. James Harden is going to surprise some people this year. Addition by subtraction? Is the thought process when they got rid of Kawhi, or not got rid of Kawhi, got rid of Paul George, excuse me, and they're like, hey, we're gonna be an okay team. Well, I got the Dallas Mavericks. I'll go with you. Let's go number 4 seed.
I like him at 4, and I think the West. Obviously Dallas fans are gonna be watching the Lakers all year. They just don't have enough.
No, the Mavericks have a better team than the Lakers.
The Mavs have a better team than the Lakers. That's just a fact. You can hate the trade. I completely understand that. But the Mavericks roster, healthy setup, is a more talented roster than the Lakers, and they have a chance to win the West. I will die on that hill.
Now, do the Lakers maybe have the 2 best players on the team? You can make that argument, but I think the Mavericks have a more balanced roster. And hey, what have we been talking about all week long about balanced rosters? Not always about superstars. I'm looking at you, number 1, in Green Bay. Let's talk all things college football. Let's talk all things NFL. Football is back, baby. On the other side, we'll have an expressway taking you all the way commercial-free to the top of the hour, talking all things college football and NFL on the KNC Masterpiece.
Hey there, folks. Kevin Hageland here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel & Frankel first. They're the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in DFW. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for your rights for more than 30 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, so they know all the tricks and tactics that insurers use to deny your claims. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Frankel & Frankel are here to help. They make it easy, from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. They understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. If you or a loved one has been injured, call Frankel & Frankel at 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 817 or 214-333-3333, or visit frankelfirm.com. Frankel & Frankel, your go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint project, saving is at the top of your list. That's why when you shop today, you can buy one, get one free. Select Valspar and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams. One coat coverage interior paints via rebate. Shop these deals in-store or online today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 8/21 through 9/3.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Wild Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test. Even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
These are the final days to upgrade with classic Labor Day savings at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop a huge selection of new Chevys at the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealer in the world. All holiday priced below market value. Plus, we're paying top dollar for your current vehicle. Trade up and possibly lower your payments. Last chance. Classic Labor Day savings end soon. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing and East Dallas Diesel on 105.3 The Fan.
Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouth-watering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table, or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Across the street from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
required a pair of surgeries and missed the entire 24 season and all of training camp and the preseason, but he recently passed his physical and will not start the season on the PUP list. Makes him technically opener for the season opener against the Falcons. Buccaneers GM confirmed that Godwin will miss at least the first month of the regular season. So if you have Emeka Egbuka, throw him in your fantasy football lineups and tell him Blake told you to when you win your week 1 matchup.
Gotta trust Blake.
I'm a Mike Evans fan, but I drafted Egbuka in every fantasy football league. He was my must-have.
Are you in a dynasty league?
No, this is all
just
regular.
all redraft. Okay,
all redraft. He was my must-have. Hampton was another guy that I was like, if he's there, I'm taking him. I feel really good about Emeka Egbuka being that guy. He's going to take over Chris Godwin's spot, who's going to be probably injured most of the season. Devon Achane, another guy that's been polarizing in fantasy football drafts. He had that calf strain earlier in the offseason. He was sidelined for several weeks, missing Miami's final 2 preseason games. There was some concern about him missing week 1, but Dolphins GM Chris Greer recently confirmed that he will be ready to go in the season opener. So if you've got Achane in your fantasy football lineups, feel confident about putting him in there. Tajay Spears suffered a high ankle sprain in the Tennessee Titans preseason opener against the Bucs. The team placed him on the IR. He'll miss at least the first 4 games. So you know what that means. If you drafted Tony Pollard, you feel good about putting him in week 1. Doesn't have much of a competition in that backfield right now. Speaking of competitions in backfields, the Houston Texans are a mess. Joe Mixon suffered a non-football related injury during the offseason, which kept him out of Texans training camp and preseason. He's been placed on the team's NFI list, which will sideline him for the first 4 games of the season. So if you drafted not Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb in fantasy football, you should feel pretty confident about that. Lamar Jackson had the late scare in training camp with the foot injury. He missed a week of practice, but he is fully healthy for Baltimore's opener against the Buffalo Bills. So I don't think anybody was not going to play him in fantasy football, but just for our football fans in general, Lamar Jackson, good to go against the Bills. Travis Hunter, is he going to play offense? Is he going to play defense? Is he going to play both? Well, he's been sidelined for the last 2 preseason games, so we have no idea. The Jaguars staff said it was precautionary measure that the number 2 overall pick will be ready for the team's opener against the Carolina Panthers. So you will have Travis Hunter out there. Your thoughts? Will he play offense? Will he play defense? Or both?
I feel like Travis Hunter is going to play both. I think they're going to utilize him in key situations, maybe like key third downs. I think he's going to get some run at receiver, primarily cornerback. I feel like that's where they'll utilize him more. But I could see, I think I would be surprised if he is not playing both to some extent week 1.
Jaden Blue, running back for the Dallas Cowboys, has the ankle injury. Some uncertainty surrounding the rookie status for Dallas week 1 against the Eagles. I'll say this. We talked to Jaden Blue after the final preseason game. I was right next to him. He didn't seem concerned about it at all. He's like, I've rolled my ankle a bunch of times. I'll have the guys look at it. And we haven't seen any reports like, hey, this guy may not play. I think Jaden Blue will play. I see him getting 10 or less carries, probably like 6 or 7 carries. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. But I think Jaden Blue will play. I think you're going to see Javonte get a bulk of the carries and some Miles Sanders and Hunter Lipke sprinkled in as well. Jalen McMillan for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers suffered a sprained neck.
That was ugly. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was not a
Oh,
not
my
pretty
gosh.
sight. In their second preseason game against the Steelers, he was placed on injured reserve, which means he will not be there for the first 4 games. Todd Bowles said he could miss a significant chunk of the season, so prayers to him, but start Emeka Egbuka. Quentin Johnson for your Los Angeles Chargers suffered a serious injury in the team's preseason game against the Rams. He head hit the turf, resulting in a concussion. He's in concussion protocol, but appears on track to play against the Chiefs in the Week 1 opener. I'll say this, all respect due, but I think the Chargers are fine even if Quentin Johnson is not on the field.
That's kind of the vibe you get from them. And from almost everybody else.
Give me Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen, and Trey Harris. I think you're okay with that. Quentin Johnson. For the Green Bay Packers, if you have our boy Josh Jacobs in your fantasy football lineup, you should feel good because Marshawn Lloyd suffered a hamstring injury against the Indianapolis Colts, and they placed him on IR, which means he will not return until Week 5, so he will not be there for that Week 1 game against the Lions. Malik Neighbors, I got him in 2 of my leagues. So listen up, folks, if you drafted Malik Neighbors. He's been dealing with a minor back, shoulder, and toe injury during training camp.
That's not good news.
Keeping him sidelined for most of practice and all of the team's preseason games. However, it appears it was just a precautionary measure. Neighbors recently returned to practice this week and confirmed himself that he will play the Giants' Week 1 game against the Washington Commanders. Christian Watson for the Green Bay Packers, he tore his ACL in the final week of 2024. Has been working through training camp to recover. However, he has been placed on the PUP, so he will not be there for Week 1. So that means that receiving core is Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, and there's one more guy. I'm forgetting his name. They have so many wide receiver 2s on their team. Who am I forgetting on that team? There's one more guy. It's Romeo, it's Reed, it's Golden, and I want to say there's one more guy that's just like them on that wide receiver core.
Wicks.
Dontavian Wicks. So that is I want nothing to do with Green Bay wide receivers as far as fantasy is concerned. I like if Golden's there late, sure, I'll take a flyer, but I have no idea how that room is going to shake out.
Yeah, they're also young, but no one ever, we talk about him a lot. Jaden Reed seems like he wants, that's who Love wants to be the number 1, but no one has clearly stepped into that role yet. That's why they drafted Golden.
And Christian Watson keeps getting hurt. Darnell Mooney for the Atlanta Falcons suffered an injury earlier in Falcons training camp while going for a pass from Michael Penix. He missed several weeks of practice, but returned for the final week for the team's opener against the Buccaneers. Darnell Mooney is trending towards being ready for Week 1. I don't know how many of you guys are relying on Darnell Mooney for your flex play, but if you are, hey, Jaden Reed, going back to the Packers, has been dealing with a fracture in his left foot throughout training camp, but he has opted to not have surgery and will play through the injury through the 2025 season. Reed returned to practice this week, and the team hopes he'll be ready for their season opener against the Lions. Let's go out to the Buffalo Bills. Khalil Shakir has been sidelined with a high ankle sprain, causing him to miss multiple practices in the entire preseason. He's expected to be ready for Week 1, but it is not a guarantee. Keep an eye on his practice availability over the next week. Anything to say about Shakir over there with the Bills?
Yeah, their wide receiver core they haven't had a clear number 1 in a while. Drafted Keon Coleman, hoping they would be that. They need Shakir to be healthy. They brought in Joshua Palmer from the Chargers, but Shakir has kind of been Josh's safety blanket the last year and a couple years. So they're gonna need him healthy.
What do you think? I think it was Dion Dawkins saying Keon Coleman has taken one of the biggest steps he's ever seen in a pro player. Do you believe in Keon Coleman being wide receiver 1 this year, or do you think it's going to be some growing pains and we're not going to really know who's wide receiver 1?
I still feel like it's going to be by committee.
Okay.
Tight ends, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid are going to be utilized as well. I'd love to see Keon Coleman. I don't know if you've watched Hard Knocks. It's been interesting to kind of see some of the Bills inside the training camp there, but I've got to see it first. I'm not very confident that he is going to become Josh's number 1 receiver this year. He does have that potential, though.
Last two injury notes. Rashad White, running back for the Buccaneers. That is going to be our boy Bucky Irving's backup. Suffered a groin injury during the Buccaneers Week 1 preseason game against the Titans. He returned to practice and is expected to suit up in Week 1 against the Falcons, so you should have both guys out there. And then wide receiver for the Panthers, Jalen Coker, suffered a quad injury during the Panthers' recent practice, and the team placed him on the short-term IR, meaning he will not be there for the first 4 games. So that Panthers receiving core is kind of interesting as well. They got a bunch of names that we know out there, so I'll be excited to see who comes out of that wide receiver room. Ted McMillan should be the guy, but
yeah, and sneaky team to keep an eye on. Bryce Young, Dave Canales showed a little bit of promise there towards the end of the season last year. So NFC South is probably one of the weaker divisions in football. So interesting to see Bryce Young in year 3 and what he can do there with that receiving core.
Okay, I'll give you some headlines in the NFL, and then we'll move to some college here in just a second. Like I said, Expressway taking you all the way to the top of the hour, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Chiefs and Trent McDuffie. I'm going to bring this up when we have Fred as well. Not expected to come to a multi-year contract extension before Kansas City season starts. Your thoughts on McDuffie playing out his contract? They already lost to Jarius Sneed not too long ago to Tennessee.
They need him. Man, their defense, everyone talks about the offense in Mahomes, and rightfully so, but their defense has been so good there the last several years in Kansas City. McDuffie playing out his contract, hey, some people do it, some people don't.
I don't know. If you're the Chiefs, man, you got to get McDuffie in there. He's one of the top 5 corners. You already let go of L'Jarius Sneed. Man, that team was really fun to talk about because McDuffie coming out was like, bro, this guy immediately is a star. You already had L'Jarius Sneed was a star. It's like, how are you going to pass on this team? And you got Chris Jones.
It seems like they just always hit. The Patriots, their dynasty, they draft guys and you'd be like, who is this guy?
Late round guys.
And he'd become one of the best, including their quarterback at the time. So the Chiefs are kind of just following up on that as well, too. They seem to never miss in the draft.
Speaking of late round guys, your Cowboys did sign DeRon Bland to a 4-year extension the other day. So that's also another one good to lock up because I believe they might be moving on from Trayvon Diggs next year. So you want to have a guy under contract. Speaking of contracts, Steelers running back Jaylen Warren, who was headed into the last year of his deal, signed a 2-year contract extension that keeps him tied to the Steelers through the 2027 season. Your thoughts on bringing Jaylen Warren back on a long-term deal in that Pittsburgh backfield that now has our boy Caleb Johnson as well?
Yeah, Jaylen Warren's been effective for the Steelers. I think they obviously brought in a lot of new pieces on that offense. Having some stability is important. DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, Aaron Rodgers, obviously. One of the most intriguing offenses I'm looking forward to watching Aaron with New York Jets wasn't what we maybe some people thought he would be that, but for Pittsburgh this year, tough division with the Ravens and Steelers, not the Browns, but that's going to be an interesting offense. I think Jaylen Warren's an effective back, and they're going to utilize the run game.
Now that you got all the little fantasy injury updates, I'm going to quickly run through these with Brennan, and let's see what he is taking on these point spreads. We'll save the Cowboys and Eagles for last or another segment. Chiefs at Chargers. Chiefs 2.5 favorites Friday night. In Brazil.
Man, Chargers losing Slater at the left tackle was tough for them. Their starting left tackle. A lot of people were high on the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh coming in year 2. Justin Herbert, obviously. Give me the Chargers. Maybe they make a statement. Give the Chiefs something.
Covering or winning?
Covering and winning.
Okay, I got the Chiefs covering and winning. I think Patrick Mahomes is just too strong. You're not going to have Rashee Rice who's suspended for the first 6 games. You're going to see Xavier Worthy go out for 2 tutties in week 1. Sunday, starting off our noon kickoffs, you got the Giants at the Commanders. Commanders 6.5 point favorite.
They'll cover.
I also think they will cover. I think the Giants, they've been a fun team to watch in the offseason. Jackson Dart in the aura. Malik Neighbors is a dog. Russell Wilson, moonballs, defensive line, maybe one of the best in football. But at the end of the day, they're still just not that good of a football team. I agree. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are only 1.5 point favorites at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. To me, I think Tampa Bay takes care of business. I think Atlanta's the second best team in that division, but I think Tampa Bay is a class above. I'm very high on Tampa. I could see them making an NFC championship run, and I think they start off hot here. They got a high line as well, 48.5 points for the total.
Yeah, what does Michael Penix look like in year 2, officially taking over the Kirk Cousins experiment, not working there for the Falcons? Tampa Bay, just the familiarity, but you've mentioned their injuries. McMillan's out, Godwin. So, I'm going to go Atlanta. I'm going to go Atlanta to cover that.
And I'm assuming win, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can win by half a point. I don't know. Unless they change some rules I don't know about.
Carolina Panthers at Jacksonville. Jacksonville 2.5-point favorites. This one I have no idea.
No clue. I just kind of hinted at Carolina. I think they could be better. NFC South, you just don't know. Yeah. I mean, 7-10 could win the division. Wouldn't shock me. Yeah. So Jacksonville with Liam Cohen, new coach Travis Hunter. We mentioned him. Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has to take a step this year. It's like we've all 100%. Waited for him. Maybe he does that. I'll take Jacksonville at home.
I think a lot of people are at the point where I got to see it with Trevor Lawrence. I'm not even going to season expecting. There.
It's 5 years. It's year 5. It's time.
I'll ride with you as well. I think Jacksonville covers at home, and they should. Miami Dolphins at the Colts. What a stinker of a game. This is in Indianapolis. The Colts are favored because they're at home. I think this game might end in a tie.
0-0.
Give me the Dolphins winning 21-7.
Yeah, what does Danny Dimes look like in Indianapolis there with Shane Steichen, former New York Giants quarterback? If you're unfamiliar, Daniel Jones is there playing. Indianapolis is a roulette of quarterbacks in Indianapolis. Can never figure it out.
I'm surprised that this line is the point total is at 45.5. I don't think that many points are getting scored.
Maybe they're expecting the McDaniels offense Miami to go and drop 40. I don't know.
They could. The Las Vegas Raiders at Foxborough. Tom Brady.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
Going back to Massachusetts. The Patriots are favored at home by 2. I got the Raiders winning outright.
Okay. So, Pete, it seems like you're high on the Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, Ashton Genty coming into Las Vegas.
I am.
Do they finish last in the division?
Yes.
Okay.
That's such a good division.
Hard to You got 4 Hall of Fame coaches in
that.
The
is
West.
Such a good division. I mean, you can make an argument for every team outside the Chiefs finishing last. There's an argument for the Broncos. Maybe we've overhyped them. There's an argument for the injuries with Slater and the Chargers and their skill players maybe not being enough. And then the Raiders are probably the popular pick to finish last. So, that's a hard division.
You've got them. Yeah, Drake May. What is the Mike Vrabel, new head coach there, former Patriot as well.
I'll say this: out of the 1:00 games, this is. Let's see. I'm looking at the other games. This is the game I'm most excited for.
Yeah, no, the Raiders are an interesting team to watch. I mean, Pete Carroll retired. You kind of thought he was done, but he's a young at 73.
I mean, I'm excited for all these games because it's week 1 of the NFL season. But as far as just intrigue of the game in a vacuum, I think Raiders-Patriots is going to be a really good watch. These are 2 brand new teams for the most part. I won't say brand new. These are 2 teams that have had a little bit of a transformation in the offseason, new head coaches, new quarterback for Las Vegas, year 2 Drake May, Stephon Diggs being there. We already know about Brock Bowers, Ashton. There's going to be a lot of new faces in this game. This isn't going to be the Raiders of 3 years ago and the Patriots of 3 years ago. Both of these teams are going to be competitive. That Tampa Bay Falcons game is going to be a real good watch. Here's the last 3 that we got for the 1:00 games. Pittsburgh Steelers at the New York Jets. Steelers favored by 3 on the road. This is an ugly game.
Yeah, where did you go here? Is Aaron Rodgers effective?
I love how they put him against the Jets.
And they put it, of course. The NFL, the NFL knows what they're doing. The NFL, they mastered the art of drama. It's a soapbox. I mean, Jerry Jones said it. It's a soapbox. It's a drama. It's great. Aaron at the Jets. Give me Steelers to cover 3.
And this is the only game that does not have the point total over 40. Every game is 40 or above.
Yeah,
except for this game.
Could be 10-7. Give me 3-0. I wouldn't be shocked to see it 3-0.
Give me this. Give me the Jets covering, but the Steelers winning.
Okay.
Somehow this game is won by a field goal.
You get a safety somewhere in there.
It's going to be 15-14.
Justin Fields' toe. I'm not up to date. Is he healthy?
I think he should be good to go for week 1. I haven't heard any negative reports coming out of that. Cincinnati Bengals at Cleveland. They're favored by 5.5 on the road. I think we all agree that Cincinnati's a better team, but I will say this. Cincinnati might have the worst defense in the league.
Might have the worst defense, but fortunately for them, 2 of the best receivers.
Yes.
Arguably, probably top. I mean, people say Joe Burrow might be the best overall quarterback in the league, just pure talent-wise. They're going to score points. They'll beat the Browns. They'll cover.
I agree. Bengals will cover, but the Browns, man, Like, I could see the Browns running the football really well and just like holding the ball from Joe Burrow.
It would be really funny, actually, if the Browns did, like, if they won the game and Joe Flacco was effective. All the talk about Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, if they went out and won a game 27-21 or 24 against the Bengals, the conversation would be hilarious from the media.
I think this game is like close at halftime. I think a casual fan's gonna be watching. It's like, how is it 14-10 at halftime? The Bengals are so much better, and you realize how bad the Bengals defense is.
The memes coming out, if it is ugly, is Shedeur coming out at halftime to start the second half? If it gets ugly, it's gonna be there. It's just gonna be, the Browns are gonna be fun to follow this year just because of their draft.
Here's another bad game: Arizona Cardinals at the New Orleans Saints in New Orleans.
Oh man, I mean Arizona. The Saints, who
Arizona's
knows?
favored 5.5.
Okay, I believe Arizona will. I think the Saints are going to be bad.
I think the Saints will be the worst team in the NFL. I think the Cardinals will cover, and I think this one gets ugly. I think Kyler has a little bit of a statement game, and I think they win by 2 touchdowns. I think this one gets ugly.
Yeah, I agree. There's the Saints, man. I mean, Tyler Shuck, they dropped him in the second round. He's 26. Don't end up naming him the starter. Spencer Rattler is going to be going for New Orleans. It's sad to be. I don't know if you're bag on the face yet. Back, in the old Saints days with Archie Manning, but it could get rough this year.
And their best player just retired, my fan favorite, Tyrann Mathieu. I think you get a pick 6 in the first quarter. I think the Saints are going to be horrible. Let's go on to the 4 o'clock slate. So, okay, I'll say this. Out of those 1 o'clock games, best game, what's the game you're most excited for? I'm assuming not the Cardinals game, the Bengals, Steelers, those are all terrible. Raiders game for me. You got Tampa Bay Falcons. You got Giants Commanders, Carolina Jacksonville.
I think I'm actually more just because of the NFC East, and I want to see Jaden year 2. And what do the Giants look like? I'm going to say that game.
That's for me. That's number 2. Like it's really good. Giants Commanders, Tampa Bay Atlanta, and Las Vegas Patriots will be the 3 games I have my eyes the most on. And then in the corner of my eye, watching the Bengals defense look absolutely horrendous. Okay, let's get to the 4 o'clock games. These are the bangers. San Francisco 49ers at Seattle. In Seattle, San Francisco favored by 1.5. This is a toss-up. I think San Francisco is a better team. It is in Seattle. San Francisco's kind of banged up a little bit. I think this is a really close game. I think it's come down to the very end. Give me San Francisco winning 24-23.
Okay, I'm actually probably higher on the Seahawks than most.
Sam Darnold believer.
I'm a Sam Darnold, I won't say believer. I liked what he did last year in Minnesota. I think he can duplicate that in Seattle. Maybe not as many touchdowns, but he's going to be effective. And I like Mike McDonald. I mean, they went 10-7 last year, lost out on the playoffs due to a tiebreaker.
They did have Geno,
and they had Geno. But I mean, is Sam Darnold worse than Geno?
Yes.
You think so? Okay,
I think Geno is about steady as it gets, like number 15 in the league, not 16 or 14, like the right in the middle average
right
quarter.
In the middle.
And I think Sam Darnold's a couple pecks below.
Okay.
But we'll see. This is gonna be the first year without Kevin O'Connell, without Justin Jefferson. Maybe he surprised people. I wasn't a Sam Darnold believer last year. I said he was gonna fall apart, and we saw those last 2 games when he took 10 sacks in 2 games.
He had a really rough playoff
game. You're believing. Hey, he's got to have some believers out there. I like it. Okay, so you got Seattle winning this game?
I have Seattle at home.
Okay.
12th man.
Tennessee Titans at Denver. Denver's favored by 8 at home. Like
Eight's a lot.
You think they cover? You think Tennessee covers with Cam Ward on the road?
Just hearing it for the first time, 8 just sounds like a lot. But yeah, rookie quarterback, road game, playoff team in Denver. I do think Denver will cover that, but it just sounds like
it does,
a lot.
It is. I want to
week 1
say that is the highest spread.
That's high for the NFL.
Nobody is more than a touchdown favorite except for that game. Everyone else is below that. Yep. Okay. So I got the Denver Broncos covering, winning as well as you. I think Bo Nix has a great game. Cortland Sutton goes out and does his thing. And Cam Ward has some growing pains and probably throws a pick.
Does that say more about Denver's talent or Tennessee's?
I think it says more about Denver, just because a lot of people are high on them. They're at home too. Like a lot of these games that we were talking about with the better teams on the road, so it kind of evens out. You've got the team just had the number 1 overall pick, and a lot of people who are maybe picking to win the division in Denver at home. So I think Denver wins this one, and Denver was really good at beating on bad teams last year. So at 4:25 in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Micah Parsons' first game will be against the Detroit Lions and Jared Goff. Green Bay is favored by 1.5 at home. I think the Detroit Lions come out and win. on the road. I think this is the best game of that window. I think everyone's going to have their eyes on this for obvious reasons with Micah Parsons. This is going to be a banger of a game. I want to say 27-20 Detroit wins.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like people are making a bigger deal out of the Ben Johnson leaving than they really should. Kind of like he was the guru, but Detroit returns they've still got Gibbs, they've still got Amon-Ra, they've still got Williams, Aiden Hutchinson's back. I think the Lions are going to be really good.
They lost an O-lineman. Who did they lose?
To injury. I'm blanking on who it is.
On his name. Tolos will text him, but I know they lost an O-lineman. But I feel really good about the Lions still. I'm not jumping off the bandwagon. I think they'll win the division.
I'm not either, so give me the Lions to win the game. You mentioned, Jaden Reed still, battling through injury. Who's going to step up on that offense? Watson's out. Obviously, what does Micah look like coming out, having not really had much of a training camp at all? So I like the Lions. I think that's probably going to be one of the best games of the day. You could say Bills-Ravens. You'll get to that here in a second.
Houston Texans versus the Rams. Rams are at home in Inglewood, California. They are 3-point favorites versus the Texans. This is going to be an interesting one because what do the Texans look like? Defense, I think all of us agree, one of the best defenses in the league, if not the best secondary. You are going against a injury-riddled Stafford with the back. What does he look like? But then on the other side, what does the Houston Texans offensive line look like? I think you can see shaky play from both offenses, and I think the better defense wins, and both teams have a really good defense. So that whoever wins a turnover battle, I think will win this game. Give me the Texans covering and getting the upset on the road.
The Stafford news has been interesting to me. It's been a little. It seems like they're hiding something a little bit for the Rams. So I'm a little anxious about what Stafford's health really looks like for them. So I think the Texans will cover as well.
I think that's gonna be a really good. All the 4:00 games I'm really excited for outside of Tennessee, Denver. I'm gonna watch. It's Cam Ward first game, but I'm not.
I'm watching it all. I'm watching Red Zone for 7.5 hours.
I'm watching Red Zone, but out of those four, it's the one I'm least excited for. And then let's get to the nightcap: Buffalo Bills, Baltimore Ravens in Buffalo. Buffalo, a 1.5-point favorite. Pick your poison. I don't think either team that you pick, most people will have their reasonings for it. This is a 52.5 point total. Buffalo's at home. I'm just gonna give the edge to Buffalo being at home. I really don't know. Either team could win this game.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the divisional round last year. Yep. Both teams hoping to knock off the Chiefs. That's really the team they've got to go beat this year in 2025. Start with each other. I think the Bills at home, Bills Mafia last year in Highmark Stadium, start off strong. They'll cover, win by a field goal.
Who's the X factor in this game? For either team, you can just give me one player who you think is going to turn the tide.
I think the X factor, can I say a group? I think it's what does the Bills secondary look like and their defense, because that's really been the problem with Buffalo. When it
you
comes,
got Jordan Poyer back, yeah?
Poyer's mainly back on. They signed him to almost like a practice squad deal. Okay. So, what type of role does he have? But Christian Benford, they brought in Bosa. It's going to be an interesting group. I'm most looking forward to seeing has that unit improved,
because you know what the offense will get.
You know what the offense is going to get you, and with the Ravens, you know what you're getting to. You're getting a physical team. You're getting Lamar. They returned pretty much the entire roster. They did bring in DeAndre Hopkins, but I don't know what type of impact he'll be able to make this late in his career. So I'm most intrigued by the Bills' defense.
And Baltimore's weird because they have kind of been a team where their defense, I don't know if people remember, was horrible at the beginning of last year. Then they turned around and were like a really good defense.
Right.
But they were bad as well last year at the beginning. Last game, Minnesota Vikings, Monday night in Soldier Field against the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Who you got in this one? To me, this one's an easy pick. I don't know. This one is an easy pick for me. I got Chicago covering and winning. I don't think the Vikings are going to be that good this year.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy's first game. Justin Jefferson's battling injury. Jordan Addison's hurt right now, or suspended. Give me Caleb Williams and the Bears making a statement on Monday night.
I'm totally with you on J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't have to do a ton at Michigan. I know the tangibles are there, but he didn't have to go really ever win a game with his arm.
We haven't seen him. We haven't seen that many passes.
We haven't seen that many passes. And so, does Caleb Williams make the jump in year 2 with Ben Johnson? That's the question. But Vikings at home. I still like the Skull Nation out there.
It's in Chicago. It's in Chicago.
Oh, it's in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, then I'm going to change my pick.
At least that's what ESPN's telling me.
ESPN's probably right. They'd probably know more than I do. I'll go Chicago to cover the home difference matters to me in that matchup, but in division rival. Let's see. I'll go Chicago, but that's a toss up.
To me, out of all these games that are being played in that late window that are competitive, I think this is the one that the spread is the most wrong. I think the Bears make a statement. Like I can see the Bears winning by like 7 points.
Do the Bears finish over 500?
Yes,
this year.
Bears make the playoffs.
Bears make the playoffs.
Bears make the playoffs. More hot takes and Brian Broaddus to preview your Dallas Cowboys versus the Eagles coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Tolos, the Fan and Wild.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair of your hair. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair. Okay.
At ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877 your hero.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
This Cowboys Monday is brought to you by K-Post Roofing.
Shout out to Jet Nelson doing a fantastic job on the board, getting our boy Brian Broaddus connected. We're going to talk to him here in just a second. And Frank Ragnow was the guy we were thinking of for the Lions that's going to be out for them. That's going to maybe hurt Gibbs and Goff. We'll have to wait and see. I will say this, Tolos. Give me a follow on Twitter because I just quote tweeted one of the something we shouldn't be seeing at Blake Live __ on Twitter. Brittany Renner and PJ Washington, as you guys know, that is PJ's baby mama and very famous lady. They got into an altercation of a screaming match in the parking lot, driveway, if you will, with the kid transfer, kid going from parent to parent. And I'm laughing just because I know zero of the context, and it's just funny hearing them yell explicits at each other. But if you just want a good laugh, or maybe you want to be informational about it, I quote tweeted it on Twitter. It's the most recent thing. Just go give that a listen after this interview and laugh. But before you do that, let's get your knowledge up. Do you want to sound smarter around your friends this week at work? Do you not want to be the dumb guy talking sports? Do you want to be the smart one talking sports? Well, listen up, because we're going to go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, talk to the Super Bowl winning scout, G-Bag Nation, Crown Global Media debut today, the hardest working man in 105 The Fan. Welcome to the stage, Brian Broaddus.
Hey, thank you much, boys. Appreciate you guys having me on today. Yeah, we just got done with our stuff here at the Crown. We, Vach Lombardi and I got a video up, and then we got a film breakdown of how to stop Jalen Hurts coming up a little bit later on the channel as well. So exciting days here, but as I say, look forward to my real day job of visiting with you guys, and glad to be on with you.
Just so hardworking, just doesn't stop, even on a Labor Day. I know you're doing your stuff over there. Do you have any like barbecuing, chilling out plans for today, or is it all media today?
No, man, I'm all media today is what I'm doing. And matter of fact, it's been a lot of fun to actually get this project off the ground.
100%.
And so, I've learned so much. Today was one of the first days where I've ever had to apply makeup on my head.
Wow!
To be shiny. So that just tells you how damn serious we are over here, that I don't have any glare on these TV lights and cameras and all that stuff like that. So yeah, but it's been a lot of fun. It's one of those things that, I could sit here and talk football all day with people, and that's kind of what we're doing right now.
Well, let's get into the nitty gritty. Talk about glare, talk about the big lights. The lights will be no brighter than in Philadelphia on Thursday as the banners are dropping. The rings are being handed out to the Philadelphia Eagles, and they welcome in their arch rival, the Dallas Cowboys. How much of a shot now? No Micah Parsons. The drama's out the window. How much of a shot, before we get into the details of the game, do you give the Cowboys to be competitive in this one? A lot of people, myself included, are kind of counting them out of this one.
Well, yeah, this is really going to be a very difficult matchup, but you just never know with week one. I'm just thinking about my own program with LSU going to Clemson, and you kind of feeling like, boy, this is going to be a tough matchup. LSU really hasn't done very much in opening days, but they go to Clemson, they find defense, they play well, they get enough offense, and you just never know as the season starts. You're never as good as you seem, and you're never as bad as you seem as well. But this is going to be, I think, a very, very difficult matchup. But Dallas is going to have to find a way to use some of the advantages that they have with element of surprise. And the element of surprise is like, really, they haven't shown anything in the preseason. There's really not a much, if you want to go on history, with this play caller, you're going to have to go back some years and kind of figure that out. But it's different personnel. It's a different quarterback. It's a different offensive line. So some of the things that you might think that, that they might feel like, that Vic Fangio might feel like, well, hey, I can get a beat on Brian Schottenheimer with this, that might not actually be the case. And so it's going to be the ultimate chess game until, like I said, we see where exactly where this thing falls. Really on both sides of the ball for the Cowboys. It's especially the offense with the new weapons with Pickens, and then also Ferguson coming back. What's the running game going to look like? New right guard. All these things are going to kind of play into the Philadelphia Eagles maybe having to prep for something that they haven't worked on.
Brian, you mentioned watching Jalen Hurts film and studying kind of the offense for the Eagles. The Cowboys trade Parsons, add Kenny Clark. What do you feel like the defensive game plan is going to be centered around week one? What can we expect from the Dallas defense in your mind?
Yeah, it's going to be, we'll see how if in fact Philadelphia wants to continue with the running the football. And that was something that, that Nick Sirianni was pretty adamant about. And, Kellen Moore at times really probably didn't want to run the ball that much, but it's just hard not to do that when you have someone like Saquon Barkley in the mix, and then you also have this offensive line. And, it's one of the better lines in the league. And, Barkley, he comes over from the Giants, and everybody felt like, we'll see how if he can stay healthy, and let's see if he can do this and do that. And for his first year, everything worked out great. So, how committed are the Eagles into allowing Jalen Hurts to throw the ball? And they've got some of the best receivers in the league. When you start to talk about A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, we'll see with Jahan Dotson, but they trade for John Mitchie, and there's going to be some opportunities, and Dallas is kind of now in a situation where they're going to have to figure out some things as a pass rush, and that's where I think this game will actually hinge, is that can they find a way to, when if Dallas's offense does have success and is able to score some points, will that take Philadelphia out of their running game, and then now it turns into throwing the football? And can they get pass rush? And without Micah Parsons, that could be a little bit of a daunting task to speak of. But edge rusher was kind of talked about as the position that everybody felt really, really good about. But that was with Micah Parsons in the mix. So, but we'll clearly see. I think making Jalen Hurts have to put the ball up a bunch, it kind of plays into the advantage of the Dallas Cowboys.
Talk me off a ledge, Brian, about this Dallas Cowboys secondary. Trayvon Diggs looks like he may be able to go. We're kind of still waiting and seeing. It's trending and a positive note. Deron Blanche got the big contract. I got a Buffalo Bills and my boy Brennan here, Bills supporter, who's not that high on Kyrie Elam, was able to see him last year, and then you got a bunch of guys who signed off waivers. Is this secondary something? I have it right now at a C-, not very excited for it. Talk me off the ledge.
Well, it's going to be, like I say, they are looking at Diggs as maybe a week 2 guy. Now, listen, I have to circle back with my guys and see, there's a couple of guys that are practicing, Guyton's practicing, Diggs is practicing, but they were talking to me earlier that they were looking for an 8-week conditioning period for Diggs, and 8 weeks would be week 2. So, if they stay true to that number, then Diggs will likely miss this game and then have a full 10 days to get ready. Diggs last week, or, when the players were off, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Diggs was in the facility working on his conditioning and stuff. So, he's trying all he can to come back that way. It'd be nice if it was Diggs and it was Elam and then, we need to figure out, with Bland, will he play in the nickel? And also it's, that group would be a lot better if in fact Diggs was able to play.
So Broadus, if Diggs isn't able to go, excuse me for interrupting you, what does your cornerback room look like in week 1 if Diggs isn't able to go?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be, now you're talking about, is it an elevation, is there going to be an elevation from, the practice squad, to be able to, we've kind of, Zion Childers was a guy that everybody was kind of talking about, all through camp, and it appeared that he was kind of going to win the job. And then all of a sudden, they get rid of Childers and Booth both get, put onto the street. And then they add, a couple of different guys there with Reddy Stewart and then Taquezi Bridges. So, that's it could be Stewart is more of a nickel than Bridges. Bridges more of an outside player. And, Matt Eberflus has familiarity with Stewart, playing in Chicago. And so will they just with, 4 or 5 practices, will they just run Stewart out there and let him be the nickel? So it's I believe until, we line up and see, and the Eagles going 11 personnel, we really won't know that until that actually happens.
Brian, I've been sitting in here in the studio with Blake, and the pessimism of the Cowboys season has been out, and and he's not a believer this year. Give us reason to believe in the Cowboys in 2025. Where are you looking for optimism on the 2025 Cowboys?
Well, it's got to be with the offense. If they, with the weapons that you have, with the receivers, with Ferguson, with a tight end, with Turpin. I mean, there's some possibilities there. You find a way to protect Dak Prescott. You find a way to have some semblance of a running game, where it kind of takes the pressure off Dak. But you've got guys that it can attack. And, if you could find a way to protect, you've got 2 athletic, tackles. We'll see what they do at left tackle. Will they go with Nate Thomas as the starter because he's been working all year, or will they go with, Tyler Guyton, who started training camp very, very well, but then got hurt? So the question's going to be, which one of those guys? But if they can find a way to protect and, Dak Prescott, we'll see with Brian Schottenheimer again calling the plays. There were some elements of some practices where, they were doing a pretty good job of attacking with the crossing routes. They were doing some vertical stuff, just trying to get some bunch formations, tight formations, condensed, scatter from that, create opportunities for their receivers to create some separation. So that to me is the optimism. If in fact the Dallas Cowboys offense is bad this year, then this football team is probably going to be bad. If Dak Prescott struggles and the receivers don't live up to the billing and they don't protect very well, and it's, they don't score enough points, well, of course you're going to lose games if you don't score enough points, but they need this offense to be really humming, because if you can find a way to score points and then you're going to put your opponents in some harm's way, it'll take them out of running game and things like that, and it'll play to your strength where you can rush the passer. I think Matt Eberflus is, he's very, very heavy zone concepts. He's very much rush 4 kind of a guy. And, with Micah Parsons, rushing 4 is okay. without Micah Parsons, that could be a little bit of a problem. But I think he's going to have to adapt, much like Dan Quinn did. Dan Quinn kind of changed his defensive philosophy when he got to Dallas. I don't think Matt Eberflus can sit there and play as much zone defense as he wants to play and then rush 4 and hope that works. I don't think that's a great plan. But this season is really going to come down to Dak Prescott in this offense.
Brian, shout out all your socials, where they can find all the podcasts, where they can find the G-Bag Nation, who you are, your new makeup tutorial, all that good stuff.
Yeah, we had to do makeup tutorial. But, yeah, absolutely. Did an episode of Love of the Star today with Zach Wolchuk. That should be up on all your Odyssey podcast areas. I did, like I say, Crown Global Media. We're on the YouTube side of things. Myself and Bob Lombardi did some stuff. And then, like I said, about 3 o'clock today, Central will have a breakdown of some film work up for you. So, yeah, and then, again, on Twitter, it's just at Brian Broaddus. So those are all the places you can get me. Appreciate you allowing me to do that, my friend.
Yes, sir, Brian. Well, you enjoy your Labor Day, and I think you can give Freddie some hair makeup as well.
There you go. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, boys.
There he goes, Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout, G-Bag Nation. Make sure you're tuned in this week to hear all things when it comes to Dallas Cowboys. I have top 5 slated. We didn't talk college football, so I'm going to find a way to infuse both topics. Top 5 college football edition coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
baton to the G-Bag Nation, which will be Kevin Walker joined by Fred Davis. So that should be a fun program to get into after us. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your Labor Day. You guys have been blowing up the text line on what you were doing. We just had the wonderful Brian Broaddus on with us, so it's been a fun evening so far. We'll get Brennan's thoughts in the next segment when we're cross-talking, kind of how he enjoyed everything. So hold him in, whether you hated me, liked me, hold it in for 140. We're going to do top 5 right here. This will be Brennan's first top 5. Jet, you've done a top 5, yeah?
Yeah, a couple times, but they're rough. So I need a good one here.
Oh, you should have heard it. So we did top 5 places we would like to visit.
And then I put places I would visit again. Just total blonde moment. So we're gonna right the wrongs.
What was the top 5? Now I'm curious.
What was your 5 and 4? Remind us.
I'd have to remind myself.
I don't think your mic's on.
I know Nebraska was on there because it's somewhere my family goes every summer.
So then we asked, "You never been to Nebraska?" He goes, "No, I go there every summer." And then what was your number 4?
Oh gosh, it was somewhere.
It's like Washington or something.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I'll throw out a place that I've never been to, and I just threw something.
He was just naming places that he frequents.
Yeah.
And this is all over the world. You can choose your top 5.
Like we were like
Nebraska's number 1.
We were like saying like Greece and Italy and like Saudi Arabia, and like he was like Nebraska. And we're like, okay, like what for? He's like, I go there every year. We're like, Jet, I don't think you heard us. Places you have not been. So I expect a bounce back from Jet Nelson today. These are not guys that have won the Heisman.
Guys we think can win the Heisman.
Guys that we think could win the Heisman Trophy this year. An exciting college football season. I'll start us off at number 5. I got an honorable mention as well, but I'll save those. My number 5, and your boy Zyler broke it down, Lenore Sellers from South Carolina. I think he is an exciting player. I think he's going to make a lot of big plays, but I don't think they're going to be a good enough football team where he's in true contention to winning this award. But a lot of people are calling him a baby Cam Newton. He's got the cannon. He's got the mobility. We know that he's a big guy. I think he's going to have some highlight plays. He's going to catch the narrative, if you will. But I don't think him being a true contender in this. I got him at number 5 just out of respect for what he brings to the football field.
Okay. I'll go my number 5, Carson Beck. Zyler, who was on earlier, mentioned that this is a guy you could look out for. He has a signature win now against Notre Dame. Offense looked good. He made some good throws last night. They have an opportunity to go and potentially play in the ACC championship game, so I'll put Carson Beck at number 5.
Jet Nelson, number 5 for you is?
My number 5 is a guy that was much lower on my list, but now to 5 is Arch Manning.
Arch Manning at number 5.
I think there's still a lot of talent there, but yeah, really bad showing, but a lot of, still 11 games to grow, so I'll give him that.
You're number 4.
Number 4, going Garrett Nussmeier, going on to the Nuss bus.
Okay. 4.
I think the way he just leads that team through a tough game like that against Clemson really impressed me.
Okay. Nuss dropping on
Nuss
Jet's
at
board.
4. That's okay. I don't know.
Okay,
We'll
let's go out to Mr. Baxter. Your number 4 is who?
I've got John Mateer at number 4,
Okay.
Oklahoma's quarterback. Had a good showing there with Arbuckle. His old OC, new OC at Oklahoma. They've got opportunities. Michigan this week at home. He obviously has a Texas game. So much of the Heisman is where's your moment going to fall?
Correct.
And so Mateer has opportunities on the schedule to have those moments. If he beats Texas and Dallas coming up in October, so this is a guy that has the ability to run and throw. So I've got Mateer slotted at number 4.
So I'll go ahead and get to one of my honorable mentions. You just mentioned him. John Mateer, I think, deserves all the respect. Showed out, and I want to say broke Baker's record in the week 1 game.
He did.
And I'm forgetting the receiver's name. It's dropping on me. But he had more receiving yards than any Oklahoma receiver had all of last year in a single game. So Oklahoma already showing they're going to be a powerhouse on the offensive side of the ball. I think Oklahoma's going to be a really good football team. They're showing that they are here to play in the conference this year. John Mateer is an honorable mention for me. My number 4, though, I'm not going to drop him out of the list yet. I think they're still going to turn around their season. They're still going to be a really good football team. They're going to be in the college football playoffs, maybe even still playing for the championship. I got Cade Klubnik at number 4 for me. He's going to stay in that top 5. I know people were dropping him, but for me, he's still a really good quarterback, and is going to have some signature moments along the way.
I actually had Cade Klubnik as my preseason Heisman.
Okay.
Clemson still has opportunities to make noise in the ACC. I have them in the playoffs, so I think they're going to win that conference. So, yeah, tough start losing to LSU at home. But yeah, Cade could still definitely have a Heisman-worthy year.
So that's my number 4. My number 3, it has been mentioned. I don't think he's going to drop as far as people have it. I think he's going to get people back on the bandwagon when he gets some signature W's. Give me Arch Manning at number 3. I know a lot of people might have him off the board, and that's fine, and I wouldn't be mad at you for that. Blake's not jumping off the bandwagon. I don't think he's going to have some week 2 performance where he's the best quarterback in football, but I think when you get to mid to late October, people are going to be like, Arch Manning is that guy. And it is a narrative award, like you said. People want to give it to Arch. He was the preseason favorite at plus 700, which I thought was crazy. But all he has to do is have 2 signature wins back to back, and people are going to be right back on the hype train. And I see it coming to me. He'll have the 3rd best odds come the end of the season to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, and they've got some kind of cakewalk games up until the Oklahoma game in October.
Yep.
At number 3, I've got Jeremiah Smith. 6 receptions, 43 yards against Texas. Nothing too sexy, but he looks like a guy. I mean, he still could be. We had this debate actually on Fan University on Saturday if Travis Hunter was a wide receiver or cornerback when he won the Heisman. I go true wide receiver Dante Smith at Bama 2020. I think Jeremiah Smith could still have a year. Again, they have a ton of good games on their schedule. And if he goes off, I could see him. So I slotted him at number 3.
I think that's a fantastic choice. You might see him on my list. Jet, let's go to you. Number 3?
I also went a skill player, but for the Crimson Tide, Ryan Williams. He's still a guy that defensive backs have to keep their eye out on. He's got that speed. And yeah, well, if Alabama really goes downhill, maybe that's a question mark, but I think Ryan Williams will always be consistent.
Yeah, and he had a concussion as well, too. So he's.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, that was a big hit.
Not saying he couldn't do it, Jet. I still believe, but it's that's going to be tough if he's missing some time.
It's going to be tough if he's missing time, and if Alabama's not playing well, people aren't going to, crown him, if you will, especially if they're just losing games. And if you play like you did in week 1, Ty Simpson, I don't think really inspired any confidence in anybody at the quarterback position. So Ryan Williams going to have to really backpack this team. Your number 2, Jet Nelson, is?
Cade Klubnik. I think with that ACC schedule, he's got a chance to put up some big numbers. And like Brennan said earlier, he's on track for the Heisman, took the loss, but still a lot of potential there.
Okay. Let's go out to Mr. Baxter.
Okay, my number 2 is Lenora Sellers.
Nice.
Dude, guy's just a freak of an athlete. In South Carolina, I have them actually. I'm higher on them. I love Shane Beamer. Zyler had mentioned earlier when he joined us that their receiving core isn't anything to really get too excited about, but he's got some opportunities as well, some big in the SEC, big games. If he pushes himself forward to be one of the best quarterbacks in that conference and they win 10 games and make the playoff, he's going to have a lot of hype around him for winning the Heisman. So I have Lenoris at number 2.
My number 2, I'm really excited about because I think he has a real shot to winning. It's Jeremiah Smith. You had him at 3. I think he's the best skill position player in college right now in the country. And you have the good part of we're naming a bunch of quarterbacks. So they're kind of all going to be clustered together, and maybe there isn't that big of a difference. Maybe they all have around the same amount of wins. Maybe they all have 1 or 2 signature wins. And who is the outlier in that? Who's dominating every week? I think it could be a guy like Jeremiah Smith. I think people like Julian Sayin, but I don't think people are going to be like, Ohio State's winning. And they might because of him. I think a lot of people are going to put it on Jeremiah Smith carrying this offense. So I think Jeremiah has a real shot to win this because you might have a cluster of quarterbacks that are all really good, but nobody stands out. And I'll give you my honorable mention. Sam Levitt.
Okay.
At ASU. I think he was good last year. He's returning my boy Jordan Tyson at receiver. They got our boy Dillingham at head coach. I think you got a lot of good pieces over there. I think Sam Levitt could surprise some people and make himself into that Heisman conversation. He's experienced. He was there last year against Quinn Ewers in the playoffs. I think this could be a really fun team to watch. Sam Levitt is my sleeper pick, and that was my number 2. I think I need to give my number 1. Yeah, my number 1, Garrett Nussmeier. He's the favorite. I think he has a good shot to win it. Just going through their schedule, they got a Florida game in September that he could make a big stamp on. They got an Ole Miss game in September they can make a big stamp on. And then October is loaded with South Carolina, Vandy, A&M, and Bama. Those are all games that if you win and you play well, I think you can lock up the Heisman. And then maybe it's him and John Mateer November 29th to decide who gets it because that's your last matchup of the year.
Okay, I'm also Garrett Nussmeier, number 1.
Yep.
And when you win a road game week 1, if you didn't listen to Fan University this last Saturday on 105.3 The Fan, we talked a lot about Brian Kelly's inability to go win. Week 1, they lost to USC previous years, so he got the win that he needed if they do go 10-2. Again, similar to the Lenora Sellers, but if Nussmeier knocks off of Bama, if he knocks off some of those SEC, if they go to the SEC championship game and he's got a Clemson road win under his belt, I know his stats, they only scored 17 points, but that's still a tough win to have. This guy's got what he needs already in his belt with arguably the best win of the year, unless you want to consider Ohio State winning a home game. I think going into Clemson's harder, so I have Garrett Nussmeier slotted at number 1. As of now, it's early. It's week 1, but he's on a very good track after that win at Clemson.
Jet Nelson, take us home.
My number 1, Jeremiah Smith.
Nice.
I think it was lower earlier before week 1, but now that I've seen Julian Sayin perform at his level, his ability to get the ball to Jeremiah, yeah, there's going to be no stopping him.
Bunch of targets over there. Okay, so I'm going to read the text line. We got a couple people sending in their ballots. Text in if we missed a guy that you think should be on the list. No love for Cassie. I'm going to mispronounce his name. Castellanos.
Florida State's quarterback.
I don't want to mispronounce his name, but
dude, good. I mean, yeah, impressive win for Florida State for sure. No one knew what they had coming into the year. He was very athletic.
Should he at least be on our sleepers?
He could be on a sleeper list. Yeah. I mean, Florida State after that win, is it more of a Bama question? Is it more of a Florida State improvement? If it's a Florida State improvement and they make a run in the ACC, he's also got a great win. That's a top 10 win. He could definitely have an opportunity if he continues to play like that.
682 really loves some Brad Jackson. Texas State and Brad Jackson will beat Sam Levitt and ASU in week 3 market. Y'all should add him to the Heisman list. Yes, I know what his name is. I just don't know how to pronounce it. From Florida State, people are just texting in the name. I know what his name is. I just can't pronounce it. Speaking of names and how to pronounce it, if you guys missed the first segment, who is Brennan Baxter? His first show during the week, at least, he did Fan University, has been completed. We're going to ask him how he liked the show, what he thought of the show, what he thought of me and Jet, what he thought of the Tolos, just how he overall enjoyed his Labor Day, as well as cross-talking with the G-Bag boys, Fred and Kevin. Coming up next on KNC Masterpiece.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Okay, you know who I'm mocking? I'm mocking that jamoke who accosted my boy Nico.
Oh, here we go.
At Twin Peaks.
At Twin Peaks with his wife.
You're saying he should have said thank you, Nico?
Actually, that was his daughter.
Oh, I didn't know.
Actually, that was his daughter.
Even worse.
I didn't know either.
Is that not even worse? Was her daughter to Twin Peaks? Sitting by the window?
She's good.
Not a good look.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that there was a age requirement in a
restaurant?
Establishment.
First of all, Twin Peaks is
a restaurant.
It is. It is.
It's got good food.
Eats, drink, scenic views.
No?
Is your wife listening? Is that what it is?
I don't know if she actually is or not. That's actually a good question.
He said, let me run that back.
That's great. No, I mean, not that I've been there, but I've heard stories.
2 for 1 BOGO on Tuesdays?
Or so I've heard.
Friday's lingerie night, I've said too much. Never mind. I've gone too far.
Okay, I did get a text or an email. I'll read it out loud.
Should you read it out loud?
I think I should. This is from Jake Oman, spelled Ohman.
Oh, man.
Who's that?
I don't know. Okay. It says David, then it's space. This is all lowercase. Erase this text and replace it with your email message. The client's name, in quotes above, will automatically be filled in. I guess that's me. It says David.
Yeah.
Then it says, hey, it says you haven't looked at the list I sent. Take a look and let me know top 3! I lost my phone, but getting a new one tomorrow.
And this is an email you received?
This is an email from Jake Oman that I got at 1:43. Should I respond? And what should I respond
Well,
with?
I would probably look and see what the email address is from.
Yeah, what's his email address?
It's from mail@smartapartmentdata.com.
That sounds legit.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, this is real. I did do an apartment locator.
Yeah, like 9 months ago.
No. I did one like a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Like I just said, hey, I want to start looking at some. This is real. He says, hey, you haven't looked at the list I sent. Take a look at the top 3.
Yeah, you go ahead and read it again. We heard it the first time.
And he got a new phone.
Yeah.
Well, it's making sense now because he's been blowing up my phone.
So this is real.
I thought it was spam, but I hit up an apartment locator asking for stuff, and then I got
work through this.
Well, you just
here
gave him
on
free
live radio,
promo, so I'm sure he's not mad.
I got over it, and now he's been blowing up my phone. Like, have you seen the apartments I sent you? Have you seen the apartments I sent you?
I appreciate the fact that you gave him your Odyssey email.
I guess. Is this my?
Because you think he just
no. This is
Googled
my
you?
this is my regular email.
Oh, that is your email.
That's my
Okay.
regular email.
All right.
Okay, we'll get to what they're doing on the show later.
Blake Elliott 68 at yahoo.com.
Baxter, your thoughts on the show? You did a Saturday show. You now done a show today. Honest review of the entire program. You're not gonna
Which
hurt my
one did you
feelings.
like better, today or Saturday? Go ahead. I'll hang up and listen. I'll pretend I'm not listening.
No pander.
This is probably my favorite segment I've done right here with Fred here. No, Fan University was awesome, man. First time doing radio, getting in there, live in Nebraska was a ton of fun with
in
Jake
Nebraska.
and Carter.
Shout out to Jet.
No, sorry. Jet, not Nebraska, the state.
I drove by several times in the parking lot, guys. You guys didn't see me.
Jet was like, I thought we were going to Nebraska for the show. Nebraska Furniture Mart. But yeah, a ton of fun, man. Carter Fremont, that guy knows his ball.
Okay,
I got to say.
Can I stop you right there?
I'm not doing it. I won't. I'm not participating.
Really?
Can I stop you right there?
What's wrong with Carter?
No. Well,
no.
Which time you got? When did free man become Fremont?
Okay, so first time I met him, I read it with an O, and I was like, this is still Freeman, right? And he was like, it's Fremont.
So it's not.
Okay, so
that's what he told
we are
me.
all today years old.
Can you do an impersonation of how he corrected you? So, hi, I'm you. You're Carter Freeman.
Why can't you just be Jake?
Why can't you just?
No, I want to be.
He said it's Fremont.
You know what? I get what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. It's Freeman.
I mean, I've never heard Carter say that.
He said it.
We've known him for a long time.
Did you ever ask though? Because I asked immediately. I was like,
I mean, I heard him for the first time on G-Bag, and they all called him Carter Freeman. In fact, and I hadn't heard him be referred to as Freeman until 40 hours ago.
Okay, when we came in and did an introduction, I'm going to say your name on air. I want to get it right. Yeah. And he corrected me. So he told me. Maybe it's the fact that it's his show. He wants it to be his actual. On G-Bag, he's maybe here for 15 minutes, and he wanted the spot. He wanted his name right for his big moment. I think that's probably what it was.
Did he ask about pronouncing your name?
No, he didn't.
Wow.
Braxton Brenner.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Vernon, I got it. Whatever.
He felt pretty good about it. So
okay.
But yeah, man, this has been a ton of fun too at KNC. We'll listen to that quite a bit when I'm driving during the day. So fun to be on the show.
Okay. Do you feel like you've had now 2 days in radio? How comfortable? What? He just Saturday was his first, and then he had today. I think he was a veteran.
You think you're ready to do a show by yourself now?
Pretty much.
What's the next step?
If I'm reading the text line, we had at least 7 to 8 people.
Yeah.
Shout out to Zach in Frisco. It said, I enjoyed your guys' show. First for a weekday show for Brennan. I thought he sounded great. He sounds like a radio veteran already. And there was 5 or 6 texts with the same sentiment.
That's great. I'll be honest, the nerves of when I knew the fan university was happening, I was like, all right, well, I'm expecting that. When I saw the schedule and it said Brennan Monday 10 to 2, I was like, what is that?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing there? So this one I was actually more anxious for than I was Fan University, and it's gone really. I've had a ton of fun doing it. It's been a blast.
You got Blake Elliott at
What
the
were the
helm.
nerves like leading up to it? Like the night before?
What are we doing?
I'm getting the
interrogation. I mean, for God's sake!
I wrote on the show sheet.
I don't
how
know.
did Brennan like the show? Hey,
He loved it, Blake. I mean, what more do you want? What else
you want him to be like,
You want
well,
to
it
reach
was
around
actually
too while you're
terrible.
at it? I mean, what are we talking about here?
What am I supposed to say? This sucks.
Actually, really didn't enjoy this much.
Jet, what did you think of it?
Hey, everything went well over here, man.
Jet's like, hey, I'm good. I'm good.
Here.
When Jet's not reading an ad on top of a commercial, everything was running. So Jet, wait to step up to the plate today. Hey, when you're running the show, Fred, you ask the questions you want to ask. Back to what I was asking.
You had 3.5 hours with him, and you decide to do what, an end-of-show breakdown? I mean, I feel like I'm in a therapy session right now.
What does the show sheet say? At 1:40, it says, how did Brennan like the show?
It literally says, like Brennan's thoughts.
So when you're printing out a show, you print it however you want. You can do Kevin's thoughts. I'd love to hear that. I wanted
Kevin,
Brennan's
what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, Kevin, what are your thoughts
Kevin,
on
you got
Brennan?
anything you want to talk about?
What are my thoughts on what?
Anything.
On anything.
I mean, that's kind of what the show sheet's for, isn't it?
Yeah, what do you got on the show, I guess?
Well, I mean, a big get by Fred Davis. Jordan Schultz.
He's all right.
Joining us at 2:20. We'll talk some fantasy football. I'm on the air, so I have to sprinkle in a little khakis kicks, but we'll go around the room. We'll get everybody's opinion. Jaking around, our very own Jacob Ray has some prop bets he wants to talk about.
Jaking around.
Jacob Ray.
Okay.
What else would it be in reference to?
You tell me.
And then we'll do fair or foul as well in our own top 5.
Okay, so Jordan Schultz. So the day I'm not on the show, you want to have Jordan Schultz on.
Look, I told you this yesterday, okay? We talked about this because I did apologize. I said, look, man, it wasn't like I was trying to, jockey, and when Blake wasn't on, I was trying to,
alienate.
He messaged me.
He said, Kevin Walker's on? Oh, I'm there.
Done. Sign me up. Khakis kicks. I'm wearing flip-flops. No, I had messaged him on X, Twitter, whatever the hell we're calling it, 4 months
Blue
ago.
Sky.
Okay. 4 months ago. Matter of fact, it was right around the time that he got into that little kerfuffle at the Starbucks.
Ooh.
How's
Wasn't
that
that
for
with
irony?
Schefter or
No,
Rapp?
That was
who
Rapp.
Was it? Was it
It was
Ian
Rapp.
Rappaport?
Rapp.
Yeah.
That was Rapp.
So, I don't know, like a week or two after. It was around Combine time, whatever it was. Anyway, I reached out to him then, and I sent him a direct message. And this was back in March, April. And then yesterday, me and CA are doing our show. I look down, I see that I got a direct message. I'm thinking it's from you, because the only people that we direct message are me, you, Khaki, and new guy Jake. And sure enough, it's Jordan Schultz. Hey, man, sorry I missed it. Yeah, we'll jump on. All right, bet. You want to do it tomorrow or Wednesday?
Well, look at that. You got, what time is he coming on?
2:20.
Well, you got that to look forward to. We're not going to be here for Khakis Kicks, so I'm wearing my Birkenstocks. What are you wearing? What are you wearing on your feet?
What do you got on feet? On feet.
I've got some Allbirds on, man.
Oh, Allbirds. Oh, yeah, I
that?
did see that. Yeah, those are comfortable.
Those
are
some comfortable tennis shoes.
Yeah, those are comfy.
Walk in them.
I don't know.
But what? All what?
Allbirds.
Is that a brand?
It's a brand. Yeah.
It's a really comfortable shoe.
Let me see.
You want to see them?
No, I do. I absolutely
You know
do.
what?
I've
This
never-
might be a Fred Davis kind of shoe, honestly.
I don't have the best.
That is a Fred Davis kind of shoe right
It's an
there.
It's
all-
easy,
Where do you
man.
buy- where do you get those at?
I think Allbirds.
Allbirds.com.
No, they just it's an online thing.
Oh, you can't buy them in the
Online.
store?
I got them online.
No
yeah.
brick and mortar.
How do they
don't
fit?
really
Are they-
know.
They run
They
true to
fit great,
size?
man. Oh yeah, they're good. They're true.
Okay.
You know who
They're
else
true.
wears those?
All right.
Ross Lubinsky.
Say less.
Easy
be
to
the
slip.
third.
Easy to slip on too.
Okay. No laces?
You can keep laces, but you can keep them tied.
Well, that's what she said. It was a perfect show here. Brennan's first show. You've been Masterpiece.
Tell us what you thought of Blake's performance today.
G-Bag Nation coming up next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. But Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you guys on board. It is the G-Bag Nation on a Labor Day Monday, and we've got some Fan After Dark vibes going down on this G-Bag Nation Monday. I am Fred Davis. That gentleman to my right is none other than the khakis to the khaki Kevin Walker.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you're enjoying your Labor Day festivities.
We absolutely are. And then, of course, my man behind the glass. We had to do a little finagling today. We had to do some player swaps. He went from, first he was doing, Rangers, then he was doing the morning show, and then he found his way. I
started the morning show and then made my way to Rangers, and then
started from the bottom, now you're here.
Yeah,
huh? How about that? The one, the only, new guy Jake, a.k.a. Jacob Ray. I like to call it Fred and the Illegitimates, considering both you boys are the same age as my daughter, but that's part of the gig, ladies and gentlemen. We got Wes Welker in the house, rocking the Wes Welker jersey today. How do we feel about khaki Kevin Walker wearing a Patriots jersey on Cowboys game week?
I don't have a Cowboys jersey to wear. So
No?
We traded all the guys that I bought jerseys for.
You don't have a Dak jersey?
No.
No Staubach throwback?
That's the jersey I want.
No Aikman? You have an Aikman jersey?
I don't have an Aikman jersey, actually.
Okay.
I'm only buying jerseys of people that I can't fear of getting traded anymore.
Well, I mean, you could buy a Staubach jersey. He's not getting traded.
That's what I'm saying.
He's
That's
done.
why I want one. But no, I bought this from a buddy of mine because I just like the colors, and I'm a jersey guy. So
you are a jersey guy. We got our boy, new guy Jake in the back. Jake, no jerseys for you. Are you a jersey guy?
I'm a big jersey guy. Kevin actually came to me when he was going to trade for that jersey, and he was like, "How much did you pay for it?" I was like, "Dude, I mean, white receiver from Tech. That's a sick jersey. You don't see it every day."
There's not a price I wouldn't pay.
Exactly. I think. What did I say? I think I said like 150, right?
yeah, you said an absurd number.
Yeah.
Because it's all stitched. It's a nice little
Is
throwback.
that a Mitchell and Ness?
No, it's a Nike.
Okay. So what'd you end up paying for it?
You would not be able to guess how I acquired this jersey.
I can guess.
Oh, you know how.
Oh,
you helped me.
Would you give out favors or something like that, or what?
I traded a good friend of mine, Tristan Ryan's, an air fryer for this jersey.
Okay. First, I thought you said you traded your friend for it. I was like, listen, Epstein's Island, calm down on Labor Day. What are we doing?
It's an air fryer,
here?
okay? Air
Holy
fryer.
Mackerel. Okay, well, we've got little baby Epstein over here trading air fryers for people, a.k.a. jerseys. We're just kidding over here. But no, great show planned for today. We're excited about it, and you should be too. You know why? Because, look, it is football week. We are going to have NFL football this week. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about it. And, of course, your Dallas Cowboys kick things off on Thursday. I'll ask you two guys, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Real quick, before we get into that, though, we're all gym guys here. We all go to the gym? Sort of? Kind of?
Y'all go more than I do.
Okay, I appreciate that honesty. Jake? I know you've walked by a gym at least once or twice.
Come on now.
He said, "Did you see the?"
That was fresh out of the chest, hey Fred. Come on now.
So that's fair. That's fair. Look, so here's the deal. They just rearranged my gym, the LA Fitness in Louisville, and there's nothing.
So you go to two different gyms?
I go to two different gyms, and there is nothing.
How much are we spending on both of those gyms combined?
$100. $100. I mean, look, I don't drink. I don't smoke weed anymore. Okay, so with that extra discretionary income, if you can't put a price on investing.
Not
in
a
your
bad thing to
body.
splurge on.
You know what I'm saying? So they just redid my gym, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it.
Have you voiced your opinion?
Oh, it's one of the things where it's like, there's nothing they can do. All right, there's nothing.
We'll move it back.
No, they're not going to do that. I mean. There was an LA Fitness in Capel. Obviously, I got the one in LA, the one in Louisville. They closed the Capel location. They brought a bunch of the machines. They rearranged a bunch of stuff, and I don't like it. You can't superset anymore. They basically just grabbed a bunch of machines and just loaded them on top of each other. Not a fan. Went to a new machine today. It wasn't working correctly. So that all being said, I'm a little bit angry today. Didn't get the pump that I was looking for, but hey, we made it. We made do with what we could. Absolute Recomp is opening up in 3 weeks.
I was going to say, you
know.
don't have to wait that long because Recomp's going to be there.
It's opening up in Louisville in 3 weeks. This thing's going to look out of control. Me and Blake were looking at the Instagram post the other day. They've got like 350 machines in this thing. They've got lights on top of lights. Instagram models all over the place. I mean, Blake's in there beating them off with a stick for crying out loud, or a tripod, whichever one comes first. So it's just it's an embarrassment of riches, if you know what I mean.
So then I don't feel that bad for you because you only got 3 weeks and then you're okay.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not complaining that it's going to happen, but at the same time, it's like, look, when you have your mind set, like, hey, I'm ready to get my pump on, I'm ready to get swole today, I got a radio show this afternoon, like, you got your brain,
get the vibes
right,
going,
dude. You're in your head, and then everything just kind of falls to the wayside.
I will agree with you though, because when I do work out, I am a superset guy. I'm a superset guy. I like to have a couple of different options, and when I don't have the availability for a superset,
well, that
it ruins it a little bit.
So many people there today, but like I said, that's another story for another time. So, anywho, all right, we've got a football game week this week. I'm excited about it. I know you guys are too. We are 3 days away. We've got a jaking off segment that we're going to get into We're going to get some props and
jaking around.
What'd I say? Oh, I already know what I said, but jaking around is what we're doing later on today.
Fred's mind's a little out there this morning.
I'm still in fan after dark mode. Okay, so bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. But we're getting some props. You got any cowboy props on there, or is it all cowboy props?
I got a little bit of everything. So
okay,
love it.
And right now the spread is what, 7.5 for Thursday's game?
Should be.
Last I looked, yeah, that was what it was.
Should be 9.5.
Okay, all right. I may take the Cowboys in the points. I don't know yet. I haven't decided.
Really?
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited. Look, I'm geeked about Thursday, and we're going to play some Dak audio here at 2:40.
Love Dak audio.
I've been saying this for the last couple of days. I said this with Blake on Thursday. I said, me and Blake talked about it Thursday. We talked about it on Saturday, and then I talked about it with CA yesterday. On one hand, I get it. Guys aren't going to come out, and it's not like they're going to be sitting there all bummed out and everything else about, Micah being gone.
Right.
But I don't get the sense.
Nope. I don't either.
That this team's like, oh my God, we lost Micah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I kind of get the sense that maybe Dak was kind of at the head of, hey, are we sure that this is exactly the guy we need to be paying all this money to? I mean, they talk about whenever they signed Dak, they signed him, also because of his leadership and all those different things. And it was clear that they had questions about Micah's leadership. So there is a part of me that questions if Dak was kind of like, hey, how much do we need a Micah Parsons?
Well, I mean, like what, to
from
the
a leadership, from a team standpoint, yeah, I think so a little bit, maybe.
Look, I don't know that Dak. I mean, Jerry's made it pretty clear. Jerry ain't running nothing by anybody.
Well, I'm not saying that his word's final or anything, but I do believe in that presser that Jerry said that they talked to the leadership council of the players a little bit, and I mean, to your point. Trayvon said, Trayvon put some stuff on social. I think Wanye put some stuff on social. Different guys have put some stuff on social. And what we did hear from Dak wasn't like exactly the same sentiment.
No, I mean, look, are you going to have guys with the memes and, sorry to see you go and, good luck in Green Bay and we'll see you in week 4? I mean, yeah, look, you're going to have that. But it's like somebody pointed out, and I can't think who it was. I don't remember if it was Machota or somebody that tweeted this out. Maybe it was Nick Harris that tweeted this out last night. Trayvon was playing ping pong with Maris Luafau, right? I mean, or maybe, no, I'm sorry, it was Calvin Watkins that did this. Everybody in the locker room was back to, Osa was doing his thing. Kenny Clark was talking to other people, and getting to know people in the locker room. So, as much as we're upset or as much as the idea that, how could you let a quote unquote, and me and CA talked about this yesterday, stop calling Micah a generational talent. All right. I'm done listening to people call Micah a generational talent. All right. Is he a great pass rusher? Absolutely. But he's not a generational talent.
Well, if he was a generational talent, then why would we be discussing him amongst the likes of TJ Watt and Myles Garrett and comparing him 1 through 3 on how that fits?
Because those are other great players.
Great players, I agree, but there's a difference between great and generational. Could we agree?
Okay, well, do generational players get ran on the way he does? Do generational players not show up in the playoffs?
I mean, those are great points. That's my point, though, is that he's not necessarily a generational guy. There's other guys in the league.
You agree with that? You agree
That's
with
what I'm saying.
that.
There's other guys in the league.
You're confusing me, Kevin. I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Okay, well, what I was trying to say is if he was a generational guy, then why do we compare him against the TJ Watts and the Myles Garrett? Not saying they're not great, but there's a difference between great and generational.
I think I hear what you're saying on that one. Okay, this is what Dak had to say about the Micah trade.
Yeah, I was. I can't say I was completely surprised, but I definitely didn't think he was going to get traded. I'll say that. But just with the way that their negotiations went down, obviously, to some extent, I mean, hell, y'all were asking me questions. It seemed like it got personal on their ends. So, like, that's why I wasn't surprised. But, yeah.
Okay, and so, you know what, and I'll say this, it does kind of harken back to something you just said as far as maybe, not necessarily that they, hey, Dak, we're going to run this by you, but more of, hey, just giving you a heads up, Dak's, we're about to trade Micah, and maybe Shoddy did it, who knows, because he said he wasn't, he heard about it, but he wasn't surprised when it was all said and done, and so maybe that's kind of him just tipping his hat a little bit, but again, it's now on one hand, it's not like anybody's going to go Tank Lawrence or Malik Hooker on this, right? And look, maybe we'll hear something. Maybe we'll start to hear more stories. We've already heard the unnamed source that came out the other day and said that Dak was furious because of the way the podcast was done and what have you. And look, on some cases, I could kind of see that.
Oh, I could definitely understand that,
right? And you won't talk to the media after a game, but then you'll go out and talk on your podcast. And I know it's been talked ad nauseum about how when the loss 2 years ago to the Packers, and then boom, he's got Jordan Love on his podcast. A week or two after that. So from that, look, tell you all that to tell you this: it's done, it's over with. There's going to be days where there's going to be games where you would love to have number 11 on the field. But I said this to Blake on Saturday, and I'm going to stick to this. You are banking on your coaching staff. You are banking on the improvement of what a Kenny Clark can do. Kenny Clark isn't going to fix all that ails this defense. Let me make that painfully clear. All right? Kenny Clark is not the Band-Aid to the run defense. Is he going to make your run defense better? Yes. Does that mean that all of a sudden you're going to go from giving up 120 yards a game to 80 yards a game? I doubt it. But it would be cool if it did. But does this mean that maybe now you free up some linebackers? Maybe he's taking on double teams that, say, a guy like Amazi didn't take up before, right? So are there things about, is he going to free up Osa a little bit more? Is he going to free up the Marshawn Nealons, who, we think are probably going to be a little bit better against the run than what we saw with the Micah Parsons? So, this is going to, I think, embolden some of the guys. And one other point, these guys get paid too. Yeah. And if I'm Matt Eberflus, and look, we know Shoddy loves to win the press conference. We know Shoddy's all about motivation. I'm here for it. I don't know how much they're going to talk about in the locker room. This, according to the media, and I would look at Dante Fowler, I would look at Nealon, I would look at James Houston, and I would look at Ezeraku, and I would tell these guys, according to the defense, or according to the media, you guys can't get to the quarterback. Because we've lost Micah Parsons, the five of you combined might as well not even play on Sundays.
We don't have a pass rush.
We have
to the
zero
media.
pass rush because apparently Micah took all the pass rushing with him, and now all of a sudden you five might as well be chopped liver.
I think you brought up Ezeraku. I think he's the guy that I have my eye on. He could take a massive leap with all those guys you have on the line. I think Ezeraku could be a standout guy. Now, to what degree, I don't know.
It's going to take some time,
but he's shown a lot of flash.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you on that. I think we heard more good stuff coming out from him in training camp than we did in the actual games. I mean, preseason wise, look, I'll be honest with you. I thought Tyrus Wheat had a better preseason game showing than what we saw at Donovan Ezeraku. Now, that being said, does that mean we're going to poo-poo on Donovan Ezeraku and not expect him to be much? No, of course not. I think James Houston is going to flash a little bit more than people think early on.
I agree.
Dante Fowler, just because he's been there, done that. And I think Marshawn Nealon is a guy that I think he's going to start on Thursday. I don't think they've announced anything as far as who starters are just yet, but I think you're going to see Marshawn on one side, Dante Fowler, and I think you're going to see a lot of James Houston, surprisingly enough. Look, the thing about James Houston, and we'll get out of here with this, at least from the Cowboys' perspective, and we'll talk more about this here later on the program. James Houston's been here, done that before. James Houston has registered 8 sacks in a season in the National Football League before, right? So with Donovan Ezaraku, I think, it's going to take a little bit of time. I think he's going to be a situational third down pass rusher, and they're going to kind of like lean him in, let him kind of grow into that role.
Yeah.
And which is fine.
Yeah, you don't have to rush him into
See,
it.
that's the beauty of why, and say what you will, but having 5 defensive ends, I think, benefits a guy like a Donovan Ezaraku because, again, I don't need you necessarily playing on first and second downs. I can have you on third downs where, hey, just go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? And then I can have a James Houston. I can have a Dante Fowler. I can have a Marshawn Neal. And then we're leaving Sam Williams out of it, who to me is kind of the wild card in all of this anyway. All right, we've got a huge show for you guys today. Hopefully you guys are as excited about it as I am. We've got Jordan Schultz coming up next, talking all things National Football League, one of the best national writers in all of the NFL. Of course, we'll talk a little bit more about the Cowboys here and kind of what does this Thursday look like? What are some expectations? We're also going to take a trip around the National Football League. Fantasy football is almost here, boys and girls, so we'll talk a little bit about that. We got Khakis Kicks, we got Jaking Around, and am I on Team Nico now? Maybe, because I'll tell you what, I'm tired of my man getting slandered, and PJ Washington. All you baby mamas and baby daddies out there, why don't you put some respect on your children's names, okay? Because there's something to be said for that. Coming up next, Jordan Schultz talking all things National Football League. Don't go anywhere. This is the G-Bag Nation.
Tolo means turn it on and
or visit mensteeclinic.com. That's mensteeclinic.com.
Back to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Kevin Walker alongside Fred Davis, filling in for the G-Bag boys, taking Labor Day off. But we will have you until 6:30, leading you into Rangers pregame. Jacob Ray behind the glass, taking care of things. Should be getting our boy Jordan Schultz on the show here in a second. Just waiting on that. Hope y'all are having a fantastic Labor Day, doing all the different festivities. 877-881-1053. Text us in, let us know what you got going on. It's a beautiful day today. Don't have to worry about any rain or nothing like that. So.
No, I've certainly enjoyed the day today. It's been a busy day as well. Had a call first thing this morning, so was up late last night doing a little work. And so, no, it's been I'll tell you what I have enjoyed about a day like today, though, is that the weather, or excuse me, not the weather, but the traffic or lack thereof has been absolutely scot-free today. So beautiful. I know I'm a big fan of that. Anytime you can bebop around DFW with no problems is always a good thing.
I could not agree more. I mean, I drove all the way from Granbury this morning in an hour and 15 minutes versus an hour 45. So,
all right, without further ado, let's jump out of the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. Absolutely one of the best around. I don't care what sport you're talking about, but certainly when it comes to talking all things pigskin, one of the best in the business, the insider himself, Mr. Jordan Schultz. Mr. Jordan Schultz, no stranger of doing labor on Labor Day. Appreciate your time today on this Labor Day weekend. Number one, let's just get right to it. What had you been hearing about this Micah trade, how this whole thing came about, and kind of a second part of that, with Mulugeta being both, Micah's representation as well as George Pickens, depending upon what the season plays out, but if he plays well, what's the likelihood that, that relationship with the Cowboys isn't fractured to where he could possibly re-sign again?
No, I'll start with the second part just because I don't think it's going to be necessarily a big issue.
Okay.
When you listen, I understand that Jerry wants to run this system the way that he wants, and he has as much power as any owner in the league. But David Mulugeta has as much power as any agent in the league. And when it comes to someone like George Pickens, I think clearly, he's going to be a significant part of this offense, a focal point for Dak. And if he has the type of year that obviously Cowboys fans hope, then it would make a lot of sense to extend him, considering his age and hopefully production. The first part, to me, the trade itself made no sense to me, but it made extra no sense because of when they did it. They could have gotten more for him in March or April, and let's just say hypothetically they wanted to wait until the season. Let's say they're a month into the season, and suddenly a team that maybe wasn't playing or was playing significantly better than they thought they would, now all of a sudden they want to go all in. Well, maybe they can get 2 1s and a 2 or 2 1s and a 3 or just more capital in general, another asset. I know they really like Kenny Clark. He's a really good player. He's been an All-Pro. He's 30 years old. But to me, the fact that they did this move now is really the biggest problem. It's also the fact that, look, they still have him under contract for another year.
Right.
There is no rush. And so it's almost as if, and I don't want to make too much into the documentary that came out, but I have watched it. I thought it was fantastic. But it's almost as if Jerry was saying, I want to do a huge curveball and shock the world.
Man, look, you took the words right out of my mouth, because I said this over the weekend, and I just felt like it seemed, and Gavin Dawson, who you've talked to here on the G-Bag, kind of said the same thing, was like, did he get some kind of like, hey, I've got to make a splash again? And then, the thing about Charlotte that I thought was interesting when she said, look, we don't have that many more next years left. Do you just get the sense maybe that here in this front office, like, look, they're maybe putting their chips to the table, even though a little bit more than they usually would, considering that, look, Jerry is 83 years old.
I don't know. I mean, in theory that makes sense, but it's also just like the fact that they said it was a unanimous decision, and that then Shoddy comes out and says, yeah, it was unanimous with the coaches as well. I just have a hard time believing that when you're talking about one of the great players in the NFL at a marquee position who probably hasn't even maxed out his own potential yet at 26 years old. I mean, this is supposed to be a really improved team. And I actually thought going into this year that they were a sleeper to win the division just because as badly as things went last year from an injury standpoint, I thought that if they could stay healthy this year, that they would challenge a Philadelphia and challenge a Washington. So I'm still dumbfounded by it. I've gone back and analyzed it 100 times, and every time I try to think about Dallas's perspective on why they did it and why they felt they had to do it, it just does not add up.
Jordan Schultz joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jordan, I know you get a lot of messages from NFL execs and GMs. Did you kind of get a sense that this package from Green Bay, along with the deal getting done, was the only option available for Dallas? Or do you kind of think there was something else available?
No, I think there was. If they had been more patient, I think there was more. I'm not saying it would have been a drastically better offer, but there were other offers to consider that I don't believe they really did consider. In other words, they've been talking to Green Bay, obviously, for a while now, and the framework of this trade, I think, has been in place. They had to make sure that Green Bay could get the deal done, which, 4 years, 188 with 135 guaranteed, obviously is a, pretty price to pay, and they end up paying him 47, which is 6 more than Watt. But the onslaught of text that I received over the ensuing hours from different people around the league, and I put out a few on Twitter. I just launched a YouTube channel. Check it out. Little shameless
Go
plug.
for it. Hey, go ahead.
I put some out on there as well. But I'm just going to read you a couple that were telling to me. One was, why on earth would you do this now and not in March? Beyond idiotic. But my favorite one was quite to the point. It said, quote, this is from an NFC executive, the Cowboys make no effing sense. And that's the one that, to me, probably stands out the most because it's so to the point. And I think, and you guys would know this way better than me, but I would imagine that by and large, all Cowboys fans probably felt the same way.
No, they absolutely do. But I mean, look, you've been covering football long enough, and you've been in the upper echelon of this for a while. Jerry Jones still operates to the beat of his own drum, right, wrong, or indifferent. And I mean, look, you probably spend a lot more time around other owners than I ever have. When you've been around Jerry and when you've been around other owners, I mean, is there anybody that comes close to doing the things he does? And then not only does he do them the way he wants to do them, but then we'll sit there and explain to you ad nauseum as to why he did it, whether it makes any sense or not. But by God, he's going to stand on business, as the kids like to say.
We got to stop the run. We got to stop the run. We got to stop the run. I mean, how many times is he going to say that in a different iteration? Jerry, of course, he is the owner of all owners. But, you have other owners that operate really strangely. For example, Mike Brown in Cincinnati. That's a much different version.
Right.
And I'd rather have someone like Jerry who at least up until this point has been predictable, where he takes things to the finish line, CD, Dak, and then pays him. I thought it was interesting that, a couple days after the Micah trade, they extend Deron Bland.
Yeah.
I love Deron Bland, and it's a great story of a 5th-round pick. But instantly, I thought, well, Deron Bland has an agent. What's the difference? Jerry talks about wanting to negotiate with the player directly, and obviously he did and felt he had a deal with Micah. But he has to understand that at some point, the agent, especially in today's day and age, and especially someone with as much juice as David Mulugeta, is going to play a significant role.
One thing about this Green Bay move now, and look, I've got a handful of buddies that are Green Bay fans, and, look, we had Peter Bukowski join us the other day. I mean, to me, this, if anything, this puts pressure on Jordan Love. Like, look, we've given you everything now. I mean, hell, Aaron Rodgers is probably pissed off, right? I mean, hey, you never gave me a pat. Now, he had Clay Matthews, but, you never made a bombastic move like that. You certainly never got me a first-round wide receiver like you did. From what you've seen, is this team ready to take that next step? And then also, too, I don't think enough has been made about the fact that Robert Saleh came on and helped that defense out in the last half of last season when that team kind of made a resurgence on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know that enough's been said about that.
The Packers, I already thought they were a legit Super Bowl team. You add Michael Parsons, and they become one of the favorites for sure. The combination of Rashawn Gary and Michael Parsons is going to be freaking awesome, man. It really is. And if you're a Dallas fan, obviously you're sick about the trade. You're sick about trading him to the NFC. But that defense, that front, I think is going to be pretty special. They have a good secondary. I think Edgerrin Cooper is one of these young linebackers that is going to really, really pop. And the fact that you mentioned Jordan Love, they've gotten him weapons, whether it's Stentavion Wicks, Jaden Reed. I know he's been recovering from an injury, but really good young player. Obviously, you mentioned Matthew Golden. Tucker Kraft had a terrific year last year, the tight end, and then a real running game, a real offensive line. There's not a lot of holes. I think Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator, he's going to be in his bag this entire season because of what he can do now with that pass rush. So Green Bay, that division is brutal. I think you could argue that the NFC North is probably the best division in the league, certainly one of them. And I'm really excited about, that entire division, whether it's Chicago, Detroit, or Minnesota. But Green Bay, you mentioned Salah with what he did last year, but that there's just no holes. And I think Matt LaFleur has really emerged legitimately as one of the not just great young coaches, but you could probably make a list of any list, and he has to be in the top 5 to top 8 of the best head coaches in the league.
Jordan, I do want to talk a little college football. I know you put a couple of tweets out about some NFL GMs commenting on guys like Caleb Downs or other guys on the Ohio State team. Maybe what were some NFL GMs thinking after the performance of some Texas players, maybe one specifically in Arch Manning?
Yeah, it's so the amount of praise that was heaped upon Arch, he would have had to have an all-time game to live up to it. And he did not have a good game, and I know it's unfortunate. I'm not ready to say, he's not the guy or that he's not a super special prospect. There was just way too much hype for a guy that started 2 games. I talked to one scout about this, and he basically said that from what he's seen with Arch, mechanically he's always been sound. Physically, he's a beast. He's got perfect tools. But from the first throw of the game, he short-armed the ball, and he never got in a rhythm. I don't know what it was about the play calling, but it didn't seem like they were ever in any offensive flow. And I don't think either quarterback really was their best self. You mentioned the entire kind of just all the prospects in that game. The guy that stood out the most to me, and I think to everyone I talked to, was Caleb Downs. He's becoming a mythical-like figure in Columbus, whether it's an Eric Berry or Earl Thomas type of player. He is really, really special. And I thought he single-handedly changed the game, thought he was incredible. His instincts, he was just awesome. And that's exactly the type of defender that Matt Patricia likes. One of these guys that can just roam the field and make a ton of plays. So, yeah, going back to Arch, just to close the loop, I'm curious, are Cowboy fans or Texas fans in general are they panicking saying, oh, we didn't respect Quinn Ewers enough, or is this just one game?
Yeah, that's a really good point. As a Texas fan, I'm okay. I know that you're going to be facing Matt Patricia. It's a tough Ohio State team. You already mentioned it, Caleb Downs. They're stacked all across. I did want to ask, is there maybe a couple of college players that GMs or scouts are looking at that maybe the media is not talking about necessarily?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't. These aren't sleepers, but obviously you saw South Carolina last night. You saw Nick Harbor, 6'5", 235, runs 4.3. He's a sicko. That guy is unreal. And I think the real wild card in the draft, not just for a quarterback but anybody, is Lenore Sellers.
It really is, isn't it?
Really well. Yeah, he was really good. And whether he's not as he hasn't another one of these guys hasn't played a ton of college football, but 20 years old, pushing 6'4", 230, and can run. I had one pretty significant quote, basically just called him a cheat code from from an executive. So that was pretty awesome. I was really impressed with those two. I'm going to give you a couple other names on the West Coast just because I'm a Seattle guy, and West Coast players seems like we never get enough love. But go watch Washington. They have a combo at running back and wide receiver. Jonah Coleman, I think he's probably the second best running back in the country, had 170 yards, a couple touchdowns. And then Denzel Boston, who's about 6'4", 225 himself, and was overshadowed the last couple years.
Is that David's kid?
Yeah, it's actually not, but
okay,
he plays like David Boston.
Okay,
because he's
fair
the same
enough.
type of. He looks like a freak of nature, where he's just physically so strong, but he
Okay.
can run. Those two guys, skill position wise, really excited about. And then the only other, I'll give you one more name, just because he hasn't been mentioned maybe as much as he should. But Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback from LSU. If he has the type of year that I think he can, he's going to be in the conversation, certainly in the top 5, but potentially as a number 1 pick.
Real quick, and I saw the interview you did. You posted it, and we'll get your YouTube page here in just a second. But you talked about Dan Campbell. Is there a bigger question mark? And you mentioned the NFC North, and look, I agree with you. I think the NFC North is just from storyline to what each team has question mark wise. And I don't mean question mark in a bad way, but just like, could be boom or bust. But let's call it what it is. You got Dan Campbell, who has had Ben Johnson. He's had Aaron Glenn. Both of them became head coaches. All the talent is still there. But, let's be real. Unless you're a sicko, do we really know, what John Morton offensively, what his game plan and what his scheme's going to look like? What can we expect from this Detroit Lion football team, especially when you talk about one of the more difficult schedules in the NFL?
Schedule's tough, and obviously losing Ben Johnson's tough. But, I spent the day there about 2.5 weeks ago, and really impressed. Listen, everyone tells you in the preseason, they all tell you that they have a great team, and this guy looks amazing, and look at how impressive my quarterback is. But I think because we've seen the Lions have success, it adds credence to it. But Dan Campbell specifically said that Jared Goff took a big leap this year. And I said, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Because obviously he's had a lot of success. And he just said, just the maturity, the leadership, everything about him feels better. And that to me matters a lot, especially when Ben Johnson's gone. And then when you add in this receiver from Arkansas, this 3rd rounder, Isaac Tesla, I believe I pronounced it right. They were hyping him up like crazy when I was there. And then he went berserk in the preseason the next 2 weeks, and you understand why. So they're going to have 3 bona fide receivers with him, Jameson Williams, St. Brown, and then obviously Laporta and the 2 running backs. Really good offensive line. So I don't really have any questions about Detroit. The new defensive coordinator, Calvin Shepard, really good. Former linebacker from LSU. They have good personnel. It'll look different, of course. And nobody is as creative as Ben Johnson, but they feel to me like they're going to be right there again.
All right, 30 seconds. One, is Trent McDuffie going to get a deal done with Kansas City at some point? And tell me I'm not crazy for picking the Seahawks to win the NFC West.
Okay, so I'm from Seattle. Seahawks going to be really good. I don't know if I'm ready to go there just yet because I think the Rams, as long as Stafford is healthy.
Dude, he's a back injury away
really
from
tough.
being done for the year. You know that.
That's true, 100%. That's true. But I love where you're at with Seattle, and I think the guy that's going to really pop this year is Boye Mafe, 4th-year pass rusher, Minnesota. Really good young player they love. And then the first part was which one?
Trent McDuffie. Trent McDuffie.
Oh, no, McDuffie's going to wait. They're going to wait. Obviously, they just did a few huge deals.
Yeah.
McDuffie will be next year. I can tell you that pretty definitively.
Fair enough. Tell us where we can find the YouTube page at and where we can find you at on all the socials.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Check out the Schultz Report, on obviously my socials, but also on YouTube. I would appreciate some feedback, good, bad, or indifferent. And next time I come back, I'll expect a detailed scouting report on why the Schultz Report is good or bad.
Oh, I'm going to check it out this week. You can best believe that. Hey, man, I appreciate you getting back to me when you did. And look, let's have a wonderful 2025 NFL season, my friend.
Sounds good, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
There you have it, the one, the only Jordan Schultz. Check him out. You will be glad that you did. A lot to talk about as far as what he had to say. We'll get to some more Cowboy stuff. Your text messages and more. Don't go anywhere. This is the G-Bag Nation.
You and I make decisions every...
For the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that new guy, Jake. You know, the one thing about Labor Day, I mean, it's a great day for having the day off, and it's a great day to, you know, chill with the fam. It's the unofficial end of summer, right? I mean, let's call it what it is. It's the unofficial end of summer. You guys know the old adage, you can't wear white after Labor Day. After Labor Day. Can't wear white after Labor Day.
You good there, Fred?
Got a little tongue twisted, boys.
Yeah, today is. I saw that today is the meteorology first day of fall.
Huh? What? I mean, what do you mean meteorology? What are you talking about?
Meteorologists are considering this like the first day of fall. I saw a tweet that said that, so it has to be true.
Well, I mean, that dovetails with what I just said, that it is the unofficial end of summer.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the autumn solstice, as the kids call it, September 21st.
Tell you what, I looked up at my phone last night, saw it was 2 a.m. I was like, dude, it must be like daylight savings. Last night went so fast. I got in bed at 11:30, watched some YouTube, and it was 2 a.m. just like that.
So you just doom scrolled your life away for 2.5 hours, basically.
Well, happens pretty much every night. So yeah.
I think that says more about you, new guy Jake. I think that says more about you. 877-881-1053. When was the last time you sat in your bed for 2.5 hours?
Doom scrolling catches us all.
I've never doom scrolled for 2.5 hours.
I definitely have.
At night. Now, maybe it's because I'm older, but I mean, look, I'm at the stage now where I hit the bed. I'm out. I'm done.
I wish.
I'm done.
I really do. I wish as well.
Your boy's 80
because I also can't fall asleep with the TV on. Some people can. Some people can. If there's a show on, I'm watching it.
I'm starting to turn in that territory myself. Have you tried doing the whole white noise?
You know what? No disrespect to Louisiana, but I did fall asleep watching the Hurricane Katrina documentary last night. So, for some reason, whenever there's something on, and it's I love watching war documentaries and anything. If I need to lock in and really focus on something, I'm out like that.
Interesting.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's really
Must be
it's
my
good to hear.
ADHD.
It's really good to hear.
Somebody's calling me out here on the text line, 877-881-1053. From the 321, Fred might be lying about not taking any Oski-Woski.
No. I will back that. I will back
that. Look, let me just see here. I've got a counter that I've been
using. Are we on
using.
day or are we on months at this point?
Well, I mean, it's been 2 months, but I count the days. I am on day 76 of the Oski-Woski summer detox. So.
And it showed. It showed.
No, it does. I'm you know what? I'll tell you what, for all my potheads out there, do you gain weight after you quit smoking weed? Okay, that is a real question I want to ask all my tolos and fatties out there that have taken a break and or quit the Oski-Woski. Did you gain weight after smoking pot? So I've gained. I was 218 when I quit smoking back in June or whatever it was, and I am now at I weighed myself the other day 229.
Now is that pure muscle?
229. I mean, I mean, look, I've definitely hit the gym harder, but I've also been eating a little bit more as well. So, which again, I know that probably surprises some people. Like, oh, who eats more after they quit smoking? I do. So, yeah. So 229, but yeah, I didn't know if that was a thing or not. If that was normal or to be expected. So let us know on that front. We got some of your text messages. We'll get to that in the 3:00 hour. But this was from. I want to first of all, Jordan Schultz, absolutely tremendous.
That was fantastic.
And what a great guy.
That was great.
What a great guy as well. For a guy that's got, nearly 500,000 followers on all of his social media channels, couldn't have been a nicer guy. Was super cool to Jake on the phone because he was a couple minutes behind. Apologized for it. So good stuff from him. And our boy Jake's going to cut that up.
You can find it on Odyssey Podcast as well.
Took the word right out of my mouth. Go check it out on G-Bag Nation. You will be glad that you did. But real quick about Dak, he had a couple things to say yesterday, the day before, about Micah getting traded. And this was something that a lot of people, and look, this has been a consensus across the board. Well, this team's not better. You weren't going to a Super Bowl, but you're not any better. So I don't understand the long-term ramifications of it. Dak, when asked if this team is better after getting rid of Micah.
I mean, we added a great player. Obviously got some picks for the future. I'm not going to say we're better. We've got to go out there and prove it. We'd have to prove it even if he was on this team. So I'm not going to say that by any means. But I know adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that's going to only elevate this team, who's been a Pro Bowl player and is excited about being here. I know our focus right now is Philly. I think that's everybody's focus in that locker room. I don't think anybody's hung up on that. As I said, there's enough news and enough media about it. I think as much as anything, it's good that a solution happened. And obviously Micah got paid. He got paid very well, and great for him and his family. And we'll see him here in about a month. So just honestly glad that I can't say glad, but yeah, glad that we're moved past that, and everybody seems happy because of it.
Oh, did he say the quiet part out loud?
I think we heard the same
Did Dak just say the quiet? I'll tell you what, and look, I'm not going to pretend like, hey, Dak's the end-all, be-all, but that...
When he speaks, it matters.
Well, yes and no, because sometimes Dak can be very generic in the things he says, right? He's and he said, Dak is a master at not saying anything.
But he's articulate as well.
No, he is. But there was some emotion. Not like over the top emotion, but I'll tell you right now, for somebody, and I've been listening to Dak talk now, especially intently since I've been here at the Fan for the last year plus. And when you can tell when Dak's thinking of the right thing to say, right? Because Dak is very measured in how he goes about talking, especially with the media. Play that back one more time, because I'm going to tell you right now, Dak's a bit, and look, I'm a big and ah guy. You didn't hear a lot of and ahs from Dak in this last cut.
We added a great player. Obviously got some picks for the future. I'm not going to say we're better. We've got to go out there and prove it. We'd have to prove it even if he was on this team. So I'm not going to say that by any means. But I know adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that's going to only elevate this team, who's been a Pro Bowl player and is excited about being here. I know our focus right now is Philly. I think that's everybody's focus in that locker room. I don't think anybody's hung up on that. As I said, there's enough news and enough media about it. I think as much as anything, it's good that a solution happened. And obviously Micah got paid. He got paid very well, and great for him and his family. And we'll see him here in about a month. So just honestly glad that I can't say glad, but yeah, glad that we're moved past that, and everybody seems happy because of it.
True leader, real man.
I'll tell you what. Look, he ums
Is
and
that what
ahs with the
stuck out
best
to
of
you?
them. I'm an and ah guy, so I can't. Look, I got him a love for Dak from that standpoint. But no, there was a little more oomph behind what he was saying because he's glad. And again, he said the quiet part out loud. A little bit of a Freudian slip where he said, "I'm glad it's." Well, I can't say he's glad. No, I'm glad it's over. No, he's glad. I'm not gonna say he's glad that Mike is gone.
He's glad it's over.
But I think there's a part of him that's glad Mike is gone. And I'm just reading between the lines here. Maybe I'm speculating here. Maybe I'm being a little too dramatic about it. But there's just something about, I've listened to enough of Dak before where it just seems like, and again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. And I do believe, I'm not going to say it's addition by subtraction, but I don't think it's quite the minus of him getting, leaving that locker room as it's been made out to be across the board. All right, 1 hour in the books. My goodness. All right, let's take a trip around the National Football League. We're 4 days away from the National Football League. Let's look at some of the games that are on the horizon, some injury reports, as well as we've also got some fantasy football stuff to get into as well, plus a little bit of Khakis Kicks. Huge 3 o'clock hour in the program. This is the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special.
of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now. It is the G-Bag Nation on a Labor Day weekend. Labor Day weekend. G-Bag boys are out today, although you did get to hear Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl winning scout. He was on with Brennan and Blake earlier today as they sat in on the KNC Masterpiece. I am Fred Davis. We got our boy Khaki Kev, the khakis to the cack, sitting right here wearing his Wes Welker jersey.
Text in your thoughts on the Wes Welker jersey.
Text them in. I'll read them because right now, so we need to figure out what's going on with this vibes thing. All right.
I don't like it. I don't have access to it. I can't hear or listen to what the Tolos are saying. I don't like it.
I passed my vibes password and info out like a you know what.
I'm curious what you're gonna say.
Everybody enjoyed it. Everybody enjoyed it. Okay,
and they cracked down on it.
Then Odyssey decided, oh wait, no, can't do that anymore. And so, I would give you. Here's the problem, guys. I don't know my Odyssey login. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, password saved everywhere.
I do.
Yeah,
I do. Here's the other thing too: is I have an idea. Like Kevin got me to think, and he's like, "Well, do you have an idea what you think it might be?" And it's within. There's 3 names that I use back and forth for all my passwords.
And why don't we just give those a crack
and
give them a shot?
But because I don't want to lock myself out. And then if I lock it out, then I have to go to IT and blame you two for why I can't get into. Yeah, I'm throwing you both into it.
I'm trying to help you guess your password. How is that? Where's their blame in there?
Nobody's better at throwing people under the bus without throwing them under the bus than Khaki Kevin Walker.
Whoa.
Am I one of the names that's in your password?
It is not.
Okay, I can't help it.
The illegitimate 25.
It is not. But ironically enough, you did say my illegitimate. My actual children are the names. So not a huge surprise. I mean, that's it seems to be kind of the case. I mean, look, it's probably been in I don't know how many data breaches.
Yeah, I get those.
Have you guys real quick? Have you guys ever done one of those Google dark web searches?
Whoa.
No, seriously, like you can do it through Google.
No,
like
I have
Google
not.
Google will search the dark web to find out where your information, like where they see your information on the dark web.
I get emails that my passwords and data breaches, but I'm assuming those are spams, and if they're not, then I'm like, I'll find out. I guess.
I mean, I did a Jacob Ray dark web search and had him down as an assassin. So
really,
murder for hire.
Let's not talk about what you found.
Oh, I've gone too far. Real quick. I forgot how persnickety the Tolos are when it comes to the G-Bag Nation. And I'll tell you what, I take this as a badge of honor. Okay, so one of the things I said during that last segment was it felt like I heard Dak is relieved and glad that Mike is gone.
Yep.
Okay, not that not as the football player, but the other things behind the scenes. And again, that's what I perceived and heard from what he said there.
Podcast, etc.
Could I be completely wrong? Absolutely. I'm just throwing it out there. And if I ever saw Dak in the locker room, which we do from time to time, I'd have no problem asking him, "Hey, I took this to mean that." Now, again, this was during the preseason, which Dak during the preseason he's just in there kind of doing his thing, and then boom, he's out. So from a podium, you're probably not going to ask him that sort of thing. But from the 469, you're going to pull a muscle reach for controversy in what Dak said. First of all, I'm not trying to make a controversy out of it. Like, he's gone. So what's me expressing what I think he means by that is not controversial, okay? I don't know if you're new to this 469. Obviously, you're not because you listen to the fan and you're a Tolo, I'm guessing. So I do appreciate you tuning in. But that's kind of what this job is.
Yeah.
Okay? Is from time to time we infer what we think we heard. Huh? Anybody? Okay, no. Relax. He's trying to be cool on both sides. You're as bad as Dawson on the conspiracy theories. You guys have no idea. Okay? You have no idea. My illegitimates can speak to that. I am all for conspiracy theories. Wait till you hear my Mavericks Luka Doncic conspiracy.
Which we will get to.
We will probably. I don't know if I'm going to get knee deep into it because we got a lot to get to today. But from the 469, he goes on to say, which is exactly why players hate talking to the media, always looking for some bleep that ain't there.
Players hate talking to the media because some media like to do gotcha. People don't like gotcha media.
And sometimes you just, look, there's nothing wrong with asking a question like, hey, I thought I heard this. Is that accurate? And if they say, no, Fred, you're full of bleep. Good to know. Thanks. Glad. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear.
I mean, like you said, it's part of the business. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, and sometimes we'll never hear what we actually think or what we want to be true or false, whatever have you.
Well, and that's
just said things, and sometimes
that's kind of the gig, man. That is kind of the gig. Speaking of which, Micah Parsons, who's now a Green Bay Packer, you've got the tweet from friend of the program, Blake Elliott, and there is some truth to it. His back really does hurt, apparently.
Yeah, apparently the reports of a back injury for Micah is not all too false. Per Adam Schefter, Packers linebacker Micah Parsons has been dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in his back and may take an epidural injection prior to Sunday's game versus the Lions if needed to help him play. Goes on to say before the trading Parsons last week, the Cowboys prescribed him a 5-day plan of anti-inflammatory and then a lot of medicine words I don't understand. They gave him medicine and then they traded him. So after a physical, that does show that Micah does actually have an issue with his back. And it is not necessarily a slam dunk that he's going to play week 1.
He's playing.
It says Parsons has been practicing this week and is trying to play in Sunday's opener, though one source said it's still uncertain if he will, per Adam Schefter.
I mean, I think some of this might be, and look, maybe he won't play. And if he doesn't, then, hey, egg on my face. But I think he'll play. I think there's, I mean, who does Green Bay play week 1?
Lions.
Oh yeah, he's playing.
I'll give Brennan his credit. Brennan actually said something in crosstalk that, hey, maybe they're kind of carrying this thing on so that way they don't get a little bit of an investigation as to, oh, your back hurt, but you were doing this, that, and the other, and then you're practicing. Maybe that's a little something.
I don't disagree with that notion at all.
Maybe Mulligetta's like, hey, we don't want
now. We already had the Cowboys MRI already came back and said gave him a clean bill of health. That's why he was allegedly going out to get the second one because he wanted one on his own time.
Right.
So either way, I thought that was interesting. And again, maybe you keep up the ruse for a little bit, but he goes out and balls against the Lions. Now, if you tell me in 5 or 6 weeks my man's is still dealing with some back issues and there's a serious issue there, then yeah, I'll go ahead and give it some
credibility.
Give it some credibility, absolutely. But until then, I'm not buying it. Tyreek Hill. Now, Jake, you're our resident degenerate in all this.
Yeah, I am.
Do we know what the odds are? We know Mike McDaniel is the leader of the clubhouse right now as it pertains to getting who's the first coach to get fired?
Yeah.
He's like a plus 200 or something crazy like that?
I think so, yeah.
Do we have the same odds on players to get traded during?
Not that I've seen,
season?
But oddly enough, I saw a Bleacher Report article about like some of the craziest trades that we could see happen earlier in the NFL season. The first one was Tyreek Hill to the Falcons for a 3rd-round pick and Darnell Mooney. So
it would take
there's smoke.
It would take a 3rd-round pick and Darnell Mooney for Tyreek Hill.
That's what it said. Yeah.
Am I crazy to think that's a little high?
What do you think, like a 5th-round pick, or?
I think a 3rd should be fine.
No player?
Yeah, I don't think you.
I mean, with that contract, you're taking on a lot of money, and they can afford it with the contract that Penix is on. So,
I mean, how much juice do we think Tyreek Hill has left?
Let's see.
He's on my fantasy team, so hopefully a good amount this year.
Better have some left. Tyreek Hill is 31 years old. So
a lot of wear and tear though on that body.
Yes and no. I mean, the thing about Tyreek is, he doesn't take a lot. I mean, he doesn't take huge hits anymore. Now, he gets a lot of soft tissue injuries, right? And that's the thing about a guy like a Tyreek Hill. He's never been a great route runner. He's not necessarily a great receiver per se as far as, being a guy that, will grab the ball with his hands. And Blake pointed this out the other day. He's more of a body catcher.
He is.
That said, the guy's an absolute maniac when it comes to, get him behind the defense, and that's a wrap. I mean, there's just we haven't seen anybody. Well, that too, and that's the other reason why you got to keep an eye on this guy. I could totally see him getting traded, And the reason why I'm bringing up our boy Tyreek Hill is he's been a team captain, but this year was not
really I didn't see
named
that.
a team captain, even after he apologized, okay? The Miami Dolphins announced their captains for the 2025 NFL season, but there was one glaring omission. For the first time since joining the team in 2022, wide receiver Tyreek Hill was not voted to be a captain by his teammates. Hill himself suggested this offseason that he likely would not be a captain this year due to his actions at the end of the 2024 regular season when he removed himself from the finale and hinted after the game that he wanted to play elsewhere.
Tua talked on this, actually. Tua pretty much said, like, he can only do what he can. It was very clear from the way that Tua spoke that the locker room has not all of the locker room has not forgiven Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And why would you? This guy pretty much post-game said, I don't really want to be here anymore. And then you expect to come back and everything be all fluffy sunshines and rainbows and here give you your C back?
No, Tyreek, you're...
And he's got a lot of off-the-field problems right now that's kind of causing distraction.
Lost his mansion.
He did lose his mansion?
Yeah, his wife got his mansion. He didn't got a house now. Well, he probably does now.
I was going to say, he's definitely got a house.
He lost his big house.
He lost the big house. Now he's living in the trap house. Probably got a condo somewhere.
Guest house.
Quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, fullback Alec Ingold, and defensive tackle Zach Seiler on Monday retained their roles as captains, while center Aaron Brewer and linebackers Jordan Brooks and Bradley Chubb were first-time selections. Coach Mike McDaniel said, quote, I'm really excited about the whole voting process in general this year. This team was much more unified, and the focus on those 6 guys was very clear. Those were resounding vote getters. Look, I've made it clear I'm not the biggest Mike McDaniel fan. Do I think he's a fantastic offensive mind? Absolutely. I mean, the guy knows offense all day, every day. I'm just not convinced that he's a leader of men. I'm just not convinced that defensively and just as a team, and you know, people always say, well, that's part of the reason why, you know, playing in Miami, you know, playing in the cold, that's part of the issue. I just think there's something about this football team. I just think the way they're, I mean, you saw the interviews with Mike McDaniel over the summer during training camp. He just looked beat up.
Yeah.
He looks worn out, and like this thing is taking a toll on him. Now, look, maybe Miami kind of, now that the shimmer and the sheen is kind of wiped off of him a little bit, and maybe this is kind of, I mean, you need a good Tyreek Hill if this offense is going to do what you, I mean, yes, Jalen Waddle's great, and Tua has his moments when he's upright, and you've got a great running game so far. At least you got some pieces there. So offensively, this team, I mean, maybe Miami could shock some people this year, considering that no one expects anything out of them.
I don't know if I would necessarily say, I mean, what would you consider a shock out of Miami? Making the
10
playoffs,
wins.
10 wins? I mean, you could definitely see it because we can sit here and say that Tyreek doesn't have any juice left and then he can put together a 1,000-yard season.
No, look, Tyreek Hill's got juice left. It's just the question with Tyreek is,
I don't think
what
that's the
are
thing.
you getting out? I mean, what's between those shoulders?
I don't think that.
question.
I think that's the problem with Miami is there's not just one question mark. It's how can you keep Tua healthy? It's how can we manage Tyreek Hill? What can Tyreek Hill do?
Well, the Tua question's easy. Just don't get him concussed.
Otherwise, we'll have to look at our boy Quinn Ewers.
I mean, hey,
hell of a camp. Made the team.
There's something to be said for that. All right. I mean,
I'm not the homer here.
He's not in a bad situation, and he's not in a bad situation.
He's really not.
And that's the thing about a guy, and that's the thing about it. Look, and let me temper my words here. The thing about Tua is he has been known to get hurt.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be a backup quarterback in any place, you could do a lot worse than the Miami Dolphins.
With Mike McDaniel, too.
All right, exactly, because you could get a chance, because if everything being equal, if God forbid something happens to Tua where he gets hurt and is out for any extended amount of time, all right, because right now Ewers is a second or third string quarterback.
I will check on that. I want to say he was kept on the roster, so maybe he was the 3.
I think he's the third string quarterback, but I'm trying to think who's the backup quarterback there in Miami. We'll get to that here in just a second. So that's the latest and greatest with them, and then of course the 49ers. Jawan Jennings finally practiced today as well. That's a team that is just devoid.
Zach Wilson.
Look, Quinn Ewers can overtake Zach Wilson.
Zach Milf Wilson.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he can absolutely overtake Zach Wilson as backup quarterback. And as you alluded to, they both had a pretty good training camp and preseason so far. But Jawan Jennings for the 49ers practiced today for the first time in 36 days. That 49ers team, I don't think I'm crazy for saying that the Seattle Seahawks can win that AFC West. I do think the AFC West is going to be, or excuse me, the NFC West. I do think the Rams are going to be good. I just don't know that I trust Matt Stafford to stay healthy.
I agree with you. I think that you could bet on Seattle probably being more healthy. I mean, they're definitely a younger squad for sure versus
I like
LA.
Mike McDaniel too. I like Mike McDonald as well. They won 10 games last year. Now again, you got Geno Smith, you had DK Metcalf, but again, you got Jackson Smith, you've got Cooper Kupp. So that's a team that, and of course you got Sam Darnold, who they can get off of after a year. And look, I watched a little bit of Seattle against the Chiefs in the preseason a couple weeks ago. Again, it's the preseason, so let's not get too carried away. But I'll say this much: that was a defense that rallied to the ball, and that was an offense that had a little bit of sizzle to it on both the ground and through the air as well. And I kind of like Jalen Milroe, so there you have it. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk a little fantasy football. Where are you taking us, Khaki Kev?
We're going to talk all things drafts, bust, draft, guys that could explode, and everything else in fantasy football next.
It's a must-listen.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean,
to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by Frankel's. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is the G-Bag Nation on a Labor Day Monday. Who's this Sabrina Carpenter, by the way?
You don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is?
I found out
She's
today.
an up-and-coming pop star.
I wouldn't even. She's not even up and coming. She's a pop star.
She's got like 7 albums out or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's not up and coming really at all.
So she's catching I guess she's catching a lot of flack for her newest album cover.
Is it The Man's Best Friend?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
You know a lot about this, Jacob.
Hey, man. That's
It's
just
okay.
too much.
I know quite a bit as well. My
I was
girlfriend
gonna say,
likes
I
her.
mean, you guys both have girlfriends. Like,
Well,
you
so
know, I mean,
my
what are we
girlfriend,
talking about
my
here?
girlfriend's like, oh, well, I can only relate to like 1 or 2 songs because the whole album is just taking a dump on like men as a whole. So,
Oh, is that where she's going with this?
oh yeah,
She's dumping on dudes?
well yeah, because you know.
Like Taylor Swift style or what?
No, not Taylor.
So what
Swift
is she-
style.
what is she
She's
dumping
like
on dudes
she's
about?
like she's raunchy. Like she makes raunchy music.
Mm.
That's kind of her thing.
Raunchy dumping on dudes is what you're saying.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
Jacob, do you listen to Sabrina?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
I know you listen to your fair share of girls' music, and
I usually don't listen to Sabrina like on my own, but my girlfriend's always got it on the car like the one time every 6 months she drives. So, yeah,
is it fair to say she makes the raunchy girl pop music?
absolutely.
What is that? Just because I'm a little bit out of the game when it comes to that. Give me an example of what's one of her songs?
Well,
that I
one
might
of her
know,
one of
or-
her songs on the new album is called Tears, and it's not exactly about crying.
Oh.
That's an example
Yes.
for you.
Sounds raunchy. Let me scribble that down.
A lot of her music's about being a fun toy for men. I guess you could say.
Wow,
Yeah, in that way.
Sabrina.
Yeah.
She catches a lot of
Sabrina
attention.
Carpenter.
I mean, I think her target audience is a lot of like, you know,
bops.
Yeah, but like teenage girls are like kind of transitioning into that period of life where, you know, it's their way of expressing them. So I don't know.
And that's
All
why
right.
Jacob listens all the time.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Interesting. I learned something new today. No,
Behind enemy lines.
I was. That's a great look. I was one of my segments back in the day. Actually, I used to do a segment with where we would find players, coaches, and or or reporters. Anytime we would talk to somebody from another team, like, you know, let's go behind enemy lines.
We do that on Cowboys pregame.
That's it. You got behind enemy lines, or my personal favorite, know your foe.
I like know your foe. That's
So,
nice.
Sprinkle that in. I was tinkering with the idea today of trying to get a Philadelphia Eagle
I thought about it,
reporter on, but I just
you have the glorious blue check. I do not.
I got sidetracked.
You know, I got some news yesterday. So my best friend back at school, he's an Eagles fan, born and raised in Philly.
Okay.
So
Is he a reporter?
No, he's not. Well, he's trying to be. He started a Stat by Matt Twitter account. Shout out. He's got like 100 followers, but he like reported every pick of the draft. So he's like trying to build that up. I think that's what he wants to do. But for his graduation and birthday present, his girlfriend's stepdad bought him, his girlfriend, me, and my girlfriend tickets to the Cowboys and Eagles game.
Dang.
Here. And I will have to wear a Philadelphia Eagles jersey.
That was part
the
of the deal.
That was the caveat. So if you see me at the game and I'm in Philly gear,
send us pictures.
So what? I mean, but here's the thing. You don't have any Philadelphia gear, do you?
He's got a bunch. But to be fair, I'm going to wear a Cooper DeJean jersey. So represent for my white boys.
Okay.
You know?
You know what? I can stay behind that.
We'll let that slide.
I'll let it slide.
We'll let that slide. I'm okay.
Do need a picture though for
I got
blackmail.
you. Yeah, I got you.
So
wow. All right. I mean, in fairness, though, you're a Bears fan anyway.
Yeah, I know. I would have worn a Bears jersey anyway if I wasn't wearing anything. So.
Now, okay, since we're on this topic, would you go to a Green Bay game and have to wear a Green Bay jersey?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I would go naked to a Green Bay Packers game before I would.
But if they were paying for the tickets, you still wouldn't go?
No.
I respect that. I respect that. See, I forgot. You're not like a die-in-the-wool Cowboys fan, so that's.
But if you're going to work in DFW media, I still need a picture of you in an Eagles jersey. All right, let's talk some fantasy football. Adam Schefter came out with his sleepers and value picks. We've got quarterbacks, tight ends, and wide receivers. Boys, what do we want to start with?
Let's go with some You said sleepers and value picks?
Sleepers and value picks. He breaks it up: early rounds, middle rounds, and late rounds. His players to watch for.
What do we think A.J. Brown's going to do on Thursday?
Bad things to the Cowboys.
Anybody?
I agree with that.
You think so?
I agree with that.
You think so?
I think A.J. Brown's going to be like Sabrina Carpenter to the Cowboys.
Okay. All right. So give me what draft? Okay. How many teams do you have?
I'm only doing one team this year.
I love it.
I got 2.
Okay.
And it's my first year doing a dynasty. So this is the first year that I've started my dynasty.
Okay, so is it a keeper league or
It
is
is
it
a
like
keeper
you keep
league.
your whole? Because I've seen somewhere you keep 2 players and you lose that, like the round you drafted them in, you lose that. And I've seen teams where you keep your whole team.
No, we keep our whole team. We get draft picks. I'm trading
that
draft
seems like
picks,
more
baby.
fun.
Oh, it's so much fun. I'm trading draft picks.
What's the name of your team? What are you looking at? What's your team name?
I don't know if I should say the name of my team.
No, what do you mean you don't know if you should say it? You absolutely should say it.
My team has Michael Penix on it.
Is it inappropriate?
It's along the lines of inappropriate.
Is it
It has
inappropriate?
Penix in it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
This guy here.
What about y'all?
One of mine is a fun little wordplay on Brock Bowers.
Jeez.
And the other one is my best friend's mother's maiden name.
That's awesome. That's great. That's great.
Oh my God.
So when he loses to me, he's losing to his mother's maiden name.
What's his mother's maiden name?
Grace Duke. I didn't go middle name. I didn't put the middle name in there.
That's awesome. That's pretty good.
His mother's name is Grace Duke.
Yep.
Didn't even sound like a real person.
What's your fantasy football name?
I've got 2 of them. I've got Fatties and Fair Fouls. So we're keeping it show related.
Love it.
So now the Fatties is in a family league, and then Fair Fouls was Blake started a league just kind of off the cuff.
Oh, who all's in it?
Me, Blake, my son, and a bunch of listeners.
All right.
He posted it. He posted it on
Instagram.
On Instagram.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And then he texted me and he's like, "Hey, sign up for this because we've got a draft in like 30 minutes." And I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, there we go." All right, what is Schefter saying is the value picks?
So for wide receiver, quarterbacks, or tight ends, which one?
Let's do wide receivers first.
All right, let's go early rounds. He's got now. These are kind of your gimmies. He's got Chase Brown, Collins, and Neighbors in his early rounds. None of those are really going to be surprised. So let's start with middle rounds. He's got Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jibba. He's got Devontae Smith, Jamison Williams, Ramadunse, and Ricky Pearsall in his middle rounds.
How do we feel about Chris Olave?
I'm not too high on him.
I'm not either. I'm not really too high on really anything that's going on
with the Saints.
Yeah.
Except for the draft picks.
I mean, do we
got high
trust
draft
Spencer
picks.
Rattler and Tyler Shuck?
I mean, it's Kellen Moore, right?
Yeah.
Are we thinking maybe he could just shock the world?
He
possibly.
could. It's definitely possible.
What would
it.
again like 7 wins?
I doubt it.
That'd be shocking the world. Right?
Oh, 7 wins. No way.
That'd shock the world, right? For the Saints.
That would. I would actually, if I was the Saints, I'd be mad. If I was a Saints fan and we won 7 games, I'd be ticked off.
Oh, for sure.
I don't want to. If you're the Saints, you're trying to get a first round pick. Now, can we all agree that we're calming down on the Arch as the number 1 pick? And I think we can all say that maybe staying 1 more year wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Now, look, I guess only 1 week.
I've been saying it the entire time. He's not coming out after the 1 year. Next year is going to be the best Texas team, for sure.
Of all time, or
Ever.
Not of all time.
Oh, okay.
Not of all time.
Ever. 2005, eat your heart out.
Yep.
Not of all time.
I know you were what?
Vince Young, who?
6, 3, 2, 1.
My dad said it's the only night that I ever slept as a child.
I tell you what,
he's got a good story about it too.
No, because you would have been. How old would you have been? Because I'm trying to
It was
think.
around 3.
I was going to say, because I've got a picture, because I remember my daughter. I remember taking my good friends had a little shindig, and I couldn't find a sitter for my daughter that night. So I was like, well, guess you're coming to watch football tonight.
Yeah, my dad tells me it's the only night that I ever slept because I never slept as a child, and my mom told him that if he woke me up in the middle of the game, it was raps pretty much.
Probably gave you
so I always tell my dad that I feel really bad that he had to pretty much stay quiet through what was probably the best college football game of all time as a Texas fan.
Or maybe they just gave you some Robitussin and knocked you out, and he just didn't tell you that part.
No, because he definitely wasn't anticipating me going to sleep. So here in the later rounds, he's got Jordan Addison, Matthew Golden, Emeka Ibuka, which I don't know about y'all. Emeka Ibuka did not make it in the late rounds for my draft. He definitely went in the middle for mine.
He hasn't made it many of mine either.
He was in the top.
No, because any league that I'm in, like I'm in, I know the one that I'm in with Blake. Blake is all about Ibuka.
I love him. He was literally snatched the pick before mine. I was beyond livid.
He also snatched up my Brock Bowers in the middle of the second round that I was excited about too. So shame on him for that.
That's a shame, yeah.
It is a shame.
I had to change his name in my league was Balding Brock. Now it's just Bald Brock.
Baldhead Brock.
So it's not as fun.
I'm telling you right now, the Raiders to me, for as much as we love up the NFC North, and rightfully so, because that is going to be a hell of a division. And I'll tell you what, let me ask you guys this. Did listening to what Jordan Schultz say about the Detroit Lions change your mind at all about what they might look like in 2025? Because our boy Wooly Bully, for instance, and I know some other people, it's kind of a chic idea or selection or pick to say they won't make the playoffs this year.
I don't think that it's not. I think they'll make the playoffs. That roster's really good.
It still is.
They're not, and he said it, they're not going to look the same. We don't anticipate them to look the same, but they were dominant last year. Like, they were very, very dominant, and I don't necessarily anticipate them to be that same level of dominance again. So they'll make the playoffs. I would not be shocked if they make the playoffs. It's how far they'll go, I don't know.
Does it bother you that they lost 3 offensive linemen?
That's a that's definitely part of it.
It's the only thing. You lost, well, I know you lost a guard and you lost Frank Ragnow, which is always a big deal anytime you lose your center. So we shall see. I think it's a little bit premature to suggest that they're just going to fall off. But I mean, John Morton, and here's the thing about John Morton. He's been under Sean Payton for the last 2 years. And don't we all agree that Sean Payton's pretty dadgum good when it comes to coaching up offense?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, I mean, look, not every coach is meant to be, not every offensive coordinator is meant to be a head coach. But as we're seeing in New England, and we might dive into a little more NFL talk later on this week. I know Blake and I will be doing our predictions on Wednesday night. We're on 8 to 11 Fan After Dark. Shameless plug. One of the reasons why I'm very much high on the New England Patriots, not just because it's Mike Vrabel and Drake May's second year, but because you got Josh Daniels as offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Say what you want about Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels made Mac Jones a Pro Bowler.
He did.
I think we forget. We lose sight of that. Look, a-hole as a person and head coach. All right. I mean, every team he's been at, he's left them worse than what he found them at. But when it comes to being an offensive coordinator, I mean, you can do a lot worse than Josh McDaniels. Last thing, give us a sleeper.
All right. He says that the sleeper and the wide receiver rounds, we'll just stick on that. Troy Franklin, Jalen Noel, and Diami Brown in the later rounds for the wide receiver category. Also, Demario Douglas, speaking of Patriots.
Interesting.
What do we think about Bill Krosky-Merritt?
This was on the 23rd, so I don't know if he was put in. He was put in there at that point, but
I've already claimed him in all my leagues, as well as shout out Jordan Schultz, Isaac Tesla. That kid's going to be a stud.
I'm not gonna lie. Until today, I definitely thought it was Tesla.
Who's he with?
He's the wide receiver with the Lions. He's a rookie wide receiver.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. I'll tell you what. I'll give you one more, and this has a little bit of a hometown cachet to it. Jump on some Brashard Smith.
I've seen some things.
Okay, get you some Brashard Smith. Somebody already said on the text line, might as well get Fred a Chiefs jersey. Yeah, go ahead. Give me one. Give me one. You know what? Give me Rashee Rice as I'm Ubering down 75. How you feel about that, huh? Huh? Coming up next, Khakis Cakes, where are you taking us?
There was a list that put out of the top 10 cringiest things that sneakerheads do. I'm going to get the boys' opinions next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here. Have you or someone you know been...
you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
For the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fred might as well wear a KC jersey from the 469. Your jersey is stupid.
From me? Is that for me?
That's for you.
Oh, okay.
From Jagon and Terrell. I wonder if Micah changed his Cowboys password. Let's see.
I'm assuming so.
Let's see. Tyreek Hill and Amari Cooper about the same age. Think about that.
That is crazy to think about.
And then the proverbial. Now, for those of you that are new to Fred's text reading technique, so typically when I'm on with Blake has the text messages up, and so he keeps track of the text messages. We can't figure out what my login is, and so unfortunately,
we gave it 3 tries.
Kevin can't log in, so luckily, whoever I'm sitting, the computer I'm sitting at, still has the text messages up. So I read from wherever I left off at. Okay, so I'm at the 33-minute mark, and from the 817, stop paying attention to Jerry, please, or we will continue to be mediocre. So there's always at least one person, whether it's a text message, whether it's a Tolo on the telephone. Well, you know how we fix this Jerry situation, right? We got to boycott the stadium. Stop buying the merch, and that'll teach them a lesson. Well, I mean, look, I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the interest in the idea, but I mean,
if you don't pay for it, the next person will.
No one's doing it.
Yeah.
No one's doing it. All right. Someone is going to go to AT&T Stadium. Now, there's always going to be at least, because first of all, the prices would drop precipitously, and then you'd feed people that would have never been to AT&T Stadium. Well, you can tell me I'm going to get some lower bowl seats for $50? Oh, they're doing that all day, every day.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I thought the stadium was pretty empty last year. Now, look, I will defer to you two. You guys have been to AT&T Stadium a lot more than I have. I was there, 6 times last year when I started covering the Cowboy games towards the second half of the season. I remember the Texans game to me sticks out the most simply because, A, it started out really, really barren, and then as the game started to fill up, it felt like there were more Texan fans than there were Cowboy fans.
That's exactly the point, is that if there's not Cowboys fans, someone's going to fill the stadium, whether it be the visiting team or just whoever's in town. Going to AT&T Stadium, we've talked about it before.
Just don't buy the merch, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, people go in there and they want to go to AT&T Stadium. So whether if you're a Cowboy fan or not, that stadium seating is going to be filled up. Now, it might be a little empty or closed at the end whenever the Cowboys are losing in the third quarter, whatever have you. But those tickets are going to sell for sure.
From the 817, Mark, raunchy dumping on dudes. Please, new guy Jake. And then from the 972, damn, almost all of her sounds have the explicit advisory on them. LOL. I didn't know Sabrina got down like that.
Yeah, she definitely does.
And then here's a True Tolo fatty from the 321. Ask your daughter about Sabrina Carpenter. I'll do that.
That's actually really...
Now, my daughter is a dyed-in-the-wool Swiftie, so I don't know. Do Swifties and now what do Carpenter fans call themselves? Carpenters?
I don't know if they have a...
Do they have a name? Do they have a moniker?
You're not asking necessarily the right person, but...
877-881-1053. If you are a Sabrina Carpenter fan and you're not like some creepy old guy, what are they called? The fans. Okay, what are they called? From the 817, is Sabrina Team Jerry or Team Micah? That's also a great question. All right, it's that time of the show, ladies and gentlemen, where Wes Welker, a.k.a. Khaki Kev, does a little Khaki's Kicks. The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
Another episode, another session of Khaki's Kicks, but this time with Jacob Ray and Fred Davis. And I'm not behind the glass, so I enjoy that. 877-881-1053. Text in what you've got on feet if this is your first time tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to Khaki's Kicks. I do sneaker segments here on Sports Radio in DFW. We go around the room. We talk about what we got on feet. But you, the Tolos, you let me know what you're rocking on this beautiful Labor Day. You could be wearing flip-flops with this beautiful weather. You could be wearing some Jordans, some sneakers, some Nikes, some Under Armours if that suits you. Flip-flops, slides, whatever have you, do text in. Let us know. Fred Davis is going to be reading the text line. I've got top 10 cringe things that sneakerheads do that we'll talk about. I'll get the guys' opinions, but first, as we always do, let's go around the room. Jacob Ray, I'll start with you. What do you have on feet today? And show the fan cam.
I'm going to show the fan cam. So I'm going to start off with the thing that's directly touching my feet. I've got some Nike white no-show socks. If you're looking on the fan cam, crystal clear. Nice and clean. And then I'm rocking some New Balance 9060s in the white and cream color.
Did you take your socks off just now?
I took a sock off.
He definitely did.
You said what's on feet?
I mean, I don't know that we really needed to see the sock. I mean, I think we could have taken your word
This is my Khaki's Kicks first segment, so I didn't know how we do it around here. Sorry, guys.
He took it literally. This guy really went down to
sock and shoe.
Down to the bare fit.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Did you show? Because you showed us. I don't know if you showed the fan cam.
Fan cam. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Again, that's not the fan cam. Fan cam can't see that.
Yeah, they can. It's right here. I'm in front of the camera.
Okay, there
you
go.
can see.
Oh, we're about to have some producer on producer crime right now. Is what it feels like.
Fred Davis, let's go to you.
You already know what I got on.
Gum the other day too.
Don't show us your socks though.
You already know because Fred doesn't expose his bare feet in public. Let's get that straight. But number two, I got the same shoes like I always got on.
Got the freeze,
except they're green today.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
You gonna show the fan cam?
Army green. Just take my word for it, fan cam. Take my word for it.
Well, one time I asked you to show the fan cam, you threw your shoe at me.
Fred is feeling some type of way today. You know what? My gym really pissed me off today. All right, I'm not gonna lie. It's had me in a foul mood ever since.
Took your pump away.
You know, it just.
What day was today on the
leg
split?
Day.
Oh.
So I'm going to Absolute Recomp tomorrow, and your boy's going to go ham on legs. But yeah, man, I don't know. It just put me in a foul mood, is all I'm saying. But I got green Nike Freeze on. You know the vibes.
All right, I'm rocking my Game Royal Blue Jordan 1 lows. You might be asking why I'm wearing blue shoes with a red jersey. It's because
you get the blue in there. That's right.
There you go. Fred gets it.
By the way, update, boys. Update. So,
can I make a guess on what the name is?
On what?
Sabrina Carpenter fans. Is that where we're going with this?
Well, yes and no.
Oh.
Yes and no.
I don't know.
Is your daughter's response?
This is my daughter's response. Okay, this is my daughter's response. Who again, dyed-in-the-wool Swiftie.
I don't know if they cross over, so I'm interested to hear.
I think you might be onto something there. So I asked my daughter, "Hey, are you a Sabrina Carpenter fan?" She goes, I wouldn't say fan, but I like some of her stuff.
We're on the fence.
That's
so
fair. That's
there
fair.
You go.
They don't make the same music whatsoever, so I don't entirely
clearly not.
I don't entirely expect them.
Not.
I don't entirely expect them to cross over. All right, top 10 things top 10 cringe things that people do as sneakerheads.
How many of these do you do?
We'll go over that. I'm definitely guilty of some. Tolos text in, let
Over
me
under
know.
5.5, Kevin.
It's taking off your sock in the top 5.
It is not actually in the
cool.
top 5. All right, number 10 is a salesman disguised as an influencer.
Oh, you're definitely. Oh, okay. Okay.
So therefore, you're really just an influencer, but
Isn't that the same thing? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. This influencer thing, and this is a whole other rant for another segment, has gone way too far.
I think what they mean by this is people that might do reviews on sneakers or like you go to for their opinion on, hey, if this is a good shoe or this is a good whatever, and they're like, oh, check my discount code out, or maybe they're like, you know, oh, this shoe is so great and it's awesome, but really like X brand just sent it to them, so they have to say that, and they're not disclosing that information.
Aren't influencers just salespeople anyway?
But I think some people go about it different ways.
I mean, that's sales 101. Everybody goes about it different ways, right? I think that's the same thing. I think we're splitting hair. Semantics, ladies and gentlemen, semantics.
All right, let's go to number 10, outsole protectors. Do either of y'all know what that might mean?
I mean, I have 8 pairs of the same shoe, so, I mean, take that for what it's worth.
So outsole protectors it's a clear see-through film that you can put on the bottom of your sneakers.
Wow.
So that way they don't get dirty.
Wow.
It's like the stuff you wear when you go to an open house.
Wow.
Yes, it's something to that effect, but it's clear and you can't really tell it's on there because it fits so tight. You just don't get anything on the bottom of your shoes.
I mean, I'm all for a good waterproofer. All right, I used to sell.
This is on the
shoes back in
bottom of the
day,
shoe.
But that's my point. I'm all for a waterproofer. Okay?
I could have used this last week when I stepped in mint gum. So,
So to your point, I think both Jake and I are on the no. We're not outsole protector people.
I don't. It says wear your shoes, don't wrap them. I agree.
That's
I agree. Don't do
ridiculous.
that. Number 8, I am guilty of this, and y'all have definitely seen me do this. Mismatched laces.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more of a
I don't think that's
style
cringe.
trend. No, I don't think it's cringe. I think people do it all the time.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, especially if you do it the right way. If I have
Now, see, that's cringe what you just said.
What does that mean? Why?
If you do it the right way.
Why?
There's a right way to mismatch laces?
I think so. If I have a green pair of shoes and I put in yellow laces, then why am I doing that? But if I have a green pair of shoes, I'm doing one black laces, one green laces. That makes sense in my opinion.
Just let people mismatch however they want to. Maybe your mismatch is different than my mismatch.
How would you mismatch laces?
I wouldn't, but just let's say that we did.
Okay.
It's all about it's the beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
All right, we'll run through this. I'm guilty of 8. Number 7 is hype zombies, just people who wear a bunch of really expensive brands just to wear it and none of it goes together at all.
I don't hate that.
I did that with Lulu, so
I don't hate that.
It's not necessarily the same. We're talking like Supreme and Off-White and
I thought it was a
Kith.
hype beast.
Like it's essentially it is a hype beast. They call it a hype zombie, hype beast, hype zombie, those kinds of things. You're just wearing stuff just to show that you got it, but your fit is god awful and doesn't match with anything at all.
I mean, that's kind of me every day, isn't it?
That's what Kansas is. That's what Kansas is. Number 6 is too matchy.
I know you're not talking smack nor Texas. Go ahead.
51 and I don't know what you're talking about. Number 6 is too matchy. You got too much of the same color on. Number 5 is gatekeeping. That's your old heads.
What's too much of the same color?
So this picture, as you can see, is a guy literally wearing all yellow. So change it up a little bit. Don't just wear all one color.
I wear a lot of all black.
I wouldn't say that necessarily is so much as matching as much as that is just ease of choice.
That's true.
So
my girlfriend told me to never wear all gray because apparently I did that a lot in high school. So.
You know what? I don't
it's like a tracksuit kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, tracksuits would be a good example. Some people don't love the tracksuits. Number 5 is gatekeeping. This is your OGs or your old heads yelling at you, like the new people in sneakerheads because they're not wanting to buy OG shoes. They want to wear like the new shoes, the new Yeezys, and the new whatever have you, and they're yelling at them. Like, don't gatekeep. Let everybody be their own sneakerhead. Number 4, leather experts. Don't pretend you're a leather expert. You don't know what buttery leather compared to real leather or sneaker leather is. At the end of the day, it's just leather. So that's number 4. Number 3 is rocking the StockX tag or the eBay tag. I'm going to throw in just any tag don't keep the tag on your sneakers.
Now, see, I'm going to push back on this only because back in the day, the old school Nike Air tag was dope. All right. Or if you had a Jordan tag, that was dope. So, again, that was a long time ago. Just saying.
All right. Well, that's number 3. We'll speed through these. Number 2 is crease protectors. I was guilty of crease protectors when I first began, like when I first started like getting a lot of sneakers. And then I was just kind of like, look, they're going to crease anyway. I'm going to wear my sneakers. I'm going to take these. So I took all my crease protectors out. Plus, they're expensive. So that's number 2. And then number one for good reason, wearing fakes.
I mean, dupes are dupes for a reason, right? I mean, I think some dupes are better than others. Dupe shoes, though, if
you don't have the money for it, that's okay. You don't have to have the money for them. No one's forcing you to have the money. I would rather just not own a pair of fakes instead of spending $500 on a pair of fakes. You're still spending a lot of money. Just go get a not dupe of shoes. Do what?
My Hokas are as real as it gets.
Those are as real. Boy, you got that right. There's nothing more. You and Eric Chiafalo.
That's an edition of Khakis Kicks. If you want to talk sneakers, at Khaki_Kev.
Dare I say the Hokas are the number 1 shoe here at 105 The Fan?
I think you dare say. Yeah. You're sleeping on them, Brad.
You won't catch me in them, but you got Chief, Jake, and Broadus are 3 names that come to mind immediately of the Hoka wearers here at 105 The Fan. All right, 2 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're up against it. Let's take a trip around college football. We've got 1 game left tonight, but what a first or, quote unquote, first week of college football it was of major, not necessarily implications, but we learned a thing or two about the college football world. Don't go anywhere to G-Bag Nation.
Take us with you.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on what has been an absolutely stupendous Labor Day weekend. Where's all my Longhorn fans at? Where's all my Longhorn
Put them up
fans
proud.
out?
Put them up
You know what?
proud.
Look.
Put them up proud.
As Marty Schottenheimer once told my friend Ted Johnson during his draft meeting, it's not about how you start, it's about where you finish, okay? And that's what everybody's telling Arch. And you know what? Shout out to Arch Manning.
Owning it.
Shout out to Arch Manning, telling everybody, look, I have to be better. And then, of course, I'm sure you two internet nerds have both seen what his uncle, a.k.a. Peyton, didn't have the best start either to his college career.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. And, you know, who could forget all the interceptions he threw his first year in the NFL? I think he turned out all right.
So, no, I'm not as worried about it as other people are. I get it in today's internet, knee-jerk reaction society that we all live in. Let's pile on the kid. Let's talk about how bad he is. There was too much hype praised on him way too early, and I don't disagree with that, all right? And that's the one thing, and I will say this, and you guys know I'm a Michael Jordan guy through and through, but that is one thing that I will give somebody like a LeBron James credit for as much hype as this dude had coming out of high school.
Lived up to it.
He's lived up to it, and dare I say, exceeded it. He's not the GOAT, but he's top 10. He's top 10. All right. But no.
Speaking of LeBron, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about this because I don't know another time we could do this. Did you see he put out his 4 favorite films LeBron James has? I think you'll find them interesting.
Tell.
That's why I'm telling you. This might change your mind.
I mean, to change my mind on what?
Goodfellas.
Okay.
Coming to America.
Okay.
Gladiator. The Godfather Part 1 and 2.
I mean, fine choices by LeBron James. I don't look. LeBron's a great basketball player.
Does
top
make
10.
him go up a couple of notches for you?
Not at all. No. Not at all. Just means he's got good taste in movies. But I mean, we already know who the GOAT is. Let's get that straight.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, we already know who the GOAT is. I mean, what are we talking about here? But no, what a weekend it was in college football. We finally
not over yet.
It's not over yet. And I'm going to tell you right now, real quick, Degenerate Jake. Ooh, is that the new nickname?
I like that.
Ooh.
Is that the new nickname? Did that just come to me out of nowhere? I think it did.
We can do it, yeah.
Because you're not the new guy anymore.
No, we're not.
In fact, there's several new guys.
Several.
Nickname
Okay.
Master
Now,
strikes again.
Three new guys. You've got new guy Brennan. We've got Dylon, and Jet Nelson. By the way, can we put a little respect on Jet Nelson's name today?
Hell of a performance.
Can we put a little
performance.
respect on Jet Nelson's name today? Jet Nelson, again, very, actually had an Arch Manning-like debut.
Yeah.
If we're being real, okay? Arch Manning-like debut, because it was a big night in DFW sports. It was a big night in DFW sports, and he missed a lot of open receivers that night, okay? A lot of open receivers. Let me tell you something about my boy Jet Nelson. Jet came through in spades on Micah Parsons trade night. All right. My man cut up 11 pieces of audio.
That was a lot of audio.
Had it cut. And not only did he cut up 11 pieces, but I'm talking about concise. Not these 3-minute long pieces that you're like, okay, let's take, we're going to be gone for half the segment because we're listening to audio. No. My man gave us bite-sized Jerry morsels. And that's a lot to take in sometimes. All right, because Jerry's a lot to take in sometimes. So shout out to my boy Jet Nelson, who then came back today on Labor Day and turned in another stellar performance with new guy Brennan and Blake Elliott. So tip of the cap to our boy Jet Nelson for a rousing, it's all about the setback leading to the comeback for Jet Nelson. Okay, but Degenerate Jake, my question to you initially was, do we have a point spread for tonight's ball game?
Oh, I can find one for you, absolutely.
I have it right here in front of me. Do y'all want to guess it? See who gets closest?
6.5.
Towards
TCU.
Okay.
I was going to go more like 4.5.
Tell him what he's won.
It's 3.5, isn't
TCU
it?
minus 3.5.
Oh. Should go on my gut.
Give me North Carolina. Give me
I'm
North
all right.
Carolina.
Yeah.
You know
over
why?
under 54.5. This is in Chapel Hill. Last game of the weekend.
Give me North Kakalaki all day. By the way, if either of you, I'll give you $1. I don't have one on me. I got one in the truck. Can tell me who sang the song, the North Carolina song, Throw Your Hands Up, Take Your Shirt Off, Twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter. Right now.
Billy Joel.
Close. Same genre. In fact, these two artists get confused for each other a bit.
Elton John.
Elton John. No, you guys are both woefully wrong. The answer we were looking for was Petey Pablo.
Ah, that was my next guest.
Yeah, me too.
Was the rapper we were looking for. But no, give me North Carolina and the points tonight, and I'm going to tell you why. Matt Patricia was a big part of the reason why Arch Manning looked so rough the other day. Okay, now don't get me wrong. Obviously, Ohio
the players
State
he had helps.
doesn't hurt. Okay, but that scheme had Arch.
It was an NFL scheme
in fits.
Yeah.
What do you think Belichick's going to do tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, North Kakalaki doesn't have the same kind of players that Ohio State does, but last I checked, Bill Belichick might be the greatest football coach of all time. So,
girlfriend or not?
Look, I have said on these airwaves, all right, that girlfriend might be the best thing that ever happened to Bill Belichick.
Guess we'll find out.
Okay. Do you realize what kind of stroke you have to have a girlfriend 50 years younger than you? All right?
Just a lot of Super Bowls.
Okay.
And money.
There's something to be said for that. All right? There is something to be said about that. I'm telling you right now, give me the points. In fact, you know what? Just give me the money line. I've got North Carolina winning tonight, fighting Bill Belichick's with the W tonight. The Bill Belichick era in North Carolina gets off to a rousing start.
Okay. Interesting. Did you want to highlight some of the other games that happened?
Give me something. What you got?
All right.
Something besides UT.
Besides UT. I mean, North Texas Meat Green, 51-0.
Dude, they beat Lamar.
Against Lamar. I mean, look.
Let's not get carried away.
I don't want to be that guy, but Drew Mestemaker, top 10 QBR rating of the weekend. So, I mean, we'll talk about it sooner rather than later.
I can't
it's okay.
say anything. KU beat Wagner. So, I mean, let's not get too carried away. Who'd you guys beat?
Arkansas Pine Bluff. You want a fun fact for you?
Did you actually cover? I forgot to.
Yeah, 67-7 in basically 3 quarters.
Covered the spread.
There was a huge. Yeah, it was 54.5 point spread.
Wow.
But there was a huge storm cloud that went over Lubbock at
that
halftime.
Was wild.
Yeah. They played 2 8-minute quarters to finish the game. So we covered the spread in basically 3 quarters.
They're betting odds for a reason.
We're winning the Big 12.
LSU Clemson was a big one.
That was a hell of a game last night.
Hell of a game.
I thoroughly enjoyed watching that football game. Dare I say?
Saturday night, by the way.
That's right. What game was on last night? What was that?
Last night.
Notre Dame and Miami. Notre Dame and Miami. That was a good game. I thought Notre Dame quarterback, a little bit questionable. Was his name Carr? But the one thing I'll say about Notre Dame is,
I think they'll bounce back.
No, they'll absolutely bounce back. They've got playoff team written all over them after last night. Carson Beck didn't look bad last night. My question is, though, do we think Notre Dame's got... I mean, look, their tight end is a monster. That number, was it number 9, number 8, whatever he was? Big old corn-fed looking white boy. Slow as all get out, but I'll tell you what, don't let that boy get lumbering. Don't let my man get lumbering. He's taking somebody out. I just wonder, do they have the skill players?
Well, why did Jeremiah Love only get 10 carries? I mean, you could argue he's the best running back in football. And I think there was a point in the game where it was 21-7, and they passed the ball 7 times in a row.
Yeah.
Get the ball in the hands of your best. It's easy.
No, that did. I mean, I was in and out of that game. I mean, I had the game on the whole time, but I was doing some stuff last night, so it was. But I thought Miami looked better than they did a year ago. I mean,
it's a
Carson
big year
Beck,
for Miami.
It's a huge year. I mean, look, as much money as they poured into that program, and our boy Cristobal. I mean, look, it's if you're going to win, like you, I mean, the ACC. Look, ACC could be tough this year.
Yeah.
For a league that people were talking about last year that was just pretty much SMU and Clemson. All right, you got SMU again. All right, they're going to be another chic pick this year. We already know, even though Clemson got beat by LSU, that was a damn good LSU team that they lost to the other night. We all agree Florida State's probably a lot better than what we thought they were.
Yeah, well, that was a crazy game.
Now, I'm going to ask you two gents, do we think that is FSU better than what we thought? Is Alabama not as good as what we thought, or is the answer somewhere in the middle?
Two things can be true at the same time, I believe. I do. I think two things can be true at the same time. I think that offense is better. I think the quarterback is somebody that we probably need to start keeping a close eye on, but it's obvious that Alabama's got some issues for sure. Look, when you take over after one of the best, if not the best college coach of all time, obviously the bar is going to fall quite a bit, but there's an issue with, discipline. There's some issue with the guys that they got on that team. They're just not looking the same.
I just don't feel like this team's defensively.
And Simpson didn't show you anything crazy either.
No, I didn't think he lit the world on fire by any means. And I just feel like for a team that held its hat on defense for all the years that Nick Saban was there, I mean, let's not pretend like they didn't have some freak athletes on the offensive side of the ball either. But, I mean, outside of, our what's the kid, Ryan? Outside of Ryan Williams, the wide receiver, I just don't feel like.
Who's concussed now?
I just don't feel like that offense has the playmakers that they've had in years past, and that defense just doesn't seem. I mean, yeah, they're good, but I just don't feel like they're as good. And I guess what I'm tired of hearing is, oh, well, now everybody can pay players. That's why Alabama's not as good. Look, I think there's something to that, but at the same time, too, let's not pretend like Kalen DeBoer is in the same stratosphere as a Nick Saban.
No. Well, but you can say that, yeah, it makes Alabama worse, but it makes these other teams better. Florida State went out, made their roster better, stuck with Mike Norvell after a 2-10 year, and beats Alabama 31-17. And back in June, their quarterback, Tommy Castellanos, was like, hey, they don't got Nick Saban anymore. We can beat them. And everybody was like, this guy's full of it. And then they did it. And it was 31-17, but Florida State took care of business.
They did, but now, look, Alabama had its chances, but they gave up big plays, which you're not accustomed to seeing from a Alabama defense. And then, like I said, last night, again, we had Miami, Notre Dame, Clemson, LSU. I'm trying to think if there was anything else.
South Carolina.
A
lot of people talking about Sellers.
The South Carolina game was fun to watch. Again, I want to see more from the Sellers kid from a from a throwing standpoint, right? Mm-hmm. Look, we know he's a freak athlete when it comes to being able to run the football.
Seen a lot of freak athlete college quarterbacks.
We're seeing a lot of that. Okay, people said Anthony Richards was that. I didn't get to watch the one quarterback I wanted to watch this weekend, but I didn't get a chance to. Was DJ Lagway over in Florida, the Willis native right here in the great state of Texas. Of course, they beat up on Long Island University 55-0. But I'll say this, and we'll move on to the next segment. What are we doing next? We're doing, we got a little Cowboys captains and some Cowboy news to get to in the next segment. Plus, my boy Nico Harrison getting disrespected. But before we get to that, last thing about the college football weekend, and of course, you had week 0, week 1, whatever the hell we're calling it.
It's week
1A. The beauty of the college football playoff, right, wrong, or indifferent, but I'm going to go ahead and say this is the right aspect of it, is that now you get top 10 matchups. More than 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4, top 25 matchups all the way across the board, because the beauty of Clemson losing, the beauty of Texas losing, the beauty of Notre Dame losing.
Doesn't matter yet.
Hell, the beauty of Alabama losing. Their seasons aren't over.
No, it doesn't matter quite yet.
All right. Now, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks into the season, I'll get you guys out of here with this. Of the teams that lost this weekend, Texas, Clemson, Notre Dame, and Alabama, of those 4 teams, which team right now, if you had to eliminate one as far as being a pretender versus a contender, what's the one team you would rule out? I already know you're not doing Texas. So.
Alabama.
Alabama?
Yeah, I'm all over Alabama, too.
Boy, that seems to be the feeling right now. All right, coming up next, big news from the Cowboy land over the weekend. One Cowboy did get extended, and the captains were named, plus Nico Harrison getting accosted in public. Has it gone too far? And poor P.J. Washington. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere.
Our goal is to have you
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That's mensteclinic.com.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We are cruising right along on this Labor Day weekend, putting a bow on the Labor Day weekend. And it was one of the more, chilled. And I got to say, I mean, stop me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it was a pretty quiet, for the most part, weekend here in the DFW. I mean, I don't think we had any major snafus. I mean, I know we had some rainy weather the other night and, a few fender benders, so to speak, but I don't think there was any major incidents this weekend.
I don't believe so.
Not that I recall.
There was a train that flipped over yesterday in
Okay.
Fort Worth.
In Grand Prairie? Yeah, over in Grand
it was
Prairie?
8 cars or something, yeah.
I did see that on the news last night. I have not watched local news in quite some time.
I try not to.
I hadn't either. I stuck around for like 10 minutes after
the game?
Miami game, and I was like, oh, there's a lot going on.
I watched that as well, and old girl that was on WFAA, God bless her, she had a little sass to her. I don't know her name, forgive me for that, but she was good. Mike Leslie got on there, mentioned the Deron Bland signing, and that was pretty much all I needed to see on that. But no, God bless the local newscast. We just don't watch it like we used to.
I try not to.
We just don't. What do you mean you don't?
I don't.
What, you don't promote local journalism?
No.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No.
Okay, what?
I keep up with the local news. I just don't watch it like that.
I mean, what do you mean you don't watch it like that? You make it sound like local news is bad. I love local news. I just don't watch it enough.
It's not that it's bad. It's just most of what's being reported is bad.
I mean, did you see the story of
If it bleeds, it leads, baby.
Did you see the story of the fire in McKinney? 9 firefighters.
The 9 firefighters.
Injured,
I'll tell you
but they're
what.
all
Shout out to the 9 firefighters, and I'll tell you what. Shout out to all the firefighters and police out there. If you guys are out there on Labor Day, not everybody gets Labor Day off, and I'm not saying that because we're on here, but no, I mean in all seriousness though, to all my first responders, to all the cops out there, to all the firefighters out there doing the Lord's work. Thank each and every one of you out there. But yeah, definitely to all the folks out there in McKinney with the huge fire that went out there. Like I said, 9 of them got injured, but nobody died. Correct?
Nope, they're all back home.
All back home. God bless.
We love to hear that.
We absolutely love to hear that. And because, again, that is a thankless job that all the firefighters and cops do. Shout out to my cousin. He's a Dallas cop as well. Shout out to my boy Dave Swavey from Guns N' Hoses. Got a big event coming up on the 13th, the Guns N' Hoses boxing event. Your boy's going to be out there emceeing that on the 13th. That's at the, I want to say the Civic Center in Allen.
I want to say that's correct.
Does that sound right?
I want to say that's
It's
correct.
where the Allen hockey team plays. And they've got like a wild name like the Allen Americans or something like that.
Yeah, Allen Americans. I got a buddy that did play-by-play for them.
Okay, the Allen Americans.
That was actually the only hockey
That's in your
game
hood,
I've
isn't
been
it?
to.
That's
Yeah.
over right.
Over my hood. Yeah.
That's
The slums of Allen.
I mean, keep your head on a swivel when you're
Got a
out
little
there.
chuckle
No
from...
kidding. I mean,
Okay.
you can never be too careful.
You could get got.
Got a
out in
little
Allen.
chuckle from Sean Sharif when we mentioned Jacob being from the slums of
The
Allen.
slums of Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
he related. He gets
knows.
it. He gets it.
He knows the. By the way, hat tip to you two, Jamokes.
See, all Rietma wanted to talk about this morning is how he beat us, which, if it wasn't for me, he said that it was me and Ross. That's how gone Jake Rietma was.
Wow.
I texted him. I said, that was not Ross Levinsky.
Okay, wait a minute.
Close. It was Jacob Ray.
That must have been some sort of shade because I wasn't on their show.
Wow.
He said he couldn't remember. And
Not
I
gonna
said-
line, everybody was a little turned Saturday night.
Jacob Ray included.
Yeah.
Jacob Ray included.
I got animated. I think we were playing Jake, and I had to hit a ball to keep the game going, and I got a little animated when I made it.
Well, in case anybody was wondering, like, okay, what the hell are you guys talking about? So, Sean Sharif from the morning show, Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt had a little pool party shindig, a little station fellowship going on Saturday night, and so we all went out there and enjoyed ourselves, commiserated, had a good time, and of course, I played beer pong for the first time in at least 9 years because I was never a big beer pong guy in the first place because I was too busy drinking just by myself anyway. So that being said, played beer pong with Blake. We got beat.
Y'all did good, though.
By Sean and RJ.
Y'all did good. They did call themselves the champs.
They did call themselves the champs. Now, RJ claims that they ran a table for 8 hours in Vegas.
That I did hear that.
Okay. I mean, it's mentioned it several times, in fact. But you guys, after he dispatched of Chief and his wife, then they dispatched of me and Blake, and then they met their match.
I mean, they ran their own table for 8 minutes? I mean,
The worst part is me and Jacob had a bet that we wanted to do, but we didn't do.
Now,
do you remember what that was?
In fairness,
I do.
You guys beat them, and then turned around and got beat by Jake Rietma and Chief's wife.
We were riding a high. We were just overconfident, man.
So
we fed into the rat poison, but don't worry, we bounced back to the table over again, 1-2 straight.
Oh, you did?
And we retired. Yeah.
So you did bounce back and win another one?
Oh, you can't get off on an L. Yeah.
Yeah, we
No, you
bounced
can't.
back and we won 2 straight.
Who'd you guys beat? Who'd you guys beat after that?
We beat. I want to say it was.
Man, wow. I mean, you guys. I mean, you
boy.
realize there weren't that many people at. I mean, there's literally people from the station that were at this party.
It was Ruben. It was Ruben for sure. It was Ruben and Ross. I want to say.
Yeah, we did beat them.
Okay. I think I do remember you guys beating Ruben and Ross. Or I remember seeing you. I remember watching you guys play them anyway. So
There weren't a lot of people. There was 2 margarita machines.
Yeah, not
though,
a lot of
so.
people that wanted to play beer pong.
at that point, yes. I mean, everybody was. The crowd was starting to thin out a little bit. Now we got there. Like I said, we got there late.
We got there as soon as we
Because
could.
We got there. I mean, look, the show got over at 5:30. That thing started at like what, 1 o'clock?
I think that's when everybody's, or like the first.
Apparently,
people got
Tim
there,
and
yeah.
Gavin were there. Did you get to see Tim and Gavin there or no?
Yeah, I
Because you
did.
got there before we did.
Yeah, I met Tim's wife too. My mother and his.
Hopefully you weren't sloshed at that point.
No. I was sober. My mom and his mom know each other, or is his wife. So I wanted to put a face to a name. But yeah, I think they left around 3:30 probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Midway through a Saturday afternoon edition of Fan After Dark.
Yep.
Is basically what you're saying.
Well, we're gonna
they were probably tolling on the way home.
I mean, I'd like to think so. Do we think Tim Tolos?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, Tim Tolos.
Do we think Tim Tolos?
Tim Tolos.
Tim, if you're listening, 877-881-1053 to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. So, no, it was a good time to be had by all, and we had a good time. And, of course, as you might expect with the Sean Sharif gathering, the food was A++.
Stellar.
All right. So, in fact, it was so good that Bobby Belt took a picture of me eating and then posted it online on
your
the
form.
socials and said, please, what kind of form is Fred eating with? And is this acceptable? And I said, look, you got to do what you got to do when there's no table. All right. And I had my food on my knees and, your boy got into it. I mean, it's what. I don't care. I was hungry, and it was delicious. So let's get that straight.
You already
okay?
know. You already know.
Let's get that straight. All right. I've got beef with whatever person that was. This went viral over the weekend, at least DFW viral. People still hate Nico Collins. Or not Nico Collins. Hello.
Blake loves Nico Collins.
Blake might fight me after that. Nobody hates Nico Collins. Defenses hate Nico Collins. Nico Harrison is the person I'm thinking of. People still are upset with Nico Harrison. Now, allegedly, first it was put, somebody said that this was in Lubbock, but then it was changed to, no, this happened in Addison just over the weekend with Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison.
Here are the actual problems to fix them. And I think Nico? What's up, man? Good to meet you. We all still hate you. All right, good. Good talk, brother.
Do better. So Nico, who allegedly was there at a Twin Peaks, sitting by the window.
Do we know it was a Twin Peaks?
No, I mean we know it was a Twin Peaks. Now whether or not he was with his daughter or his wife, I guess you could debate that.
Just some investigation.
I think his daughter works there. No way, right?
I mean,
I just typed in Nico Collins. Thanks a lot, Fred.
I doubt Nico Harrison's daughter is working at Twin Peaks.
I really hope not.
Not that there's anything
nothing wrong with
that.
Nothing wrong.
But he's probably got enough money to where she doesn't have to be working if that's the case.
Well, that would be I mean, look, I'm not going to and look, Twin Peaks has changed a lot from back in the day when I was there back in my Houston days to where it's at today. Because back in the day, I mean, you get turned at a Twin Peaks. Not to say you still can't. All right? But there's just a lot of competition now from other restaurants around the DFW and just as a whole. All right? I mean, look, Hooters is almost out of business.
I think they are.
Now, there's a handful of them that are still open. In fact, there was one in Garland that I saw a couple weeks ago when I was doing the Guns N' Hoses event with my boy Dave Swavey. But, you got Ojos Locos. All right, we've all been there. We tried to get our boy. We tried to get Jake to go one time, but he was afraid that his girlfriend was going to beat him up, so he couldn't go.
I had morning TSN.
Trying to say that. I mean,
I don't
want my girlfriend's got my location. She's gonna see that I'm there.
Okay. We went to Rowdy Cowboys once, and she wasn't too happy about that. So,
but you going to a Rowdy? I mean, what does that say? Look, not to get off on a tangent here, but what does that say about your relationship?
I don't know.
It should
We've been dating for 6 years.
Should you? That's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like, she doesn't have enough faith in her man. Like, hey, I'm just gonna go out with the boys.
Yeah.
We're we're just gonna go out, have a drink, and I'm coming home to you, baby doll. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah. And I think the other thing is that doesn't it help? Wouldn't that sometimes help the relationship? Like, make you appreciate your girlfriend that much more?
See, I do think it was because she was caught off guard because that was like out of nowhere. Yeah. I did, however, there's been a couple times where Bobby Belt has offered to take us out to Twin Peaks, and I have gotten the green light.
Okay,
from
all right.
Girlfriend.
In fact, I want to say we tried to take you to a Bombshells once. I'm glad
that's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, that's what it was. I'm glad you actually didn't go to that time because there's actually a strip club right next to it. So yeah, you might have gotten in trouble for that one.
Did you guys, make the migration?
No,
over?
we didn't.
Okay.
No, we didn't. Yeah. No, we didn't. We're working on some things though to maybe take the show to a one of those places because sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to do that.
New heights.
I'm all for the New Heights because have daddy issues will travel. All right, where are you taking us next?
All right, I got a parlay that's set to pay $5 turned into $260.
Uh-oh.
And we're going to be able to parlay together next on the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, celebrate Labor Day.
Wild Fork Foods are proud to support the 24th annual Guns and Hoses of North Texas Police vs. Fire boxing event, Saturday evening, September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
Back to 105 through the Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Man, what a read. I might go buy a Chevrolet after listening to that.
You should.
That has me feeling some type of way. I'm actually thinking about getting rid of my truck.
You've had a lot of issues with that truck.
Okay, calm down.
Feels like every week.
Calm down,
Nissan.
Different. Calm down, Nissan driver. Okay,
Hey, reliable car.
You're lucky your car company hasn't gone bankrupt yet.
Reliable car.
No, I don't have any issues with my truck. I'm just tired of driving it.
I feel like you talk about the transmission quite a bit.
I had a
Until you went to
issue.
Dan the transmission man.
No, that's what I'm saying. My boy Dan took care of it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just done with driving a truck. I think is what it comes down to. I'm just kind of over it.
My girlfriend asked me the other day if I would ever go back to driving a truck. And I said, well, that depends on how far I am from work. Because right now, that'd be an absolute no.
You see who that is on the TV real quick, boys? You see who that is? In the middle on our boy Eric Mangini. Eric Mangini is on Fox Sports 1, and if you're a fatty at night, you know damn good and well that one of the greatest teases in the history of the Fan is still simmering.
History of radio.
We still didn't pay it off Saturday, did we?
We did not pay it off Saturday.
Oh, we did not.
We did not
We found
pay it
it.
off Saturday.
We do have it.
It's out there. We're going to have to pay it off on
waiting.
Wednesday. We're going to have to pay it off Wednesday because that's, the season starts on Thursday. So we will pay it off on Wednesday. I promise you that, ladies and
He
gentlemen.
said some glaring things, though.
He absolutely did. All right, without further ado, it's time to let's Jake around a little bit. Yeah, new guy Jake, that's original.
Our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows?
Jacob Ray, a.k.a. new guy Jake. He's Jaking your calls right now.
Let's make some money, gentlemen. There's no better day to start doing some sports betting than on a fun holiday like Labor Day, and we got the NFL Week 1 coming up soon. So,
are you geeked?
Oh, I'm geeked. See, I don't think there's anything I know how to gamble on better than NFL. I think I'm pretty good at baseball.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Like, I feel like my confidence level when I'm putting together an NFL parlay is like, dude, this is
How could this not hit?
Yeah, exactly. So,
are you going to make us some money this year?
I mean, I hope so.
I'm 0-for-2 on college football, so I need you to make me some money.
Have you taken any of my bets, Kevin?
You didn't give me any.
Well, we need to fix that.
You're about to get some now.
All right, before I get to my bet, that's going to turn $5 into $2.60. I think this is Kevin's debut segment. Well, this is the debut segment of Jaking Around. So Kevin hasn't been a part of this. We've workshopped a little bit of the parlay builders. Do you know how this works, Kevin?
No, I do not. So go ahead and let's do this.
Let's do it. Okay.
I know how to put together a parlay.
I have found 16 of my favorite NFL player props for this upcoming week. Now, each get to pick two. I'm going to go through two of them. It's kind of like take it or leave it, but I'm not going to. Yeah, Blake's already got that. So, but it's the same format, right? So let's get right into this.
You can take his segment though, because let's call it what it is.
He took ours.
Blake hasn't done a Blake it or leave it in months.
Also, Jake it or leave it.
Jake it or leave it.
Ooh.
Huh? I mean, you know,
who the Tolos like more.
You can swap it out.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he takes my top 5, so
That's true.
Look, I took top 5 from Wooly Bully's top 10. Look, all radio is just stealing bits from other stations and or people, and then just kind of rebranding it yourself. Now, the only original one in all of it is Hump Day Haikus, but I digress.
And Kaki's Kicks.
What about Fair or Foul? Didn't
now,
you do Hump Day Haikus back in Houston?
No, that's what I'm saying. Now, that's a Fred Davis original.
Yeah.
Fair.
And he will fight you if you take it.
I may have doom scrolled on Fred's Instagram all the way back to a reel of him doing a Hump Day Haiku in Houston. I may have.
He was really doom scrolling.
This was like months ago, though.
You were bored.
Yeah.
No, Fair or Foul was something I did with me and my boy Teddy J. Used to do Fair or Foul. And he did a thing where he would pretend that he was throwing Red Bull on his face. So it's a whole nother story. So.
Hello. All right, let's get right into this. So, our favorite trade candidate. Do you guys think Tyreek Hill will score a touchdown this week? And would you like to take that as one of your 2 picks?
We go ahead and pull up the NFL slate for this
Who they playing?
Colts.
Yes.
Oh,
like that? Is that your bet?
Give me
Fred?
Tyreek.
Okay.
Give me Tyreek.
Now, you said that we're picking one and we're leaving one. So is this against another one, or are we
No,
just?
so I'm going to go through the whole list, and you guys get to pick 2 each.
That's it.
And then I'm going to pick 2. You can only, on Prize Picks, you can only do 6 legs on a parlay. And what I do is I take what we do here, and I put it on a Flex Friday. For those who know, not sponsored, unfortunately. Prize Picks has Flex Friday, which means you can do a $5 or $20 if you're new. I just do 5, so they changed mine to 5. You can do a $5 protected play, which means if you lose, the money goes into your promo fund, so you can re-spend it. You just can't cash it out.
So you're not losing any money.
So you're not losing any money, and if you win, it goes straight into your bankroll, which you can cash out. So it's free money. It's free bet.
Interesting.
So, no reason not to.
Yeah,
do
so
it.
they figure what? You'll just keep putting more money into it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I first, because I never did sports betting. One of my buddies did a Flex Friday, and he turned $20 into $300, and I was like, whoa. You mean that's free money?
Life changing.
And so I got on that. I think I only did like one of those a week, and I hit a couple.
Yeah.
Had enough money. I was like, I'm gonna start doing this consistently.
Was this the same buddy that we all went to the Live golf tournament with?
No.
Okay.
No, this is actually my Eagles friend.
All right. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's
Where
the
is
one.
your buddy that we went to the Live tournament with?
See, he was in Austin or in Arlington for a internship, but he's back in Lubbock. So
Not to be confused with the Colony.
Gotcha.
Not to be confused with the Colony.
Not to be confused with the Colony.
All right, so Fred's taking Tyreek Hill over a touchdown. Jane Daniels, over under 219 and a half passing yards. I'm
Taking that.
it.
Okay.
I was a little wary of it, but Terry McLaurin just signed a contract.
I don't like betting on passing yards.
Why not?
I don't know.
219 though?
Let's see. Who they playing?
Giants.
Yeah, that's who.
Ooh. And you're taking the under or the over?
The over.
You're taking over 219?
Over 219.
Ballsy.
I just don't like betting on passing yards. That's just me though.
I don't like that. Well, I don't mind it, but man, week 1 against that. Look, say what you want about the Giants defense.
That pass rush is going to be crazy.
That front 4 is legit.
They've got a good pass rush. Maybe I'll change it as we go through. I don't know. I made this list like 2 weeks
I'm not
ago
taking
in
it.
preparation for whenever I did this.
There you
so
go.
I don't remember what's on here.
Today's your day.
CeeDee Lamb over under 1.5 or over under a half a touchdown.
Half, yes.
touchdown.
Half, yes.
Okay, is that
Now, is that receiving and rushing?
Receiving and rushing.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Taking the over?
Yeah.
Good call by you.
All
Now,
right.
1.5, that's a little bit much.
Jamar Chase over under 81.5 receiving yards.
And who they playing?
Browns.
Oh, give me
yeah,
that.
give me the over.
Give me that. Give me
All
Jamar
right, You guys have
Chase.
to fight over it. Who
Give me
wants
Jamar
it?
Chase. I'm taking it.
Okay.
I'm taking
All right,
it.
Fred.
All right.
Okay, so far we've gone through 4, and they've all been taken. This might be fast. George Pickens over under 53.5 receiving yards. Does anybody want it?
Can we listen to the next one first?
Yeah, we can leave that one.
All right.
Brian
I wanna
Thomas
hear
Jr. over under 70.5 receiving yards.
7.5? Wow,
70
I'll take that over.
I'll take 7.5.
It's like 1 catch. I think I'm going to stay away from this one. I don't really like this one.
Good call. Next.
What was Pickens?
53.5.
I'll think on that one.
We can leave it alone for right now.
Next.
Saquon Barkley over under 91.5 rushing yards.
Ooh.
91.5.
If Blake was here, give me the over on
Yeah,
that. They're gonna eat this Cowboy defense is awful.
Yep. I'm going to stay away from it.
I'm going to stay away from it as well. That's
I'm not a huge fan of that one. Now, Saquon Barkley over half a touchdown.
Yeah.
I think you want that CAC?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he'll have at least one. I know Hurts will get in there, but Saquon will have at least one.
Okay.
That's the tough thing about the Eagles, man, is they get on the 2-yard line and it's just
They
not
could
a
both
foregone
have
conclusion.
they could both have a rushing touchdown. Let's not act
Kenny
like
Clark, man.
Yeah.
you gotta stop the run.
Yeah. Jack Sanborn plugging his nose right
Real
up the net.
leader.
Yeah.
True leader. Kenny Clark.
True man.
I'm
Real
about to
man,
give, you know what?
real man, true leader.
I'm about to give you a 96 jersey. Why not?
97. But yeah.
No, he's not 97.
He's wearing 96?
He's wearing 96.
Well, he's
Osa's
worn two different
97.
jerseys. He's worn two different.
97,
Okay,
bro.
little side. What do you think of Mike Parsons wearing number 1?
I hate it.
I don't think it has any aura. I think it's just
It has no
number
aura.
1.
No aura.
At 1 as a D end? You kidding me?
No
like
aura.
it?
I don't.
I mean, I don't hate it.
I really don't.
I would have liked 0 more, to be honest.
Well, Matthew Golden took 0.
I don't know, dude.
Oh, he did? Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
number one's kind of legit.
All right, Dakota Prescott, 199.5 yards, over under.
99. What'd you say?
199.5.
Again,
This was a
I've been
green
on passing
goblin,
runs.
which means that it's minus odds.
I would say of the ones I'm thinking of, that's high on my list because I'd have to imagine to even get close to in the game plan. You've got to pass the ball.
All right, we'll leave that one on standby. Tua turned the ball over 241.5 passing yards.
No.
And we already said who they were playing, right?
Colts.
The Colts. Yeah.
I'm not touching that.
I'm still not touching it.
Joe Burrow over under 264.5 passing yards.
I've already got my 2.
Can
I've
you
already
just
got
run back my answer from
Tyreek and
before?
Jamar Chase,
Yeah, I'm still not touching that either. Now I'll touch this one. Caleb Williams over under 208.5.
Oh, he's touching. He's touching that with both hands.
Yep. Both hands, both fingers, or all 10 fingers. Whoa. All right. Yeah.
Whoa.
Early in the morning.
All right. So we've all got our picks, but I'm just going to go over the last 4 just in case you guys wanted to switch them out.
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson over under 75.5 rush yards.
Okay.
Probably not. Derrick Henry over under 84.5 rush yards.
Who they playing?
The Bills.
No part of that.
Not a chance.
Give me that. No, I mean under maybe, but that'd be it. But
Patrick Mahomes over under 1.5 passing touchdowns.
Oh, slam the over.
Well, hold on. Let's
Slam the over.
Are you willing to
Chiefs
drop
and Chargers will be a high-scoring affair. I
I'll
would
tell you
take
what.
that.
Give me that over Tyreek Hill.
over Tyreek Hill?
I'm dropping Tyreek. Give me Patty Mahomes.
Okay.
All day, day.
And then the last one, Cam Ward over under half a passing touchdown.
I'll take that.
You want that one? Okay, what do you want to drop, CD or Saquon? They're both touchdown bets.
Yeah, well, you can kind of get a flow for how I bet on my parlays.
Yeah,
It's
you love
mainly-
touchdown. You love the end
I'm
zone.
an anytime touchdown kind of guy.
Kevin
okay?
loves the end zone.
There you go.
I'll drop Saquon.
You drop Saquon.
I'll
Okay.
drop Saquon.
All right. Put a big K next to that. And then the tease you've been all waiting for. This is my parlay of week 1 to turn $5 into 259 big ones. So we've got Brandon Aubrey and Jake Elliott to combine for over 129.5 field goal yards.
Oh,
That's a good
I
one.
like that.
That's a good one right there.
It's a good sleeper pick.
Yeah,
I like those.
We've got Malik Neighbors, more than 6 receptions.
Okay.
Alvin Kamara, over 28.5 receiving yards.
That's a
Cam
lot.
Ward, over half an interception against the Broncos.
I don't hate that at all.
I don't
feels
hate
pretty
that.
free.
By
It's
the
a
way,
good
that
defense.
8-point, I heard them talking about it today on with Blake and Brennan. 8-point dogs.
Mhm.
Give me that all day, every day. Dude, Tennessee's going to, I mean, week 1 at Mile High. Oh, yeah. 8 points. Oh, that's got 31-13 written all over it.
Oh,
to me.
absolutely. With that
So,
defense? Yeah, no way.
Yeah, not like that.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, over half a rushing and receiving touchdown, and Lamar Jackson, over 18.5 pass completions, because I think they're going to be losing that game going into the fourth quarter.
To your point, they're going to have to throw the ball.
Jake!
They're going to have to throw that ball if they want to win.
And I'll tell you right now how this payout works out. So PrizePicks actually had a payout boost, 40%. This is 52.5x, $5 into 262.50.
Love it. Go follow Degenerate Jake. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Do you like the new nickname? Have we fully transitioned from New Guy Jake to Degenerate Jake? We got an hour and a half left of the program. Let's reset it when we come back. Plus, we've got Tom Brady on celebrations, Dak on what his message to the guys has been, as well as what is it going to be like on Thursday with it being Phillies ring night, and Deron Bland on his newest extension. So much to get to. It is the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we did the, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asian lady.
What?
Nutmeg mayonnaise? No. Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Corn?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 4 of the program happening right now. It is a G-Bag Nation on a Labor Day weekend, and we are taking you up until we hand the broadcast baton off to the Rangers radio network as they start a 3-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. An Arizona Diamondbacks team that, gave you fits just a couple weeks ago. You had to scratch and claw to win a game over there. You won one game, correct? Against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it took a Herculean effort to win that, and then you had another couple games there where they, basically you were that's what it was. You were winning, and then they hit a couple home runs against you in the 9th inning. So, look, every game is the proverbial must-win game at this stage of the game when you are the Texas Rangers. Now, I've said already that I'm nervous and not realistically thinking that this team can make the playoffs. Now, I'm more than happy to be wrong, and we've done it on Fan After Dark. I've told both you and New Guy Jake, or Degenerate Jake at this point, that I have no problem with us airing a clip of me saying that, hey, this team doesn't make the playoffs, and then we all say, Fred, you were wrong, because this team does make the playoffs. We would love for that to be the case. You're 4 weeks away from this season either being over or continuing on into the postseason. Now, you've got a hellish next 3 series. You're at the Diamondbacks. Now, you're at home for 2 enormous series against the Houston Astros, who you've had their number, and then you've got the Milwaukee Brewers, or as Alice Cooper would say, Milwaukee. And I'll refer to my man, New Guy Jake here. I'm going to have to get used to calling you Degenerate Jake. They're in your division. You're a Cubs fan. Just how good is this Milwaukee Brewers team?
I mean, they don't really have any weaknesses as of right now. I know their closer just went on the IL with a patella strain.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're a little weak at closer in the back end of the bullpen. Their starting pitching's phenomenal. I mean, they picked up nobodies and turned them into great pitchers.
Yeah.
Their lineup just hits. I mean, the amount of 2-out rallies they've gotten against us, they don't slug a ton.
Us being the Cubs.
Us being the Cubs, yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified. They don't get a ton of slug, but, I mean, anybody on that lineup can hit a home run at any time. So they always get the big hit. They work counts. They don't chase. So you're seeing a lot of walks. They got speed everywhere. So bunt singles, anything hit on the ground, you better have some urgency because they're running everything out. They're a nitty-gritty team.
Yeah.
And they take advantage of, if you make a mistake, they take advantage every single time.
Your Texas Rangers are 2.5 games behind in the wild card as of right now.
I mean, they've got a puncher's chance. They've got a puncher's chance to get back into this thing, but you're going to have to take 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks. It's just a non-negotiable at this point, right? There's no other way around it.
And you're 5 behind in the division. A Houston Astros-led division.
So we had Jared Sandler on yesterday. We talked a little bit with him about, kind of where this team's at. Now, you've got 6 games left against the Houston Astros. Now, I think going 4-2 is realistic. Especially considering that, you have to, right? I mean, there is, again, you have to go 2 out of 3 against every team you play from here on out if you're going to have a chance at making it to the playoffs. Now, you've got Patrick Corbin going tonight. It is kind of TBD as to who's going to go tomorrow, and then I want to say lighter after that, and then you're going to have Kelly and DeGrom against the Astros when things start up against them on Friday. So, you feel a little bit better about that. But right now, again, no Evo, no surprise there. Now, you might get Tyler Mahle back. Now, as Jared alluded to yesterday, if you do get Tyler Mahle back, now I want to say he's making a couple. He's working some rehab work, rehab innings, what have you. I don't know if he's at AA yet or kind of where he's at in that process. But if he were to come back in the next couple weeks, he would be more of a bullpen start kind of guy. Right, he would kind of facilitate maybe a Jacob Latz type role where you're not going to get 6 or 7 innings out of Tyler Mahle that you were getting when the season started.
Mahle, AAA start tomorrow.
AAA start tomorrow. That's big news. That's big news because you're going to have some. You're going to have to go back to the bullpen. You're going to have some bullpen starts with him and Jacob Latz. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So you're going to have Corbin. You're going to have Kelly. You're going to have DeGrom. And then you're going to have Leiter. All right? And that's going to be kind of your, we don't know what the latest and greatest with Kamar Rocker is right now, but that's going to be kind of where your lineup is right now for the next few weeks. And that's going to be the roster, or at least the pitching staff.
Yeah.
That you're going to have to ride with if this team's going to make a playoff push.
And then on the batting lineup side of things, you're going to have to rely on your Michael Hellmans, your Cody Freemans, these guys are getting things done. I mean, that's why they're staying in the lineup. Cody Freeman's getting his shot at second base today. Hellmans, I think he's got a couple of 2-run home runs here in the past few games. Like, these guys are producing. Your Seager's out.
Peterson.
Seager's out. Simeon's out. Carter's out. You can go through the list, but somehow, some way, this lineup is turning it. You said it. Jock Peterson is
bowling.
Doing things.
I hope it's not too little too late. We'll see what happens, but he had a nice 2-run home run yesterday. Josh Young had a nice solo home run yesterday. So these are all guys that, for as moribund as they have been all season long, and they've had their ups, they've had their downs, more downs than ups, but if they were able to catch fire and ride a hot bat and somehow find a way, if you got to push Fan After Dark back a few weeks because this team makes a run, I'm willing to sacrifice.
We'll make the sacrifice.
I'm willing to sacrifice.
I will go on record of saying I know Corey Majors, officially he waved the white flag. I waved the white flag. Let's see when this was. This was the Rangers lost to the Blue Jays 6-5 in a barn burner August 15th.
I remember that.
And then they got blew out 14-2 on August 16th. I waved my white flag on this season on August 16th. I will come out and I will say that. That does not mean I don't want them to make the postseason. Obviously, as a Rangers fan, I want them to. But that's just me being honest with the Tolos. White flag was waved on August 16th for me, Jacob Ray, Fred Davis. Have y'all officially waved it? And if so, when did that happen?
I've waved it a few times.
I don't think I've waved it necessarily, just because,
I know you're a Cubs
watching.
fan,
I've been watching baseball my whole life, man. There's just so much chaos that happens in September.
Yeah. Did you wave your freak flag? Did that have anything to do with what you think this Rangers team might do?
I mean, my freak flag's always waving, Fred.
Okay, that's fair.
So
that's fair.
But no, I mean, I think
24/7, 365.
2.5 games back. I mean, you are absolutely in this thing. It's just going to be a matter of can the guys that are producing right now continue to produce.
That's what it comes down to, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And hey, let's call it what it is. I have been very staunch, and love what this team's doing. They're a gritty bunch. They don't give up. They don't quit. And this is what this team's done. You're now 4 games above 500. But, it seems like this season's been all about 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Let's see if that changes. You win 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks. Dare I say you sweep the Diamondbacks?
Sweeping Diamondbacks, taking the series from Houston would be...
Well, I think if you sweep the Diamondbacks, you're officially back in it. Because then right now the Diamondbacks are playing good baseball. Hell, they almost swept the Dodgers this past weekend, all right? So if you go into Arizona, a team that took, 3 out of 4 from you, 2 out of 3 from you, in dramatic fashion, in gut-wrenching, let's go ahead.
Won all 3.
Oh, you absolutely should have won all 3. And that's what's been so gut-wrenching about this team this year, gut-punching, whatever you want to call it, in the fact that so many games. I mean, yes, you did have those couple of games against Toronto where it just seemed like, all right, we're done for the season.
You can tell they lost that momentum.
But every time, like our boy from Fredo from, what is it? Godfather 3. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Okay. Speaking of being pulled back in, John Machota from The Athletic. Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs on Micah Parsons. Quote, I think everybody liked him. I feel like there were some former players who are not here no more. There was a lot of, I would say, hate, jealousy, envy towards him because of who he is and the production he does on the field. Imagine if you come in here and you're take somebody's shine or taking somebody's spot. You're not going to like that. They're going to feel a type of way, especially if you're that type of person. Me personally, I never got no bad anything from him, ever since he stepped foot on the team. I guess his personality and who he is, he knows he's a great player. He knows he's good. He knows who he is. So a lot of people don't like that. So that could have been different. But when we're in the locker, everyone's joking, everyone's laughing, everyone's smiling, everyone's happy. So I don't know where those narratives come from. From my standpoint, he's a great kid. He takes care of his family. He takes care of his responsibilities on the field and off the field, so he can't do no wrong in my eyes. That came from Trayvon Diggs. Speaking of his buddy and former teammate, Mr. Micah Parsons. So, look, I don't think... Look, we know him and Tank Lawrence aren't BFFs and probably aren't exchanging Christmas cards. And Malik Hooker was critical of the fact that, hey... you're giving up a bunch of yards on the ground and then you go out and do a podcast the next day. That might rub some people the wrong way. And I don't think he was wrong for saying that, especially when you consider Malik Hooker's been in this league, 8, 9, 10 years, something like that. He's a respected veteran. Yep. So I don't, again, I'm not saying that people disliked Micah Parsons, and I don't think anybody had a problem with what he did on the field, but to suggest he was a leader of this football team, I think that's where things can kind of get misconstrued. I don't know that Micah Parsons was a leader of this football team. And again, I don't know that there's been this outpouring of, oh, I feel bad for Micah or all this. I mean, outside of some memes on Twitter and Instagram, which that's kind of the way your generation reacts to things.
Fair.
If with what Trayvon Diggs just said, is anybody really taken aback by that? No, that was his boy.
Yeah.
And, Blake said this, and I think a lot of people have said this. Had he not gotten hurt last year, Wooly Bully's talked about this. If he doesn't get hurt last year, Trayvon's probably not a Cowboy anymore. Okay? So this year's we might get the best version of Trayvon Diggs in 2025 because he's looking for that next football team. And it's going to be it's going to be one of those amicable splits for both sides. Like, hey, look, we're going in a different direction. You want to be on a different team that's going to pay you money. Boom. Then it would behoove you to go out there, be a veteran, be a leader, say the right thing. So that way, if you either you re-up here in Dallas or you go find a new home. So I don't necessarily have a problem with anything he said. And I
go to Green Bay.
Go to Green Bay. I think you're right on with that. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. Again, when Trayvon Diggs is on his game, he's a pretty dadgum good corner. Yeah. He really is. When he's on his game. All right, but at the same time, too, he's also prone to giving up big plays, and that's the life you lead when you're a big-time cornerback.
Speaking of Trayvon Diggs, he was a full participant in today's practice, so he could play. Talking to the media, said he's 75 to 80% sure he could play this Thursday.
I think you go ahead and rest him one more week. I don't need – look, for as beat up as you are in that cornerback room, I don't need an 80% Trayvon Diggs.
No.
I need Trayvon Diggs 100% because I don't need him getting hurt again. This is now 2 years in a row where he's had a major injury to a knee. No, look. You're on the 53. You're making progress. We love it. You're saying you're doing all the right things. You've got enough depth there for right now to make it work. Duran got his money. You're good with that. Trayvon, do your thing. Take a week off. Let's see where you're at. He already said, too, that he could be no later than week 4. I'm okay with that as well. Coming up next, where are we going?
Coming up next, we got Tommy Yaros joining us to talk all things Dallas Cowboys and what's next after Micah Parsons and looking into week 1. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
We've got to always look out for new ways to interface with the
1053-877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Let us know how you feel about Jake's new nickname. He's been New Guy Jake for as long as he's been here. But after today, we are now firmly transitioning him into Degenerate Jake after all those hot takes he just gave us. And by the way, I like to be as accurate as possible. And it was not Fredo that said they keep pulling me back in. That was Michael Corleone from The Godfather. So shame on me. I know better than that. Buddy of mine, Cowboy fan actually, used to call me Fredo back in my oil and gas days. But that's another story for another time. So shout out to all you Tolos and Fatties who texted in the program to let me know, Fred, you were wrong about that, and we do appreciate you. We try to stay as accurate as possible here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotlines, part of this Expressway. Welcome to the program, Tommy Yarish.
Tommy
Yarish, one of the best in the biz. But I'll tell you what, this man joined us the other day talking all things high school football. Now he's talking Dallas Cowboys. Tommy, we are 3 days away from this thing being for real. Now that we've had 3 or 4 days to kind of digest, marinate, and now we're slowly starting to move past the Micah Parsons news. What's been kind of the vibe? What's been kind of the atmosphere like in this Cowboys locker room as we're 3 days away from this thing kicking off for real?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me, guys. And just real quick, if we've got time for this, what did Jake say to get Degenerate Jake as his nickname? I mean,
that's what he is. He is a degenerate.
He's definitely a degenerate. It's just the way that he kind of carries himself. The betting segment, that helps onto it, but he's just a degenerate in itself. But he's okay. He embraces it.
But we say it with love, though.
Yeah.
Like,
okay,
yeah. No.
Sure my guy wasn't getting slandered on the air.
No. We don't do that here. I mean, we do, but not when it comes to
That's how you know
Degenerate
we love you.
Exactly.
Overall vibe is, I think the timing of this is interesting just because I don't really think there's a lot of time for guys to wallow if they want to wallow just because they got a game to play in 3 days, like you guys said. So the vibe is pretty much the same. I haven't noticed any noticeable difference. There's not a bunch of silence or anything like that. It's kind of just been business as usual. These guys, this is a team that went 7-10 a year ago and had a lot of guys banged up. A lot of guys are coming back healthy again, and so they want to go out there and prove themselves. And the reality of it is, Micah Parsons isn't on the field with them this year. They're not gonna. There's nothing they can do about that at this point. And so I think their minds are all set on Philadelphia, and to an extent, I think there's happiness that this is kind of behind them and not lingering into the season. Obviously, I think there's a lot of guys who would still rather have Micah on this team, but they don't have to worry about, his holding out is a distraction if he misses game checks or something like that, if that's the route that this would have taken.
Dak has spoken. A lot of other guys have spoken on the trade of Micah Parsons. What is the kind of feel that you get, locker room sense, maybe leadership-wise? I guess as an overall feel, do you think this is going to be as big of a subtraction as fans might think?
From a locker room standpoint, I don't know. I can't. We were in the locker room for media stuff and things like that, but there were a lot of folks who liked Micah Parsons in the locker room. There may have been some others who didn't, and I think that's completely normal. There are always going to be guys that don't see eye to eye or aren't on the same page, and that's just the way it is. As far as if there's going to be a massive locker room difference, I don't think so. I don't think Micah Parsons was, for example, on Dak Prescott's letter of being a leader and being a voice. And that's another thing. That's completely okay. Not everybody is going to be Dak Prescott. Not everybody's going to be the leader that Dak Prescott is. And that's because he's just kind of unique, and everybody's got their leaders. Everybody leads in different ways. I think Micah was more of a by-example guy, and he would go, one-on-one with you. We saw him do it with Donovan Ezeraku a lot in Oxnard. So he kind of led a little bit of a different way. Obviously, I think where you see the biggest impact is on the field because who knows what this pass rush is going to look like now without Micah Parsons. It's the first time in a while that we've had to examine that. So that's really where you're going to see more of a difference. I don't know as much if you'll see that in the locker room.
Tommy, one of the things we know about when we look at Matt Eberflus's defenses is they've always been middle to upper tier when it comes to just yards as far as turnover differential, and they've been a good, not great team at generating quarterback pressure and generating sacks. In fact, he's never had anybody get more than 11 when he's the 8 different defenses that he's led between the Colts and the Bears. What has he talked about, or what have you guys talked with him about as far as now that you don't have Micah? What are some of the things he's talked about as to how he's going to help generate pressure on the defensive front?
Well, I think really on the defensive line, he just wants guys that can get north and south as opposed to east and west. And, he's used the word attack front to describe his defense. And so they really want all 4 guys up front to get upfield, get after the quarterback, make the pocket uncomfortable. And Matt Eberflus is not a guy that typically, sends a blitzer or blitzes very often. He tries to get a lot of that pressure with a 4-man rush. But, it's a lot easier to do that when you have a guy like Micah Parsons on your team. And I don't know if Matt Eberflus has had a pass rusher quite as dynamic as Micah Parsons. And obviously now he doesn't get the chance to do that. So, I think they're really going to rely on their plethora of defensive ends. I think part of the reason why they made that trade was because the staff felt good about the depth there, and then hope that Kenny Clark and Oso Digizua can generate some interior pressure and push the pocket so quarterbacks can get uncomfortable and let some of their defensive ends come up or linebackers come up and finish plays. I think that's the hope. I think that's why they wanted a disruptive, versatile defensive tackle in the trade for Micah Parsons, and they think they have that in Kenny Clark.
Now, DaRon Bland gets his extension. Maybe Tyler Smith is in talks. Do you think that that's likely, or do you think the Cowboys and Smith is going to table that for next year?
I honestly thought that the Cowboys and Smith would get a deal done at training camp, and I feel like they were pretty close. So I wouldn't say that they're probably terribly far off from that. Whether or not that happens before the season, who knows? I would think if it doesn't happen, at some point in the next couple of days, it's probably something that they talk about after the season. But yeah, that definitely needs to be the next guy that they extend, because he's done nothing but play at a really high level. He's always been available, and he's going to be one of the cornerstones on this offensive line for years to come for Dallas.
Now, I'm looking at the DallasCowboys.com unofficial depth chart, and, we're showing Kyer Elam starting. We got DaRon Bland at nickel, and we've got Trayvon Diggs at the other corner. Look, I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Trayvon's probably not going to start on Thursday. What are we thinking as far as who we might see, and could we see Traqueezy Bridges? And what did that say about how they felt about the guys they had, whether it was a Kamon Hall or a Zion Childress, that it was somebody from another squad that they picked up that's probably going to get a start on Thursday?
Well, I think it's nonetheless, you want to be able to have depth across the board, right? So I think that's really more of what you were seeing in those additions, not necessarily a lack of trust or anything like that in terms of, Childress, because they really like Childress as a UDFA, but, he hasn't played NFL snaps yet, other than the preseason. So, they wanted to bring in some guys who, not like they have 10 years of, just some guys that are maybe more familiar with Matt Eberflus's system, or some guys they like coming out of the draft, like Bridges, like you mentioned. Diggs told us today that, he's 75, 80% in terms of whether or not he can go on Thursday, in terms of what he would categorize as his chances of playing, is that percentage number. Obviously, the training staff is going to have the final say on that. But he was a full participant in practice today on the injury report. So does that mean he's going to go out and play 70 snaps? I don't know. Probably not. I don't think that kind of workload would suit him just yet, just because he hasn't really done too much, and this is a pretty quick ramp-up period here. But, I think Bland is really the guy to watch, because if Diggs plays, he's going to go inside, and they'll have Elam on the outside. If Diggs doesn't play, or if Diggs comes off the field, whatever it may be, they'll probably push Bland outside and throw a Zion Childress or something like that in the slot. So there can be a lot of moving parts, but DaRon Bland told us yesterday, he's kind of used to the chaos now in terms of moving him all over the place and playing at different spots, inside and out. So I feel like he'll be ready for whichever spot he plays in.
The captains were announced today for this year. Were there any surprises for you? I know that Dak Prescott's going to continue to wear this C. No surprises there, but anyone other than that?
No really shockers. I mean, Donovan Wilson was one that I don't know if I would have said, yeah, that's probably who they're going to pick as their leader, just because he's not a big rah-rah guy. He doesn't talk to us very much, and he's kind of reserved, but he's not obligated to talk to us that much. And I mean, if his teammates respect him, that's ultimately what's going to get the C on your chest. So that was a little bit more of a surprising one, but hey, like Brian Schottenheimer said, players speak, and they feel a certain way about Donovan Wilson, and all the power to him for that.
And then I did want to ask you, going into this Week 1 matchup, what's the temperature reading for you, Tommy Yarosh, going into this Philadelphia game?
Temperature reading in terms of what?
As far as, how do you feel about it? How do you feel the Cowboys are going to match up for this week?
I'll be honest, Kevin. I don't really see a lot of matchups where they have advantages in. I think this Philadelphia team is so complete from top to bottom, and just loaded with talent in the trenches, especially. They've got one of, if not the best offensive line in football, and then probably the same thing on the defensive line. Just the defensive tackle tandem of Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter is a nightmare for opposing offenses. They've got a young but talented secondary. Their skill positions on offense are incredible, and obviously Saquon Barkley is a demon. So, the Cowboys are going to have their work cut out for them, and they feel like they've got a really good game plan. If they want to win this game on offense, Dak Prescott's going to have to be firing on all cylinders with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and then defensively, these corners need to have a really good game. They've got to force Jalen Hurts to try and beat them in the passing game. And take Saquon Barkley out of the game. So those are a lot of tall tasks. So when I look at, those kinds of things needing to happen for the Cowboys to win, your confidence starts to go down a little bit. But it'll be an early barometer, for where this team is at and what the offense looks like. And I just think the Eagles are too loaded from top to bottom.
Tommy Yarosh talking all things Dallas Cowboys from DallasCowboys.com. How surprised are you that this team's only carrying 4 wide receivers right now on its active roster? Look, you got guys that we've all seen before, the Jalen Croppers, the Jalen Brooks, who I thought, and I had a chance to catch up with them after that last preseason game. I mean, I thought he showed enough, especially from a special teams and receiving standpoint. Do we really think this team's only going to carry 4 receivers for most of the season, or are they still kind of trying to balance things out on the defensive side of the ball?
No, I don't. I think it's probably, a kind of a wait-and-see thing. And, remember, you can elevate practice squad guys to the active roster up to 3 times before they get moved up. So I'm sure, Ryan Flanoy or Jalen Brooks will see some of those. Maybe we see some of those on Thursday just so they can have another guy out there. But I feel like that's really more just the gymnastics of the roster and see what happens when some of these injured guys come back. Jonathan Mingo I think he's going to be on the active roster when he comes back from IR. So at the very least, you're going to get him back. But yeah, I wouldn't, put too much stock into that or put too much worry into that. I think they'll be okay at wide receiver.
And then we already talked about Trayvon, whether or not he's, like you said, he's 75-80%. Meanwhile, Tyler Guyton, again, obviously with the bone bruise on the knee, you'd love to have seen him get more reps during this training camp. And while he's feeling better and he's on this 53, I don't know that I would feel great about putting him out there on Thursday. Is Nate Thomas going to get the majority of snaps, and where are we at with our boy Tyler Guyton?
Well, Tyler Guyton he was telling Patrick Walker of DallasCowboys.com, my counterpart earlier today, that he's feeling pretty good, and the goal is for him to play. He's a full participant in practice today. So he's seen, obviously, again, it's the same thing as Trayvon Diggs, right? These guys can feel good, but it's up to the training staff ultimately if they're going to go. And, is this enough time for Tyler Guyton to just kind of jump in there and have to face one of the best defensive lines in the league? I don't know, but he's a full participant in practice today on the injury report. But, this staff really likes Nate Thomas. And going back to training camp, one of the first things that Brian Schottenheimer said to us was, hey, we really like this Nate Thomas cat. He's back healthy. He battled injury last year, but we feel really good about him. And it was kind of surprising because he brought him up unprompted. And it's just like, oh, okay, I guess that's something to look for. And then, of course, everything happens with Tyler Guyton, and here he comes. So either way, I think they'll be feeling good. And we don't really have a clear read yet on just how, again, these guys can say, oh, I'll play on Thursday, but ultimately it's up to the training staff. So it wouldn't really shock me either way if Guyton goes or not.
Now, putting your sadness aside as a Texas fan, I know you were licking your chops getting to watch some college football this weekend. And as you are a draft guy, and you like to watch these college guys, what kind of stood out to you from this weekend? Some big games, matchups, players, whatever have you?
Well, I'm still stuck in my week-long mourning period of Texas's loss to Ohio State.
I get it.
But I will say, I really think Caleb Downs is the best player in the country. And, just the instincts that he has, how he's built physically. And what really stood out to me was how Nick Saban talked about this guy when he was a freshman at Alabama. Nick Saban is obviously not a guy that is keen to throwing out high praise for a lot of players that he's coached because he's had so many good ones. But for him to instantly compare him to Minkah Fitzpatrick, who's one of the best safeties he ever had at Alabama, caught your eye. And then he goes out as a true freshman, balls out. He balls out last year for Ohio State's defense. He was all over the field, made the game-winning tackle for Ohio State against Texas. So every time you watch him, it just seems like he gets better and better. And, you don't really see safeties go in the top 10 too much, but this guy should absolutely be a top 10 pick, in my opinion. Just such a great overall football player, and you want a guy like that on your team. And then, last night getting to watch Miami and Notre Dame, you watch Ruben Bain come off the edge for the Hurricanes, and you're just kind of wowed. I always love – I saw Dave Hellman tweeted this yesterday, but you love pass rushers that can close games out. And Ruben Bain did that yesterday at the, he was in there in the backfield for the game-winning play for Miami. And, he was wrecking the game the whole time, had half a sack and an interception. The interception, you saw the hustle because the ball gets tipped in the air. His corner, I think, got flipped by the receiver, and then he just slides in all the chaos, picks the ball off, and, is able to make a play for his defense, ultimately set them up. So those kind of high-motor players who close games really strong for you, rushing the passer, that's a lot of fun to watch. So really fun first week of watching some guys, and it's interesting for me just going from last year watching a lot of these games as a fan to now watching them as a fan and thinking about the NFL draft. So it's going to be a long season and a lot of fun to watch a lot of these players.
Tommy, great stuff from you as always, my friend. Do you know what Friday game you'll be covering yet?
Yeah, I'll be on Woodrow Wilson and Memorial at the Star.
There you go.
So
all right.
Looking forward to that one.
All right. Well, I'll have my boy Khaki Kev might be doing a little negotiating with you to jump on Friday and talk a little high school football as well. But in the meantime, enjoy them Dallas Cowboys.
All right, fellas. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
There you have it. The one, the only Tommy
Thanks,
Yars
sir.
from DallasCowboys.com.
That was good stuff from Tommy. Good stuff from Tommy. I mean, maybe we might see Tyler Guyton this week. Who knows?
Man, that's a tough ask.
Would you say he's more likely to play than Trayvon at this point? Which is tough to say because Trayvon was a full participant, but if Guyton's been getting in the mix like that,
I wouldn't.
No?
I wouldn't play either one.
Yeah,
I wouldn't play. You have nothing to gain from them playing. You're not.
I don't think the game is up in the air enough to be played.
If this was week 17 and a playoff, berth was on the line, then yes, you would play those two guys and say, all right, look, give us what you got, and let's throw caution to the wind and see what happens. In week 1, where you're already a considerable underdog, and this season's a marathon, not a sprint, go ahead and take the week off. Let's get you better. Trayvon Diggs, I'm less concerned about because, again, he's a veteran. He's been there. He's done that. And it's more about, look, a guy like Trayvon Diggs needs to be healthy. Not to say that Tyler Guyton doesn't. But Trayvon's got pelts on the wall. You know what you're getting with Trayvon Diggs when he's 100% healthy and what he's capable of. We still don't know what Tyler Guyton can do. There's some Cowboy fans that consider him a bust already.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I think that's a bit premature. I do think that a guy like a Tyler Guyton, who last year you brought into, and look, Jerry Jones even said it on this very same station when he said, look, we might have been a little over our skis when we thought we were going to bring in a Cooper Beebe and a Tyler Guyton and put them in and have them start as rookies, which at least, and here's the other thing that we forget about with those two last year. You took two guys in Cooper Beebe, who was a guard in college, and a damn good one, let's make no mistake about that, but you moved him to center. Then you took Tyler Guyton, who'd only played, a season at right tackle, and then you made him a left tackle. So, you took two guys, put them out of position, and put them at two of the most difficult positions, maybe the two most critical positions on the offensive line. So we all feel pretty good about Cooper Beebe. And the one thing about Cooper Beebe, and we've heard this from Vach Lombardi, we've heard this from Wooly Bully, we've heard this from all the guys from Broadus, Chief, and everybody on the G-Bag Nation, and just seeing him out there. He looks the part this year. Right. As far as the center is concerned, right?
Yeah.
Like, he looks the part of an NFL offensive lineman. Tyler Guyton, I don't know what you're getting with him. We didn't know what we were getting from him before he got hurt. I certainly don't know what we're getting with him on 2 days away or 3 days away from playing the defending champions. And I thought Tommy Yarge said it best. They're better than you in just about every position.
Yeah, there's not, and that's why I wanted to ask him. Maybe was it just kind of us that was like being, I didn't know if we were being too pessimistic, but he's right. There isn't really a matchup you can look at and say, oh, we have the better end on that side. Maybe CeeDee Lamb, but I mean, man, they've got really good defensive backs, and they're going to give CeeDee Lamb fits. They're going to give George Pickens fits for sure.
That offense is going to have its hands or going to have its work cut out for it. But hey, that's why you play the game, boys and girls. So like I said, we're 3 days away from it. Plenty to look forward to. All right, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little expressway action. Okay, it's a little expressway action. But if you're a Fan After Dark fan, a Tolo fatty, or just new to the show, you know what that music means. It's time for a little fair or foul, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to read a story, maybe sometimes tell a personal vignette, and we will determine whether or not said story or vignette is fair or foul. I've got two young bucks with me today. Both of you have girlfriends, so you will appreciate this first fair or foul. Do each of you have a fair or foul?
I do. I have a couple on standby.
I do not know.
I mean, look, fair or foul, degenerate Jake. Fair or foul,
having a fair or foul.
Fair.
Okay? That's fair. That's fair all day. So there you have it. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the phone number to chime in with your thoughts on said segment. All right, I got a good one here. I forgot to hold on. Here we go. Stand by. This one's a goodie though, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a goodie, if I do say so myself. Okay, boom. Here we go. All right. Stand by. A Saudi man reportedly divorced his wife after she failed to reply to a WhatsApp message. The case quickly sparked outrage and debate online over extreme uses of divorce laws in the region. The husband claimed her silence reflected disrespect, leading him to formally end the marriage. While the incident is rare, it highlights strict marital expectations in conservative societies. Stories like this have drawn international attention, raising questions about women's rights, digital communication, and cultural norms in Saudi Arabia. Fair or foul? A Saudi man divorced his wife because she didn't reply to his WhatsApp message.
I say that is that's foul. I can't even play devil's advocate here. That's foul.
We don't know what she was doing, ladies and gentlemen.
Just one message?
We don't know what she
Context
was
is key.
doing.
Context is
key. The question is, what took her so long to respond?
How long did he wait?
It didn't say. She just didn't respond timely enough for him.
Now, if you say that he messaged her and she didn't respond for a week, that's fair. Now, if he waits for an hour, if he waited for an hour and he's like, I'm done. I
mean, in fairness, if she didn't respond for a week, I'm guessing there were probably other things going on with the husband and the wife in that case. But
okay, 2 to 3 days, no response? I'm going to be like, hey, respond.
What's the norm? I mean, you guys both have girlfriends, and Jake, I know you've been with your lady for a minute. You've been with yours for what, a year now?
Over a year, yeah.
Over a year. So you guys have a little time under your belt. Now, you guys are part of this younger generation.
We claim
a lot of the digital. I mean, think so. You're 22 years old. Yes, you are a part of this. I mean, there is no questioning of that comment. What's kind of the time frame?
I mean, everyone is different. Some people are a little bit more up the other's
I'm asking you, though. Now, real quick, do you guys Snapchat? Do you text?
I got rid of Snapchat. That is the least degenerate thing about me is I do not have Snapchat.
Okay, so no Snapchat for you. So you text message.
I do. I'm a text message guy.
Okay, so you text. Good for you.
Yeah, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this. I would say 99% of our communications over Snap.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's your Snap streak?
Oh, it's like 2,700 days or something.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a solid.
Something ridiculous, yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, though, my son and I have a 1,066-day streak.
Hey, you're getting there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's no degenerate Jake and his girlfriend streak, but still.
See, I would say timing all depends on what you're doing. I mean, if you're at home, if she's at home working and she doesn't respond for 3 hours, I don't really care.
Yeah.
If she's at a bar and she doesn't respond for 3 hours, I got an issue.
Now,
You know?
see, context is key to all this, right? Context is key. I mean, let's be real. It's foul. I mean, not getting a
I
response.
think it's fair. I mean, show some damn respect, woman. I mean, seriously.
I knew Jacob would say it.
Respond to your man. He probably. I mean, what if he was
This
ready to
guy.
come talk to you and be like, you know what? I know times have been tough, but we need to sit down and work this out because this marriage has a chance.
I need to know how long he waited to
I was gonna
decide
say,
it.
there's just so many things. There's so many aspects and variables of this story that we just don't know as to what the time frame was. Had this been something leading up to it? Because and here's the other thing too. Let's call it what it is. When you want to end something with somebody,
you look for
you
reasons.
don't need much of a reason. All right, or you're like you said, you're looking for anything. All right. Oh, I'm not. You want to break up with somebody? Oh, because the things that you used to like about said person now all of a sudden gets on your nerves.
Yep.
So now you're like, oh, I can't stand this person. Oh, don't let her take. It could have been 30 minutes. Could have been an hour.
Got all the excuses I need. I'm done.
That's
I'm out.
all you need. I mean,
That's how it was with my ex-girlfriend, and then because it was my first girlfriend, I tried being friends with her, and then all those ugly things reared their head again. I was like, yeah, no thanks.
That's a tall order, if I do say so myself. When you go from the let's be exes to let's be friends.
Well, I broke up with her over the phone, and I felt bad. So
the over-the-phone breakup.
over Snapchat, actually, a lot of things happen over Snapchat in my life. It's the premier platform.
Oh, so when you say broke up over the phone, it's not like you called her and broke up with her.
God,
you
no.
No. You Snapchat.
I Snapchat her, yeah.
And broke up with her.
Did you do this via text on Snapchat, or did you take a snap, a little selfie of yourself, be like, "Hey, by the way, this isn't working anymore"?
That would have been funny. No, I actually did it over Snapchat, like the chat feature.
Yeah.
And it was like 2 hours after going out to lunch with her and her family.
Wow.
Yeah. And the craziest thing was,
and they paid for lunch, correct?
Maybe.
Of course. I mean, you can say. I mean, who cares? You broke up with her. Where'd they take you?
It was on the border in McKinney.
Yeah, that's not anything special. I mean, did they spring for queso?
We had, I think, you know how you can get like those tortillas that you can dip in queso?
Yeah.
That was our little
That was the appetizer.
Wasn't great, Give like a 6.
I mean, that's
crazy.
That's kind of worthy of a breakup.
Yeah.
So you couldn't get chips and queso? You got tortillas and queso?
Got tortillas and queso. And you know
Really?
what? I knew whenever I got in the car, I was like, yep, this is the last time.
That's, you know what? I think I might have left the table.
Yeah.
At that point. Okay?
Done.
I think I might have left the table. Who does tortillas and queso? Give me some chips and queso. What are we doing here? And were they flour or corn tortillas?
They were flour. Thank God.
I'm done. See, I'm done. I'm a corn tortilla guy.
Oh, okay.
So not only did you disrespect me with the tortilla choice, but we didn't get chips either.
Yeah.
White queso or the other queso?
It was queso blanco.
Queso blanco.
Mind if a white boy speaks in Espanol over here, man?
What's kind of the time frame on if you were to start to question?
We're still talking about that. I would say, again, context, but I would say if Abby hasn't responded to me, I'd say probably like by the end of the day. So like if I texted like in the middle of the afternoon and I haven't had anything.
Like if you texted right now.
And I haven't gotten anything by like 10 o'clock, I'd be like, hey.
Oh, you'd wait till 10? Because she's off school, isn't she? She's off work?
Yeah, but I know she's busy because I've already communicated with her.
Oh, okay. So no happy hour or anything like that? No Monday in-service day, her and the teachers? Keep an eye on teachers. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but teachers now.
What do you mean by that?
Teachers. I mean,
they got
I
a
love
wild
them.
side.
Who you telling? Absolutely they do. You ever been with a speech pathologist? Wow.
I can't say.
Wow.
No, I can't say.
Anywho.
All right, I'm going to go on to my fair foul. All right, Lionsgate is holding a screening of The Long Walk. Have you seen this? Obviously, you haven't seen the movie, but have you seen a trailer for this movie or heard of this movie?
Who's in it?
I don't know if there's anyone big in it. Jacob, do you know what movie I'm talking about? The Long Walk? Okay, so it's going to be a scary movie, so I'm not going to go watch it. But pretty much it's a movie about it's a group of people that walk, and if you stop walking, you instantly die.
Wow.
So the whole point is just walk as long as you can. And if you stop walking, if you stop moving, it's like a whole thing. Anyway, so
Clearly.
Lionsgate is holding a screening of The Long Walk where you need to walk on a treadmill faster than 3 miles per hour for the whole movie. If you stop, you'll be escorted out of the theater and you can't watch the rest of the film. Fair or foul, making you walk to watch a movie or kicking you out.
I mean, do you get anything for making it? I mean, is there a prize at the end?
I would imagine you just get to watch the movie.
So I'm just sitting on it. How long's the movie, by the way?
That's a fair question. Probably, 2 hours, 15 minutes, if I had to guess.
I mean, if there's a payoff, just to watch the movie while I'm walking on said treadmill.
Hour 48.
That's a long-ass walk, man. That's a long-ass walk.
I mean, Degenerate Jake's got shin splints, so yeah, I'm out on that one.
I don't.
Is it because of the Hokas?
No, actually, the Hokas made it better. It's because I sprained my ankle really bad sophomore year. I was playing basketball. Came down on somebody's foot.
Went to dunk on somebody and just didn't plant right?
No, I actually went to block a woman's shot.
Oh.
Yeah,
Wow.
so that says anything about me as a person.
Just says you're competitive.
Yeah. Love of the game.
Please tell me you at least blocked your shot.
Oh, I set it into the first row, Fred. Come on now.
All right, your thoughts on the Long Walk Theater?
Oh man.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
that's foul.
That's foul. I'm gonna need.
I
need some
things.
sort of something after.
I need a.
Do you get? My question is, do you get a refund if you don't make it?
No, they kick you out until you get the hell out of here.
What happens if I yak up my popcorn in the middle of my walk? And what?
What's your go-to movie candy, by the way?
Ooh.
I was at the movie theater just yesterday.
What movie did you see?
You're not going to be happy about this.
No, I don't care. What was it?
Freakier Friday.
Yeah, I don't even know what that was.
Yeah, it's the second to Freaky Friday.
Still miss that one too. Go-to candy.
Go-to candy. See, I'm a fruity candy guy, so I would say.
Go ahead and mark that, would you please? Go ahead and
fruity guy.
mark that.
No, I said fruity candy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
How
If that
would I
makes,
edit up? It's
I
not
don't
gonna say
know.
that.
I don't know if that makes it any
Airhead
better.
Bites.
And
Airhead
double
Bites.
down on it too, by the way.
Airhead Bites. I am. I don't eat chocolate candy that much. I like my Skittles.
What's that supposed to mean? You don't like chocolate candy, but you like the fruity candy?
I like fruity candy.
Okay. June was a big month for you, wasn't it?
I like the Airheads. That would be my go-to selection. Would have been the Airheads.
Yours?
Airhead Bites.
I go with the gummy cluster, the nerd gummy clusters. It used to
Those
be
are
Mike
good.
and Ike's, but then I saw Mike Bassick lose a tooth on television eating Mike and Ike's. Also, underrated, if you go to a movie theater that's got a freezer, get some Dots. Or some Dibs. Dibs, that's what it is. Dibs.
Dots.
I saw Dibs yesterday.
Ice cream.
Yeah.
You talking about the ice cream of the future? Dots?
No, Dibs.
I
What's
saw
Dibs?
that.
It's
I think Dibs is just like the offshoot brand of dips.
No,
Have you ever
no,
had a
it's
Crunch
like
Bar?
Dippin' Dots.
Yeah.
It's like ice cream with a chocolate coating around it. It's like bite-sized pieces of ice cream.
Yeah, it's not Dibs. It's not Dibs.
It's Dibs. That's what it's called.
I mean, I just want to tell you guys both, you're both incredibly wrong. There's only one right answer when it comes to the best candy in the movie, and that's Raisinets. Okay?
See, that's
Chocolate
exactly
covered
what I was
Raisinets,
saying.
right? Chocolate covered Raisinets.
Well, it's chocolate covered raisins.
Do you eat those with a Slurpee too, Fred? With 3D glasses?
I am not
I'm a
going to
popcorn
disagree.
guy. I'm a popcorn guy.
Okay,
Don't
good,
get me wrong.
good.
But no, I mean, the elite triumvirate of movie concessions: soda pop, jug of popcorn, and Raisinets.
I can't hate that. I can't.
That's.
Let me ask you a question because I know you're going to say no, but I got to ask
Sure.
Jacob. Have you ever been to a movie theater that had the option of serving you alcohol?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I worked at a movie theater that served alcohol.
No, I mean, I've been to one. I just didn't drink it. I mean, I can still, I mean, contrary to popular belief, I just want to put this out there now because there were a couple people at the party on Saturday that were kind of concerned for me. I can still be around alcohol, people. Okay, I'm not so like I'm not gonna get the shakes. I'm not gonna be like crying in the corner. Oh my God, there's a beer. What am I gonna do with myself? No, I can still be around alcohol. I just choose not to imbibe. So
that makes one of us. So
I mean, it's just what it is. So
I haven't gone to a lot of movie theaters, but there's one in Granbury near my girlfriend's house, and they have Twisted Teas particularly.
That's one of your go-tos, isn't it?
That is my go-to.
What's your thought of food service? Like ordering a meal
while you're at a movie?
Like a movie grill kind of thing,
I mean, I like it, but I'm not going to spend the extra money on it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not balling like that. Now, if you are, I'm sure it's a great thing. But I'm not.
No, there's just something about eating in the dark that bugs me.
Yep, I agree.
Okay? I just don't want to eat in the dark. All right, final 2 segments as we get you ready for Diamondbacks, Rangers. This team's 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. Are they going to do it? We'll discuss that and more next. Don't go anywhere. It's G-Bag here on a Monday.
Tolos, the Fan, and Wild Fork Foods are proud to support the